before mastering the peerless divine skill, you had a dream. In the dream, the 5 disciples you raised personally cut off your limbs, then forcibly took out your life-saving magic weapon and gave it to a young junior. They thought that by doing so, they could win his favor and gain protection, but they did not know that the young junior was a demon cultivator in disguise. After obtaining your life-saving magic weapon, he slaughtered the sect. The 5 disciples who obeyed him blindly were also turned into playthings for others. This scene startled you awake, and as you looked up, your disciples were kneeling before you, pleading, "Master, the sect is facing a great calamity. Please lend the endless sword to your disciple." Looking at the disciples with determined eyes, you couldn't help but smile. You never thought that after a lifetime of hard practice, just as your divine skills were about to reach completion, you would encounter such a situation as your lifespan was nearing its end. Do they not know that with your current lifespan, you would perish on the spot once you lose your life-saving magic weapon? Perhaps they do know, but they still come to force you to hand over your life-saving magic weapon. Seeing the mocking smile on your face, the leading senior disciple Gu Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. This is the master who raised her, but she is being forced to hand over the endless sword. How could her mood be good? But thinking that all of this is for the sake of the foundation of the Beachy Sword sect, she still knelt down and knocked heavily on the ground. Master, the disciple knows that such behavior is unfilial, but for the sake of the Beachy Sword sect's foundation, please lend the endless sword to Lin Bei Daoist friend. Seeing the senior disciple who inherited your position kneeling in front of you, you remained silent for a while without any reaction. The name Lin Bei seemed familiar. A genius recently emerged in Zhou, very close to some of your disciples, and recently honored as a guest by the Beachy Sword sect. Thinking about this, you suddenly looked at your other disciples. Jin Yaya, you have always been eloquent, and you are in charge of the sect's industries. What do you think? Hearing your question, your second disciple Jin Yaha quickly knelt down. Master, the disciple agrees with senior sister's words. Your lifespan has come to an end. Even keeping the endless sword will not fully protect the Beachy Sword sect. If the endless sword is handed over to the friend Lin Bei, along with the grand formation built with the full power of the sect, it will surely repel the demon army and protect our Beachy Sword sect's foundation. Hearing Jin Yaya's agreement, your smile on your face became even brighter. Well said. You are still so astute. You have calculated it well. Hearing what seemed like praise from you, Jin Yaya trembled and knocked her head on the ground, not daring to look at you. She always believed that everything in the world could be measured with spirit stones, and in her eyes, instead of waiting for you to die of old age, it would be better to show some strength at the end of life. You did not look at Gu Qinghan and Jin Ya kneeling on the ground, but turned your gaze to your third disciple, Tang Xiaotang, who was the most intelligent and resourceful. What about you, Tang Xiaotang? You are the most intelligent on ordinary days, and the disciples are also taught by you. Do you think the same as them? Hearing your question, Tang Xiaotang pondered for a moment. Master, the Beachy Sword sect will soon be surrounded by the demon army. These demon armies are here to avenge the massacre of the Southern Sea by you. To make the demons retreat, either you sacrifice yourself in front of them, or you repel them, but you are already old. Tang Xiaotang did not continue, but you already understood her meaning. Either sacrifice yourself to make the demons retreat, or hand over the endless sword to someone who can defeat the demons. It seems like two choices, but the result is the same for you. Hearing Tang Xiaotang's answer, you also praised her after a moment of silence. You are indeed the most intelligent among all the disciples. Giving two choices. Hearing your praise, Tang Xiaotang lowered her head and dared not look into your eyes again. You turned your gaze to the remaining two disciples. Bai Yana had a cold face, standing beside a young man with undisguised hatred in her eyes. It's hard to imagine that when she was taken in by you, she was a child who needed your company even when sleeping at night. On the other side, Mu Qiyao smiled and said, Master, if you are unwilling to hand over the endless sword and unwilling to self-destruct in front of the demon group, then we will have a hard time. It's not like sacrificing the entire disciples of the Beachy Sword sect just for you. Hearing Mu Qiyao's words, the smile on your face remained. What a moral kidnapping. That little guy with thin skin back then has finally become selfish and self-serving. You didn't say much either, but instead turned your gaze to the last two people on the field. The young girl without any cultivation hurriedly said when she saw your eyes, I don't know anything. I just came to pay my respects to you as a teacher. They said I passed the heavenly road, so I can pay my respects to you. But the focus now is not on her, but on the extraordinary young man next to her. Noticing your gaze, the young man immediately bowed and said, I am Lin Bei, a wandering cultivator, now an honored elder of the Beachy Sword sect, paying respects to the true lord of Beachy. Lin Bei, a good name, looks like a talented person. No wonder my disciples are confident that you can repel the demon army. However, your current strength is weak. Can you tell me how you plan to achieve this? Lin Bei nodded. I won't hide it from the true lord. I have had a supreme treasure since birth. with infinite power and containing the power of time. If assisted by the spatial power in the true Lord's personal magic weapon, the endless sword, it can unleash infinite power, and dealing with the demon army will naturally not be a problem. Hearing Lin Bei say he has a supreme treasure of time since birth, a glint suddenly flashed in your eyes. Sounds like a good treasure. Can you give it to me? What? Lin Bei thought you wanted to see the sun and moon wheel, and was about to agree, but then realized you meant to give it to me. Lin Bei's face changed instantly upon realizing this. Not only him, but even your disciples present also had a drastic change in their expressions. Lin Bei, whose heart suddenly raced, hurriedly explained, True Lord, the sun and moon wheel is my companion magic weapon. Unless I die, no one can take it away. Unless I die. Hearing that Lin Bei even kindly told how to obtain the sun and moon wheel, there aren't many cultivators as clever as him these days. Master, Lin Bei is a famous prodigy in the 9 provinces, and also an honored elder of our Bichi Sword Sect. Even for the reputation of the Bichi Sword Sect, you must not act against the Bichi Sword Sect. Realizing that you might be targeting Lin Bei, Gu Qinghan, who was originally kneeling on the ground, hurriedly tried to stop Mu Lingyun. A few other disciples also spoke out to try to protect Jiang Ming, with that stance as if Jiang Ming was the master who had taught them for hundreds of years, and Mu Lingyun was the outsider. Looking at his group of elbow-turning disciples, Mu Lingyun's face suddenly showed another smirk. Ha 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 ha, well, Master really didn't raise you guys for so many years in vain. I've always told you guys to get along with each other, and at this time you guys are all working together. Mu Lingyun was clearly smiling, but the smile on his face always looked so heartbreaking. The disciple that he had taught for hundreds of years was now going to join forces with others to force himself to death. Could he not be heartbroken? But the good thing was, he was the true Lord of the 9 heavens. The true Lord of the 9 heavens, who made the demons lose their guts when they heard his name. From the moment he crossed over and stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation, his life had been firmly clutched in his own hands. Want Master's endless sword? Ha. You few don't look qualified enough. Mu Lingyun suddenly stood up from the podium as he faced those disciples that he once regarded as part of his life. The smile on his face grew wider. At the same time, an aura that seemed to want to exterminate everything spread to the entire 9 heavenly sword sect. Compared to handing over the endless sword, Master actually has a better method. Miso Dash. Chapter 2 Leaving. An ear-piercing metallic friction sound resounded within the 9 heavenly sword sect's great hall, and it was as if the entire hall had split into 2 halves at that instant. And the dividing line between the 2 spaces was at the neck of the cultivator named Jiang Ming. But just as Jiang Ming was about to fall into oblivion, Zhong Lingjun, who had been standing beside him, suddenly blocked in front of him. She knew that she would never be able to block this blow with her Yuaning stage cultivation, but she still stood up, and she wanted to capitalize on her master's feelings for her. Seeing this scene, even though Mu Lingyun had already made up his mind at this moment, he still couldn't help but deflect his attack. The chopping attack from the endless sword instantly caused cracks to appear in the sky of the 9 heavens sword sect. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was blocking in front of him, Mu Lingyun only spoke softly. Get out of the way. You should know the means of my master. In the face of her own master, Mu Lingyun's persuasion, Zhong Lingjun's reply was only one cold word. No. Seeing Mu Lingyun trying to make a move on Jiang Ming, Yan Lingshang and Ji Lingya also hurriedly blocked in front of Jiang Ming. Yan Lingshang didn't want to see the 9 heavens sword sect having to fight amongst themselves at such a critical moment, while Ji Lingya didn't want her investment in Jiang Ming to go down the drain. When Kaihua seemed to want to persuade Mu Lingyun as well, but was blocked by Mu Siyuan on the side. Looking at the crowd of disciples who were blocking him, Mu Lingyun was somewhat silent. It had to be admitted that Mu Lingyun's hands were trembling. He truly could not have imagined that this group of retrogrades would not only force him to hand over the endless sword, but at this moment, they would also be stopping him in front of him for the sake of an outsider. However, it was good that Mu Lingyun hadn't really closed his eyes yet, and it was good that the endless sword was still standing firmly by Mu Lingyun's side. The pressure from the void practicing stage cultivator instantly suppressed the crowd of disciples in front of him, and then Mu Lingyun waved his sleeve once, and the disciples who stood in front of him were all lifted off the ground. A silver light bypassed all the disciples and gently surfaced on Jiang Ming's neck. Touching his neck, Jiang Ming's eyes had an unbelievable look in them. He didn't think that he had been calculating for so long, but he would end up with such an ending. Looking at the unrivaled Mu Lingyun in front of him, a final thought surfaced in Jiang Ming's mind. Wasn't it said that the true Lord of the 9 heavens was the most spoiled disciple, and that he would do whatever the disciple said? With the fall of this thought, this spirited man became another dead soul under the endless sword. The moment Jiang Ming's body died, a pair of rings surfaced on his corpse, and then it violently agitated, looking like it was about to fly out of the 9 heavenly sword sect. But how could Mu Lingyun let this rare pair of time supremacy treasures fly away? He wanted to touch the use of the power of time, at least to go further to become a harmonization stage cultivator. At this moment there was an opportunity. Naturally could not let go. The endless sword floating in the air let out a sword roar. And the sun and moon wheel that wanted to escape from this place was imprisoned in place. And then the void practicing stage cultivator's divine soul easily erased the divine soul imprint left behind by Jiang Ming. The sun and moon wheel, the greatest treasure of time, also changed hands. It happened so quickly that the crowd there didn't have time to sort out some of what was going on. The only one was Mu Lingyun's fourth disciple, Zhong Lingjun. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zhong Lingjun instantly reddened her eyes. Subconsciously, she gripped the sword in her hand tightly. That was the spirit sword without trace that Mu Lingyun had personally flown above the 9 heavens to collect the astral winds and refine it in order to celebrate her when she broke through the Yuanying stage. She couldn't care less about the cultivation gap between herself and Mu Lingyun, nor could she care less about Mu Lingyun's master-disciple bond that had once taught her sword techniques hand in hand. It was as if she had lost her mind, and with red eyes, she gripped the traceless sword in her hand and chopped at Mu Lingyun. Devil, take your life. Ray Kuan, don't be impulsive. Seeing Zhong Lingjun launch an attack towards Mu Lingyun, Wen Kai Hua, who was the most sensible person present, immediately wanted to stop her. But both of them were Yuanying stage cultivators. How could she who was good at spells stop Zhong Lingjun who was good at sword techniques? Looking at Zhong Lingjun who launched an attack at him, Mu Lingyun first then added a protective shield to the young girl on the side who hadn't yet paid her respects, and then watched as Zhong Lingjun's attack hit him. He was going to watch his disciple decapitate himself and subsequently strangle the last illusion in his heart with his own hands. Miso, undoubtedly, the gap between the Yuanying stage and the practicing void stage was too vast, and even if Zhong Lingjun stormed out, she would not be able to break through the aura defense on Mu Lingyun's body. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, whose eyes were glowing red as if she was looking at her father's murderer, Mu Lingyun felt a little tired for the first time in his more than 3,000 years of living. Back when he was holding the endless sword and fighting with the group of demons in the East China Sea, and was exhausted from the kill, Mu Lingyun also felt nothing but euphoria, and never felt half tired. But at this moment, he really felt a little tired. Is it because I'm nearing the end of my life? It's amazing how a ridiculous farce can cause my mind to fluctuate so much. Mu Lingyun glanced at Zhong Lingjun and then at a few other disciples, and a thought suddenly arose in his heart. Looking at Zhong Lingjun in front of him, who was still trying to break through his aura defense, Mu Lingyun finally made a move. Beheading Master with the sword that Master gave you. Don't you think it's a bit excessive? Boom! With a kick that sent Zhong Lingjun flying, and holding that scarless sword that he had forged with his own hands, Mu Lingyun's aura erupted around his body, followed by a crisp breaking sound resounding within the 9 heavenly sword sect's main hall amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. Ray Kuan, seeing that Mu Lingyun had actually kicked Zhong Lingjun off, Yan Lingshang, who was the eldest senior sister, hurriedly held her in her arms. After checking, he realized that Zhong Lingjun was already seriously injured at this moment after receiving a blow from Mu Lingyun. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was spitting blood from her mouth, Yan Lingshang, who had always regarded her several senior sisters as blood relatives, was violently irritated and turned to look at Mu Lingyun with indignation. Master, you've already made a big mistake by killing Taoist Jiang Ming. Lingjun is your disciple, and you've even gone so far as to lay down such a cruel hand. My disciple? Hearing that Yan Lingfan questioned himself for even laying a harsh hand on him, Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but reveal a smirk filled with mockery. Trying to force the death of your master's disciple? Taking the sword I gave her and then using it to behead my good disciple? You say that I don't treat you as disciples. Have you ever treated me as a master? In the face of Mu Lingyun's rhetorical question, Yan Lingshan was momentarily speechless. She held Zhong Lingjun's severely injured body for a moment, not knowing what to say. When Kai Hua, who had calmed down on the side, looked at the scene in front of him and first frowned. Then thoughts quickly flowed through his mind as he tried to analyze the current situation. Of the 2 remaining disciples, Jean Lingya stared blankly at what was in front of her, looking at Jiang Ming's corpse, not understanding why things had turned out this way, while Mo Yuan was in an unconcerned stance, acting as if she hadn't seen the drama of master-disciple antagonism taking place on the scene. Looking at the few disciples in front of him, Mu Lingyun felt more and more bored. He was originally thinking of simply getting all of these unfilial rebels killed, but in the end raised so many years. Really want to move the heart also inevitably have a few points of reluctance. The ancients used to say that the only word in the world that is the most difficult is love. And now it seems that this is true. True Lord of the 9 heavens. Yan Lingfan's violent shout suddenly resounded within the great hall. Hearing Yan Lingshan call out his Dao name directly, Mu Lingyun did not have much of a reaction before the endless sword floating in the air was the first to emit a sword sound. As Mu Lingyun, a practicing void true lord's original magic treasure, it had long since developed a spirit. The moment this group of renegades had forced Mu Lingyun to hand himself over, it had already wanted to cut them all down. Now that he heard that Yan Lingfang was so treasonous, Endless Sword was instantly about to teach Mu Lingyun a good lesson on her behalf. However, in the face of the sword pressure of the Endless Sword's sword chi that was comparable to that of a void practicing stage cultivator, Yan Lingshang clenched her teeth as she handed over the seriously injured Zhong Lingjun in her arms to Jin Lingya at the side. He then stood up against the pressure of the Endless Sword and looked at Mu Lingyun and said word for word, "True Lord Nine Heavens, you first killed Taoist Jiang Ming, and then you seriously injured Lingjun. The fate of master and disciple between us is over." Eldest sister, hearing that Yan Lingfang had actually said such treacherous words, Wen Kai Hua, who was still thinking about how to solve the current dilemma, immediately wanted to stop her, but Mo Shi Yuan was laughing and grabbed her. "Aya, the sect master's eldest sister has something to say to the master. It's not enough for us to listen properly. What's the hurry for the third eldest sister?" Moose Edge, this is no time for nonsense. Nonsense or not, it's already late. When Kaihua wanted to break free from Mo Shi Yuan's arm to stop Yan Lingshan, but it was too late. Looking at Yan Lingshan, who looked as if she had gone crazy in front of him, Mu Lingyun keenly detected a few hints of a heart demon. But so what? He was already bored. Boom! Raising his hand to send Yan Lingfang flying, Mu Lingyun took one last look at a few of his disciples before turning around and walking towards the outside of the hall. As these few rebellious disciples forced him to hand over the endless sword, Mu Lingyun had a premonition in his heart. The bottleneck that had plagued him for hundreds of years would be loosened as he stepped into the immortal cultivation world again. Mu Lingyun arrived outside the Nine Heavens Hall and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Nine Heavens Sword Sect. Looking at the many disciples of the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect who were standing in the square waiting for the results in fear. "You want to walk away?" Looking at the many disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Sect who were looking up at him, Mu Lingyun suddenly asked, "I'm leaving the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect. Do any of you disciples want to leave with me?" Mu Lingyun utilized his divine sense to transmit his voice to every corner of the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect, ensuring that every disciple still within the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect could hear it. But in the end all that responded to him was silence. The many disciples looked at him in disbelief, unable to believe that true Lord Nine Skies, who had single-handedly created the Nine Skies Sword Sect, was leaving the Nine Skies Sword Sect. But despite this, there was still no one to respond to Mu Lingyun. Seeing this scene, Mu Lingyun's mouth once again revealed a self-deprecating smile. It was also true that the system was delayed in awakening, and he had long ago passed the position of the sect leader to the rebellious disciple, Yan Lingshang, in order to break through to the harmonization stage before his lifespan was depleted. Most of the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Swords sect at the moment had only heard of his legend, and had no understanding of what kind of person he really was, and now there is a demon army besieging outside. In this situation, they were obviously more willing to trust Yan Lingfang, the sect leader of the Nine Heavens, rather than him, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, whose lifespan was approaching. Looking at the remnants of the sun in the sky, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt a boundless despondency. Come alone at the beginning, so go alone at the end? Can I leave after true Lord? A voice suddenly came from behind Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun looked back with some surprise and realized that it was the young girl he had ignored earlier. She had obviously heard Mu Lingyun's voice just now as well, and hurriedly chased him out of the great hall. Looking at Mu Lingyun who hadn't left yet, she quickly waved her hand and said anxiously, "That, true Lord, I can worship you as my master." "Worship me?" Hearing the young girl's words, the smile on Mu Lingyun's face remained the same. "Little fellow, do you know that I'm about to reach the end of my lifespan? Perhaps the next moment, I'll die. I know, but I still want to worship true Lord." Seeing how insistent the young girl was, a trace of doubt flashed through Mu Lingyun's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask the young girl for her reasons. "And the reason? It was father and mother who wanted me to worship true Lord." "Father and mother? Who are your parents?" Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, Lu Qingyue hurriedly uttered two names, and then, fearing that Mu Lingyun wouldn't be able to remember them, she hurriedly continued to add, "My name is Lu Qingyu. I'm their daughter. My father and mother said that back then it was true Lord who saved their lives under the siege of a group of demons in the East Sea, so they want me to make sure that I join true Lord's sect in order to repay his great kindness." "The East Sea demons of the day? Ah, yes, I think I saved a group of cultivators who were deep in the East Sea back then, but I can't remember anymore." Thinking of the past, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Two cultivators whose names he couldn't remember sent their daughters to his door in order to repay his kindness, while the disciple he had devoted his life to cultivating turned against him for an ignorant junior. Nodding at Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun turned around and headed in the direction of the mountain gate. "Then follow along, and see what else Master can teach you before your lifespan runs out." "Aha, Master!" Hearing that Mu Lingyun agreed to take her, Lu Qingyue hurriedly and happily followed Mu Lingyun. When the disciples in the square saw Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue passing by, they hurriedly made way, not daring to look at them with their heads down. The remnant sun shone on the mountain gate of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. Witnessing the true Lord of the Nine Heavens and the last disciple he had taken in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect leave the Nine Heavenly Sword sect that he had single-handedly created. Chapter 3, The Magic Dragon. Mu Lingyun walked out of the mountain gate of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect without any lingering feelings. Looking behind him at the 4 big words of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect that he had personally carved with his own hands back then, Mu Lingyun simply blew out a breath gently, and the 4 big characters of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect were erased without a trace. Seeing Mu Lingyun's movements, Lu Qingyue, who had been following him, asked in a low voice, "Master, we left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, where are we going next?" Hearing Lu Qingyue's inquiry, Mu Lingyun did not answer, but instead looked in front of him. One could only see black smoke rising from nowhere in the sky, continuously filling the air until it covered the entire sky. Looking at the rolling black smoke, Mu Lingyun's face was fearless, and with a single reach of his hand, he held the endless sword in his hand. Lu Qingyue behind him hurriedly hid behind Mu Lingyun in fear when she saw this. She had grown up listening to the stories of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens since she was a child. This was because she knew very well that when Mu Lingyun held the endless sword in his hand, that was when he got serious. And if she remembered correctly, the group of baddies who had tried to snatch the endless sword from her master's hands earlier seemed to have said that there was an army of demons besieging outside the Nine Heavenly Sword sect at the moment. Demon army. Lu Qingyue was a bit scared, but after seeing Mu Lingyun's calm demeanor, she instantly lowered her heart. Aha! I'm sure it'll be fine. After all, there's Master. Lu Qingyue had just let out a sigh of relief when the black smoke that was filling everywhere suddenly stirred. The black smoke kept rolling up and down, as if there was a giant beast constantly roaming inside. After the black smoke formed a huge dragon scroll, a demonic dragon head that was almost the size of a mountain suddenly poked out from the black smoke. Looking at Mu Lingyun, who was standing by with the endless sword in his hand, the demonic dragon's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, before being engulfed by the black smoke so that only Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue in front of him could hear it. True Lord Nine Heavens, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You are? Hearing that the demonic dragon on the opposite side recognized him, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed through Mu Lingyun's eyes. Although the group of renegades did say that the demonic army had come for themselves, Mu Lingyun did not recognize the demonic dragon in front of him. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's doubts, the demonic dragon was first stunned, then immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you are the hallowed true Lord of the Nine Heavens. Your mighty name spreads across the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. It would be normal for you not to recognize me, a small demon ruler. To give you a small hint, back then, the head of the group of demons in the East Sea, when he heard the demonic dragon bring up his former past, Mu Lingyun suddenly remembered something. Back then, after he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he saw the group of demons in the East China Sea brutalizing the innocent people of the human race, and in a fit of rage, he carried the endless sword and slaughtered the group of demons in the East China Sea, and at that time, the leader of the demon race was a dragon. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun was instantly enlightened. It turns out to be the descendant of that great dragon demon back then. Then you come to me for revenge is also considered to be bloodthirsty. But, Mu Lingyun suddenly raised the endless sword in his hand, and the sun and moon wheel that he had just refined emerged behind him. Jiang Ming might have calculated a lot, but there was one thing he wasn't wrong about. And that was that the combination of the sun and moon wheel's power of time and the endless sword's power of space could indeed explode with great power, even though Mu Lingyun's lifespan was about to end, and driving the sun and moon wheel was consuming the little lifespan he had left. It was still not a problem for him to explode into peak strength at this moment to decapitate the demonic dragon in front of him. Seeing Mu Lingyun raise his sword, the devil dragon's gigantic head subconsciously shrank back towards the black smoke, but then it poked out again. Ha ha ha, if True Lord is angry, this incarnation of mine will be allowed to be killed by True Lord to vent his anger is. I have only lost an incarnation, but True Lord you are now. I'm afraid you're already alone. Hearing the undisguised mockery in the devil dragon's words, Mu Lingyun's face did not change, only remaining calm as he asked, "So, that Kong Ming was sent by you?" "That's not true. He and I just had a small cooperation. If he can really cheat the endless sword in the hands of the True Lord, I will kill the Nine Heavenly Sword sect immediately. But even if not, that doesn't matter. After all." The devil dragon suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle, followed by endless pleasure in its voice. "After all, even if it fails, the titular True Lord of the Nine Heavens has already ended up as a traitor and a loner, hasn't he?" Hearing that the true cause of all these things was plotted by this black dragon in front of him, Mu Lingyun immediately gripped the endless sword in his hand. However, When he thought about the eyes of the group of rebellious disciples looking at him in the great hall of the 9 heavens, Mu Lingyun felt that it was all really boring to the extreme. Now if the demonic dragon was present in its true form, Mu Lingyun might still have the thought of wielding his sword, but it was just an avatar, so it was really even more boring, and wielding the sword was just an empty drain on his own lifespan. Looking at the demonic dragon in the sky, Mu Lingyun said in a flat tone, "If all you're doing is getting revenge on me, then congratulations, you've won." Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he had won, the demonic dragon immediately froze, and a tear gradually slipped down amongst its scarlet bloodshot eyes, but soon the tear evaporated. "I won, but you haven't lost yet," the demonic dragon suddenly growled and said. It would never give up its vengeance on this. It would never give up before completely destroying everything Mu Lingyun had. "True Lord, live well. You'd better find a hidden place to hide for that little disciple of yours before you die. The moment you close your eyes, I'll clear everything." Hearing the threat that the demonic dragon was posing to himself, especially since it was also threatening Lu Qinyu's safety, Mu Lingyun casually chopped a sword towards the sky after sighing. However, this sword did not injure the incarnation of the demonic dragon, but followed the connection between the incarnation and the main body of the underworld, and in an instant, it crossed thousands of mountains and landed directly on top of the main body of the demonic dragon. A pained roar rang out, and only then did the demonic dragon remember that it was in front of the Jiu Shaojin Jun, who had already shaken the 9 states with his might 1,000 years ago. Although it had also cultivated to the void practicing stage, it had only just made a breakthrough, and the 1,000-year-long cultivation gap was not something that could be made up for by the dragon bloodline in it. Plus, Mu Lingyun was already at the end of his lifespan, a practicing void true lord who is about to die, but is still strong. Will do something before he dies? The demonic dragon felt chills just thinking about it, and in order to avoid Mu Lingyun from really fighting with it regardless, the demonic dragon hurriedly disappeared with the black smoke that filled the sky and its demonic army. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, stopped in place when he saw this, and after a long silence smiled as he looked behind him at Lu Qinyue. "Apprentice, what kind of place do you like to live in?" Me? Well, I'd like to live in the mountains if I could. My parents have always taken me to live by the sea and I'd like to see the mountains." Hearing that Lu Qinyue wanted to live in the mountains, Mu Lingyun nodded and then thought of a place. "Then let's go. Master will take you to a good place and then formally accept you as a disciple." "Aha! All listen to Master." The crescent moon rising in the sky shone on the bodies of the master and disciple duo who had just gotten out of the great calamity. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, the larger shadow shielding the smaller one within itself. The smaller shadow, on the other hand, was looking forward to the day when it could become powerful and then properly repay the big shadow's favor. "Master, I want to be your disciple for life." "Good." Chapter 4, The Might of the 9 Heavens. Senior Sister, Sect Leader. The demon army outside the sect has retreated, and it is suspected that it was forced back by Senior Sister. Inside the 9 Heavens Sword Sect's main hall, when Kaihua looked at the severely injured Yan Lingshang and Zhong Lingjun and frowned as she spoke out the current situation of the 9 Heavens Sword Sect, and after the pale-faced Yan Lingshang heard when Kaihua say the words Master, a wave of depression immediately arose in her heart. "I told you, he's no longer our master." Looking at Jiang Ming's corpse on the ground, a trace of sadness flashed amongst Yan Lingshang's eyes. She just wants a home and someone to love her. Why does she always ask for more than she can get? Hearing Yan Lingshang's annoyed voice, when Kaihua subconsciously wanted to refute her. However, once she thought of the fact that Yan Lingshang was the highest cultivator in the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect right now, for the sake of the stability and development of the sect, she ended up changing her title. Sect Leader. True Lord 9 Heavens has already left with the last disciple he took on, but he is suspected to have heavily wounded the demonic dragon before he left, so the sect is now temporarily out of the crisis of being overthrown. Hearing that the demon army had left, Yan Lingxiang was instantly relieved. However, once she thought that the lifting of the crisis ended up relying on Mu Linyun, she couldn't help but say with resentment, this demonic army was originally led by him. Back then, if it wasn't for his own selfish desires, forcibly killing into the East China Sea to grab the dragon's essence blood, the 9 Heavens Sword Sect would have suffered such a great disaster today. He repelled the demonic dragon, and it is also considered that his merits and demerits have offset each other. However, the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect was originally created by Master Teacher. If not for Master Teacher, how could we be where we are today? Looking at Yan Lingxiang, who was putting all the blame on Mu Lingyun, when Kaihua couldn't help but want to fight for Mu Lingyun. But when she thought of the current situation of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, she ended up swallowing her words of persuasion. There seems to be something wrong with eldest sister's condition, so for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, it's better not to irritate her just yet. Knowing that Yan Lingfang could not listen to any topic related to Mu Lingyun right now, Wen Kaihua brought up a few other things. Then, sect leader, our covenant with the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society will soon reach its redrawing date. Who should we send to sign the new covenant this time? Covenant? Hearing Wen Kaihua mention it, Yan Lingfang then remembered the top priority of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. If not suddenly encountered a demon army siege this kind of life and death matter, the first thing that Yan Lingfang had to worry about now was the matter of renewing the alliance with the other two sects, the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society were all large and prestigious sects in the southern part of Ning Prefecture. Before Mu Lingyun's departure, the three clans all had void practicing stage cultivators in their ranks, and since all three clans belonged to the human forces, they lived peacefully with each other most of the time and did not make things difficult for each other. Instead, the so-called covenant involved a cave named Wanling in the center of the three clans' territories. The 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven was just like its name. There were countless heavenly materials and treasures in the cave heaven, especially because there were all kinds of extremely unique and special spiritual chi in between. If a cultivator absorbed the special aura produced among the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven, he would be able to add extra effects to his mana and save himself decades or even centuries of hard cultivation. In order to avoid the occurrence of things like cranes and clams competing with each other, the three clans agreed to jointly develop the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven, and the output of all kinds of resources would be distributed in accordance with the signed covenant, and it would be re-signed every 300 years in order to avoid the occurrence of conflicts. The resources and special aura amongst the cave heaven were extremely important to cultivators, so every time a covenant was signed, each clan would show as much strength as possible. Thinking about this matter, the distraught Yan Lingshuang didn't think too much about it and just waved her hand and let Wen Kaihua handle it herself. Third senior sister, you see to it. I'm not in the mood to care about this matter right now. After experiencing the demon siege, the people within the sect are now in a state of panic, and I need to get those disciples to stabilize as soon as possible before I can do so. Hearing that Yan Lingfang had given the matter of signing the covenant to herself, Wen Kaihua did not excuse herself and directly took up the matter, but she then immediately went on to ask, so what would be a good share for us this time? Is there any need to ask? The resources produced by the 10,000 Spirit Cave Sky are extremely important, so naturally it's still 50% of what it used to be, and letting the other two clans divide the rest amongst themselves is just fine. Yan Lingfang covered her head and said with some impatience, but then she saw Wen Kaihua standing straight in place, continuing to look at her with no intention of leaving. Seeing this scene, Yan Lingfang subconsciously thought that Wen Kaihua was trying to disobey her orders, which instantly made her, who was already severely injured and a bit uneasy, become irritated. But before she could question Wen Kaihua, Mo Shi Yuan, who had always been doing nothing on the side, finally came forward. Alas, my big sister, you are not forgetting that the master has already left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, and now the highest cultivation in our clan is you, a middle-stage harmonization spirit cultivator. So what to take up another 50% of the share? The other two sects do not kick us off on the good. Upon hearing Mu Siyuan's frivolous voice, Yan Lingfang remembered that without Mu Lingyun, their Nine Heaven Sword sect was already a sect with only the Hierophant stage. Thinking of this, Yan Lingxiang's already irritated heart became more and more chaotic, and in the end, her cultivation at the God Transformation stage erupted uncontrollably in the large hall. Aside from Jean Lingya, who was also a God Transformation stage cultivator, the rest of the few immediately felt a shaky feeling. In particular, Zhong Lingjun, who was already seriously injured on the ground, directly spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of Yan Lingxiang's might. Seeing this, Yan Lingshuang hastily put away the pressure on her body and worriedly held Zhong Lingjun in her arms. It was a relief to confirm that the injuries on her body had not worsened. Looking at Wen Kaihua, who was still standing in place, Yan Lingxiang first took a deep breath, then commanded in a stiff tone, "Without him, true Lord Nine Heavens, can our Nine Heaven Sword sect get by?" Saying that, Yan Lingxiang pulled out a disc engraved with a mysterious Dao pattern from among her storage ring and handed it over to Wen Kaihua. "You take this magic weapon to sign the covenant. It contains the three-sword chi of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. When used properly it can kill an ordinary void-practicing stage cultivator. With this in your hand, the other two clans won't dare to be too reckless." Seeing this disc that Yan Lingfang took out, this time, not to mention Wen Kaihua, even Mo Shi Yuan, who always did as she pleased, also fell into silence at this moment. If they remembered correctly, this thing seemed to have been specially refined for her by Mu Lingyun, who was worried about her safety when Yan Lingfang first went out on her travels back then, and she ended up taking it out at this time. After a moment of silence, Wen Kaihua reached out her hand and took the disc, then couldn't help but say, "Eldest sister, let's go apologize to master and beg him to come back." Hearing that Wen Kaihua was going to go to Mu Lingyun to apologize, Yan Lingxiang immediately felt as if she had received a huge stimulus. Apologize? He never really treated me as a disciple, so why should I go to him to apologize? Since he's gone, then just let him go. It's true that he started the Nine Heavens Sword sect, but the ones who have kept the Nine Heavens Sword sect going all these years are us and those disciples who have worked diligently for the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Seeing that Yan Lingfang's reaction was unexpectedly so intense, Wen Kaihua, who had originally wanted to persuade something, could only end up walking out of the sect hall helplessly. Seeing this, Jin Lingya knew that Yan Lingshuang was not in a good mood at the moment, so she prepared to take the seriously injured Zhong Lingjun to heal her wounds first. However, when Kaihua had just walked out of the hall, Jin Lingya had just picked up Zhong Lingjun, and Yan Lingshan was about to calm her chi and blood to go and show her face to appease those disciples when the Nine Heavens Sword sect's Nine Heavens mountain range, which was situated in the Nine Heavens Sword sect, suddenly shook violently. Seeing this, Wen Kaihua immediately flew to the sky above the Nine Skies Sword sect and discovered that the terrain of the Nine Skies mountain range was actually changing. This is, Earth Dragon is going to break out of its trap. Chapter 5, Worshipping the Master. Third Senior Sister. What's going on here? Sensing the movement of the Nine Heavens Sword sect at this moment, Jin Lingya and Yan Lingshang as well as Moshe Yuan all flew to the sky above the Nine Heavens Sword sect at this moment, looking at the violently shaking Nine Heavens mountain range, and hurriedly asked Wen Kaihua about some of the things that had happened. Wen Kaihua looked at the still changing terrain below and said with a somewhat ugly face, the three earth dragons that were captured and suppressed underneath the Nine Heavens Sword sect by Master Teacher and used to improve the environment of the Nine Heavens Sword sect's aura. All of them are rioting at the moment and are about to break out of their traps. What? Hearing that the three earth dragons underneath the Nine Heavenly Sword sect were about to break out of their trap, the faces of the remaining few people changed. Especially Yan Lingshan. She was the disciple that Mu Lingyun had initially taken under his door, so she was also well aware of how harsh the environment of the Nine Heavens mountain range had been before Mu Lingyun had captured the three-headed earth dragon to improve the Nine Heavens Sword sect. If those three earth dragons really escaped, the Nine Heavenly Mountains would no longer be suitable for cultivators to survive. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the Nine Heavenly Sword sect will really be in danger of being overthrown. The underground of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect even has the existence of three earth dragons. This is the first time I've known about this matter, but Master Zun was already practicing the void stage when he created the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. Right, so why did he still have to pick a place that wasn't suitable for a cultivator to survive in? Hearing Wen Saiwa's explanation, Moshe Yuan couldn't help but be curious about Mu Lingyun's reason for building the Nine Heavens Sword sect here. Jin Lingya subconsciously looked at Yan Lingshan, who was levitating beside her. When she heard this, if she remembered correctly, it was Yan Lingshan who had seen the beautiful scenery of this Nine Heavens mountain range and had been pestering Mu Lingyun to start a clan here, which was why Mu Lingyun had chosen the address of the Nine Heavens Sword sect here. Speaking of Lingshan, her face immediately became very ugly, but in the end, she still held herself together and was unwilling to admit that Mu Lingyun chose to create the Nine Heavens Sword sect here because of her. If the true Lord of the Nine Heavens didn't want to choose the Nine Heavens mountain range, how would he have spent a great deal of effort in capturing the three earth dragons? The key now isn't what he was thinking in the first place. The key now is to get those three earth dragons to settle down. With that said, Yan Ling Shuang took the disc from Wen Saiwa's hand that was given to her earlier and wanted to cast a spell to drive Mu Lingyun to deposit the sword chi in it to chop at the three rioting earth dragons. Seeing this, Musaj hurriedly inquired, eldest sister, now that you've used the sword chi in the middle of the disc, how are we going to deter those five elements sect and spirit rhinoceros society cultivators when the time comes? Hearing Moshe Yuan's inquiry, Yan Lingshan's movements immediately stalled for a moment, but soon she gritted her teeth and said, I'll have my own way when the time comes. If we don't suppress the riot of the earth dragon now, the destruction of the Nine Heavens Sword sect will be today. After saying that, Yan Lingshan probed her mana into the disc, and then she felt a power as vast as the ocean yet incomparably intimate. That was the spontaneous reaction of the mana Mu Lingyun had once left in the middle of the disc, sensing the aura of Yan Lingfang, his once great disciple. Feeling the affectionate feeling coming from that mana, Yan Lingshan's heart suddenly ached for a split second, but soon she bit back her words. Fake, everything is just a lie. After saying that, Yan Lingshan urged the mana in the disc, and three sword chi that were enough to cause space to shatter emerged from the disc in an instant, sliding down towards the Nine Heavenly Sword sect below along with a tear. The sword chi ignored all the obstacles in between and landed straight on those three rioting earth dragons. The moment they felt those three sword chi, the three earth dragons that originally wanted to take advantage of Mu Lingyun's departure from the Nine Heavens Sword sect to escape and live in peace hastily began to beg for mercy. However, Yan Ling Shuang was able to cut out the sword chi but could not control the power, and in the end, the three earth dragons were heavily injured and fell into a long slumber. The spiritual chi of the 9 heavenly mountains also instantly dropped by a large amount with it. But the good thing was that the crisis of being reduced to an ordinary mountain range was avoided after all. After doing all this, the already severely injured Yen Lingsheng finally fell from the sky and was caught by the quick-eyed Mo Shi Yuan. Looking at the unconscious Yen Lingfeng in her arms, Mo Shi Yuan murmured a few words softly from her mouth. Why don't you just die for good? Obviously taking up the most love. And still talking about things you don't know. Subsequently, after when Kai Hua and the others approached, Mo Shi Yuan's face once again regained that human and harmless look. In the sky of a mountain range far away from here, Mu Lingyun suddenly sensed something and looked back, realizing that it was the disc he had given to Yen Lingfeng that year that had been used and no longer paying attention to what was going on over there. After flying for an unknown amount of time again with Lu Qingyu, Mu Lingyun suddenly stopped and looked at the mountain below, and after sweeping his divine sense, he found that the spiritual chi was still okay, and it was not occupied by other cultivators. So he asked Lu Qingyu if she liked it here. I like all the places Master chose. Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, Lu Qingyu immediately expressed her affirmation with excitement. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun nodded and stopped looking around, pulling out a model of a palace from amongst his storage ring and threw it downwards. A lofty and magnificent palace took shape amongst the mountains and forests in a matter of moments. Wow! Is this the means of a true lord of practicing void? Master is so powerful. Seeing Mu Lingyun casually summon a palace, Lu Qingyu's eyes immediately shone as if there were stars falling. Mu Lingyun sniffed but couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. What is this? You are not having seen those even more magnificent palaces. If you are fortunate enough to ascend one day, only then will you understand the grandeur and magnificence of the heavenly palace. I don't want to go to the heavenly palace. I want to be with Master forever. Hearing Lu Qingyu's firm voice, Mu Lingyun was first stunned. Then he was unimpressed. He had heard this kind of words 5 times already, and how the result afterward was, that was there for all to see. If it wasn't for the fact that only this little guy had followed him away, plus the startup of the system also required Mu Lingyun to keep taking on disciples, he really wouldn't have seen fit to take on Lu Qingyu. After experiencing the betrayal of 5 disciples, Mu Lingyun had already treated the so-called disciples as a tool to be used in exchange for system rewards, bringing Lu Qingyu to fly into that palace. Mu Lingyun waved his sleeve and an incomparably solemn hall was set up, and in the center of the great hall, an altar was placed, on which the words heaven and earth were enshrined. After performing a salute towards the heaven and earth altar, Mu Lingyun turned around and looked at Lu Qingyu seriously. Lu Qingyu, I ask you, are you willing to swear by heaven and earth to worship the seed as your master? And from then on, listen to my teachings and cultivate my Tao. Hearing Mu Lingyun's serious voice, Lu Qingyu didn't dare to have any slackness and immediately walked to Mu Lingyun's front and bowed towards him along with the words heaven and earth, then respectfully knelt down in front of Mu Lingyun's body and said with a solemn look on her face, Disciple Lu Qingyu, I would like to swear to heaven and earth that from now on, I will worship under the door of the true Lord of the 9 heavens. I will not dare to disobey my teacher, and I will not dare to neglect my sincerity in the Tao. I hope that the true Lord will see the sincerity of my disciple, and will pass on to my disciple the supreme Tao. After saying that, Lu Qingyu bowed 3 times and 9 times to Mu Lingyun and the word heaven and earth behind him, and then stood quietly in front of Mu Lingyun, waiting for the rites to be completed. Mu Lingyun looked at the respectful Lu Qingyu, and for a moment many images flashed before his eyes, but those memories were nothing more than dreamlike bubbles that were easily annihilated by Mu Lingyun, and not even a single trace could be left in his Tao heart. Since that's the case, then from now on, you'll be my disciple, and I hope you'll cultivate hard and get ascension soon. Yes, Master. A disciple, a master. In this way, the Taoist lineage of the true Lord of the 9 heavens had been passed down again in this pale world. Chapter 6, System Unlocking. Hint, the progress of unlocking the preaching and teaching system has reached the mark. Please check it out. Master. Just after the end of the worship ceremony, Mu Lingyun heard that the system that he had been carrying around since he crossed over had finally been unlocked successfully, and his undisturbed state of mind couldn't help but ripple a little at this moment. His talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't really too good either. Since Mu Lingyun embarked on the road of cultivation, there were also often strange encounters, coupled with a breath in his chest that always survived. He was able to successfully cultivate to the void practicing stage. However, when he reached the void practicing stage, he seemed to have reached the end of the line. No matter how hard Mu Lingyun tried, it was difficult for his cultivation to advance half a step further. In order to successfully awaken the system before his lifespan was exhausted, Mu Lingyun could even be said to have abandoned his ego to a certain extent, devoting his entire body and mind to those few disciples just so he could unlock the system as soon as possible. As a result, those few rebellious disciples were so presumptuous as to want to kill their teacher. If not for Mu Lingyun always not placing all his hopes on others, This time he might really have to be infuriated to death by those few rebellious disciples. But fortunately, the system was finally successfully unlocked, so it wasn't a waste of his efforts over the years. Master, you want something from the religious child? When Mu Lingyun heard Lu Qingyue's voice, his attention immediately returned to reality. Looking at the expectant Lu Qingyue in front of him, Mu Lingyun slightly pondered for a moment before raising his hand and lightly tapping on Lu Qingyue's forehead. And then a Dao law called the Nine Heavens Sword technique was transmitted into Lu Qingyue's Sea of Consciousness. 9 Sky Sword Know-how. Mu Lingyun Life Cultivation Summary, which covers everything, whether it is the way of cultivation, or the sword or other cultivation of immortal 100 arts which are involved. It could be said that all the Dao penetrations that Mu Lingyun had comprehended were contained within it. As for what Lu Qingyue could learn from it, it would depend on which direction her talent leaned more towards. At least his 5 rebellious disciples all had different Dao aptitudes that they had comprehended from amongst the 9 Heavenly Sword technique. 9 Heavenly Sword techniques. Is this the great Dao that Master cultivates? I will definitely cultivate well and will definitely not fail my master's expectations. Seeing Lu Qingyue's determined look, Mu Lingyun did not say anything more, and after casually instructing a few points on cultivation, he waved his hand and sent her outside of the main hall, letting her practice and play on her own first, and then go back to guide her properly after he had carefully studied the system. After Lu Qingyue left, Mu Lingyun first remained silent in place for a moment before opening the system. In an instant a large amount of densely packed data surfaced in front of Mu Lingyun's eyes. Master, Mu Lingyun, Daoist name, Jiao Zhenjun. Cultivation, perfection of void practicing stage. Longevity, 3157/3157, life expectancy will end. Disciple, Yan Lingshan, has defected from the school. Disciple, Kim Linga, has defected. Disciple, Man Choihua, has defected. Disciple, Lu Qingyue. Looking at his character panel, especially when he saw that the 2 numbers before and after his lifespan were the same, Mu Lingyun's corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch. As a cultivator of the void practicing stage, Mu Lingyun was naturally able to clearly feel the limit of his lifespan, but to show it in such a clear figure still made it a little difficult to avoid. The system had probably rounded up the numbers a bit, and Mu Lingyun's current lifespan was probably less than 3 months to be exact. If he couldn't succeed in breaking through the realm or obtaining a life extension method from the system within these 3 months, then he would have to say sorry to this wonderful world. Ignoring the few rebellious disciples in front of him, Mu Lingyun directly clicked on Lu Qingyue's character panel at the end. Disciple, Lu Qingyue. Talent, Heavenly Class A Upper Grade. Physique, Dragon Blood Sword Heart. Cultivation, Nandachi practicing stage. Disciple is in the process of breaking through. Master can go to protect him. Evaluation, the most gifted person in Kyushu, whose mother witnessed the bloody battle between the true monarch of the 9 heavens and the dragon monarch of the East China Sea on the East China Sea. In that battle, her mother was fortunate enough to perceive the true monarch's sword intent and accidentally gained the dragon monarch's heartblood that was left behind, and ultimately refined the true monarch of the 9 heavens sword intent and the dragon monarch's heartblood during the gestation of Lu Qingyue, ultimately forming her into a dragon blood sword heart physique. This talent, this karma. Seeing Lu Qingyue's character panel, Mu Lingyun suddenly somewhat understood why the system suddenly unlocked successfully as soon as he accepted Lu Qingyue as a disciple. I'm afraid that the progress bar provided by Lu Qingyue alone was going to be more than all 5 of those adversaries combined. Mu Lingyun in any case could not have imagined that he was just seeing the road. A moment of hot blood, so he raised his sword to kill into the East China Sea, overthrowing hundreds of thousands of demons, but did not expect to be in 1,000 years after the present day for his own sense. Such a talent can be described as a disciple of the ancient and unparalleled. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was now in the middle of her breakthrough, even though he knew that there was basically no danger in this realm of qi practicing, Mu Lingyun still immediately let go of his divine sense and scanned a circle of the palace looking for Lu Qingyue's location. In the end, he found Lu Qingyue's scent in the middle of one of the compartments at the side of the main hall, instantly arriving in front of Lu Qingyue. Looking at the young girl whose breath was rising, even though Mu Lingyun had seen a lot, at this moment, he could not help but sigh at Lu Qingyue's amazing talent. After pondering for a moment, Mu Lingyun suddenly summoned the Endless Sword. Looking at the ancient sword whose aura was introverted, Mu Lingyun pinched a spell, and then a meager but incomparably pure Endless Sword intent was guided out, slowly injected into Lu Qingyue's body, and intersected with the mana that was continuously taking shape in her body. Feeling that divine and inexplicable power, the flow of aura in Lu Qingyue's body, who was attempting to break through the qi practicing stage, first stagnated for an instant. After noticing that it was Mu Lingyun who had come to her side, the flow of aura within Lu Qingyue's body suddenly became a little more agile. She actively and proactively approached that endless sword intent, not caring in the slightest whether or not she would be able to refine it, because she was certain that her master, that Jiao Zhenjun, who had been ruling over the 9 states, would not harm her. A person with a dark heart would never blatantly launch a crusade against the Eastern Sea demons because of the death of a mortal. But the endless sword intent contained the power of space. It was incomparably small 1 second, and the next instant it seemed to be so large that Lu Qingyu could hardly carry it. Lu Qingyue was already having a hard time just touching this sword intent, let alone refining it. Just as Mu Lingyun felt that it was too early, he was ready to withdraw this endless sword intent. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Qingyu suddenly clenched her teeth. She refused to give in yet. She didn't want to disappoint her master. Lu Qingyue's body suddenly erupted with another force that was of the same origin as the endless sword intent. Sensing this force, the endless sword intent that was still somewhat resistant to Lu Qingyu's zone of being immortal instantly and immediately merged into Lu Qingyu's body, adding to her dragon blood sword heart body. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Mu Lingyun's ears. Disciple Lu Qingyu has successfully broken through the Qi practicing stage. Congratulations to Master for taking a simple yet solid step on the path of preaching and teaching. My disciple's cultivation has been synchronized to the Master's, so please pay attention to checking it in time so as not to cause any unexpected situations to occur. Chapter 7 Increase in Longevity. Cultivation Synchronization? Hearing the system prompt that Lu Qingyue's cultivation had been synchronized to his own, Mu Lingyun immediately examined his body. In the end, he found that the cultivation in his body was indeed that much more, roughly equivalent to the cultivation he had grown in half a breath. However, although this amount of cultivation was insignificant to avoid practicing True Lord, to a Qi practicing stage disciple who had just stepped into cultivation, it could already be considered a vast amount. And the most crucial thing was that this was only the beginning. With Lu Qingyue's talent, as long as he was taught properly, then it wouldn't take long to cultivate to the Jindan stage. Why don't we just directly enlighten this cultivation of mine directly to Qingyu? It will be synchronized back anyway. With Qingyu's talent, if she were to obtain my lifelong cultivation, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to directly ascend to the harmonized body. Seemingly sensing Mu Lingyun's dangerous thoughts, the system immediately jumped out to remind him. Master, please note that a teacher should teach his disciple assiduously, rather than practicing the act of plucking up seedlings and forcing them to cultivate by enlightening them, which will only harm the disciple. Hearing the sudden prompt from the system, Mu Lingyun also immediately came back to his senses. Looking at the wisp of black qi fluttering over his Dao heart, Mu Lingyun knew that he had just been plagued by a demon in his heart, being trapped in the perfection of void practicing stage for many years and never being able to advance an inch. It was inevitable that Mu Lingyun was a bit anxious to get ahead. Fortunately, now that he had the system, he had seen the way forward and was no longer stuck in the same place, not knowing what to do. After casually snuffing out the strand of black qi lingering on his Dao heart, Mu Lingyun then noticed that his lifespan seemed to have increased that much as well. Well, yes, it's only been about 2 months, but it has certainly grown. Realizing that the cultivation synchronization that the system was talking about also included an increase in longevity, Mu Lingyun's gaze towards Lu Qingyue instantly became much more eager. The Qi practicing stage was not a significant boost to longevity. If it was boosted to the foundation establishment stage, then Mu Lingyun's longevity problem that he had been plagued by would be alleviated. Foundation stage. Thinking of the various conditions required for the foundation establishment stage, Mu Lingyun could not help but fall into deep thought. Now Lu Qingyue was his hope to break through to the harmonization stage or even the Mahayana stage, so forcing Lu Qingyue's potential to be sacrificed to raise her cultivation for the sake of some longevity was an absolutely undesirable act. There seems to be an innate fetal mother aura amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. If we could take it to build a foundation for Qingyu, that would be an excellent thing. Innate fetal mother aura was a unique aura. Unlike other special auras that would add special effects to a cultivator's mana, innate fetal mother aura would allow the user's cultivation to dissolve, congeal, and eventually grow back. This one step coincided with the normal cultivator's foundation building process, combined with a special method of use. It allows a cultivator to quickly and without side effects cultivate the innate Taoist foundation. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun immediately counted with his fingers and realized that the opening of the 10,000 spirit cave sky would be in a few months, which just happened to still be within the allowable range of Mu Lingyun's longevity. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun planned to take advantage of these few months to properly temper Lu Qingyue's cultivation. With his endless sword intent practice power root, Lu Qingyue's chances of capturing the innate fetal mother aura were high even if she only had the cultivation level of the Qi practicing stage. As for whether the 3 clans people will allow him, a guy who has become a casual cultivator, to send his own disciples into the 10,000 spirits cave heaven, if they had a problem with it, they should come over and talk to the endless sword themselves. Well, master. Seeing Mu Lingyun standing in front of her, Lu Qingyue, who had stabilized her cultivation, her eyes immediately revealed a smirk. She seemed to be smiling when she saw Mu Lingyun. Is one's own existence that gratifying? Mu Linyun didn't pay too much attention to this, but instead glanced at Lu Qingyue's cultivation level at the moment. Although she was only a budding cultivator who had just entered the Qi practicing stage, her aura at this moment was already much stronger than most Qi practicing stage cultivators. There was certainly the help of the endless sword intent in this, but more than that, it was Lu Qingyu's own talent. After all, Lu Qingyu was not the only one who had stepped into the cultivation path with the endless sword intent. How does it feel? Any discomfort during the luck? Hearing Mu Lingyun's concern for herself, Lu Qingyue immediately said with red cheeks, "No, everything in the cultivation process is exactly as stated on the 9 heavenly sword technique, and with the help of Master's endless sword intent, I feel terribly strong right now. Maybe I can fight across the ranks just like Master did back in his time." Fighting over the top? Hearing Lu Qingyue say that she had once fought across the ranks back then, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed across Mu Lingyun's eyes. When have I ever fought across the ranks? Before refining the endless sword I remember I was always the one being whisked away, right? However, after hearing Lu Qingyu say that she was alright, Mu Lingyun didn't care about what just came out of her mouth, but turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. Since the cultivation is going well, then come with me. I will teach you a few sword techniques, and after a few months, there is a chance that you need to fight for yourself, so don't throw your life away when the time comes. Aha! I won't disgrace Master. This kind of thing like face should be lost, but don't do anything that you don't want to lose your life for the sake of face, got it? Ha! But won't this embarrass Master? Seeing the confused look on Lu Qingyu's face, a light smile surfaced at the corner of Mu Linyun's mouth. Losing face is only for a moment. Staying alive is the most important thing. If you can't beat them, run away. There is no shame. The big deal is to come back to Master. Master will give you anger. If you can't beat me, you run? Lu Qingyu always felt that there was something different between what Mu Lingyun taught and what her parents said, but after thinking about it, she finally decided to trust what her own master had taught her. Apprentice knows, if you can't beat me, run. Run back to Master and fight back. Well, the children are teachable. Coming to the center of the square, Mu Lingyun held the endless sword in his hand and said to Lu Qingyue behind him, "Watch this. This style is called Cloud Scroll." The sword light suddenly lit up in the center of the field, then suddenly dissipated, and finally the roiling sword light coalesced into a slender figure. Mosher Yuan on the side couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw it. Not bad. Fourth senior sister's practice of this Cloud Scroll is really getting more and more refined. If Master is still around, he would definitely praise you. Hearing the word Master, Zhongling Jun, who had been seriously injured, immediately raised the long sword she had temporarily found in her hand towards Mosher Yuan and said in an icy tone, "Don't ever mention him in front of me again." Looking at Zhongling Jun, whose face was pale, but was still holding on strongly, Mosher Yuan could not help but smile. Fine. I won't mention Master's name is all, but I really want to know. Obviously it was Master who raised you. Why do you hold such a strong hatred towards Master? Fourth senior sister, just because Master killed that love interest of yours? Miso dash. I said, don't mention him again. Chapter 8, you shouldn't have taken me as your disciple. Looking at Zhongling Jun, who suddenly drew her sword on herself in front of her, not only did Mosher Yuan not get scared, but instead, she even reached out her hand and gently flicked the sword. What? Is fourth senior sister going to make a move on me? Then come on. Hearing that Mosher Yuan was actually urging her to hurry up, Zhongling Jun's hand immediately trembled. Look at Moose Edge's unconcerned demeanor. Zhongling Jun gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort after a long period of silence. Then she put away the spirit sword in her hand. I'm not going to lay hands on a fellow soldier. It won't be against a fellow disciple? Hearing Zhongling Jun's words, Mosher Yuan started laughing without any image, as if she had heard some heavenly joke. My good senior sister, did you not even blush when you said that? You didn't hesitate at all when you made a move against your master. And now you're even telling me that you won't make a move against a fellow disciple? Looking at Mosher Yuan, who was laughing recklessly, Zhongling Jun instantly gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand, but she finally restrained the urge to make a move. After snorting coldly again, he planned to find another place to continue practicing his sword technique, unwilling to pay any more attention to Mosher Yuan. And when Mosher Yuan saw that Zhongling Jun was so irritated by herself that she still restrained herself, the smile on her face disappeared. She sat on the swing under the tree and swung, just like she had once pampered herself in Mu Lingyun's arms. But the difference was that she still had a big smile on her face at that time. But even without a smile, Moose Edge didn't care. She had always understood that if you want to have something, you have to lose something first. Give and take and give and take. This was the most valuable thing she had learned from Mu Lingyun. So fourth senior sister, why on earth would you go after senior? I was initiated a little later than you, but as far as I know, senior never seemed to have failed you. Right, just because senior killed that sinister and cunning Jiang Ming? Fellow Daoist Jiang Ming treats people with sincerity. How is that devil comparable? When she heard Moshe Yuan mention that Jiang Ming, Zhong Lingjun stopped herself at once. Her tone was icy cold and vaguely mixed with a little anger. Seeing Zhong Lingjun in this state, Moshe Yuan felt a little surprised. Which Kong Myung is that good at pleasing girls? As far as she knew that Jiang Ming hadn't appeared for a very long time, right? Surprisingly, even someone as withdrawn as fourth senior sister was speaking up for him. Thinking of the way the remaining few senior sisters treated Jiang Ming, Moshe Yuan instantly sensed that something was wrong. If Zhong Lingjun was the only one like this on her own, then it could still be said that she fell in love with Jiang Ming at first sight. But even when Kai Hua, who had always been concerned with the greater good and could give everything for the Nine Heavens sect, had an unusual attitude towards Jiang Ming, so there was something here worth pondering. Thinking about some of the changes that had occurred in the Nine Heavens sword sect since Jiang Ming had arrived, as well as that sudden arrival of the demonic army, Moshe Yuan gradually understood something. But what could that matter? Jiang Ming was dead anyway, and the master had left anyway. Moshe Yuan jumped down from the swing and stretched, then remembered that Zhong Lingjun hadn't answered her question yet. Thinking of this, Mu Ziyuan looked at the frosty-faced Zhong Lingjun and asked again with a smile. So, senior sister, you still haven't told me why you wielded that sword against your master. Don't tell me that you really turned against your master for that Jiang Ming. Hearing Moshe Yuan's renewed inquiry, Zhong Lingjun fell into a long silence. Why? If you're really curious, then why don't you go and ask that devil yourself where he was when the Zhong family extermination tragedy happened in Defeng City? Zhong family extermination tragedy? Hearing Zhong Lingjun talk about something worth caring about, a few moments of curiosity immediately flashed amongst Moshe Yuan's eyes. But soon Musej put this matter behind her, though she hadn't figured out some of what was going on. But she could surmise that Zhong Lingjun, this little cutie, should have misunderstood master teacher for some reason and had dumped all the guilt on him. Although Zhong Lingjun had been withdrawn in nature before, her attitude towards her master was actually considered still good, and she would occasionally smile in front of her master. But ever since Jiang Ming had appeared, she had often looked at her master with hateful and resentful eyes. Well, that's right, this little cutie. He was fooled by Jiang Ming with a few words, so he made the master who had worked so hard to raise him the culprit. Thinking of this, a few smiles couldn't help but spread across Musej's face. For once it wasn't a pretense. She was genuinely amused. Master raised her from a young age, teaching her the ways of the world, imparting her own lifelong Taoist teachings, and casting spirit swords for her in the Nine Heavens to celebrate her breakthroughs in the realm. As a result, this little cutie, surprisingly, she held a grudge against her master because of the words of an outsider. The more she thought about it, the funnier Moshe Yuan really felt, and after giving Zhong Lingjun a pitying look, she left the place and found a deserted place to let out a loud laugh. But the smile disappeared from her face as she laughed. She took out a small doll from among her storage ring. It was a small gift given to her by Mu Lingyun when she was a child because she was too scared to sleep at night and cried to Mu Lingyun in order to be able to get her courage. Mu Lingyun sealed his breath into the little doll, so that as long as Mu Ziyuan held the doll in her hand, she could feel Mu Lingyun's breath, gently caressing the small doll in her hand that bore a slight resemblance to Mu Lingyun. Mu Ziyuan suddenly said with some sadness, "My good master, you really don't know how to teach disciples, thinking that all you need to do is to be good to your disciples, not thinking at all about whether we are a bunch of wolves and dogs." Mu Ziyuan felt unworthy and heartbroken for her master. For Mu Lingyun had given so much for the sake of his several disciples, and as a result, they had even forgotten all their past experiences and kindnesses just because of a few words from someone else. And instead, they still wanted to join forces with others to force him to his death. Even he has left and has to be called a devil. The heartache of this, Musej felt suffocated even just thinking about it. But even so, when Jiang Ming joined forces with a few of Mu Lingyun's other disciples to prepare to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword, Moshe Yuan still chose to join forces with them. As to why, if you want to blame, let's blame it on your bad eyesight. Master, you even took in a white-eyed wolf. You should never have done that. You just shouldn't have taken me as your disciple. If you didn't take me as your disciple, where would there be such a thing? Moshe Yuan stood on top of a mountain, looking out in the direction where Mu Lingyun had left with Lu Qingyue in the first place. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder what his master teacher and that little senior sister, who was the last to be initiated, were doing at this moment. Fifth uncle. A voice suddenly sounded behind Musej. Moshe Yuan turned around and realized that it was one of the Foundation Establishment stage disciples within the gate. Replacing a false smile on her face out of habit, Mu Ziyuan then cordially asked that disciple what he was looking for her for. Upon hearing Moshe Yuan's cordial greeting, that disciple of the Nine Heavens didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly conveyed the order that Yen Lingshan had asked him to pass on. It's the sect master's realm who wanted to tell fifth uncle himself that an auction will be held in Great Feng City soon. And the sect master said that there are a few items in the auction that the Nine Heaven Sword sect is in dire need of right now. So he wants fifth uncle to take fourth uncle on a trip. An auction? Hearing that it was Yen Lingshang who wanted her to take Zhong Lingjun to attend an auction in Great Feng City, a playful smile immediately appeared on Moshe Yuan's face. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, that senior sister of hers shouldn't know about Zhong Lingjun yet. Moose-Edge suddenly felt that things were starting to get interesting. After thinking about it, he felt that he had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well bring Zhong Lingjun to Great Feng City to join in the fun. So he nodded to the disciple. You go and report back to the sect leader. I'll take fourth senior sister to Great Feng City to bring back the things that are urgently needed now. Yes. Hearing Moshe Yuan's order, that disciple immediately turned around and left the place. Moose-Edge, on the other hand, suddenly thought of something. That little sister of hers had just been admitted under the master's tutelage, and the master hadn't taken anything with him when he left. Would they also go to the auction in Great Seal City to join in the fun? If that's true, then things are really starting to get interesting. Chapter 9 Great Feng City Auction. Master, see how well I've practiced this sword style. Cloud Moon Mountain. On that palace square, Lu Qingyu was earnestly wielding the iron sword in her hand while looking expectantly at Mu Lingyun, who was standing to the side to instruct her. Hearing Lu Qingyu's expectant little expression, Mu Lingyun did not begrudge his praise in the slightest and directly nodded his head. Not bad. This style of cloud scroll sword technique you have already been considered a small success. The next time as long as you practice diligently, until after you enter amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, you will also be able to have a few more chances of winning. Recalling Lu Qingyu's cultivation in swordsmanship over the past few days, Mu Lingyun could not help but let out a gasp. Should I say that it was worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride descended with his endless sword intent? Lu Qingyu was born as if she was going to learn the Nine Heaven sword technique. It was important to realize that although the Cloud Scroll sword technique was only the most basic and introductory sword technique amongst the Nine Heaven sword technique, it did not mean that it was any less powerful. Once the Cloud Scroll sword technique was performed, it allowed the sword light to turn into a cloud, trapping the opponent in the sword cloud with continuous attacks, and eating away at them little by little. While it was easy to start, it also had an extremely high ceiling, so it could be said that this was a sword art that could be easy to start but hard to master. However, Lu Qingyu was hardwired to introduce the Cloud Scroll sword technique in just a few days and successfully cultivated it to the realm of minor accomplishment. Mu Lingyun even suspected that if it wasn't for the drag of her own cultivation, she might have been able to cultivate the Cloud Scroll sword technique all the way to the perfection realm. At least so far Mu Lingyun couldn't see any phenomenon of Lu Qingyu encountering a bottleneck appearing. Moreover, during this process Mu Lingyun also found that not only the progress in the disciple's cultivation could be fed back to him, but also the progress in the Dao aptitude would be synchronized to Mu Lingyun. It was a pity that when he heard the system's beeps in his ears, Mu Lingyun's eyes did not have any ripples in them. As the creator of the Nine Heavens sword technique, Mu Lingyun had long since cultivated all of the sword techniques to the realm of perfection, so where was the need for Lu Qingyu to synchronize them to him? However, this also allowed Mu Lingyun to understand the true usefulness of this system, recruiting extremely talented disciples, then imparting them with different Dao aptitudes, and finally he, the master, would then sit back and enjoy the benefits. It's safe to say that as a gimme, the system is fully qualified. But nay, Mu Lingyun had already stepped out extremely far on the path of cultivation, and those disciples he recruited would be hard-pressed to bring him anything more than longevity in a short period of time. That's just it. All the other problems will be thought about later. The most important thing now is to live first. Having lived for so long, Mu Lingyun did not say that his heart was as quiet as water, but he also knew that complaining to the heavens was of no use. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who was still practicing diligently, Mu Lingyun was trying to take advantage of the fact that there was still some time left before the start of the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven to teach her a few more sword techniques, so that her chances of winning in the middle of the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven would be a few points higher. An aura was suddenly flickering among his storage ring. Mu Lingyun, who had his attention diverted, took out a spirit talisman from amongst his own storage ring, and a message was immediately synchronized and delivered to Mu Lingyun. True gentlemen recently can still be well. This ant, cough cough cough. This seat recently heard that the true gentleman out of the 9 heavenly sword sect, the reason for which this seat is not yet clear, but I think that the true gentleman heart must be bitter. 3 days later Iwanbao Pavilion will start an auction in the Great Feng City. Then there will be countless rare and exotic treasures on the scene. The true gentleman, if you have the time, spare time to come to see, right as a distraction to relieve boredom. Looking at the message delivered by the spirit talisman in his hand, Mu Lingyun's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. This old fellow, my lifespan is coming to an end and she's still staring at my storage ring. The so-called 10,000 Treasures Pavilion that is a special force in Ningzhou. They do not have a fixed station. All the important members of the force are stationed on top of a large spirit boat all year round, traveling to and from all over the Ningzhou to do business between cultivators. There were times when the goods were almost stocked up, and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would choose a suitable location to hold an auction. And whenever it came to this time, it would attract countless cultivators to go there, and it was considered to be a great event in Ningzhou. The one who delivered the message to Mu Lingyun was the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion, True Lord Wanbao, who was likewise a veteran void practicing True Lord. She and Mu Lingyun had known each other for almost close to 2,000 years, and the two of them had always had a good relationship. And Mu Lingyun had once commissioned True Monarch Wanbao to look for life-extending elixirs for himself. But unfortunately, heavenly treasures that could prolong the life of a true monarch of practicing void were too rare, and there had been no results whatsoever. Now that she had suddenly sent a message to Mu Lingyun inviting him to attend the auction organized by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, aside from being concerned about an old friend, she was probably also eyeing the treasure in his storage ring. When Mu Lingyun had broken through the void practicing stage and was holding the endless sword, he was so spirited that he thought there was no place in heaven and earth that he couldn't go to. Although it turned out later on that he had indeed drifted, he did collect quite a few treasures during his travels around the world, and True Lord Wanbao had been craving for it for quite some time. But Mu Lingyun had never given it to her. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was still diligently practicing her swordsmanship in front of him, Mu Lingyun suddenly put away the spirit talisman in his hand. Apprentice. Coming. Master. Lu Qingyue seemed to be ever so enthusiastic. As soon as Mu Lingyun called out to her, she immediately put down the matter at hand and ran to Mu Lingyun. Looking at the well-behaved Lu Qingyue standing in front of him, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt that teaching just one disciple for the rest of his life seemed not bad at all. But soon the thought was thrown out of his mind. An apprentice? What are you thinking? Isn't that a waste of the system's functionality? Putting away those thoughts of his own, Mu Lingyun then said to Lu Qingyue with a calm face, "You are now a small success with the sword technique, but you still lack a handy spirit sword. There is not much time left until the cave opens. It's too late for Master to refine it for you now. It just so happens that there is a recent auction that will start soon, so I'm going to take you to take a look, and buy you a spirit sword to transition to first." An auction? Hearing that Mu Lingyun was going to take himself to the auction, Lu Qingyue immediately looked as if she had been looking forward to it for a long time, with an impatient expression on her face. To go. Apprentice wants to follow Master to the auction. Seeing Lu Qingyue's exuberant look, Mu Lingyun felt that it was probably just a young girl who was curious about unfamiliar things, and did not pay much attention to this. After receiving the answer that Lu Qingyue wanted to head to the auction, Mu Lingyun nodded and then instructed her, "Since you want to go, then stand." In the face of Mu Lingyun's instructions, although Lu Qingyue was a bit puzzled, she obediently stood still and waited for Mu Lingyun's next action. On the other hand, Mu Lingyun did not summon the endless sword to rely on the royal sword flight to take Lu Qingyue to Great Feng City as Lu Qingyue had imagined. Neither did he pinch his spell and take Lu Qingyue to fly into the Great Feng City as a spirit light. After Mu Lingyun only slightly recalled the exact location of Great Feng City, he raised his own hand and waved his sleeve in front of Lu Qingyue. Subsequently, the hustle and bustle of the mountains and forests ceased, and was replaced by the ancient green bricks on the ground, the travelers passing by, the vendors hawking in the distance, the spiritual light that crossed the sky from time to time, and the tall city wall in front of them. In an instant, Lu Qingyue and Mu Lingyun arrived in front of a city that could be considered magnificent. After casually casting a spell to bring Lu Qingyue to Great Feng City, Mu Lingyun headed towards the city. Apprentice, follow. Oh, come on. Looking at Mu Lingyun who was walking towards the front, Lu Qingyue hurriedly returned to her senses and followed her master. The two of them thus walked forward and backward, one steady, the other curious, into the midst of the brightly lit, incomparably noisy bustle. Chapter 10, The Gradual Decline of the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect. Sect Master Senior Sister, I've come to find you. Mosher Yuan dragged the reluctant Zhong Lingjun to the Great Hall of the Nine Heaven Sect, looking for Yan Lingshang, who was taking care of business. The tired-faced Yan Lingfang saw that it was Mosher Yuan who had dragged Zhong Lingjun to find herself, and a forced smile immediately appeared on her face. It's fourth and fifth senior sisters. What's the matter with finding me? Upon hearing Yan Lingfang's inquiry, Mosher Yuan simply spread both of his hands out, followed by a shameless smile on his face. He. Didn't senior sister sect master instruct me and fourth sister to go to Great Seal City to attend the auction before? I'm here to ask for money now la. Senior sister master wouldn't want poor senior sister me to pad the money to go in, right? Mosher Yuan said with a very pitiful look on her face, and Yan Ling Shuang saw this and said in a hurry, how could it be? This is after all a matter for the clan. Surely we won't let senior sister pay for it. Don't worry. This time when we travel to Great Seal City to participate in the auction, the clan will take care of all of the spirit stone expenditures, Yan Ling Shuang said, and also flipped open the account book in front of her, preparing to divide a sum of spirit stones out for Mu Si Yuan and Zhong Lingjun's trip to Great Seal City. But looking at the dense expenses on the account book, Yan Lingxiang hesitated for a long time but did not divide even half a spirit stone out of it. Zhong Lingjun, who had been standing on the side in silence, seemed to have seen Yan Lingxiang's difficulty and immediately stepped forward to say, "Eldest senior sister, I still have a little bit of spirit stone savings here. When the time comes, let's use mine first. The clan is now in a state of disarray. There are a lot of places where spirit stones are needed, and as a part of the clan, it's only right for me to make a contribution as well." Hearing Zhong Lingjun step forward, Mosher Yuan could not continue to act as a penny-pinching iron rooster, so she could only follow with a sigh. "Alright, since fourth senior sister has said so, it would be too much for me to say if I were to be stingy, counting my savings as well. The entire fortune of the 2 Yuaning real people should also be enough for this purchase." Hearing that Mosher Yuan and Zhong Lingjun were willing to take out their own personal reserves to contribute to the Nine Heavens Sword sect, Yan Lingxiang was instantly moved and her eyes became moist. After she calmed down, she solemnly said to Mosher Yuan and Zhong Lingjun, "Many thanks to the 2 senior sisters for their thoughtfulness. Don't worry, when the situation of the sect improves, I will definitely pay back the 2 senior sisters for their contribution right away." Saying that, Yan Lingfang even got up and bowed to both Mosher Yuan and Zhong Lingjun. Zhong Lingjun hurriedly dodged away when she saw this, while Mosher Yuan accepted the salute with a bland face. However, although the spirit stones for this auction were available, Mosher Yuan still curiously looked at the account book in front of Yan Ling Shuang and asked curiously, "Sect leader, eldest sister, how did our 9 heavenly sword sect suddenly become so shabby? Even if master teacher left and the earth dragons rioted, the rest of the sect shouldn't have been affected too much, right?" Hearing Mosher Yuan's inquiry, Yan Lingxiang's face immediately became a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun immediately wanted to pull Mosher Yuan away, saving this unsettling fellow from continuing to talk here. However, Yan Lingxiang waved her hand to signal them to stay. "Forget it, it's not something unseemly, and you're all elders of the clan, so this matter was meant to be known to you." Yan Lingxiang left Zhong Lingjun and Mosher Yuan behind, and then talked about the current situation of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect while flipping through the 9 Heavenly Sword sect's account books. Ever since True Lord of the 9 Heavens left, many of the forces that used to have dealings with our clan have broken ties, Yan Lingxiang said, and also looked towards the large formation outside the main hall that had cost countless spirit stones to construct but hadn't been utilized at all. Previously, in order to repel the demon army, the clan took out almost half of the savings in the treasury to form a large array for Taoist Jiangming. Coupled with the Earth Dragon riot some time ago, the spiritual qi in the vicinity of the clan was weakened drastically, so in order to ensure the cultivation of the disciples, the clan took out a large amount of additional spirit stones to form a spirit gathering array. Saying this, Yan Lingxiang did not continue, but even if it was just these few things, Mu Ziyuan and Zhong Lingjun could feel just how difficult the situation the 9 Heavenly Sword sect was facing at the moment, and the reason for all of this boiled down to just Mu Lingyun's departure. With the presence of the lesser true lord of the 9 heavens, the 9 Heavens Sword sect had, almost instantly, gone from being a great sect with a great reputation to the precarious state it was in now. Hearing that the 9 Heavens Sword sect was nearly on all sides at the moment, Zhong Lingjun was somewhat incredulous. Just because that devil is missing, the 9 Heavenly Sword sect is going to be unable to hold on? I'm sure it's a cutie who only knows right and wrong. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's incredulous look, a few moments of hidden disdain immediately flashed under Mosher Yuan's eyes. She did know that Zhong Lingjun had been cultivating under her master's wings, but she had never thought that Zhong Lingjun would be naive to this extent. No wonder he was fooled by that Jiang Ming fellow with a few words. Not even knowing such things, how dare you still have the face to wield a sword towards your master? What made Mu Lingyun able to establish the huge 9 Heavenly Sword sect in a mountain range that was not suitable for cultivators at all? Why would those 3 earth dragons that were strong enough to shake the heavens and move the earth obediently shrink underground to provide the disciples of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect with spiritual qi? On what grounds were the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society willing to give up 50% of the harvest of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven to the 9 Heavens Sword sect? Even the forces that have dealings with the 9 Heavenly Sword sect have the right to give the 9 Heavenly Sword sect great convenience in various businesses. There was only one answer to these questions, and that was the true Lord of the 9 Heavens himself. In the current situation where the Mahayana stage cultivators were hidden from the world and the harmonization stage cultivators were the strongest battle force in the bright lights of the 9 states, holding the endless sword across the 9 states, the Jiao Shao true Lord, who was known as the first person under the merged body, was the true root of the Jiu Shao sword sect's power. Do you expect a house to remain stable when you have taken the beams out of it? Looking at those two unknowing guys in front of her, Moshe Yuan suddenly felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in this so-called Nine Heavens sword sect. She had already broken the master-disciple relationship with Mu Lingyun anyway, so even if she just left now, it would be fine. However, after thinking about it, Moshe Yuan decided to stay in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect for a while. She wasn't sure if Mu Lingyun could successfully break through to the harmonization stage. Although she had faith in her master, she had to prepare for everything twice. If Mu Lingyun's breakthrough failed, then this Nine Heaven Sword sect would be her last resort. Looking at the large formation outside that enveloped the entire Nine Heaven Sword sect, a smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of Moshe Yuan's mouth. These little cuties shouldn't really think that after enjoying the shelter and blessings of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, they could pay nothing, right? Thinking of the picture when his backhand was activated, Moshe Yuan had even somewhat begun to look forward to the moment when Mu Lingyun's breakthrough failed and his body fell into oblivion. If we do wait until that time, there will never be a difference again. Fifth senior sister, why are you suddenly smiling so happily? Nothing, just thought of a happy thing. Well, the Great Feng City's auction is also about to start, so fourth senior sister and I will set off first. Sect master's senior sister should pay attention to resting. Oh, well, thanks for your concern, senior sister. You guys be careful on the road as well. The scale of this auction is said to be unprecedented. There are many high-ranked cultivators coming. There are even a few practicing void true lords, so you guys remember to be careful with everything. I know. Senior sister sect master will wait for our good news. Fourth senior sister, let's go. TSK, don't yank me. Chapter 11, The True Lord of 10,000 Treasures. It should be this direction. In the clouds, when Kai Hua, who should have appeared in the 10,000 spirits cave heaven to prepare for the signing of the covenant, was at the moment constantly searching for something. Her hands kept pinching her spells, sensing the meager wisps of chi in the underworld, and finally found a mountain range where a palace was situated. Seeing that palace with an architectural style similar to that of the Nine Heavens Sword Sect's buildings, a few moments of joy immediately flashed across Wen Saihua's face. Finally, I found it. I didn't expect Master to have come so far away. Is he really angry with the behavior of these few disciples of ours? Thinking of her earlier act of teaming up with Yan Lingshang and Jin Lingya and the others to Jiang Ming to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword, Wen Saihua's heart instantly flashed with a few moments of regret. In his heart, he very much regretted why he had not chosen to trust his master more at that time. When the demon dragon led the demonic army to besiege the Nine Heavens Sword sect, when Kaihua finally agreed to Jiang Ming's proposal in order to protect the foundation of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. But it wasn't until Mu Lingyun forced back the demon army with one man and one sword that when Kaihua realized that she didn't know enough about her master. She actually suspected that her master was no match for that demon army. If she had known from the start, even if Mu Lingyun's lifespan was about to end, she would still be able to force back the demonic army. Then there was absolutely no way she would agree to Jiang Ming's so-called plan. But alas, by the time she began to regret it, everything had become irreparable. Looking at the palace in front of her, when Kaihua was well aware that she was most likely going to return in vain this time, but for the sake of the foundation of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, she still decided to try once. The Nine Heavens Sword sect without the true Lord of the Nine Heavens had reached a precarious level at the moment, and if Mu Lingyun could not be invited back, then the Nine Heavens Sword sect would only be a short distance away from annihilation. Thinking of the oath she had made in front of Mu Lingyun, when Kaihua resolved to give everything she had for the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, riding the clouds to the front door of the palace, when Kaihua didn't have any hesitation and knelt straight down in the direction of the main hall. Ungrateful disciple, when Kaihua has come to apologize to master. After saying that, when Kaihua lowered his own head deeply towards the front and heavily kowtowed on the ground, no voice responded to her, nor did anyone come to drive her away. When Kaihua didn't mind this at all either, as she remained kneeling in front of the palace, kneeling long and hard, she had come to give thanks for her sins, and she was willing to bear all the guilt and consequences for her earlier act of uniting with the other disciples to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword. If Mu Lingyun was asking her to chastise her by kneeling long in front of the door, then she would kneel here until Mu Lingyun saw her. Extremely far away in the middle of Great Feng City, Mu Lingyun was wandering around the city with Lu Qingyue when he suddenly sensed that someone had intruded into the Cloud Moon Mountain and triggered the prohibition he had left behind. After a brief sense, he realized that it was one of those rebellious disciples of his. However, despite spotting Wen Kaihua, Mu Lingyun did not have any desire to pay any attention to her. Like to kneel? Then you'll stay on your knees. If kneeling was useful, then what was the point of having the endless sword? Retracting his attention, Mu Lingyun then looked behind him to Lu Qingyue who had been keeping her eyes on the surroundings and was foolishly moving around. Want to go for a walk around? Hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, Lu Qingyue, who had been curiously looking at those things around her, first nodded her head in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and then immediately shook her head again immediately afterward. Apprentice hasn't even seen those things before, so I'm a bit curious, but master doesn't need to worry about me. Just go take care of the important things first. Hearing that Lu Qingyue was curious about those things in the city, Mu Lingyun first pondered for a moment before tapping Lu Qingyue's brow. If you feel curious, then go and see. For the master will first go to meet the deceased. You will walk around in this city, and I will come to call you when it is time to start. Hearing Mu Lingyun's arrangement, Lu Qingyue immediately nodded excitedly. Well, it's all up to master. After giving Lu Qingyue some spirit stones, Mu Lingyun instantly arrived at a tall building. Looking up at the three big words Wanbao Pavilion on the eaves of the house, Mu Lingyun lifted his leg and walked in with a light smile. Hello customer, I don't know what you're looking to buy. Let's see if I can recommend you a thing or two. As soon as Mu Lingyun entered the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a nimble boy respectfully came forward to greet him. Looking at the young boy, Mu Lingyun didn't bother to explain more to him, and then took out a token from his storage ring and threw it to him. Take me to meet your court master. Master of the court? I didn't know you were. Hearing that Mu Lingyun wanted to go see the pavilion master, the boy was just about to ask him what his status was when he saw the token that Mu Lingyun had thrown over. Looking at the token engraved with dark gold patterns and the word Wanbao written in the middle, the boy first froze for a moment before recognizing that this was an identity token that only Wanbao Pavilion's valued guests would possess. After recognizing that this was a token that only cultivators of at least the God transformation stage would possess, the boy didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent a message to his superiors, and then stood respectfully at Mu Lingyun's side, waiting for dispatch at any time. Soon there was a graceful female cultivator who came to greet Mu Lingyun with a smile. So it's senior who has come to visit. We've missed our welcome. I hope you'll forgive us. The female cultivator obviously knew Mu Lingyun and first gave the boy a look, telling him to go ahead and busy himself with something else. She then lightly led Mu Lingyun to the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Senior, please also follow me. The pavilion master is currently waiting for Senior on the top floor. The female cultivator's eyes even glanced his way from time to time as she led the way for Mu Lingyun. Mu Lingyun saw this and immediately said with a smile, "No need to look. I am indeed dying, and this one may be the last time you see me." Hearing Mu Lingyun's words, the female cultivator immediately showed a look of trepidation and hurriedly tried to make amends to Mu Lingyun. Please calm down, Senior. The youngest daughter is not this meaning. The youngest daughter is only to see the senior alone, so some curiosity only. The senior previously came to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The side is always accompanied by disciples. Hearing the female cultivator mention those rebellious disciples of his, the smile on Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but fade a few points. You might as well have said I was dying. Hearing this sentence, the female cultivator immediately knelt down with a pale face. However, looking at the female cultivator who was kneeling on the ground and wanted to kowtow in thanks, Mu Lingyun waved his hand in a bored manner. Forget it, just back off. I'll just go see that old guy by myself. After saying that, Mu Lingyun also didn't bother to look at that female cultivator again, and walked towards the top floor by himself. The female cultivator still knelt on the ground for a long time, not daring to get up at the sight of the situation. Arriving at the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Mu Lingyun smelled a strange fragrance as soon as he pushed open the door. Smelling this fragrance, Mu Lingyun felt that his gradually decaying body had a little more vitality, and even had a vague tendency to reverse life and death. Underworld incense? You're quite the tactician, old man. How much did you give that group of ghost cultivators to be able to get them to help you get the spectral flower in the middle of the Yellow Springs? Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, a delicate voice immediately came from within the room. What old man? Am I that old? Chapter 12, The Underworld Incense. A delicate voice resounded within the room, and then a copper coin flew towards Mu Lingyun from within the room right after it. Looking at the copper coin that was emitting a precious light, even a cultivator like Mu Lingyun, who had once been able to traverse the world, couldn't help but slightly change his face at this moment. Mu Lingyun hastily took several steps back, and then only after he was fully prepared did he reach out his hand to catch the copper coin that contained an infinite amount of power. Falling treasure copper coin. You really don't hold back. Aren't you afraid that my lifespan will really end and I won't be able to take this copper coin of yours anymore? Humph. If you can't catch it, then just die. In response to Mu Lingyun calling himself an old man, Wan Ziting, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, appeared extremely dissatisfied. Looking at the delicate young girl sitting on top of the cloud bed, Mu Lingyun said somewhat helplessly, "Aren't you old yet? We're all guys with half of our bodies going into the ground. There's no need to continue pretending to be young, right? Besides, we all knew each other when we were in the Yuaning stage. You weren't as young as you look now at that time, right?" This girl was born with a beautiful face. Her face does not age. Is it not possible to grow in the reverse direction? And besides, I am not you, who has spent your whole life consuming your mind on your disciple. I have already touched the threshold of the harmonization stage law. Ensemble stage? Upon hearing that Wan Ziding had touched the threshold of the harmonization stage, Mu Lingyun was first stunned, and then a smile immediately spread across his face. Not bad, old man. I didn't expect that this time it would be you who would be one step ahead of me instead. In the past, it was always me who broke through first, followed by your turn. Now it seems that the one who will win in the end will be you. Seeing Mu Lingyun with an open and cheerful demeanor, Wan Ziding immediately felt a dullness in her chest, and the original joy of seeing Mu Lingyun immediately disappeared without a trace. So you're really going to die? Well, it's really dying, and for once I'm not lying to you. In a calm tone, Mu Lingyun informed his best friend, who had already known him for nearly 2,000 years, of his impending death. And when Wan Ziding heard it, her heart was indescribably hard. It was hard for her to imagine that the spirited, still optimistic true lord of the 9 heavens, even when faced with a desperate situation, was actually going to die. To this day, Wan Ziding could still recall the time when they were surrounded by demonic cultivators, when Mu Lingyun, with one man and one sword, led her to kill her way out of the siege. After taking out 2 bottles of good wine of great value from among the storage rings and tossing one of them to Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding began to pour the fine wine into her stomach as if no one else was there. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun didn't say anything more, and after opening the cork, he also began to drink the rare wine. After drinking the fine wine, Wan Ziding looked at Mu Lingyun beside her with a reddened face. How was it? Did that spectral incense work for you? And how much did you prolong your life? Upon hearing Wan Ziding's inquiry, Mu Lingyun put down the bottle of wine in his hand and sniffed the strange fragrance that filled the room before shaking his head. It's useless. Although the underworld incense is precious, its main function is to replenish the deficient origin. I have no loss of origin. I've just come to the end set by heaven and earth. Unless I can break through to the harmonization stage. Otherwise, even if I come with more life-extending elixirs, it's useless. Mu Lingyun spoke in a very spontaneous manner, not at all embarrassed by the fact that he was about to reach the end of his lifespan. But the more spontaneous he acted, the harder it was for Wan Ziding. Undeterred, she asked again, does not even a tiny bit of it work? Seeing Wan Ziding's refusal to die, Mu Lingyun could only feel the situation inside his body again before finally opening his eyes in surprise. Wait, it's working. Really? How much life extension? Hearing Mu Lingyun say that it had an effect, Wan Ziding hurriedly asked nervously. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, opened his character panel. Master, Mu Lingyun, Daoist name, Jiao Shao Jinjun, cultivation, perfection of void practicing stage. Longevity, 3157/3158, life expectancy. Seeing that the upper limit of his lifespan had increased by an additional number, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad. In the end, it's a legendary strange fragrance. It can even extend my life for a year. A year tops ass. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had only prolonged his life for a year, Wan Ziding was instantly infuriated by him and wanted to continue throwing the fallen treasure copper coins in his hands. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun quickly gestured for her to calm down first. Wait, don't be in a hurry. Who said that a year's time is gone? With this year's time, I can be sure of breaking through to the harmonization stage. Really? When she heard Mu Lingyun say that with this 1 year's time he would be sure to break through to the harmonization stage, Wan Ziding immediately looked at him with some skepticism. Mu Lingyun didn't know how much effort he had put in over the years to break through to the harmonization stage, and now he was sure of it after just 1 more year? This guy couldn't be consoling me, planning to leave first and wait until he's dead to send me a message. Could he? Seeing Wan Ziding's disbelief, Mu Lingyun didn't go too far in explaining the existence of the system, and just said with a smile, of course. You also know that I have already left from the 9 Heavenly Sword sect, and while I was leaving, I met a rare chance. Originally I was a little worried that my remaining lifespan would not be enough, but now with this 1 year's time, I'm much more certain. Seeing Mu Lingyun speak seriously, Wan Ziding's heart couldn't help but have a few more moments of anticipation. Is it hard to believe that this guy is telling the truth? Thinking of this, Wan Ziding couldn't help but add a few more shades of joy amongst her sorrowful eyes for many days. Then do you need any help from me? If there's anything you need, just say so. As long as it's something I have in my Wanbao pavilion, you can take it. So generous. Not like you used to be. Hearing Wan Ziding say that she could take away the treasures in the 10,000 treasures pavilion at will, Mu Lingyun immediately couldn't help but flirt with her. In the past, you were stingy when you wanted to take some spirit stones from you, but now you're letting me take whatever I want. Is it possible that you've changed your nature? That's not because you used to pull out your heart and soul for your group of disciples. If I didn't mince words a little bit, you're afraid you wouldn't even sell me out. Thinking of the old Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding was angry. She didn't know exactly what had happened. Mu Lingyun's entire mind had completely changed since he had taken in his first disciple. A grand nine heavens true lord with the endless sword could kill from the south of Ningzhou to the north of Ningzhou, but he turned out to be a ridiculous disciple slave. For the sake of his group of disciples, Mu Lingyun had even begun to lose himself, and Wan Ziding's repeated attempts to dissuade him were to no avail. Helplessly, in order to prevent Mu Lingyun from really acting recklessly for the sake of his group of disciples, Wan Ziding could only refuse to provide him with any assistance that had nothing to do with him personally. Seeing Wan Ziding's exasperated appearance, Mu Lingyun could only smile helplessly. He couldn't tell Wan Ziding that the reason he did that was all for the unlocking system. However, looking at the bustling Dafeng city outside the window, Mu Lingyun really thought of something. Do you have a method to cultivate with the innate fetal mother aura? I'll be useful. Innate fetal mother aura? You want to recultivate? Upon hearing that Mu Lingyun needed a matching cultivation method for the innate fetal mother aura, Wan Ziding's first reaction was that Mu Lingyun was planning to recultivate. The history of the immortal cultivation world did have quite a number of former cultivators who had furthered their cultivation by means of recultivation, but they all recultivated only when they still had quite a bit of their remaining lifespan left. You only have a year left to live now. Is it really too late for you to recultivate now? It's not that I'm going to retrain. I'm preparing it for my disciples. Wan Ziding suddenly looked at Mu Lingyun and then asked, who did you say you were going to use it for? For my disciples. Why? You put down the fallen treasure coin in your hand. Chapter 13, The Lost Treasure Coin. Mu Lingyun summoned the endless sword and deadlocked this space, thus preventing Wan Ziding from throwing out the fallen treasure coin in her hand. Unlike ordinary magic treasures, this falling treasure copper coin of Wan Ziding was not so much a magic treasure as it was an extremely special divine ability. The falling treasure coin could not be upgraded by any means of refining, and the only way to increase its power was through the path of accumulating fortune. The more fortune a cultivator accumulated, the more powerful the falling treasure copper coins would be, which was one of the fundamental reasons why Wan Ziding would open the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had been in existence for over 1,000 years, and the wealth that had been accumulated for Wan Ziding during this period had already reached a figure beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the power of the falling treasure copper coins had also reached an unprecedented peak along with the prosperity of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Even Mu Lingyun wasn't willing to easily take the full force of the falling treasure copper coin strike. Looking at the frosty-faced Wan Ziding, Mu Lingyun first swallowed his saliva, then hurriedly explained, calm down for a moment. I'm in a different situation this time. Don't rush to throw out the fallen treasure coins yet. Different? What difference can there be? It's nothing more than continuing to sacrifice yourself for the future of those disciples of yours, rather than seeing you continue to turn into a disciple slave. It would be better to smash you to death while you're still here, so that at least you can still retain the last of the nine heavens true lord's face. As Wan Ziding spoke, a strong color of sadness also flashed among her eyes. She didn't understand what was so good about those disciples of Mu Lingyun. Was the inheritance really so important? So important that Mu Lingyun could give without any bottom line? If the Jiushao True Lord's old age was really so ridiculous, then it would be better to let her send her old friend on her last journey. As Wan Ziding made up her mind, the cultivation level of the perfection of void practicing stage within her body revealed itself without reservation. Unlike Mu Lingyun's decaying mana, Wan Ziding's mana presented a thriving scene, as if it would leap to another height at any moment. Feeling Wan Ziding's cultivation mana, Mu Lingyun completely believed her claim that she would soon break through to the harmonization stage. I didn't expect you to have even made it this far. Unfortunately, you're still at the practicing void stage. So what? Even if I haven't made a breakthrough yet, you may not be my opponent. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he was only a void practicing stage, a defiant expression immediately appeared on Wan Ziding's face, while the cultivation within her body exploded even further, ready to end Mu Lingyun's life with a single move. Leave him with a decent ending at the end. Looking at Wan Ziding, who had a dead brain appearance, Mu Lingyun first sighed somewhat helplessly. Then he suddenly overrode Wan Ziding's pressure and walked step by step to her body, holding her hand, which was tightly clutching the fallen treasure coin, in the middle of her palm. It's a little prideful and arrogant to say so, but, Mu Lingyun looked at Wan Ziding's radiant, gem-like eyes, and a smile filled with confidence flowed from the bottom of his eyes. I'm the number one person under the merged body. Didn't you already know this? Why do you still dare to let me get close? Looking at Mu Lingyun, who had come up to him, and his confidence that could be described as arrogance, Wan Ziding couldn't help but clench her teeth and said hatefully, the number one person under the merged body? So what? Even if you can fight, you're just a disciple slave. Hearing Wan Ziding's gnashing of teeth, Mu Lingyun's eyes once again flashed a few points of helplessness amongst them. Obviously when I was in business my brain was good. Why is it so brain dead now? However, remembering those acts he had committed in the past when trying to unlock the system, Mu Lingyun was not unable to understand Wan Ziding's fierce reaction at this moment. After all, a guy who has been a dog licker all day suddenly says he's not licking anymore. From just because he's going to start being a high-flying male god. That's not something anyone would choose to believe as long as they're a human being. Sighing, Mu Lingyun suddenly said to Wan Ziding with a serious expression, I swear to the avenue that all my actions now are for my own sake, this way. You can believe me. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had actually sworn an oath to the Great Tao, Wan Ziding's originally stubborn demeanor instantly froze, and then looking at Mu Lingyun's serious eyes, she then asked with some disbelief, You, really don't become a disciple slave anymore? Looking at Wan Ziding, who was still somewhat incredulous, Mu Lingyun nodded without hesitation. Well, I'm not in a good position to explain to you what happened in the past, but now that I've left the Nine Heavens Sword sect, as for this disciple I've taken in now, although you might find it hard to believe, she's my hope for ascension. Ascension. Hearing Mu Lingyun's mouth, he actually uttered this word that countless cultivators could only dream of. Wan Ziding's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of gravity. Since she had already chosen to believe Mu Lingyun, she naturally would not continue to doubt his words. But if this is the case, then that would mean that Mu Lingyun used to act as a disciple slave solely because doing so would allow him to ascend? Thinking of this, Wan Ziding instantly felt that Mu Lingyun's previous behavior that was no different from licking a dog was not incomprehensible. For the sake of ascension, cultivators would do anything, not to mention being a lickspittle. It's something 100 times more excessive than that they can carry out to the end without changing their faces. If it's for the sake of ascension, then it's not like this method of recultivating by utilizing the innate fetal mother aura can't be given to you. Wan Ziding pondered for a moment and decided to trust Mu Lingyun one last time, casually sending a communication spirit talisman to a few of her subordinates. It didn't take long for a special book of foundation building techniques to be delivered to the door. That one Bao good disciple, after delivering the matching foundation establishment method to Mu Lingyun's face, then glanced at Mu Lingyun with a complicated expression, as if he still had something important to report, but was concerned about Mu Lingyun's presence. Wan Ziding, on the other hand, waved her hand without a care in the world when she saw this. Just say what you have to say. This guy you can just pretend he doesn't exist. He doesn't have long to live anyway. Upon hearing Wan Ziding's order, that one Treasure Pavilion disciple then reported the news he had just received to her. Greetings, Pavilion Master. It's the second elder of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, Jin Lingya, who sent a transmission, and based on the content of the transmission, it should be that he wants to continue the previous cooperation with us. Hearing that it was news related to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, Mu Lingyun then realized why this Wanbao Pavilion disciple had looked at himself like that earlier. But what does the Nine Heavenly Sword sect have to do with me? Mu Lingyun continued to drink without changing his face, pretending that he hadn't heard that news just now. As for Wan Ziding, after hearing that it was the Nine Heavens Sword sect that wanted to continue to maintain cooperation with the Wanbao Pavilion, her eyes also instantly looked towards Mu Lingyun. In the past, although Wan Ziding was very displeased with Mu Lingyun's behavior of acting as a disciple's slave, he was in the end a close friend who had known her for nearly 2,000 years, plus some obvious reasons. Wan Ziding had still given the other party a lot of facilities in her previous cooperation with the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, and it could even be said that she was doing business at a loss. Now that she heard that the Nine Heavenly Sword sect's people had come to look for Wan Baogu to continue their cooperation, Wan Ziting subconsciously wanted to see Mu Lingyun's current attitude. Seeing Mu Lingyun's appearance of being unconcerned, Wan Ziding couldn't help but nod her head in satisfaction. This guy finally knows to save her some money. However, just to be on the safe side, Wan Ziding still intended to test Mu Lingyun in a small way. As you've heard, the Nine Heavens Sword sect's people have come to look for the Wanbao Pavilion for cooperation. So I don't know what you, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, have to say about it. Hearing Wan Ziding ask for his opinion, Mu Lingyun's mouth sketched out a smile before he said in a calm tone, "The Pavilion Master asked for my opinion. Of course I have no opinion. Is it hard to believe that if I'm called the Nine Heavens True Sovereign, it must be related to the Nine Heavens Sword sect, and besides, even if I voiced out my opinion, would the Pavilion Master even listen to it? Of course I won't listen. If you dare to have a problem with it, I'll smash your head with a drop of precious copper." Wan Ziding was quite satisfied with Mu Lingyun's attitude. Alright, since our true Lord of the Nine Heavens is fine with it, then go tell that Jin Lingya that from today onwards, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion cuts off all cooperation with the Nine Heavens Sword sect, and tell her to get the hell out of there. Chapter 14, Everything starts because of him, everything ends because of him. Cut off all cooperation. Inside another Wanbao Pavilion branch, Jin Lingya immediately questioned with some incredulity when she heard the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator in front of her say that she wanted to cut off all cooperation. Why? Haven't we always worked well together before? Why are we suddenly breaking off all cooperation now? However, in response to her vehement attitude, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator sitting opposite her said with a cold face, "Elder Jean, it's useless even if you question me. This is an order from the pavilion master himself. We can only follow it." Hearing that the order to sever all cooperation between the Wanbao Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Sword Sect was given by that legendary Wanbao Pavilion master himself, even if Jean Lingya's face was as ugly as it could be, all that could be done was to take a deep breath and sit back down. However, thinking of the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect's situation at the moment, Jean Lingya still asked somewhat undeterred, "Can't we really just continue to cooperate? We can adjust our share downwards accordingly. As long as the previous 50, no, just 30% of the previous earnings would be enough." Hearing Jean Lingya say that this cooperation only requires 30% of the previous revenue, a few heartbeats immediately flashed amongst the eyes of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion cultivator. Although the previous cooperation with the Nine Heavens Sword Sect had been losing money, it was because it was necessary to maintain the relationship between the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, so some of the small losses were worth it. Now the true Lord Nine Skies had left the Nine Skies Sword Sect was news that was widely circulated throughout Ningzhou. Originally, even without Wan Ziting's order, Wan Baogo was not prepared to maintain this kind of money-losing cooperation with the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect anymore. But if the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect only needs 30% of its previous earnings? Alas, I have seen Elder Jin's sincerity, but this is an order from the pavilion master himself, and no one can let go of it. So unless the Nine Heavens Sword Sect can now have another practicing Void True Lord appear, it would be better to please return. Benefits can certainly move the heart, but if the cost is one's own life, then any amount of benefit loses its significance. Of course cultivators loved money, but what would happen if they disobeyed Wan Ziting's orders? Those fools who had their heads smashed by the falling treasure copper coins had already given him a sufficient demonstration. There was no need to see Wan Ziting acting like a delicate young girl in front of Mu Lingyun. Only they, the bottom cultivators, knew that which was a young girl. It was clearly the heavenly might that loomed over their heads. Hearing that even if it was only 30% of the proceeds, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator still refused, Jean Lingya couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Again? During this period of time, she went around looking for those previous forces that had worked closely with the Nine Heavens Sword Sect, wanting to continue the previous cooperation and show them that even with the loss of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, their cooperation with the Nine Heavens Sword Sect would never be affected. However, no matter how much Jean Lingya tried to persuade and prove, those forces were going to cut off their cooperation with the Nine Heavens Sword Sect, and the only few forces that were still willing to cooperate gave conditions that were difficult for the Nine Heavens Sword Sect to accept. How could Jean Lingya not understand the reason here? With the loss of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, the Nine Heavens Sword Sect was nothing more than a thinning sect. The Nine Heavens Sword Sect was occupying too many resources that it shouldn't be occupying at all, and now it all had to be spat out bit by bit until it returned to its rightful place. It was also not until this time that Jean Lingya realized that her previous invincibility in the business world had never relied on her eloquence and cleverness. The real and only reason why those forces were willing to cooperate with the Nine Heavens Sword Sect was because of Mu Lingyun, who was invincible under the harmonization stage. The cruelty of the immortal cultivation world had not been unreservedly displayed in front of Jean Lingya until this time. The Nine Heavens Sword Sect was fortunate enough to have risen because of Mu Lingyun alone, and it was also going to decline because of Mu Lingyun's departure. It was only after a long time that Jean Lingya finally came back to her senses. The cultivators of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had long since left, and only Jean Lingya was left here. Recalling the precarious finances of the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect, Jean Lingya finally flew in one direction after hesitating for a long time. There was a Yuaning stage cultivator sitting over there in the sect. If it was before, Jean Lingya would definitely not even look at it. But at the moment even such a tiny clan was an object that the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect had to fight for. At the entrance of Great Feng City, two women with outstanding figures descended here in the air. Cultivators with insight could tell at a glance that these two were at least at the Jindan stage of cultivation, and only then could they support them in digesting their own mana to maintain their flight without fear. However, now that the auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was about to be held in Great Feng City, it was already unknown how many cultivators had traveled thousands of miles to come here, and among them, there was no shortage of Jindan Yuanin cultivators. So for the appearance of the Mosher Yuan duo, the other cultivators just looked at them for a few moments before continuing to go about their business. Looking at the magnificent city, Mosher Yuan couldn't help but stretch her waist, and her moving figure was in full view at this time. But it was a pity that other than Zhong Lingjun, other people were not able to enjoy such a beautiful view. It's finally here. If we were a little later, we might have to miss the auction. It's not because you had to go to some peach blossom forest halfway. Otherwise how would we have arrived at Defeng City so late? Hearing Mo Yuan's sentiments beside her, Zhong Lingjun instantly gave her a somewhat impatient look. Only God knew how annoying Mo Yuan had been along the way, babbling on, and Zhong Lingjun was about to fail to hold back from pulling her sword on her several times. However, hearing Zhong Lingjun blame herself for her impending tardiness, Mo Yuan said with some amusement, "Fourth senior sister, how to only blame me? You are not also in the middle of the road when you have to go after what demonic cultivator, but also almost by that demonic cultivator set up a trap to trap. If it is not the senior sister me, today I am afraid that only one person to come to the Great Seal City to participate in the auction law. When she heard Mo Yuan mention the fact that she had gone halfway after the demonic cultivator, Zhong Lingjun's cheeks instantly turned red. After a long time she said defiantly, "My generation of righteous cultivators should have taken the subjugation of demons and the elimination of devils as their own duty. If they see a devil cultivator and don't eradicate him, do they have to wait until the devil cultivator scourges a party before eradicating him?" Hearing Zhong Lingjun speak with great righteousness and the appearance of a righteous man, Mu Ziyuan smiled on her expression and agreed with her. But in her heart, she was actually quite disdainful. A righteous monk? A righteous monk who deceives his master? If even the guy who deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestor could be considered a righteous cultivator, then the threshold of this righteous path could really be a bit too low. And she, Mu Ziyuan, might even be able to claim to be a righteous cultivator to others. But this was good. At least this way this group of boring guys would be farther away from master. I only hope that you can always be so sensible. And you'd better stay away from your master all the time. Or else. A bloodlight suddenly flashed underneath Ma Shiyuan's eyes. And Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, immediately noticed it. But when she turned her head to look over, she only saw Moose Edge's harmless appearance. Taking a closer look at Moose Edge, he found that there was nothing out of the ordinary other than that pretentious face that was still annoying. Why is fourth senior sister suddenly looking at me like this? Is it possible that she likes the senior sister? Then fourth senior sister will have her heart broken. Oh, senior sister, I like men. Seeing Zhong Lingjun staring at herself, Mo Yuan instantly displayed a shy yet refusing look. Zhong Lingjun immediately snorted coldly when she heard her pretentious appearance. Who likes you? Just now is just, forget it. Let's go into the city first and inquire about the exact time of the auction. And then, I have a place I want to visit. So you can go ahead and busy yourself then. Okay day. All listened to senior sister. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's arrangement, Mo Yuan acted quite obediently. But just as they entered the city, the sharp-eyed Mo Yuan suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure. Looking at that innocent, wandering around figure, the bottom of Mo Yuan's eyes once again flashed with a dangerous light. And this time, the killing intent in her heart intensified. Chapter 15, The Rite of Worship. Fourth senior sister, you just said that you have somewhere you want to go. So go ahead. I just happen to have some things I need to take care of. Hearing that Mo Yuan had something she needed to attend to, Zhong Lingjun nodded without saying anything more. A Yuaning stage cultivator always had a lot of things to take care of even if he was loose on weekdays. And this was no exception even for Zhong Lingjun, who was intoxicated with the sword. Looking at the departing Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan first confirmed that she had moved away, then immediately turned her own gaze to the young girl not far away. That child is called Lu Qingyu, isn't it? What a good name. For this last disciple that Mu Lingyun had taken in only when he left the Nine Heavens Sword sect, Mu Ziyuan had a deep impression. Because Lu Qingyu's appearance had disrupted Mo Yuan's layout to a certain extent. In Mu Ziyuan's plan, Mu Lingyun should have left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect alone, and then she would follow Mu Lingyun's footsteps and rebel together to find Mu Lingyun in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. But Lu Qingyu's appearance made her plans fall through. How could she not have imagined that a daughter of a district loose cultivator without any cultivation would have the guts to follow Mu Lingyun out of the Nine Heavens Sword sect at that time? The thought that during the period of time that Mu Lingyun was away, Lu Qingyue could enjoy Mu Lingyun's teaching and care all by herself. Mo Yuan was about to go crazy with envy. That is the tenderness that goes deep into the marrow. That is the unfailing care. That is everything that once possessed, even if it is only briefly lost, will make people lose themselves. The master, the master, master. Mu Ziyuan kept chanting the words master, and the envy in his eyes suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yeah, she's just a disciple of her master. How could a disciple possibly hold that kind of filthy thoughts about his master? And I'm really too. But I would go so far as to be jealous of my own little sister. It was also unknown what exactly Mo Yuan had realized amongst the word master. She looked at her little sister and suddenly reached out her hand to her face. Then a woman with the same beautiful appearance but unrelated to her original appearance appeared in place. Well, it's so hard to choose. The spirit stone that master left me before he left isn't enough to buy all of them. Or why don't we just pick a few and give them to master? But what kind of ones will master like? Lu Qingyu was currently standing in front of a foundation establishment stage cultivator's stall. She looked at the wide array of accessories on the stall, and for a moment she didn't know what to choose. The cultivator behind the stall was not in a hurry to see this and cheerfully let Lu Qingyu take her time to look and pick. Oh, so it's these jewels that are sold here. I thought they were something rare. A seductive voice suddenly sounded at Lu Qingyu's side. Lu Qingyu looked back to find a female cultivator with a graceful and luxurious appearance. Strange. I'm obviously meeting this person for the first time. So why do I somehow feel a sense of familiarity with her? While Lu Qingyu was sizing up Monsieur Yuan after her disguise, Monsieur Yuan was also picking out jewelry from the stall while scanning Lu Qingyu's body with her own divine sense. Nice likeness, clean breath, talented roots and all. When Monsieur Yuan realized that a familiar aura was emanating from Lu Qingyu's dantian, even though her personality was as jumpy as she couldn't help but freeze in place at the moment. Endless sword intent? Practicing qi? Junior sister, she refined the endless sword intent when she was in the qi practicing stage? How is this possible? The endless sword intent was not unfamiliar to Mu Siyuan. All of Mu Lingyun's disciples had refined the endless sword intent as a means of consolidating their foundation. But even for Zhong Lingjun, who had the best talent, she had only refined the endless sword intent as the root of her Dao foundation at the time of foundation establishment. Lu Qingyue had actually refined the endless sword intent when she had just stepped into qi practicing. This made Mu Sej a little incredulous. This was the sword intent that a practicing Void True Lord had cultivated for a lifetime. Even if Lu Qingyue had Mu Lingyun's protection throughout her breakthrough, trying to refine the endless sword intent that was still difficult. Realizing that Lu Qingyu's talent might be beyond his expectations, Monsieur Yuan moved in this instant to chop Lu Qingyu again. She would not allow anyone to carry more weight in Mu Lingyun's heart than herself, even if that person should theoretically be no threat to her. But just as this thought surfaced in Mu Sej's mind, a deadly threat followed it, constantly issuing warnings in Mu Sej's mind. If she dared to make a move against Lu Qingyue, she would die violently on the spot in the next second. Feeling that threat, even though Monsieur Yuan was still unwilling, she could only collect her killing intent, worthy of being a disciple of the master. I'm afraid that there are quite a few things on her body that are used to keep her safe, but the more so, the more cynical Mu Sej became. This was supposed to belong to her, and now it was being taken away from her by a guy from nowhere. Just as Mu Yuan was still pondering what to do next to Lu Qingyu beside her then suddenly asked her softly, "Are you free now, senior?" Hearing that Lu Qingyu dared to strike up a conversation with her, Monsieur Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a few moments of surprise. In the immortal cultivation world, if a cultivator encountered an unfamiliar high-ranking cultivator, they would all want to stay far away immediately. Lu Qingyuan not only did not leave, but even dared to strike up a conversation with her. This courage, that's right, if he didn't even have the guts, how would he dare to leave the 9 heavenly sword sect with his master in front of everyone? Thinking that Lu Qingyu had avoided letting Mu Lingyun leave the 9 heavens sword sect alone and forlorn, Mu Siyuan felt a little more kindly towards her. I can't get her to die now, so let's see what she wants to say first. This seed is in a good mood today, so if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that Monsieur Yuan was willing to take care of herself, a few smiles immediately appeared amongst Lu Qingyu's eyes. She then said that this senior looked so kind and would be a good person. Lu Qingyu didn't dare to let Monsieur Yuan wait for a long time, and hurriedly took out a few of her previously selected jewelry, wanting to let Monsieur Yuan help herself to see which one was better in the end. Jewelry? I wonder who you want to give it to. Looking at those jewelry held in Lu Qingyu's hands, although she already had an answer in her heart, Monsieur Yuan still deliberately asked. And Lu Qingyu was not at all wary when she heard this, and directly stated her thoughts on picking out jewelry. It's like this, senior. Recently I've worshipped a very good master, who treats me very well and kindly. So I was thinking of choosing a piece of jewelry to give to my master, as a gift of worship from me to him. Worship? Looking at Lu Qingyu's smiling eyes, Monsieur Yuan's expression suddenly stiffened a little. Worship. Immediately, Mu Yuan quickly searched for relevant memories in her mind, wanting to see if she had given Mu Lingyun any teacher worship gifts back then. But the memories that were turned out by her were all Mu Lingyun gave her gifts, and the scene where she gave Mu Lingyun gifts pressed. No, there is. Although it was only that one time, she did give Mu Lingyun a gift. Mu Sej, who had finally found a relevant memory, was instantly relieved. Phew, that was close. I was almost about to be compared to the youngest sister who had just been initiated. If she really lost to her junior sister, then Monsieur Yuan would have no choice but to try and get her killed without drawing Mu Lingyun's attention. Still, she would not allow anyone to surpass herself in Mu Lingyun's heart. Chapter 16, Seeds Planted 1,000 Years Ago. Looking at the pieces of jewelry in Lu Qingyu's hands, Mu Siyuan could tell which one suited Mu Lingyun the most with just one glance. However, she didn't pick out which one, but instead chose the second piece of jewelry that suited Mu Lingyun, handing it over to Lu Qingyu. This one just feels right to me. Your master will love it. Aha! Thanks, senpai. Seeing the piece of jewelry that Mo Yuan had chosen, Lu Qingyu immediately held it in her hand happily. Growing up on the beach since she was a child, she didn't really know anything about these beautiful jewelry, but she trusted Moose Edge's vision. When she thought of the smile that would show in Mu Lingyun's eyes when he received the gift from her, a bright smile followed amongst Lu Qingyue's eyes. During this time, Lu Qingyue had been quietly observing her master. It was discovered that although Mu Lingyun had been acting breezily, there was basically no smile showing on his face. Lu Qingyu felt that it might be because of the matter of the 9 heavenly sword sect that Mu Lingyun seldom exuded a smile. But now with this gift, master will surely be happy. Seeing Lu Qingyu's happy appearance, Mo Yuan on the side couldn't help but ask, "Are you so sure your master will like your gift? What if he doesn't?" "No?" Hearing Mo Yuan's question, Lu Qingyu first froze for a moment. In her tiny head it never occurred to her that her master would not like the gift she gave her. But even if Mu Lingyun didn't like it still mattered. "Then I'll keep on delivering. Master will always have something he likes, and I'll always be able to deliver something master likes, and master will always have a smile on his face." Hearing Lu Qingyu's naive thoughts, Mo Yuan subconsciously wanted to taunt her, but after thinking about it she couldn't say anything. After an instant of silence, Mu Ziyuan handed over the piece of jewelry that best suited Mu Lingyun to Lu Qingyue's hands. "Take this. To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master must be the best master in heaven and on earth. This gift is considered as a token of my appreciation. Help me give it to your master." Seeing the other piece of jewelry that Mo Yuan had handed over to her, Lu Qingyu was a bit puzzled as to why a strange cultivator would want to give a gift to her master though. However, given that Mo Yuan had always acted in a friendly manner, Lu Qingyu still agreed to this trivial request with alacrity. "Well, I will definitely pass it on to my master. Don't worry, senior." After Lu Qingyu finished speaking, she chose to retire, turning around and preparing to go find her master. Mu Lingyun, who was chatting with Wan Ziding on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Just moments before his psychic senses had hinted at something worth caring about on his side, but the feeling was not strong. "What's the matter? Notice anything?" Wan Ziding poured Mu Lingyun a cup of enlightenment tea while playing with a dragon horn in her hand. Returning to his senses, Mu Lingyun shook his head, not taking the spiritual awareness cue he had just received seriously. There were those times like this aura cue every once in a while. Through at the same time some small chance that was of some use to him, but not much. If it was the Mu Lingyun of old who was still interested in seeing each other, but now he was more willing to talk more with his old friend than those small chances. "Nothing, it's probably just some small chance again. No need to pay attention to it." With that, Mu Lingyun drank the cup of enlightenment tea in front of him, which was enough to stir up a bloody storm in the immortal cultivation world, and then felt his spiritual platform clearing up, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Not bad. In the end it's the precious enlightenment tea. It's still effective even at my realm, but how come I haven't seen you take it out to entertain me before? When I came here in the past, you wouldn't even prepare a cup of the most ordinary tea for me." Hearing that Mu Lingyun's mind was all over the enlightenment tea, Wan Ziding couldn't help but let out a light hum. "Humph, if you had left the 9 heavenly sword sect earlier, you would have already drank the enlightenment tea I personally brewed, but that chance you just sensed, although it's not much use to us, you can let that disciple of yours take a look at it. Ah, just think of it as sharpening her." Hearing Wan Ziding's suggestion, Mu Lingyun thought about it and felt that it made so much sense. If Lu Qingyue had been under his shelter, then even if she had a higher cultivation level, it would be difficult to go against those battle-hardened cultivators, and she really did need to hone her skills. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun didn't hesitate and directly exuded his divine sense to bring Lu Qingyue, who was still strolling in the middle of the Great Seal City, to the middle of the room. I'm this." Lu Qingyu, who was walking around the city and looking for her own master, suddenly realized that her location had changed, and before she could vigilantly stimulate the endless sword intent in her body, she saw her own master sitting beside a young girl and looking at her. "Master." Seeing that it turned out to be her own master who had captured her, a bright smile immediately surfaced amongst Lu Qingyue's eyes. When Wan Ziding, who was on the side, saw this look on Lu Qingyue's face, a few moments of surprise immediately flashed through her eyes as well. "This disciple, it looks a bit different from those disciples from before." Those few disciples of Mu Lingyun's in the past had been more heaven-defying than one another, and now that he had suddenly taken in a normal-looking disciple, Wan Ziding was surprisingly a bit uncomfortable for a moment. As for Mu Lingyun, when he saw Lu Qingyue's lively and cheerful appearance, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but emerge with a few smiles. Let me introduce to you. This is Senior Wan Ziting, the owner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and also avoid practicing True Lord, and she is about to break through to the harmonization stage. If the lifespan of my teacher runs out, you can come to join Senior Wan, and according to my relationship with her, there is no problem in sheltering you for a lifetime without any worries. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, both Lu Qingyue and Wan Ziting fell into a moment of silence at this moment. Wan Ziting gritted her teeth after taking a deep breath. Do you just have to say such things at this time? Seeing that Wan Ziting was somewhat less than happy, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but have a few moments of doubt flash through his eyes. What's wrong with my words? Is it anything very strange for a master to want his disciple to seek a few ways out? Old man, didn't your master do the same thing back then? I told you not to call me old man. Wan Ziting snatched the teacup from Mu Lingyun's hand, then gave him a disgusted look. Really? It's such a waste to give you such a good tea to drink. After so many years except for your cultivation, your brain is not enlightened at all. Can't you see that your little disciple is about to cry out? With that, Wan Ziting drank the rare cup of enlightenment tea in one go. While hearing Wan Ziting's reminder, Mu Lingyun realized that Lu Qingyue's eyes had begun to redden. Realizing the problem, Mu Lingyun hurriedly said with a smile, Okay, is not just life and death. This is a problem that no one can avoid. Even if it is the ascension of the immortals, there will be the day of the fall. Even if you have just stepped into the world of immortal cultivation, you have to begin to learn to adapt to these. Life, old age, sickness and death, in the future can be much more. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that birth, old age, sickness, and death were the common sense of the world and no one could avoid it, Lu Qingyue bit her own lips and said with some reluctance, But, I just don't want Master to die. Master hasn't even seen the day when my disciple becomes a practicing Void True Lord yet. In Lu Qingyue's perception, a Void practicing True Lord was already the most powerful cultivator in the world, so she thought that one day, she would become a Void practicing stage cultivator herself, so that she could become Mu Lingyun's pride. Seeing Lu Qingyue's sad appearance, Mu Lingyun also shook his head somewhat helplessly. He just thought it was because the little guy had just stepped into the world of immortal cultivation and couldn't adapt to the mentality of the cultivators yet. Alright, don't cry anymore. Master promises you just that. Until you become a practicing Void True Lord, Master will live well, but only if you cultivate well first. Apprentice will definitely cultivate well. Having received Mu Lingyun's promise, the expression on Lu Qingyue's face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny, becoming joyful and smiling. Wan Ziting on the side suddenly asked with interest at the sight, Where on earth did you find this disciple? Or let me forget it. When he heard Wan Ziting asking for Lu Qingyue with himself, Mu Lingyun rejected her without even thinking. That's not good. Didn't I say so? She's my hope. As for where she comes from, looking at the vibrant Lu Qingyu, the corners of Mu Lingyun's mouth suddenly sketched out a few smiles in an unintentional moment. Think of her, as a seed I planted 1,000 years ago, and now that she's finally taken root, she's come to me to return the favor. Chapter 17, Zhong Family Ancestral Ground. This should be the place, the ancestral land of the Zhong clan back then. After parting ways with Mosher Yuan, Zhong Lingjun kept searching for something in Defeng City, and finally found a dilapidated mansion in the middle of a remote corner. Looking at the plaque above her head that was engraved with the word Zhongfu, Zhong Lingjun's heart suddenly had a few moments of nervousness of being near her hometown. On the way here, Zhong Lingjun also took the time to find some intelligence organizations to inquire about the Zhong family extermination tragedy back then. It is said that the Zhong family is also a famous and prestigious family in Defeng City. Not only is it kind and charitable, but it also likes to subsidize those cultivators who are in a momentary predicament. The Zhong family had stood in Great Feng City for an unknown number of years, and it was unknown how many cultivators they had helped through their difficulties on the road to cultivation. However, it was such a family that was besieged by a group of crazy devil cultivators hundreds of years ago, and although the Zhong family fought back to the death, in the end, they only ended up dying together with the group of devil cultivators. In the end, only one orphan was left behind, namely Zhong Lingjun, who was adopted by a passing Jiushao Jinjun. But these are all rumors circulating in the outside world, and no one has ever been able to give a definitive answer as to what really happened back then. Zhong Lingjun had also been under the impression that her family had been invaded by demonic cultivators, while she had been lucky enough to be saved by Mu Lingyun only. Thus Zhong Lingjun had always held a deep sense of gratitude towards Mu Lingyun, and had vowed more than once to properly honor her master. It wasn't until Zhong Lingjun got an image from Jiang Ming that she finally knew the truth about that incident back then, and because of that, she also saw the true face that her master teacher had been hiding. The thought that the ever-amiable master teacher was actually a moralistic hypocrite made Zhong Lingjun's heart ache beyond words. Mu Lingyun had always taught her that she should take it as her duty to cut down the demons and remove the devils, and that she absolutely could not condone the evil devils and foreigners to act recklessly for the sake of her own selfish desires. But if that's what you taught me, why did you do something like that again one day? Zhong Lingjun was really reluctant to believe that cold-faced fellow would be her master. Her master was a gentle person, and would never point at those innocent and weak beings even if he had boundless killing intent. But the bloody reality was right in front of Zhong Lingjun, so she couldn't help but believe it. Zhong Lingjun had privately gone to verify the image provided by Jiang Ming countless times after she had gotten it, but all she had finally concluded was that the image was real and hadn't undergone any traces of modification. On the day of the Zhong family extermination tragedy, Mu Lingyun had indeed been a walled-in spectator, witnessing those devilish cultivators slaughtering the Zhong family cultivators. In order to find out what really happened that day, and in order to completely extinguish that wisp of fantasy within her heart, Zhong Lingjun finally decided to return to the Zhong family's ancestral land to find out the ins and outs of that incident back then. But before that, she still needed to open the prohibition that sealed the Zhong family's ancestral land before she could do so. Strange. It's been hundreds of years since the Zhong clan's demise. Why is there still a prohibition here that prevents others from entering? It was reasonable to say that with the demise of a cultivation force, other forces would go and scavenge those remnants after the incident even if they didn't take advantage of the fire. However, the Zhong family ancestral ground in front of them was shrouded by a powerful prohibition that prevented everyone from entering, and it looked like no one had entered the Zhong family ancestral ground for hundreds of years. But this is good. At least this way everything inside should be properly preserved, and it's also convenient for me to find out the truth of that year more easily. Looking at that prohibition in front of her, Zhong Lingjun reached out her hand and tried to undo it. Back then, the highest cultivation of the Zhong family was only a cultivator of the incarnation stage. And even if it left a powerful prohibition, after so many years have passed, it should not be. Buzz. As Zhong Lingjun's hand touched the prohibition, a buzzing sound instantly shook her hand away. Looking at that rune displayed on the prohibition, Zhong Lingjun's face instantly became extremely ugly. True Lord of the Nine Heavens. This prohibition was left behind by the True Lord of the Nine Heavens. Zhong Lingjun hadn't thought that back then. Mu Lingyun had not only sat back and watched the demise of the Zhong family, but had even left behind a powerful prohibition to prevent others from entering the Zhong family. The possible meanings that could exist here, Zhong Lingjun felt creeped out just thinking about it. With Mu Lingyun's cultivation level, the thing that needed to make him leave a ban in place besides being difficult to completely eliminate, must also be something that he didn't want other cultivators to see. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun immediately wanted to break through the prohibition and enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land to find out what was going on. However, the prohibition that Mu Lingyun had casually left behind was incomparably powerful, and no matter how much Zhong Lingjun tried, she could not shake the prohibition in the slightest. Looking at the still intact prohibition in front of her, Zhong Lingjun could not help but frown. TSK, is it time to use that move? The conventional means Zhong Lingjun had already tried, and at this moment, the only one she had not yet used, and at the same time the most powerful move, was the endless sword intent that she had refined in the beginning. As a piece of sword intent that came from a split from the true lord of practicing void, Zhong Lingjun could even injure a spirit transformation stage cultivator if she fully activated her endless sword intent. Even if this prohibition in front of him was left behind by Mu Lingyun, and it would be difficult for the endless sword intent to completely destroy it, it would not be difficult to open an opening for Zhong Lingjun to enter. But it was precisely because this endless sword intent was left to her by Mu Lingyun that Zhong Lingjun was so entangled. In her mind, Mu Lingyun was already a complete hypocrite, and what he left her, Zhong Lingjun naturally refused to use again. But if she didn't use it now, she simply couldn't find any other way to break through the prohibition and enter the Zhong family's ancestral land. Just as Zhong Lingjun was feeling all tangled up, her divine sense suddenly sensed someone approaching, and when her divine sense saw the other party's appearance, Zhong Lingjun's expression could not help but be stunned. That one is Lu Qingyue? For this disciple that Mu Lingyun had only taken in when he left the Nine Heavens Sword sect, Zhong Lingjun naturally still had an impression. But the question is, why is she here? Can it be that it's an arrangement by the true Lord of the Nine Heavens? Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun first looked at the Zhong family's ancestral land behind her with some hesitation, and then followed Moshe Yuan's example of using the cloud mist transformation method among the Nine Heavens Sword technique to change her appearance. Changing his appearance into a righteous-looking monk, Zhong Lingjun had just disguised her appearance when Lu Qingyue entered her field of vision. Well, Zhong family ancestral ground. It should be here. Master said that as long as I take the jade pendant he handed over to me, I can enter the Zhong family ancestral ground unimpeded, and I don't know what kind of good things are inside. Maybe there will be strange encounters among the legends. Carrying the jade pendant and orders given to her by Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue traveled all the way to the front of the Zhong clan's ancestral land in Great Feng City with anticipation. But what surprised her was that there was already a cultivator's presence in front of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. However, looking at the cultivator in the distance with a righteous look, Lu Qingyue was slightly relieved. It didn't look like a bad guy, but Master had said to be wary of strangers when out and about. Thinking of Mu Lingyun's instructions, Lu Qingyue still carefully put away the jade pendant before walking towards Zhong Lingjuan's direction. As Lu Qingyue drew closer, Zhong Lingjuan's eyes towards her became more and more complicated. This is the Master, the last disciple the true Lord of the Nine Heavens took in. Chapter 18. I will never believe that my master is a hypocrite. Lu Qingyue looked at the indifferent-looking cultivator in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt the same kind of inexplicable affinity in the other party's body, she was afraid that she would have already turned around and left this place by now. And Zhong Lingjun looked at the one in front of her, her nominal junior sister, and at the moment, she was also hesitating on how to open her mouth. Although she felt chilled about Mu Lingyun's behavior back then, she really didn't have any ill will towards Lu Qingyue, her junior sister. Well, as a qualified sister, shouldn't I send her something? Thinking of her own senior sister's identity, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but soften her eyes towards Lu Qingyue. Although she was ranked fourth amongst those disciples of Mu Lingyun, there was also a Mosher Yuan ranked behind her. But for that mixed-up devil Mosher Yuan, Zhong Lingjun really had a hard time treating her as her senior sister. Not to mention the fact that the difference between the two men's introductory times was actually only a few months. Zhong Lingjun felt that she was already doing her due diligence as a senior sister by tolerating her existence up until now. Cough cough cough, who are you and what are you doing here? As much as Zhong Lingjun wanted to recognize his little sister and take her away from Mu Lingyun's side, the most crucial thing at the moment was to explore the Zhong clan's ancestral land behind him. So in order to avoid accidents, she needed to get rid of Lu Qingyue before she could do so. But don't worry, junior sister, when I figure out the truth about that year, senior sister will bring a gift to you. After posing as a former senior, Zhong Lingjun intended to drive Lu Qingyue away, but Lu Qingyue had come here with her own master's mission, so how could she just leave so easily? After thinking about it, Lu Qingyue decided to bring up her master's name. Although the outside world knew the true Lord Jiuzhao's lifespan was about to run out, at least until Mu Lingyun actually closed his eyes, no one dared to make a move against Mu Lingyun's disciples. Elder, I am a personal disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, and I have come to this place on my master's orders to fetch one thing from the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Going to the Zhong family's ancestral land to get one thing? Hearing that it was Mu Lingyun who had sent Lu Qingyue to the Zhong clan's ancestral land, a trace of gravity instantly flashed amongst Zhong Lingjuan's eyes. She didn't understand why Mu Lingyun would send his own disciple to the Zhong clan's ancestral land again after his 100 years. However, since Mu Lingyun had sent Lu Qingyue here, he must have also given her the token that would enable her to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land without any problems. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun decided to join forces with her junior sister first. She just wanted to figure out what exactly happened back then. She wasn't really interested in what was inside. So if Lu Qingyue wanted to take anything away, just go ahead and take it. As the last orphan of the Zhong family, Zhong Lingjun naturally had the power to dispose of everything within the Zhong family's ancestral land. Since that's the case, this seat just happens to have something that needs to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land as well. So if you don't mind, let's travel together. And if we find any treasures, they'll all go to you as well. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land with her, Lu Qingyue subconsciously wanted to refuse. It was fine outside. With Mu Lingyun's name as a deterrent, the other party should not dare to make a move. But what would happen after entering the Zhong clan's ancestral ground? It was all hard to say. However, Zhong Lingjun was in a hurry to find the truth within the ancestral land of the Zhong clan and did not have the heart to engage in entanglement with Lu Qingyue. Reaching out and grabbing her, he headed towards the interior of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Feeling the aura contained in the jade pendant on Lu Qingyue's body, the originally still impenetrable prohibition suddenly opened a gap allowing the two to enter without any problems. When Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun acting so brutally, she could only be helplessly anxious. She was only a chi practicing stage cultivator, and the other party's cultivation level was obviously far superior to hers. And this was amongst the immortal cultivation world where one person's cultivation was higher than the other. And that meant one thing, and that was that she couldn't go against Zhong Lingjuan's wishes. As for the so-called over-the-top battles, there were indeed, but it was rare, and as the realms of both sides rose, the likelihood of wanting to fight across the ranks became lower. At least so far Lu Qingyue had only heard that her master, Nine Heavens' true monarch Mu Lingyun, had once decapitated a demonic cultivator who was about to break through to the void practicing stage when he was at the spirit transformation stage while wielding an endless sword. However, even Mu Lingyun was severely injured after that battle, and was almost about to die on the spot. It's just a matter of hoping that master's name can deter the senior. Otherwise, my disciple can only honor you in the afterlife. Lu Qingyue was in the middle of her pessimistic state, but as she entered the Zhong clan's ancestral land with Zhong Lingjun, an extremely strong smell of blood entered her nostrils. Ahem! It's Lu Qingyue, who was caught off guard and choked by the strong smell of blood, looked around herself with a shocked expression. One could only see that there were bloodstains everywhere in the midst of the luxurious Zhong clan's ancestral land, and the blood left behind by those cultivators had not dried up even after hundreds of years of time, especially since there was also a thick mist of blood that was wafting through the air. Lu Qingyu, who realized that she had just inhaled something, instantly turned pale and opened her mouth to spit something out. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun immediately cast a spell to cleanse the surrounding blood mist, and then walked over to Lu Qingyu's side to ferry in a spell. Feeling that cordial manna, Lu Qingyu's face instantly improved. She said with some disbelief as she looked at the ghastly sight in front of her. Who on earth caused such a gruesome killing? These bloodstains must have taken the deaths of at least thousands of cultivators to leave behind. Who? Humph. Who else could it be? Upon hearing Lu Qinyu inquire about who exactly caused all of this, Zhong Lingjun immediately let out a cold snort. She walked up and looked at the silent and unoccupied mansion, and suddenly said with a sad face, "All of this is caused by True Lord Nine Skies." No way. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that it was Mu Lingyun who caused everything before her, Lu Qinyu instantly rebutted her loudly. She would never believe that her master would cause such a tragedy, much less allow someone to slander her master out of thin air. Even if the other party was a senior high-ranking person whose cultivation was far superior to her own, and who could pinch her to death with their hands, if someone slandered her master and she was just silent, then she might as well die. Seeing Lu Qinyu looking at herself with a hostile face, Zhong Lingjun could not help but fall into silence. When she had just learned the news from Jiang Ming, Zhong Lingjun had reacted just as Lu Qinyu had. She drew the traceless sword that had been personally refined for her by Mu Lingyun, and was instantly about to defend her master's reputation to the death. But what Jiang Ming took out immediately afterward turned everything Zhong Lingjun had been holding on to into a ridiculous joke. It's normal that you don't want to believe it. Who would have thought that the mighty Nine Heavens True Lord of the Nine States would be a hypocrite? Zhong Lingjun said, and took out a jade slip containing an image from her storage ring and threw it to Lu Qinyu. Take it and see what kind of person that True Lord of the Nine Heavens is that you're talking about. Catching the image jade slip that flew over, hearing Zhong Lingjun's words, Lu Qingyu's eyes couldn't help but stare, but she quickly strengthened her belief again. She would never believe that her master would be a hypocrite. As Lu Qingyu's mana was injected into the image jade slip, a dim picture surfaced in front of the two of them in an instant. In the middle of the image was the Zhong clan's ancestral land where the two of them were at the moment, but unlike the silent Zhong clan's ancestral land at this moment, the Zhong clan's ancestral land in the middle of the picture was experiencing a bloody massacre. Countless cultivators with red eyes and blood aura emanating from their bodies rushed towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Even if they were to die, they refused to stop their steps. This scene, no matter who was looking at it, would feel like a demonic cultivator invading the Zhong clan's ancestral land in a big way. And in the middle of this image, Lu Qinyu also saw a familiar figure on one of the roofs. Master. Chapter 19, Disciple is exploring the copy. Countless Devil Dao cultivators were constantly pounding the Zhong family's ancestral land, and the torrential rain that fell from the sky could hardly wash away those bloodstains on the ground. In the midst of such a tragic battle, all the other cultivators in Great Foam City had closed their portals to avoid being implicated and thus losing their lives. Yet it was such a grueling battle. Yet there was still a man standing on one of the roofs as a spectator. The battle around him was so gruesome, but he just coldly looked at the Zhong clan that was about to be destroyed. The wind blew through the hem of his coat, like a soul-attracting banner raised for the Zhong family. Those Devil Dao cultivators didn't bother to attack Mu Lingyun even when they saw him, but continued to frantically launch an attack towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Like a moth to a flame, he kept trying to put out the blazing flame. At the end of this battle, the crazy Devil Dao cultivators and the Zhong clan's cultivators had died together. There was only a baby's cry coming from the middle of the large Zhong family's ancestral land, and it was also at this time that Mu Lingyun, who had been acting as a wall observer, finally made a move. He walked towards the Zhong clan's ancestral land, and immediately afterward, as if he had noticed something, he glanced towards Lu Qinyu who was watching the image, and that was the end of the image. Looking at the image that she had viewed countless times, Zhong Lingjun looked at Lu Qinyu beside her with a complicated expression. How is it? After seeing this image, do you still think that your master, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, is a good person? Hearing Zhong Lingjun's inquiry, Lu Qinyu instantly fell into silence. If Mu Lingyun really condoned those devilish cultivators to slaughter the Zhong family cultivators, then no matter how much she tried to defend Mu Lingyun, it would be useless. But soon enough, Lu Qinyu reacted. She held the image jade slip questioningly and looked at Zhong Lingjun. How are you sure that my master is the cause of this tragedy? My master doesn't seem to have done anything except keep a cold eye on the situation. In the middle of the image, although Mu Lingyun had been acting as a spectator, it was also true that he hadn't made any moves against the Zhong family. What makes Zhong Lingjun so sure that Mu Lingyun is the instigator? Is it just because she has her whole family dead? Hearing that Lu Qingyue was still undeterred in her attempt to defend Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun immediately pointed at the prohibition above her head and said to her, "See, the prohibition above the head was left behind by the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. If it wasn't to cover up the killings he had committed, how could he have put up a prohibition to stop others from exploring the Zhong family's ancestral land? And besides the hallowed true Lord of practicing void, who else could have summoned that kind of number of demonic cultivators?" The more Zhong Lingjun spoke, the angrier she became. She wasn't just angry for the wrong souls of the Zhong family who had died tragically, she was even angrier for herself who had been hoodwinked in the first place. Her master, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, she was told to make it her duty to cut down demons and remove devils, and to always remember that she was on the right path. Yet he had overthrown her clan hundreds of years ago, and in the end, he had even pretended to take her as his disciple. Only God knows how devastated Zhong Lingjun really was after learning the truth. The master teacher she regarded as her lifelong faith turned out to be a hypocrite. She broke down and tried to get out of it by killing herself on the spot. But in the end, Kong Ming persuaded her. Kong Myung tells her that death is easy, but the souls of those tragically dead Zhong family members are still waiting for her to redeem them. Therefore, in order to free these Zhong clan's wrong souls that were still trapped in place, and also to cleanse Mu Lingyun of the sins he had created in the first place, Zhong Lingjun finally made up her mind. She would personally behead Mu Lingyun's head and place him in front of the Zhong family's grieving souls to console their resentment. In the end, Zhong Lingjun would then kill herself in front of Mu Lingyun's corpse as a way to pay back the master-disciple bond between her and Mu Lingyun. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, whose emotions were getting more and more agitated, and feeling the increasingly strong pressure on her, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but take a step back, but immediately after that, she took another step forward. She's still the same. I would never believe that Master would be the instigator of the tragedy that caused the Zhong family. Since Senior insisted on saying that Master is the leader of the demonic cultivators, then come with me into the Zhong family's ancestral land to see who actually caused that tragedy back then. Hearing that Lu Qingyue wanted herself to enter the Zhong clan's ancestral land with her to find out what exactly happened somehow back then, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but look into her eyes, and from amongst Lu Qinyu's eyes, Zhong Lingjun saw an incomparably resolute look. How similar to her reaction at that time. Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath, then nodded towards Lu Qingyue. Good guts, since you dare to make such a request, how could I refuse? Come on, let's go together and see who actually caused the tragedy back then. After saying that, Zhong Lingjun walked into the Zhong clan's ancestral land in a flash. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu did not hesitate and directly followed Zhong Lingjun's pace. Mu Lingyun, who was studying the method of using the matching with the innate fetal mother aura from afar, suddenly raised his head. Just now a system beep suddenly came to his ears. Looking at Wan Ziding, who was idly putting grapes into her mouth while looking at the scenery outside the window beside her, and after confirming that her attention was not on his own body, Mu Lingyun then conjured up the system's interface. As a curtain of light unfolded in front of Mu Lingyun, a prompt also sounded in Mu Lingyun's ears once again. Disciple Lu Qingyue is exploring the copy, Zhong family ancestral ground. Does Master want to synchronize the live situation and explore the copy with disciple Lu Qingyue? Seeing the system's prompt, a bright light immediately flashed in Mu Lingyun's eyes. I can also synchronize the scene conditions when the disciple explores the copy. So what kind of place meets the requirements of the copy? Blessed caves, secret places, and other special places are eligible for copies. Do all the blessed caves count? Discovering that the system even had this function, Mu Lingyun was instantly filled with confidence in Lu Qingyue's soon-to-be expedition to the 10,000 Spirits Cave. Originally, he was still thinking of finding Wan Ziding to borrow a few magic treasures for Lu Qingyue's protection when the time came, but now it seemed that there were better options for each other. After slightly studying this function of exploring the duplicates and synchronization with his disciples, Mu Lingyun discovered that he could provide guidance to Lu Qingyue and enhance her strength by consuming his own mana at critical moments. All in all, it was that Lu Qinyu still needed to explore those secret realms on her own, but at critical moments Mu Lingyun could come down and save the day. After understanding the usefulness of this function, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Now that Lu Qingyue was his hope for ascension, naturally the safer the better. This feature appeared in a timely manner. After studying and understanding this function, Mu Lingyun didn't have any hesitation and directly chose to synchronize Lu Qingyue's condition at the moment. As he chose OK, another perspective was immediately in front of him. Lu Qingyue was in the middle of the Zhong family's ancestral land constantly searching for something, while at her side was Cheng Lingquan? Chapter 20 It's the Master. In the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun were constantly searching for something. As a great family that had once flourished for a while, the Zhong family's ancestral land not only had a restriction laid down by Mu Lingyun, but also had a number of formations with varying effects laid down itself. The effect of one of the formations was spatial folding. The effect of this formation could make the actual area of the Zhong clan's ancestral land far larger than it appeared from the outside. Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue were currently at the outskirts of the Zhong clan's ancestral land carefully searching for any clues that might be there. Mu Lingyun, who had been observing them through the system, on the other hand, focused his attention on the disguised Zhong Lingjun. Why is she here? Back then, Mu Lingyun was the one who picked up Zhong Lingjun, who had yet to open her eyes, within the Zhong family's ancestral land. At that time Mu Lingyun saw that she was young, and in a moment of weakness he brought her back to the Nine Heavenly Swords sect and took her in as his fourth disciple to patiently raise her. It turned out that he didn't realize that he had picked up a white-eyed wolf back then. Should I say that it's worthy of being the bloodline of the Zhong family? But this kind of shady trickery is done neatly. After paying a little attention to Zhong Lingjun, Mu Lingyun placed his attention on Lu Qingyue. For these rebellious disciples who wanted to kill their masters, Mu Lingyun's failure to take action against them for the sake of his former feelings was considered to be his great mercy. And now where would he go to look at them one more time? Right now it was still Lu Qingyue's safety that was a bit more important. Although he could be sure that there was nothing that could threaten Lu Qingyue's existence amongst the Zhong clan's ancestral land. In the end, after hundreds of years, and with the great wars that had erupted here, even if any strange and weird fellows were really born, it wouldn't be uncommon. As if she could sense Mu Lingyun's gaze from the underworld, Lu Qingyue, who was originally still a bit nervous, gradually became more at ease as her exploration continued to advance. She first inspected another courtyard before turning to Zhong Lingjun. Senior, I don't think there should be any clues worth mentioning in the periphery. When the great battle erupted suddenly, the important figures of the Zhong clan didn't have time to flee. So let's go straight to the core area of the ancestral ground and take a look. Hearing Lu Qingyue's suggestion, Zhong Lingjun also nodded after glancing around. Let's go. There shouldn't be any clues around. To be honest, although it was said on the lips that they wanted to come to the Zhong family's ancestral land to search for the truth of that year, but in the end, what exactly they were going to search for? Even Zhong Lingjun herself didn't have any clues. But obviously the area where the fighting was most intense back then must have had relevant clues. Looking at the two people who had searched for half a day without finding a single clue, Mu Lingyun, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also somewhat speechless. Lu Qingyue was even better. She had only just set foot on the cultivation path after all. Inexperience and all that was understandable. But you, Zhong Lingjun, are also wandering around like a headless fly. Have you fed all the things he taught you to the dogs? Mu Lingyun looked at Zhong Lingjun with a lingering disappointment in his eyes. I can't believe he's been teaching this kind of stuff all along. No wonder the system hasn't been unlocked even after thousands of years. If it wasn't for the fact that he had accepted Lu Qingyue as a disciple later on, Mu Lingyun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the day when the system was unlocked until his lifespan was exhausted. Sighing somewhat helplessly, Mu Lingyun then borrowed the system's function to point out the location of the Zhong family ancestral hall to Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue, who was pondering where to look for clues, looked at a highlight that suddenly lit up in the middle of her field of vision, and instantly looked around vigilantly. However, he realized that Zhong Lingjun was acting as if she hadn't seen the highlight in the distance, still searching for clues on her own. Elder, she can't see it? Realizing this, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but look again at the highlight in the distance, and then she felt a familiar aura from it. It's the master. It's the master who's come to help. Noticing that it was Mu Lingyun who was showing her the way out behind the scenes, Lu Qingyue's expression immediately became exuberant. She knew master wouldn't just throw a jade pendant at her and leave her alone. So master really has been paying attention to her. Knowing that Mu Lingyun had been paying attention to her side of the story behind the scenes, Lu Qingyue became more and more confident in the fact that Mu Lingyun was innocent. After all, if master was really the murderer behind the Zhong family tragedy in the first place, then when Zhong Lingjun appeared, he would just directly slap her to death. Where would he need to go through so much trouble? Since master didn't choose to do it, that means master is innocent, worthy of being a master. It is true that, like a noble gentleman, no matter how others slander him, it is like a pine and cypress in the wind and snow, standing tall, not shaken by all the influence of the outside world. Lu Qingyue was gushing in her own mind as she touted Mu Lingyun, blowing him up into a character that had not existed before and would never exist again. However, Mu Lingyun, who borrowed the system's function and could hear her heart, was a bit taut. The one the apprentice was talking about. Is it me? Mu Lingyun had realized earlier that some of Lu Qingyue's impressions of him were a bit too favorable. What a cross-step challenge! What a noble gentleman! What a universal saint, and so on. Things that Mu Lingyun himself was too embarrassed to brag about. But Lu Qingyue was able to say it without a change of color on her face. Where did this girl learn all this stuff? How come I didn't know I was that good myself? Mu Lingyun was still wondering where exactly Lu Qingyue had heard these unrealistic rumors from. Lu Qingyue was already preparing to drag Zhong Lingjun to the Zhong family ancestral hall that Mu Lingyun had previously labeled a shrine. Hearing Lu Qingyue say that the key clue should be in the ancestral shrine of the Zhong family's ancestral land, Zhong Lingjun first hesitated for a split second, and then felt that Lu Qingyue's words were reasonable. For a family power like the Zhong clan's ancestral land, the ancestral hall would definitely be the most central area. The battle at the shrine must have also been the most intense when the Great War broke out back then, and there might really be a very crucial clue there. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly followed Lu Qingyue in the direction of the ancestral hall. The entire Zhong clan's ancestral land was covered by a large formation, and their cultivation levels were less than the transformation of God stage, so they were unable to harness the air and fly. But the good thing was that none of them were mortal, and even if they were running on two legs, they were rapidly approaching the area where the shrine was located. Along the way, there were also some zombie ghosts and other demons that blocked the way. Most of them were transformed by the fall of the Zhong clan cultivators back then, but all of them were killed by Zhong Lingjun's sword without hesitation. It wasn't until the two of them came to the location of a square that they stopped themselves, looking at the dense and terrifying sword marks in the center of the square. Not to mention Lu Qingyue, who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Even Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but feel a chill. This is... Lu Qingyu looked at what was in front of her with some disbelief. Countless corpses lay everywhere, and from their still undecaying bodies it was easy to see that they were all cultivators who had at least practiced Jindan in their lifetime. This is the only way to ensure that their bodies do not decay for 1,000 years. But even for the cultivators who had practiced Jindan, at the moment their bodies were casually discarded to the side. No one bothered to care about them. This shows just how intense that battle was back then. Yet it was such a corpse-strewn scene, and in the very center, there was an incredibly clean area. Not only were there no sword marks, there was also no blood soaking. In the middle of such a tragic battlefield, the appearance of this area seemed to portend something. Lu Qingyue curiously walked to that area, but again, she found nothing. Just when Lu Qingyu thought that there was nothing to be found here as well, she realized that behind her, Zhong Lingjun was standing in front of the two corpses, fuming. Chapter 21, Branding in Heaven and Earth. Zhong Lingjun stood in front of the two corpses that had long since lost their vitality for a long time. These two corpses were dressed in similar styles of clothing, and even though they had been dead for years, their hands were still holding each other tightly, as if even death could not separate them. In accordance with the special connection between bloodlines, Zhong Lingjun could clearly feel that the two corpses in front of her were her parents. The parents she had hoped to see in her dreams countless times. They were so strange, so kind, and you could tell by the smiles at the corners of their mouths that they must have found a good place for themselves before they died. Zhong Lingjun stood in front of her parents' corpses for a long time, and finally gently waved her sleeves as the endless sword intent within her body was driven to cut the space in front of her and send her parents' corpses to a place that was far away, but with a beautiful scenery, so that this couple, who must have been so loving in life, can continue to be by each other's side in peace after death. On the side, Lu Qingyue instantly felt the endless sword intent within her own body stirring when Zhong Lingjun drove it out of her body. Lu Qingyu, who noticed this, immediately looked at Zhong Lingjun incredulously, but before she could ask something, around the square, those sword marks left by Mu Lingyun hundreds of years ago suddenly rioted. In obedience to the call of the driven endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body, these sword marks emitted a very shallow light, and finally coalesced into an unreadable figure in the clean area in the center of the square. Master? As soon as she saw the silhouette that had coalesced from the sword marks left behind by the endless sword, Lu Qingyue instantly recognized that it was her master, and Mu Lingyun felt a bit surprised when he saw the shadow. Heaven and Earth brand? My actions back then could actually leave behind a brand of heaven and earth. It seems that the things this Zhong family has committed have indeed provoked the wrath of the heavens and the people, to the extent that the great Tao of heaven and earth have all remembered this scene from back then. Unlike the unseen Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun easily recognized the substance of the shadow. That was a brand of heaven and earth that only appeared under certain specific conditions. The essence is that when certain great events occur, if some conditions are met, the great Tao between heaven and earth will memorize that scene. If those fulfilled conditions were triggered again, the imprint of heaven and earth that had been remembered would also be triggered to reappear in front of the world. However, Mu Lingyun knew himself well enough. He might indeed have good attainments in swordsmanship, but he was definitely not yet strong enough to make the great Tao of heaven and earth remember him. So, am I tainted by those rebels? Think of the rebels who once willingly sacrificed their lives for freedom. Mu Lingyun was also the one who finally put away his thoughts of watching the show, and turned to continue watching everything that would happen next with the most serious attitude. Zhong Lingjun obviously also recognized the heaven and earth brand, and she looked at the imaginary figure in the center of the square that had been induced by the endless sword intent, and there was an incomparable complexity in her eyes. She knew that what would happen next would be the scene where Mu Lingyun adopted himself. Just thinking about this, Zhong Lingjun's heart was overwhelmed with pain. Why was she an orphan of the Zhong family? Why was her master a hypocrite? And why did she make it her mission to cut down demons? But whenever one of these conditions was not fulfilled, Zhong Lingjun could comfortably persuade herself that none of this had happened, that it was none of her business. She could all go on enjoying Mu Lingyun's care for her with peace of mind. But there were no ifs. She was the orphan of the Zhong family. Her master was the one who did the wall watching in the first place, and was even most likely behind everything, and she was also taught by Mu Lingyun to make it her duty to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Swallowing the sadness in her heart, Zhong Lingjun continued to look at what was happening in front of her. Mu Lingyun's silhouette picked up another silhouette from the ground right after it appeared. Zhong Lingjun knew it was her younger self and the beginning of all the tragedy. Just when Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun thought that the next episode would be Mu Lingyun carrying the young Zhong Lingjun out of here, Mu Lingyun's silhouette suddenly looked up into the sky. Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue also subconsciously raised their heads in the direction of the sky when they saw this, realizing that in the skies above the Zhong family's ancestral land, a roiling white light had appeared at some point. Those white lights appeared out of nowhere, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the entire Great Feng City. Even Mu Lingyun, who was currently located on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, could clearly see the roiling white light floating in the sky of Defeng City. Looking at the shocking and tragic scene, a few moments of admiration surfaced among Mu Lingyun's eyes. It wasn't just Mu Lingyun. Some of the older cultivators amongst the Great Feng City also recognized this scene. This is white light that appeared in the middle of the sky on the day of the Zhong family's tragic extermination. It's those white lights. Could it be that the demonic cultivators are fighting their way in again? What's the point of panicking? At this moment, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is in the middle of Great Feng City, and there's also a true lord of practicing void suppressing this place. So even if the demonic cultivators dare to come, they will surely be wiped out. Upon hearing the name of True Lord Practicing Void, the originally panicked cultivators immediately settled down. Yes, with the Practicing Void True Lord, then what's there to panic about? Even if the sky really falls, then there's a taller one to hold the roof. As a result, the cultivators who had settled down looked at the white light that filled the sky with a spectator's mindset. That roiling white light kept circling in the sky of Defeng City, and finally, as if they had made some sort of determination, they all rushed towards the direction of the Zhong clan's ancestral land in unison. They were like moths fluttering on a flame, disappearing in a flash in the sky above the Zhong clan's ancestral land, unable to make the slightest ripple. But the deaths of their predecessors didn't stop them, and from the moment they decided to launch a revolt, there was no turning back. Death, death, or death. After countless deaths, a white light finally flew into the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. And then endless white light began to fly into the Zhong clan's ancestral land following the gap created by the first white light. They flew to various places, some disappearing immediately while others flew towards the Zhong clan ancestral hall. The white light flew past Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun, and they faintly heard voices coming out of the white light. Death, freedom. Subsequently, all the white light converged in the direction of the ancestral hall, followed by a dazzling light that lit up in the daylight, obscuring all sights looking towards this place. Even Lu Qingyu and Zhong Lingjun, by the time the two of them regained their sight, the Zhong clan's ancestral land had already returned to a scene of dead silence. Thinking back to that tragic scene just now, Lu Qingyu could not help but look at Zhong Lingjun beside her. Senior, do you know what all just happened? Hearing Lu Qingyu's inquiry, Zhong Lingjun did not answer her. She lapsed into a long silence, suddenly realizing that it seemed as if something had been misunderstood by her from the beginning. Chapter 22. Who is the demon cultivator? The devil's workshop. Will you go to your death like this? From the moment Mu Lingyun taught her to make it her duty to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, Zhong Lingjun had been engaged in a long-lasting confrontation with the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators she encountered might be greedy, cunning, or insane, but without exception, they are all very life-affirming. The reason why demonic cultivators would embark on this path was largely to live as they pleased, so how could they easily abandon their lives? It would be fine if there were only a few. They might have just gone off the deep end and gone crazy, but going to the death on such a large scale, thinking of the sound of those white lights hissing before they dissipated, Zhong Lingjun was suddenly like falling into an ice cave. A horrible suspicion loomed in her mind. Who, in the end, is the devil? Breathing gradually became a little difficult, but Zhong Lingjun still held herself together and grabbed Lu Qingyue's hand beside her before quickly rushing in the direction of the Zhong family ancestral hall. This time she no longer deliberately avoided using the endless sword intent. No matter what lay ahead, Zhong Lingjun would not hesitate to drive the endless sword intent to cut it to pieces. Zombies, ghosts, prohibitions. Those insurmountable hurdles for ordinary cultivators were reduced to pieces in front of the endless sword intent. Lu Qingyue, who was pulled forward by Zhong Lingjun, felt the undisguised aura of her body and her eyes became more and more gloomy. She was now certain that what came out of Zhong Lingjun was the aura of endless sword intent, but she had heard Mu Lingyun himself say that the only ones in the world who possessed the endless sword intent besides her were her senior sisters. Lu Qingyue might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. So which adversary is pulling her back at this moment? Thinking that the one who was now pulling on her arm was one of those rebellious disciples who wanted to kill their teacher. Lu Qingyue felt a vicious chill rise up in her body. If she wasn't far inferior to Zhong Lingjun in terms of cultivation, she would only be about to flip out with her at this moment. Mu Lingyun, who was watching all of this, couldn't help but flash a few smiles among his eyes when he saw that Lu Qingyue was fighting for herself. The little guy is not bad, compared to those few rebellious disciples. At least he knows how to write the words honor the teacher. But now is not the time to get carried away. It's better to hurry up and follow that adversary. Mu Lingyun made a mark on Zhong Lingjun's body, and when Lu Qingyue saw it, she immediately understood that this was her master's way of telling her to follow Zhong Lingjun properly first, and not to turn her back on her. After knowing that this was Mu Lingyun's intention, Lu Qingyue, even if she was no longer disgusted with Zhong Lingjun, she could only put away all of her dissatisfaction and followed Zhong Lingjun with an expressionless face. With the presence of the endless sword intent, Zhong Lingjun, a Yuaning stage cultivator, could be said to be unimpeded in the Zhong clan's ancestral land. She quickly led Lu Qingyue to the front of the Zhong family's ancestral hall. Looking at the shrine, even though it was already quite dilapidated, you could still tell that it had been prosperous in the past. After Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath, she went straight forward and pushed open the door of the shrine. There was originally a forbidden presence on the gate, but after sensing the aura on Zhong Lingjun's body, it was still smoothly pushed open by her. Unlike the outside area, the interior of the shrine showed no signs of destruction, as if the great battle back then hadn't affected this place. Looking at those Zhong family ancestor tablets in front of her, Zhong Lingjun hesitated for a moment. Before today she was planning to return to the Zhong family's ancestral land to recognize her ancestors, but after experiencing those things just now, she couldn't kneel down no matter what when she looked at those ancient pagodas now. No, the truth of the matter is not yet fully revealed. It must be probed before it is clear. Retracting her attention, Zhong Lingjun released her own divine sense to scan through the Zhong family ancestral hall, and soon discovered the existence of a secret passage at the back of the hall. Looking at the secret passage, Zhong Lingjun was immediately about to walk in, but looking at the expressionless Lu Qingyue by her side, Zhong Lingjun still asked with some hesitation after hesitating, "Do you want to come along with me? The scene inside might. Why don't you go?" Hearing Zhong Lingjun's hesitant inquiry, Lu Qingyue showed no hesitation. "As I said, I must prove my master's innocence, and since the truth of the matter is down there at this very moment, is there any reason for me not to go?" Lu Qingyue had absolute confidence in her master. She believed that her master would never be a hypocrite who would kill innocents indiscriminately, so there was nothing for her to hesitate or flinch at. Just let that truth come out. Seeing how open Lu Qingyue was, Zhong Lingjun's heart actually flashed a few moments of hesitation, but thinking of what Mu Lingyun had once taught her, Zhong Lingjun still made up her mind after taking a deep breath, to take it upon himself to kill the demons, no matter who that so-called demon really is, even if it's yourself. Show no mercy. Zhong Lingjun no longer hesitated and directly opened the dusty secret passageway, leading Lu Qingyue one with her, and Mu Lingyun, who had been watching all of this from the sidelines, nodded affirmatively after seeing Zhong Lingjun's change in demeanor. "Not bad, at least that's one thing, you didn't disappoint me." Zhong Lingjun's insistence on cutting down the demons could at least prove that his education hadn't been that much of a failure, but that was all Mu Lingyun could be sure of. He'd taught them that whatever they did, they had to make sure they really understood the whole picture of what was going on first, and whether or not one understands the full picture of what's going on, just go for it, then don't regret it. As for whether or not the cost of those things was something they could afford, that was not something Mu Lingyun had to consider. The situation of the Zhong clan's ancestral land was completely clear to him, and there was no point in continuing to look at it. After disconnecting the system's synchronization, Mu Lingyun saw Wan Ziding suddenly come up to his face. "What for?" Looking at Wan Ziding, who was close to kissing up, Mu Lingyun stepped back while not moving and covering his storage ring. "First things first, I only have that one dragon horn of the dragon monarch. I don't have any more if you want it again." I know. The rest of that one was taken by you to solve the problem of your great disciple's physique. I was asking if that incident outside just now had anything to do with you? Upon hearing Wan Zitting's curiosity about the Heaven and Earth brand that had just been activated, Mu Lingyun first pondered for a moment before telling her about the incident that had happened hundreds of years ago, and after hearing the whole story, Wan Zitting came to a realization. So that's how it is. I told you why you kept hanging around in Great Seal City during that time. I thought you were looking for a breakthrough opportunity, but then again, aside from that disciple of yours, is it true that none of the remaining members of the Zhong family survived? Mu Lingyun, who was drinking tea, saw the curiosity under Wan Zitting's eyes, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. If we really want to talk about it, there's actually another one, and it's right in the Zhong family ancestral ground. Originally I was about to forget about it, but I didn't expect it to give me a surprise after hundreds of years. Thinking of that chance he had sensed earlier, Mu Lingyun was suddenly a little curious about what kind of surprise his little disciple could bring to him in the end. Maybe he could directly break through to the foundation establishment stage? Chapter 23, Endless Regret. You stay behind me and be careful not to get lost. While scouting ahead, Zhong Lingjun carefully injected her mana into the Endless Sword intent, and as long as there was the slightest movement, the Endless Sword intent would be directly activated. After Lu Qingyu heard Zhong Lingjun's exhortation, she also looked at her with a complicated expression. But in the end, she decided to listen to her own master's words and not to reveal Zhong Lingjun's identity. The two of them walked out a long distance amongst the secret passages and eventually came to a secret room. When they saw the scene in the middle of the chamber, their faces all instantly changed. Lu Qingyu forced herself to endure the feeling of nausea amongst her heart and walked to the center of the chamber. Looking at those corpses around her, she couldn't help but turn around and question Zhong Lingjun. Are these the demonic cultivators you're talking about? Looking at the surrounding corpses that were imprisoned by all sorts of torture devices, Zhong Lingjun's lips turned white and she was unable to say anything for a moment. She trembled as she walked over to those corpses, and with just a glance, she could tell that this was a common tactic used by demonic cultivators. By injecting parasites or poisons into the bodies of other cultivators, the purpose of controlling cultivators is achieved. But why would this scene appear in the ground floor of the Zhong family's ancestral hall? This kind of hell-like scene can appear anywhere, but only it should not appear here. In an instant, a possibility suddenly surfaced in Zhong Lingjun's mind. She glanced back at Lu Qingyu, who was full of anger, and then panic filled her eyes. She could no longer care about maintaining her righteous demeanor. As she searched in a panic in the middle of the chamber, her mouth still chanting, "It's impossible, this is impossible. How could these things have appeared underneath the Zhong family ancestral hall?" Zhong Lingjun searched in a panic and eventually found a journal-like book on a table. Looking at the book that had begun to yellow, Zhong Lingjun trembled as she held it in her hands. For a split second, the two thoughts of destroying it and turning it over came to her mind. The two thoughts were constantly scrambling, trying to make decisions about Zhong Lingjun's behavior. But at the end of the day, Zhong Lingjun remembered what Mu Lingyun had once taught her, that no matter what kind of choices were made, one had to go and bear the consequences. Consequences? After hesitating for a long time, Zhong Lingjun finally opened the book with a shudder. It details the name of each cultivator, their cultivation level, the direction they specialize in, and finally how to control that cultivator through the demon heart compulsion for my Zhong family. Demon heart compulsion, a kind of compulsion used by the devil cultivator. As long as drilled into the cultivator's heart, it can be symbiotic with the cultivator, and the owner of the demon heart compulsion can also use it to control the cultivator. Once the cultivator tried to resist, or if the owner of the compulsion died, the cultivator would be instantly killed by the demon heart compass. Zhong Lingjun, who realized this, hurriedly looked at those corpses around him. Yet the more she looked, the colder her heart grew. As long as the cultivators who were not wearing the Zhong clan's clothing on their bodies, all of them had the corpse of a parasite at their heart. It was as if she could still see the time hundreds of years ago, when the cultivators of the Zhong clan were in the middle of this secret room, constantly releasing a strangely shaped parasite into the hearts of those innocent cultivators. Those cultivators wanted to struggle, but in the end, they could only watch themselves fall into slavery to the Zhong family. And she went so far as to regard those cultivators who had fallen into slavery as Devil's Way cultivators. Zhong Lingjun's mind suddenly conjured up the scene where she joined the others in forcing Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword. At the time, she prided herself on being righteous and full of rage. Even though Mu Lingyun had raised her and brought her onto the path of cultivation, Zhong Lingjun still had to plan to behead Mu Lingyun for the sake of justice. Yet at the moment, it was like a joke. What justice? What anger? She's nothing but a blinded wretch. Is there any difference between her behavior now and that of the Zhang family hundreds of years ago? All in the name of justice to brutalize those innocent cultivators. The only difference was that Mu Lingyun's cultivation was high enough. so high that Zhong Lingjun couldn't lay a hand on him in a short period of time. Zhong Lingjun didn't dare to imagine if that day, Mu Lingyun had really been weakened to the point of being unable to resist, and she had really made a move on him. And how far will she break down when she finds out the truth for herself? Looking at the thick record in his hand, at the blood stains on it, Zhong Lingjun was a bit thankful that Mu Lingyun had not been victimized by this rebellious disciple of hers. But what followed was endless remorse. Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but question herself as to why she hadn't investigated before taking action, and had nearly persecuted her master, who had always cared for her. It was only at this moment that Zhong Lingjun realized why Mu Lingyun did not do anything at that time when he saw her swinging the sword, but instead allowed the sharp sword to fall on his body. Zhong Lingjun had once thought that Mu Lingyun was not bothering to dodge because Zhong Lingjun's attacks could not hurt him at all. But Zhong Lingjun now understood that Mu Lingyun just didn't want to make a move against his own disciples. When that sword was swung, Zhong Lingjun was no longer his disciple. The Devil's Cult. Devotional. Zhong Lingjun stood frozen in place, her mouth muttering the words Demon Cultivator over and over again. On the side, Lu Qingyu was looking at her with pitying and complicated eyes. The truth was already obvious. The real demonic cultivators weren't those cultivators who slaughtered the Zhong family at all. The real devil cultivators were those Zhong family cultivators who seemed hospitable on the surface. Those so-called demonic cultivators were simply tricked into coming by the Zhong family, and then utilized the demon heart compass to bring them under control so that they could be used for the Zhong family. No wonder the Zhong family, whose highest cultivator was obviously only at the god transformation stage, was able to possess an ancestral land covering such a vast area in Great Feng City, with a group of deathly controlled cultivators working for them. As long as they didn't mess with the true Lord of Practicing Void, who would be able to defeat them? But there are no eternal things in the world, and the day will come when the controlled cultivators will explode. The revolt happened when the resentment in their hearts built up to a crescendo. Even though they knew that after the demise of the Zhong clan, their cultivators who had been planted with the demon heart compulsion would also die on the spot, they still launched a final resistance. Lu Qingyue didn't know exactly how many cultivators were controlled by the Zhong family, but she knew that the white light that filled the sky must have been only a minuscule fraction of it. Zhong family. Lu Qingyue remembered Zhong Lingjun, who had swung her sword at Mu Lingyun that day in the middle of the Nine Heavenly Hall. She was also surnamed Zhong, and coupled with the person in front of her who was lost in thought at the moment, it was not difficult for Lu Qingyu to guess her true identity. Even though Lu Qingyu was filled with disgust for those rebellious disciples who presumptuously attempted to kill their masters, but seeing Zhong Lingjun's disoriented appearance at the moment, she still said with some impatience, "Fourth senior sister, let me call you that for now. No matter what kind of killing sins the Zhong family created in the past, none of this has anything to do with you. There's no need for you to blame yourself so much." Irrelevant. How is it irrelevant? Admittedly, no matter how many cultivators the Zhong clan had persecuted in the past, they didn't have much karma with her. But what about the karma between her and Mu Lingyun? When she thought that she had once been deceived by Jiang Ming and had actually swung her sword towards her master, Zhong Lingjun's heart ached to the extreme. She thought that her actions were for the sake of justice, to avenge the wronged souls of the Zhong family, and to fulfill her duty of cutting down demons and removing devils. But reality slapped her hard in the face. The Zhong family, which she thought was the victim, was the one that was the aggressor, and the sharp sword she thought she was wielding against the evil demon had severed the master-disciple bond between her and Mu Lingyun, and the duty to cut down the demons. Looking at everything around her, what face did Zhong Lingjun have to mention the words demon beheading and demon removal again? Taking out the image jade slip in the middle of her storage ring, Zhong Lingjun ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Looking at the jade slips that were shattered all over the place, the tears that had accumulated in the corners of Zhong Lingjun's eyes finally slipped down. Now she's really lost the last of her own. The only person who cared about her, loved her, and genuinely wanted the best for her was cut off from each other by her own hand. It was also at this point that Zhong Lingjun finally understood why Mu Lingyun would always emphasize to her that she should take it as her duty to eliminate demons and devils, because she came from the most horrible hell in the human world, and Mu Lingyun didn't want the sins in the middle of hell to stain her soul again. Chapter 24. The disciple has returned. Should the master accept the lost disciple? The disciple has returned. Is the master going to accept the lost disciple? Mu Lingyun, who was in the middle of the top floor of the Wanbao pavilion smelling the underworld incense to recuperate, froze for a moment when he heard the sudden prompt from the system, then raised his own eyes to look ahead. In front of him, the system's prompt was flashing, as if urging him to hurry up and make a decision. Disciple, Zhong Lingjun. Talent, heavenly rank C medium grade. Physique, magic blood sacred heart. Cultivation, middle yuaning. Comment, as the remaining Zhong family born from the land of sin, she should have taken the same path as her ancestor. But the Zhong family suddenly met with a huge change. She had not yet experienced the baptism of the Zhong family's demonic blood. and had not yet coalesced into a demonic heart. She was saved by the true monarch of the 9 heavens and accepted as a disciple. She had committed a heinous crime due to the bewitchment of the outlaws, and now she has already returned to the right path, and is willing to let go of all the obsessive thoughts, just to return to the side of her master. Looking at the image of Zhong Lingjun in front of her, and that choice of whether or not to accept her back, Mu Linyun first blinked, then suddenly asked the system a question. If I choose to accept Zhong Lingjun, will the cultivation in her body be synchronized with mine? Upon hearing Mu Linyun's inquiry, the system immediately gave an affirmative answer. Disciple Zhong Lingjun has been brought up by her master since she was young, and all of her cultivation skills have been taught by her master. So if her master accepts her return, all of her cultivation skills will be immediately synchronized to her master's. Hearing the system give an affirmative answer, Mu Linyun first nodded before making his choice. Denied. Master has rejected the return of disciple Zhong Lingjun. As Mu Linyun made his choice, Zhong Lingjun's character panel in front of him immediately disappeared, and throughout the entire process, Mu Linyun didn't have much of a reaction. Zhong Lingjun had good talent and was also still young, with quite a lot of longevity. If Mu Linyun chose to accept Zhong Lingjun's return, it could indeed alleviate the crisis of his lifespan ending at the moment within a short period of time, and Mu Linyun might even be able to use this to break through to the harmonization stage in one fell swoop. But so what? Why do practitioners cultivate? The figure is not a free and easy. If you fail your heart for a little cultivation and longevity, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Raising the wine glass in his hand, Mu Linyun then smiled and said to Wan Zitting by his side, "Come on, old man, let's have another drink." When Wan Zitting, who was counting the accounts on the side, heard Mu Linyun's fastidious voice, she also picked up the wineglass beside her in passing and drank it with him. Then she heavily smashed the wineglass in her hand onto Mu Linyun's head. "If you dare to call me old man again, the next thing that hits your head will be a fallen treasure copper coin. Ha 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 ha, come on, drink again, drink again." On the other hand, in the middle of the Zhong clan's ancestral land, Lu Qingyu looked at Zhong Lingjun who was standing dumbfounded in place, and was somewhat distressed as she wondered what she should do now. Obviously, he was a Yuaning stage cultivator now, and when placed outside, he could be respectfully shouted as a senior, but now he was condescending like a little girl. But what have you got to be aggrieved about? The one who should be aggrieved is obviously the master. Okay, master hasn't said anything yet, and you're crying alone here. But right now, Lu Qingyu could not afford to leave Zhong Lingjun behind. After all, this Zhong family ancestral ground was dangerous at first glance. Although master had said that she basically wouldn't be in any danger at her current level, but a free Yuaning stage fighter was not used for nothing. Lu Qingyu wouldn't feel guilty for pulling Zhong Lingjun's wool over her eyes. However, before Lu Qingyu could open her mouth to comfort Zhong Lingjun came back to her senses. This time Lu Qingyu could clearly feel Zhong Lingjun's eyes change. Looking at those corpses around her, Zhong Lingjun first knelt down towards them and heavily kowtowed a few times, before sitting down on the ground and reciting a uniquely rhyming scripture. As soon as Lu Qingyu heard it, she knew that it was a spell for the afterlife that was purposely passed down by a great power in the ancient times who had compassion for the plight of all living beings. But these corpses have been dead for hundreds of years, and even if there were souls left behind, they would have been dispersed long ago. So what's the use of reciting the mantra of the past life now? Just when Lu Qingyu thought that Zhong Lingjun was doing nothing but self-congratulation, a scene that made her feel incredibly dreamy suddenly happened in front of her eyes. Zhong Lingjun recited a strange spell for the past life, and there were also violent fluctuations of mana on her body. For a moment, Lu Qingyu seemed to see Mu Lingyun's shadow in Zhong Lingjun's body. Souls, uncountable souls, souls with bodies so shallow as to be almost invisible, flew out of the already depleted corpses. Not only the secret room, but amongst the entire Zhong family ancestral ground. The souls of those cultivators who had sacrificed their lives for the sake of resistance had all followed the connection of the past life mantra to this place at this moment. It was as if they had no wisdom left in their lives, but after sensing the Zhong clan bloodline in Zhong Lingjun's body, they still looked at her with spiteful eyes, itching to eat her flesh and drink her blood. However, with a soft chant from the endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body, the resentment in the eyes of those souls instantly turned into gratitude. Obviously, they recognized the endless sword intent even if they were still dead. They still held a deep sense of gratitude for the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, who had liberated them hundreds of years ago, and for that reason they were willing to spare the last orphan of the Zhong family. Seeing this scene, the look of sadness on Zhong Lingjun's face intensified. The souls that died hundreds of years ago are still remembering Mu Lingyun's kindness. But what about her? As the mantra of the past life continued, all those souls were also pulled in some way, and entered among an invisible doorway to the underworld, waiting for their reincarnation in the past life. Only after doing this did Zhong Lingjun gasp and stand up from the ground. The past life mantra she recited had been amended by Mu Lingyun. And if one were to recite the name of the 9 heavens in one's mind while reciting the past life mantra, one could consume mana to add to the effects of the past life mantra. This time letting the souls from hundreds of years ago pass on to the next life en masse was a huge drain even for her, a Yuaning stage cultivator. Looking at the shocked Lu Qingyu behind her, Zhong Lingjun, after hesitating for a split second, tried as much as possible to put a kind smile on her face. That, junior sister, if you are curious about the means that senior sister I just used, I can teach you. Hearing Zhong Lingjun call out to her junior sister, Lu Qingyue's face instantly went cold. She didn't pay the slightest attention to Zhong Lingjun's good intentions, but said in a distant manner, Senior, it's better not to call him so affectionately. You've already severed your ties with Master, haven't you? And besides, if I want to learn, I'll go to Master on my own and let him teach me. Hearing Lu Qingyu mention that she had severed her master-disciple relationship with Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's lips immediately turned a little white, and seeing the proud look on Lu Qingyu's face when she mentioned Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun even realized that her heart was hurting that much. She wanted to say something, but looking at Lu Qingyu's distant look, she ended up only being able to resentfully lower her head. But soon Zhong Lingjun got her spirits up again. No matter what kind of things were done, one had to go and bear the corresponding costs, which was what Mu Lingyun had once taught her. Therefore, whether Mu Lingyun would forgive her or not, Zhong Lingjun would have to go and make up for the faults she had committed. Whether or not she could make amends, she was going to do it, and it was the only way she could get a moment's peace of mind. And it all started with her junior sister, Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue was Mu Lingyun's only disciple right now, and it was only through her that Zhong Lingjun would be able to see her master again. But before Zhong Lingjun could say anything to Lu Qingyue, her face suddenly turned pale. She looked incredulously in a distant direction. Just now, she seemed to have lost something completely, and her heart was empty. Mastermind. Chapter 25, The Devil's Blood. It was only after a long time that Zhong Lingjun finally got over that pain of losing something important. She looked at the puzzled Lu Qingyue beside her and put a forced smile on her face. Let's just continue exploring forward first. No matter if you are still willing to let me be your senior sister or not. You've always come to the Zhong clan's ancestral land to look for a chance, haven't you? And with me, a remaining Zhong clan member and Yuaning stage cultivator, you can be a little safer. Junior sister. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's proposal, Lu Qingyue was first a little hesitant, but when she saw Zhong Lingjun's almost begging eyes, she, who had just set foot on the path of cultivation, was ultimately a little soft-hearted. Only after sighing helplessly did Lu Qingyue say somewhat reluctantly, Then let's make a deal. Whatever we find then, we'll split it equally, and we'll owe each other nothing. Lu Qingyu was unwilling to owe a favor because she knew that Zhong Lingjun would definitely use the opportunity to make a request related to Mu Lingyun. When the time comes, it's either she agrees or she doesn't. Instead of making things difficult when the time comes, it's better to make it clear from the start. As for Zhong Lingjun, when she heard Lu Qingyue's request for an equal share of the chance, a trace of loss immediately flashed through her eyes. Was it detected? Forget it, an equal share is an equal share. At least we have to pull the strings with our little sister first. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingjun didn't hesitate and immediately nodded her head. No problem, we'll all listen to junior sister, and if there are any opportunities at that time we'll split them equally. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had agreed to her request, Lu Qingyue let out a sigh of relief and took the lead towards the deeper part of the secret passage. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly followed in Lu Qingyue's footsteps. She couldn't let Lu Qingyu suffer any harm here. Otherwise, what face would she have to meet Mu Lingyun? The two heirs of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens were constantly moving forward in the middle of the tunnels of the Zhong clan's ancestral land. Strange enough, obviously there were still a lot of corpses present in that secret room just now, but as Lu Qingyue and Zhong Lingjun continued to go deeper and deeper, the number of corpses instead became less and less. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zhong Lingjun somewhat hesitantly stretched out the spirit sword in her hand and gently tapped it, after which the sturdy-looking corpse instantly turned into pieces. Seeing this scene, a look of gravity instantly spread across Zhong Lingjun's face. She hadn't used any mana just now, just a light nod. However, the corpse of that body, which was at least a Yuaning stage cultivator in front of him, had directly turned into dust. The information contained here instantly put Zhong Lingjun on guard. She puffed up her surrounding mana and said to Lu Qingyue behind her with a serious face, Junior sister, no matter what happens later, you have to hide behind me immediately. Senior sister will protect your safety. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's serious look, Lu Qingyue also knew that now was not the time to be intentional and hurriedly walked to Zhong Lingjun's side. Well, I'll be right behind you. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing Lu Qingyu walk behind her, even though Zhong Lingjun herself knew that it indicated nothing, she couldn't help but feel a pang of joy in her heart. If she kept on progressing as she had been, wouldn't she also be able to return to her master's side again one day? Thinking of that magnificent figure that had once held herself in her arms and taught her with care, Zhong Lingjun instantly clenched her teeth. Today, even if she was seriously injured, she would still help her junior sister seize that chance. Holding the spirit sword in her hand, Zhong Lingjun then carefully walked towards the end of the secret passage with Lu Qingyue behind her. After crossing an unknown distance, they came to a closed doorway. Listening to the sound similar to a heartbeat coming from behind the door, Zhong Lingjun first exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyue behind her, and then the endless sword intent within her body instantly emitted a fluctuation. The door, which was covered in prohibitions and was absolutely difficult to open without the appropriate spells, was instantly cut into countless tiny pieces. Immediately after that, the things behind the door were reflected into Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue's eyes. In the middle of a huge underground space, an altar composed of countless obscure runes hung in the air, and on top of the altar was a mass of blood imprisoned by countless runic chains. The moment she saw that mass of blood, Zhong Lingjun knew exactly what it was. It was demonic blood that consisted of the bloodlines of countless Zhong clan cultivators. It contained the life's work of successive generations of Zhong clan cultivators, and if it was baptized, Zhong Lingjun would be able to awaken the devil's heart and thus control the devil's heart compass. It could be said that as long as she wanted to, Zhong Lingjun could now recreate the splendor of the Zhong family back then. With the blood and tears of countless cultivators, a huge family was consecrated. But, after knowing the origin of that blood, Zhong Lingjun did not hesitate to directly swing out a sword chi, wanting to completely destroy this demonic blood. Her master had managed to pull her out of hell with great difficulty. How could she possibly go back? However, what surprised her was that although the mass of demonic blood was defenseless in the face of Zhong Lingjun's attack, the sword chi that was strong enough to cut through mountains did not cause any damage to it. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lingjun immediately frowned. Unbelievingly, she continuously swung her sword towards the demonic blood again, but even if she chopped it into countless tiny parts, the demonic blood would eventually recover. It was only at this point that she somewhat understood why Mu Lingyun had clearly discovered this mass of demonic blood in the first place, but did not destroy it, instead only sealing it underground in the ancestral hall. But she didn't believe that this mass of demonic blood could even resist the endless sword intent. As the surging mana was injected into the endless sword intent, the air began to become sticky. The surrounding space gradually solidified, while the endless sword intent within Zhong Lingjun's body began to manifest outside her body. Seeing that the endless sword intent was about to destroy this space along with that mass of demonic blood, that mass of demonic blood finally reacted. Descendant of the Zhong clan, why are you making a move against me? Knowing that I was condensed from the heart and blood of the Zhong clan's successive generations of ancestors, and I'm the last of your blood relatives. My last blood relative is not you. It's just a lump of demonic blood, and you're trying to compel me. Hearing Demon Blood's voice, Zhong Lingjun was not the least bit moved, and the endless sword intent within her body was still rapidly condensing. Devil's Blood, on the other hand, fell into silence when he saw this, seemingly not intending to resist. Just as Zhong Lingjun was about to swing this sword, Lu Qingyue on the side suddenly realized something and hurriedly stopped Zhong Lingjun's attack. Senior sister, wait a moment. Upon hearing Lu Qingyue call out to her senior sister, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously put away her mana, and the endless sword intent within her body calmed down. Looking at Lu Qingyue behind her with a grave face, Zhong Lingjun was first puzzled, then a smirk spread across her face. Don't worry, little senior sister. Senior sister has master's endless sword intent in place. A mere demonic blood won't be a problem. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's voice, Lu Qingyue was shaking her head after thinking about it. Senior sister's endless sword intent has certainly taken on a few of master's elegance, but back then, master was holding the endless sword in his hand, yet he still chose to seal the demonic blood rather than destroy it outright. There must be some other reason in there. Other reasons? Just kill it directly. Where is the need for any other reason? When Zhong Lingjun heard Lu Qingyue say that there was some other reason, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed through her eyes. However, looking at Lu Qingyue's grave look, Zhong Lingjun still pursed her lips and began to ponder the possible reasons for this. Devil's Blood, the bloodline of the Zhong family converges. Could it be? Zhong Lingjun suddenly thought of something as she looked at the demonic blood in the distance and tried to use her mana to destroy her heart chakra. When she felt a sharp pain in her heart, the demonic blood in the distance also instantly underwent a violent fluctuation. Seeing this scene, Zhong Lingjun immediately confirmed her suspicions. This demonic blood is condensed from the Zhong family bloodline. As long as there is still Zhong family bloodline alive, it will not die out. Chapter 26, The Seed Finally Sprouts. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that as long as the Zhong family bloodline did not die out, this mass of demonic blood would not die out, Lu Qingyue's eyes subconsciously glanced towards Zhong Lingjun's neck. Even Zhong Lingjun had begun to think about whether or not to sacrifice herself for the sake of the world's people or something. The moment he thought that he was sacrificing himself for the sake of the world to eliminate the great mistake made by his ancestor, Zhong Lingjun inexplicably felt a heavy sense of mission shouldered on his body. And Zhong Lingjun suddenly thought of something. If she had sacrificed herself in order to eliminate the demons, would Mu Lingyun have forgiven her? As her thoughts flowed to this point, Zhong Lingjun could not help but tighten her grip on the spirit sword in her hand. On the side, Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun's actions and hurriedly stepped forward to grab her sword-wielding hand, trying to persuade her not to do something impulsive. Little senior sister, you let go of me. For the sake of the world's life. Even if it is to sacrifice my life, and how? As long as you live and die in me? Truthfully tell the master. His disciple Zhong Lingjun did not continue to lose his face as enough. With that, Zhong Lingjun raised her spirit sword and placed it on her neck. She was going to kill herself in this place full of pain as a way to end the karma of the Zhong family that had stretched on for an unknown number of years. And when Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun's behavior, she immediately became anxious. It wasn't that she couldn't see Zhong Lingjun killing herself. She didn't have any good feelings for this group of rebels. Even if they all died out, it had nothing to do with her. But if Zhong Lingjun kills herself here, she might have to suffer along with her. That mass of demonic blood had clearly shown intelligence before. But now that Zhong Lingjun, the last bloodline of the Zhong family, was about to kill itself, it wasn't in a hurry at all, which made Lu Qingyue notice that something wasn't right. Wait a moment. You may not be able to finish off that mass of demonic blood even if you kill yourself. Hearing Lu Qingyue say that even if she killed herself, she might not be able to finish off that mass of demonic blood, Zhong Lingjun could not help but stop herself. Glancing back at the demon blood, he realized that it really didn't react at all to his attempt to kill himself. But when she attacked her heart chakra earlier, didn't the demonic blood produce violent fluctuations? Zhong Lingjun's straightforward brain suddenly had a flash of insight. This fellow relies on the Zhong clan bloodline for dependence, but it won't be affected if the Zhong clan bloodline really dies out. Instead it will benefit from it. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun was finally reacting, Lu Qingyue let out a long sigh of relief. My heart is so tired. Why did Master accept this kind of guy as a disciple in the past? Then when she thought that Zhong Lingjun was actually still her senior sister, Lu Qingyue felt even more tired. Seeing that his own calculations were recognized by Zhong Lingjun, the demon blood was not in a hurry. It was certain that the two guys in front of it definitely did not know how to deal with it. And as Lu Qingyue looked at the mass of demonic blood in the distance, something suddenly came to her mind. From among her storage ring, she took out the jade pendant that Mu Lingyun had given her earlier and aimed it at the demonic blood. In just an instant, the demonic blood trembled violently, and a faint shimmering light began to emanate from the jade pendant. Those points of light gradually condensed into a shadow. And when Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, saw it, her pupils immediately shrunk slightly. Master, looking at Mu Lingyun, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhong Lingjun wanted to reach out her hand to grab the corner of his coat, but hesitantly stood still. In the face of Zhong Lingjun's call, Mu Lingyun did not react in any way. He only looked at the demonic blood in front of him and gently stretched out his hand to point. Then, that mass of demonic blood, which had condensed the heart and blood of successive generations of cultivators from the Zhong family, was instantly shattered, and it took hundreds of years for the sanity to coalesce with great difficulty. Hundreds of years ago when Mu Lingyun discovered this mass of demonic blood, he realized that it was closely connected to the Zhong family bloodline, and if he destroyed it, the young Zhong Lingjun at that time would die as well. So Mu Lingyun sealed it in this place, and now that the demonic blood had coalesced into a divine mind, it instead took the initiative to seek to detach itself from the Zhong family lineage, wanting to regain its free body, which made it convenient for Mu Lingyun to settle it. After resolving the demonic blood, Mu Lingyun glanced back at Lu Qingyue, who immediately understood and bowed towards Mu Lingyun's silhouette before walking towards the demonic blood. The residual thoughts amongst the demonic blood coalesced into a divine sense that was shattered by Mu Lingyun, and the remaining mass of blood at this moment was greatly beneficial to bloodline cultivators. It just so happened that in addition to his endless sword intent, Lu Qingyue's body also had the heart blood of the Lianshu dragon monarch, so if he could awaken the dragon bloodline, he would be greatly benefited by entering the 10,000 spirits cave heaven when the time came. After seeing that Lu Qingyue had already begun to absorb the bloodline power of that mass of blood, awakening her own dragon bloodline, Mu Lingyun nodded, and then glanced at Zhong Lingjun by her side. Zhong Lingjun immediately stood nervously at the sight of this. Her eyes lowered and she tried as much as she could to make herself appear as well-behaved as possible. However, Mu Lingyun only gave her an expressionless look before disappearing in place. Zhong Lingjun deadpanned her lips at the sight, and at the corner of her eyes, a tear even slipped down her fair cheek. Master. Looking at Lu Qingyue on the altar, who was still absorbing the power of her bloodline, Zhong Lingjun took a deep breath and stopped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, she made such a big mistake. It's normal that Master would hate her. Wait until the Master's anger subsides, and go back to Master again. Master will surely forgive her. The most important thing now was that absolutely nothing could happen to Lu Qingyue, or else she would never have the face to see her master again in this life. On the other hand, in the middle of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Mu Lingyun opened his own eyes, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Wan Ziding staring at her with a nervous expression. Looking at her nervous appearance, Mu Lingyun could not help but laugh dumbly. Alright, there's no need to be so nervous. I just went to help my little apprentice with some trouble. Trouble? Is that the demonic blood left behind by the Zhong clan that you're talking about? Mu Lingyun nodded, then summoned the sun and moon wheel. The power of time instantly enveloped his body, and it was only after a while that Mu Lingyun felt that his breathing was much smoother. Looking at Wan Ziding's nervous appearance, Mu Lingyun couldn't help but laugh and knock her on the head. No obstacle, but it has not moved for a long time. For a moment the chi and blood is a little unruly. You see that I am not now back to normal. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that everything was fine, Wan Ziding still couldn't help but say with worry, you are now only casting a spell through your divine soul across the sky, resolving a mass of demonic blood that is no more than the harmonized God stage at the highest, and your body is already as bad as this. Tell me honestly how much time you actually have left. Seeing that Wan Ziding refused to believe herself, Mu Lingyun was also somewhat helpless. Just as he wanted to prove to Wan Ziding that he was indeed safe and sound, his expression suddenly froze. Seeing this, Wan Ziding immediately disregarded Mu Lingyun's opinion and pulled out a bottle of extremely high-grade healing elixir from her storage ring and was about to pour it into Mu Lingyun's mouth. But before she could stuff the elixir into Mu Lingyun's mouth, she suddenly felt the aura on Mu Lingyun's body instantly skyrocket by a hair. If the previous Mu Lingyun was an ancient tree that was about to decay, the current Mu Lingyun had at least recovered its roots. In other words, although Mu Lingyun was still in a situation where his lifespan was about to end, the mana in his body had begun to become active, and it would no longer be like before, where every time he used his mana, he was consuming what little life he had left. Looking at the suddenly changed Mu Lingyun, Wan Ziding couldn't help but ask curiously, what in the world has happened to your body? How come your aura has suddenly risen so much? Mu Lingyun, who had returned to his senses, heard Wan Ziding's doubts and first felt the mana that was once again active within his body, before a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. If you insist, think of it as a seed I planted that finally sprouted. Chapter 27. Let them know again. Disciple Lu Qingyue has successfully awakened the dragon bloodline. It has been synchronized into Master's body. Please pay attention to check it. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Lingyun knew that Lu Qingyue had successfully absorbed the bloodline power amongst that mass of demonic blood. If it was already expected of him, then the fact that constant stream of vitality had sprung up within his body had given Mu Lingyun unexpected joy. He hadn't expected that after Lu Qingyue successfully awakened her dragon bloodline, he would actually follow suit and awaken the dragon bloodline as well. Although this awakening level of the dragon bloodline could not do enough to give Mu Lingyun the same long life as the dragons, it also brought a few rare moments of vitality to Mu Lingyun's withered body. Now, as long as he wasn't overly reckless, Mu Lingyun could strike at will. No longer would he be like before, hanging on to his breath by the endless sword, and as long as he used some of his mana a little bit, his chi and blood would be out of whack. With his body regaining some of its vitality, Mu Lingyun instantly couldn't help but stand up and stretch his limbs, while Wan Ziding couldn't help but sigh with emotion when she saw Mu Lingyun in this state of being alive again. Earlier you said that the little disciple you took in was your hope for ascension. I was a little less convinced at first, but now that I see how you look, I do believe it. If you really do ascend at that time, don't forget about me. Hearing Wan Ziding flirt with himself, Mu Lingyun also said without modesty, alright, if I really ascend at that time, I'll take you with me, and we'll continue to do business together when we go to the immortal world. In the face of Mu Lingyun's promise, Wan Ziding didn't say whether she believed it or not, but it was clear that she was in a good mood. Let's go. Since your body has recovered quite a bit, then we don't need to stay here all the time. Let's go for a walk outside together. We haven't been out these past few days, and there are even quite a lot of people who say that you have actually fallen. Hearing Wan Ziding say to go out for a walk, Mu Lingyun also felt that he had been lying down for several days and his body bones were a bit stiff, so he simply followed Wan Ziding out and prepared to see the changes in Defeng City over the years. But the two of them had just stepped out of the door of the room when they saw a Wan Baoge cultivator hurrying over. Greetings, Pavilion Master. My subordinate has something important to report. Seeing that Wan Baoge cultivator who had suddenly come to report to her, a few points of dissatisfaction immediately flashed through Wan Ziding's eyes. She'd had a hard time getting a chance to go for a walk with this bad guy. So why did something come to her door at this exact moment? But in the end, after living for thousands of years, she wasn't the little girl she once was who didn't know what was important. Anyway, Mu Lingyun's condition had recovered quite a bit, and there was no need to rush this moment. Wan Ziding ended up patiently letting that Wanbao Pavilion cultivator report on the situation. Your pavilion master. According to the news sent back by the Secret Sun, the cultivators of the Devil Dao Imperial Demon sect have infiltrated into Great Feng City and are preparing to cast the Demon Refining Grand Formation on all the cultivators in the city when the auction begins, in an attempt to train all the cultivators in the city to become devils for them to drive around. Demon Refining Sect? That group of goods that beg for food in the gutter. How dare they come to this seat's territory to cause trouble? Do they think that this seat's fallen treasure copper coins can't smash people to death? As soon as she heard that someone was trying to disturb her from making money, Wan Ziding's fire instantly came up, and she was about to go and smash the group of Demon Refining Sect's cultivators to death with her falling treasure copper coins. The Wanbao Pavilion cultivator who had come to report saw that Wan Ziding was going to make a direct move and hurriedly looked with pleading eyes to Mu Lingyun, who was eating his melon on the side. As a subordinate, he would never dare to go up and persuade Wan Ziting when she was angry. It was okay to persuade him, but if he couldn't, his whole person would be bad. When Mu Lingyun, who was eating melons and watching the show, saw the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator who was asking for help, his face immediately revealed a helpless expression. If this manpower pavilion doesn't have him, it's going to fall apart sooner or later. It is also funny to say that no one in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, which he created with his own hands, listens to him, but on the contrary, the cultivators of this 10,000 treasures pavilion all listen to him as if he were a holy decree, and look forward to him coming every day. After summoning the endless sword to pin the furious Wan Ziding in place, Mu Lingyun smiled and took the fallen treasure coin in her hand. Alright, the people of the Demon Refining Sect aren't little cuties. How could they stand there and let you kill them? You'll only end up letting them run away if you make such a big deal out of capturing them. Hearing Mu Lingyun's persuasion, Wan Ziding, who was also originally just in a fit of anger, first took a deep breath, then snatched back the fallen treasure coin with a hand. Looking at the fallen treasure coin in her hand that was held in Mu Lingyun's palm, all without any resistance, Wan Ziding first cursed the Heartless One before asking Mu Lingyun's opinion. Then what do you think should be done? Do we have to use the secret agents of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to check it out? How much wasted money would it cost? The thought of spending so many spirit stones to search for the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect made Wan Ziding's heart ache. Seeing Wan Ziding's wealth-crazed appearance, the corners of Mu Lingyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's been so many years, and she's still got that same nature. However, remembering Wan Ziding's journey of leading the Wanbao Pavilion to become rich, Mu Lingyun could only sigh helplessly. The reason why Wan Ziding was able to lead the Wanbao Pavilion to grow all the way to this point, apart from her own cultivation at the void practicing stage, she relied more on the ability of the falling treasure copper coins to gather wealth. For such gutter calculations, she was better at crushing them directly than playing any mind games with them. In the immortal cultivation world, greatness is attributed to oneself, and it is far better to do more to enhance one's own cultivation than to engage in mental calculations and the like. Those so-called wise men were 100 times and 1,000 times better at strategizing than Wan Ziding. But what was the final result? Not all of them died under the boundless power of the fallen treasure coins. Commercial warfare in the immortal cultivation world is not an exaggeration. After holding Wan Ziding down, Mu Lingyun first glanced out the window. Then an idea came to his mind. Looking is a must, but no need for you to spend money. After eating so many of your treasures for life extension, let me do it for you this time. What do you mean? You're going to do it yourself? Upon hearing that Mu Lingyun was planning to make a move, Wan Ziding's eyes instantly went to the endless sword floating behind him. If the ability to control space with the endless sword was utilized, that group of rats from the Demon Refining Sect was not worth mentioning. But Wan Ziding quickly shook her head. You'd better save your breath. Don't let the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect catch you before your person is gone. A little spirit stone is just a little bit of spirit stone. If you spend it, you spend it. It's useless to put it there. The corner of the mouth of the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator on the side couldn't help but twitch along when he saw that his own pavilion master had suddenly become generous. She refused to let the pavilion master spend money, but if it was to trouble the true lord of the nine heavens, then the pavilion master would be willing to spend money again. The pavilion master, her old man, is really a person who likes to compromise. Just as this Wanbao Pavilion cultivator was about to go and gather his men to search for the cultivators of the Demon Refining Sect, Mu Lingyun was shaking his head and said with a smile, "There's no need to spend that wasted money. Don't we have an apprentice? An apprentice is for making use of. It just so happens that that little one has slightly accomplished something recently. So let her go and take a look at that group of Demon Refining Sect cultivators. Let that little guy go? Your brain isn't broken, right? That's the demon refining sect. There's a void practicing stage demon monarch sitting there. You let a cheap practicing stage cultivator go to look for their clues. If you think the disciple is redundant, just say so. There's no need to let her go to her death. How troublesome. Wan Ziding first touched Mu Lingyun's forehead with worry, and said that she even called for the attendant at the side. Spirit stones or whatever. Just spend some. There's no need to save me money. Seeing that Wan Ziding had ignored him, Mu Lingyun could only sigh and wave his hand at the Wanbao pavilion cultivators around him. That Wanbao Gu cultivator immediately fell into hesitation when he saw this. What should we do? Listen to our own pavilion master? Or listen to the true lord of the nine heavens as an outsider? Looking at Wan Ziding and Mu Lingyun in front of him, for the first time in his life, this 10,000 treasures pavilion cultivator felt so embarrassed. But after a moment's hesitation, he figured it out. Although Mu Lingyun was an outsider to the Wanbao pavilion, but not to Wan Ziding. So, listen to the true lord of the nine heavens. Seeing that the Wanbao pavilion cultivator actually listened to Mu Lingyun and turned around to leave, Wan Ziding, who felt her majesty damaged, immediately looked at Mu Lingyun with dissatisfaction. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, smiled and pinched a spell. Don't worry, just leave it to me, and it's been a long time since you've seen me perform a trick, hasn't it? As Mu Lingyun's words fell, the endless sword floating behind him suddenly shone brightly, followed by a clear and pleasant sword chime that spread throughout the entire Great Feng City. No matter who or what they were doing at the moment, as long as they heard the sound of the sword, they couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky. The righteous and bright people hear this sword sound only feel clear consciousness, while the inner darkness of the people hear this sword sound but feel a splitting headache. Mu Lingyun declared to everyone in the simplest and most straightforward way, as long as he hadn't closed his eyes, he was still the mighty true lord of the nine heavens. Chapter 28, Master's Mission. This is Zhong Lingjun, who was protecting Lu Qingyue under the ground floor of the Zhong family ancestral hall, heard that sword roar coming from above her head, and instantly felt a wave of annoyance in her mind, but she soon felt a wave of clarity in her spiritual platform again. When she recovered, she then recognized what the voice had just been. Master's avatar? Having followed Mu Lingyun for hundreds of years, Zhong Lingjun had more or less some understanding of his entire Tao. This sword sound was one of the divine abilities that Mu Lingyun had mastered, roughly mimicking the 6 true words of the Buddhist sect, using a strange sound rhythm to deter those with evil intentions. But Zhong Lingjun never thought that she would one day be affected by this voice. Thinking of all the stupid things she had committed while under Jiang Ming's compulsion, Zhong Lingjun's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but then came back to her senses immediately afterward. Looking at Lu Qingyue on the altar, who was calm and unaffected, and even vaguely felt a few moments of joy, Zhong Lingjun continued to sit on the side, protecting Lu Qingyue from accidents. Within a short period of time, Lu Qingyue completely refined the bloodline power amongst that mass of demonic blood. She opened her own eyes, which for a moment presented vertical pupils as bright as gold, but only lasted an instant before returning to normal. The same concentration of dragon bloodline could only barely maintain some vitality when placed on Mu Lingyun's body, but when placed on Lu Qingyue's body, it made her feel unprecedentedly powerful. With a light handshake, Lu Qingyue heard the loud sound of air compressing, and a white gas was spat out from her mouth, stretching several meters in front of her before it managed to dissipate. Is this the dragon bloodline? It really is extraordinary. Lu Qingyue had once heard Mu Lingyun say that she had endless sword intent and dragon monarch's blood accompanying her body together at the time of her birth. The endless sword intent had previously been activated by Mu Lingyun when she entered the Qi practicing stage, and now this dragon monarch's blood had awakened with it. With the awakening of her physique, Lu Qingyue also instantly felt that her cultivation had gained a substantial increase. She was probably only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation before, but now she had already come to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and as long as she was a little quiet in her cultivation, the realm of foundation building was just within reach. However, compared to quieting her mind to break through the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qingyue now wanted to hurry up and meet Mu Lingyun. Master will definitely praise me if he sees that my cultivation has increased. Unlike the vast majority of cultivators, because realm advancement was too easy, Lu Qingyue did not derive joy from it. But Mu Lingyun's compliments were different. The thought of Mu Lingyun touching his little head and praising himself when the time came, Lu Qingyue felt a heart full of joy. As she rose from the altar, a crackling sound came from all parts of her body. Walking down the altar, Lu Qingyue saw Zhong Lingjun, who had been shielding herself, looking at herself with somewhat hesitant eyes. For this her nominal 4th senior sister, Lu Qingyue's emotions were still quite complicated. She had committed the great crime of matricide, and that alone made it impossible for Lu Qingyue to recognize her. But she was indeed quite kind to Lu Qingyue as well, and even though Lu Qingyu knew that this was nothing more than a penance for her after realizing that she had made a big mistake, it was still a bit difficult for her to really ask Lu Qingyu to speak ill of her. After thinking about it, Lu Qingyu still decided to ignore Zhongling Jun's presence. After all, she was Master's disciple. The people that Master hated, she could never like either. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had ignored her presence, she walked past her side and looked to leave. Zhongling Jun subconsciously tried to reach out and grab her, but was again sidestepped by Lu Qingyu. A chi practicing stage cultivator would never be able to dodge the movements of a Yuaning realist, but Zhongling Jun's hand still fell short. Looking at Lu Qingyu's complicated eyes, Zhongling Jun trembled as she tried to say something, but in the end, she could only hang her own arm helplessly. Seeing that the two were about to part ways again, a spirit talisman suddenly passed through the thick strata of the ground and arrived in front of Lu Qingyu, who was about to leave. Upon seeing the spirit talisman that had the aura of Mu Lingyun's mana, both Lu Qingyu's and Zhongling Jun's attention was immediately drawn to it. Without letting the two of them wait for a long time, after confirming that they had found Lu Qingyu, Mu Lingyun's voice came out from amongst the spirit talisman. Apprentice, a large group of demonic cultivators from the demon refining sect have appeared in the city now. Go check out the situation and find them. Upon hearing the mission from Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyu at first agreed without thinking. Yes, Master. However, after agreeing to do so, Lu Qingyu said with some difficulty, but Master, it's fine for you to ask my disciple to work, but how much help should I give? That's the demon refining sect, eh? My disciple is only at the chi practicing stage now. Isn't it a bit difficult for my disciple? Upon hearing Lu Qingyu's voice in distress, Mu Lingyun's voice immediately came out from inside again. Of course I won't let you deal with the cultivators of the demon refining sect. You just need to be responsible for finding them, and Master will take care of the rest. Hearing that she only needed to find the group of cultivators from the demon refining sect and leave all the rest to Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then excitedly took on the task. Then, Master, just leave it to my apprentice without worry. I will definitely complete the mission successfully. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had accepted this task with confidence, Mu Lingyun did not say anything more and casually pasted this spirit talisman on Lu Qingyu's head. After a final admonition he disappeared. This spirit talisman will guarantee your safety. Just go and look for it without worry. Don't worry if you can't beat them. There's Master. Bye Master. After waving her hand at the air in front of her, Lu Qingyu began to wonder where she would go next to look for that group of demon refining sect's demonic cultivators. Behind her, Zhongling Jun, who had witnessed the entire process, first hesitated a little after seeing Lu Qingyu's thoughtful face, but then bit her own lip and summoned up the courage to call out to Lu Qingyu, that, if you don't mind, junior sister, if you don't mind, senior sister can go with you to find the demonic cultivator. Hearing the Zhongling monarch behind her move to propose to go with herself to find the demonic cultivator, a few moments of hesitation instantly flashed amongst Lu Qingyu's eyes. This was the task Mu Lingyun had given her, and if he found out that she had sought the help of those few rebellious disciples, he might get angry. But it was also true that it was a bit difficult for her to find out those demonic cultivators on her own. Even with Mu Lingyun's help, the limitations of a chi practicing stage cultivator were still too great. Seeing that Lu Qingyu was caught in hesitation, Zhongling Jun, who was afraid that she would refuse, hurriedly went forward and held her hand, pleadingly saying, "Let sister help you this time, okay? Sister is the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. Find up people very quickly, and sister also do not rob your credit. As long as you then in front of the master, help senior sister to say a few good say good?" Hearing that Zhongling Jun actually wished for her to say a few good words for her in front of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyu hurriedly pulled her hand out of Zhongling Jun's palm without moving. Although Mu Lingyun never mentioned this matter, it looked as if he was also just treating that group of rebels as if they were dead. However, Lu Qingyu knew very well that Mu Lingyun was absolutely filled with disgust for that group of rebellious disciples. If she dared to speak for this group of rebellious disciples, Mu Lingyun would definitely alienate her even if he didn't kick her out of the division. No way. No way. She's not going to be kicked out by her master. Lu Qingyu hastily took several steps back and looked at Zhongling Jun with a wary face. If senior is requesting this matter, then it's better to forget about it. It's fine for me to go and find it alone, so I won't bother senior sister. Hearing Lu Qingyu's refusal, Zhongling Jun immediately became anxious, and tears began to rise from the corners of her eyes. Wait, I won't say, just don't say it. At least let senior sister do you this favor, okay? Zhongling Jun now no longer dared to hope that Lu Qingyu could put in a good word for herself in front of Mu Lingyun. She only prayed that her karma with her would not be disconnected. Only then would she be able to recontaminate her karmic connection with Mu Lingyun. Hearing that Zhongling Jun wasn't asking herself to put in a good word for her anymore, Lu Qingyu then began to think about it. Thinking that this was the first mission given to her by Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue was determined to complete her properly before she could prove it to her master. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue nodded to Zhong Lingjun despite her many concerns. Alright, then I'll be obliged to Senior this time, but after it's over, I still hope that Senior can receive the desired payment. Hearing that Lu Qingyue wanted to pay herself, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in the face of her distant eyes, Zhong Lingjun's heart nodded helplessly after letting out a silent lament. Well, Senior sister, naturally, I won't make things difficult for Senior sister. Chapter 29, The End of the Devil Cultivators. This one is a real pain in the ass. Looking at the spirit sword hanging in the sky, in the middle of a private residence in Defeng City, a demon refining sect Yuaning stage elder had an incomparably ugly expression. In the end which spread out. Isn't it ing said that the Jiu Shaojinjun is already at the end of his lifespan and is unable to perform his divine ability anymore? Who can ing tell me why the endless sword has risen again? In the face of the elder's questioning, the group of demon refining sect disciples behind him were silent, fearing that speaking at this time would offend the already exposed elder. Seeing that the several disciples behind him were as silent as if they were mute, a few points of ruthlessness immediately flashed through the eyes of that demon refining sect elder. You're mute, aren't you? And since you're mute, you'll never speak again in your life. As the words of the demon refining sect's elder fell, the faces of those few disciples immediately changed, but before they could resist, a blood-red demonic light sliced all of their necks. When the remaining disciples saw this scene, their bodies immediately trembled, but they didn't dare to show too much obviousness for fear that they would offend this old man again. Feeling the cultivation that had grown a few more points within his body, the face of the demon refining sect's elder looked a lot better. However, when he saw the endless sword in the sky that was still emitting endless spiritual light, his face still immediately sank. It was earlier that they had gotten the news that true Lord Zhou Zhao's lifespan was about to run out, so the cultivators of the demon refining sect collectively deliberated and decided to sneak up on true Lord Zhou Zhao when he was at his weakest and refine him into a demonic puppet. A demonic puppet refined by that true Lord of the Nine Heavens could not be refused by any cultivator of the demon refining sect. If this plan could be successful, then the strength of the demon refining sect would grow dramatically. And if it was supplemented by the supreme demonic soldiers among the demon refining sect, even if a harmonization stage cultivator came, he would have to retreat at that time. The original plan was wonderful, but now the endless sword that rose up over Defeng City was shattering all their delusions. They dared to let them count on the true Lord of the Nine Heavens who was at the end of his lifespan. But if they were to face the true Lord of the Nine Heavens who was still able to continue to perform his divine abilities head-on, then they would first take out the one who had come up with the idea. Now that the plan to refine the Nine Heavenly Monarch into a demonic puppet was considered to be completely bankrupt, what he had to start thinking about now was how to escape from Great Feng City. The Endless Sword is a spirit sword with spatial attributes, powerful enough to seal the sky and lock the earth. There is not a single hole that can be drilled. If you don't think of a way to escape, when he was caught, the best thing that could happen to him then would be to be beaten to death by the Endless Sword. But the way to be able to break through the blockade of the Endless Sword, thinking of those formidable battle results Mu Lingyun had once had, the demon refining sect elder momentarily despaired a little. Nope, there is still hope. The Patriarch is here as well. Patriarch, his old man, is also a cultivator of the void practicing stage. He may not be unable to break through the blockade of the Endless Sword. Remembering that his own Patriarch was also a void practicing stage cultivator, a glimmer of hope immediately flashed in the eyes of this demon refining sect's elder. However, before he could cast a spell to summon the refined demon sect Patriarch, a cryptic summons was transmitted through the unique channels of the refined demon sect to all the refined demon sect cultivators. All the disciples of the alchemy demon sect listened to the order. Zhou Shao, true monarch, although life will end, but still have the power to fight, which conflicts with the plan. In order to avoid accidents, the master needs to make preparations, so first return to the clan. You stay in the city of Dafeng to continue to monitor the movements of Zhou Shao, true monarch. Remember to patiently lurk, waiting for the master of the moment to kill back. Of course, Hollister, France. If someone dares to leak the information, then I will not blame this sect master to use the sect law. Will you and other souls all burned out? Looking at the transmission he had just received, the elder of the demon refining sect was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but burst out. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. That old thing even ran away. What repreparation and patient lurking. According to the content on the transmission, the Patriarch of the demon refining sect was clearly worried that he was not Mu Lingyun's opponent, and had run away in advance. Relying on his cultivation at the void practicing stage, he even warned the rest of the demon refining sect disciples before leaving. If they dared to be second fiddle and surrender to the true Lord of the Nine Heavens to lead the way, he would directly cast a spell through the air and burn all of their souls to the ground. The last hope was dashed, and the elder of the demon refining sect couldn't help but sit on the wooden chair in despair. Looking at the endless sword in the sky, this elder of the demon refining sect was already even contemplating whether or not to risk being punished by the sect's laws to defect to Mulingyun. Elder, disciple has an idea. I wonder what you think. A disciple of the demon refining sect was also quite desperate after receiving a transmission from the demon refining sect's patriarch, but he refused to give up just yet, and his brain worked quickly to come up with an idea. Spreading public opinion so that the cultivators in the city will think that true Lord Zhou Xiao is reaching the end of his lifespan. So he wants to extend his life by blood sacrificing all the cultivators in the city? Hearing that disciple's idea, a few moments of intent instantly flashed amongst the eyes of the demon refining sect's elders, but soon he dismissed the idea. For S sake, you also know that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens is about to die. Right now, people haven't thought about this yet. What if after listening to public opinion, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens really wants to blood sacrifice the whole city? Will you organize a funeral for me at that time? That disciple of the demon refining sect immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy after hearing the elder's reprimand. But a blood light surfaced once again, and with it, he became part of the demon refining sect elder's cultivation. Feeling the cultivation level within his body growing once again, this elder of the demon refining sect did not have much joy. Even if his current cultivation grew more, it would not be possible for him to immediately break through two realms to compete with Mu Linyun. TSK, why don't we just abolish our own cultivation? It's better to live on as a mortal than to die under the endless sword. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. Who? Hearing the voice that suddenly rang in his ears, this elder of the demon refining sect immediately disappeared in place, followed by a magnificent sword chi that decimated this residential house along with those remaining disciples of the demon refining sect. Looking at the demon refining sect elder who had escaped, Zhong Lingjun first smoothed his hand to get the demon cultivator who had grabbed over to interrogate the information in his hand dead and threw it aside, and then he looked behind himself. Junior sister, this demonic cultivator is not easy to deal with. It's up to you next. Lu Qingyue, who had hurriedly arrived, also immediately nodded when she heard Zhong Lingjun's voice. Well, watch me next. Hearing Zhong Lingjun say that the next matter was left to Lu Qingyue, that elder of the demon refining sect immediately gave Lu Qingyue a wary glance. It turned out that she was actually just a cheap practicing stage cultivator. What's going on? Now there's already a supreme talent that can practice chi and cut down yuaning? A few moments of doubt immediately flashed amongst the eyes of the alchemy demon sect elder who discovered Lu Qingyu's true cultivation level. But soon, his face changed. It was because Lu Qingyu, after taking a deep breath, shouted towards the endless sword in the sky. Master, there are demonic cultivators here bullying me. Miso dash. Chapter 35 Elements Demon Summoning Formation. As Lu Qingyu cried out towards the sky, the endless sword that hung in the sky ceiling the surrounding hundreds of miles instantly responded. A seemingly ordinary sword chi fell from the sky, and when that demon refining sect's elder saw this, his pupils immediately shrunk slightly. The mana in his body quickly erupted, and he directly performed the life-burning eruption recluse method, wanting to use it to escape this terrifying strike. However, no matter which direction the alchemy demon sect elder fled in, and no matter how fast he ran, his body did not extend beyond half a meter from where he was. That short distance was like a heavenly moat at the moment, making him unable to escape. Looking up at the sword chi that was already falling from the sky, he finally chose to give up his struggle and turned to stare at that sword chi tightly before he died. Is this the divine might of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens? The words fell, and the head hit the ground, watching that demonic cultivator, who was incomparably powerful to her, simply die under Wu Ya's sword. Lu Qingyu could not help but feel a tingle in her scalp as well. Just a difference of two realms. Is the difference in strength so terrifying? Hearing Lu Qingyu's exclamation, Zhong Lingjun, who was about to go up and touch the corpse, instantly realized that this was a good opportunity to show her senior sister's reliable side. Zhong Lingjun now no longer had the luxury of hoping that Mu Lingyun would forgive her, but she had no intention of giving up. Since Mu Lingyun wasn't willing to see her, he would start with Lu Qingyue. As long as he brushed up Lu Qingyue's favorability, one day she would definitely be able to see her master again. Thinking that she would be able to meet with Mu Lingyun again, even though it was still just a delusion of hers, Zhong Lingjun immediately and patiently explained for Lu Qingyue. Senior sister doesn't know. It's true that the further back the cultivator's realm is, the bigger the gap between the front and back is, but there are actually two more crucial nodes in the midst of this. Critical nodes? Hearing Zhong Lingjun's explanation, a few moments of curiosity immediately flashed amongst Lu Qingyue's eyes, but seeing Zhong Lingjun's eyes filled with laughter, Lu Qingyue instantly knew that she was trying to make herself owe her a favor so that she could put in a good word for her in front of Mu Lingyun. However, Lu Qingyue had already made up her mind to be her master's little cotton-padded jacket, so how could she go and give her master a hard time? It's fine if senior doesn't say anything. It's just as well if I go and ask my master when I return. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Seeing that Lu Qingyu was surprisingly not on board, Zhongling Jun was a bit helpless, but she also knew the reasoning behind being too hasty, and could only tell her some of the secrets of cultivation after sighing. Cultivators every time to break through the realm is as difficult as heaven, and in these realms, it is to be counted Yuaning stage and practicing false stage is the most dangerous. The rest of the realm cultivator breakthrough failure is at most a loss of a little bit of cultivation, but these two realms breakthrough failure, to be is the life of the cultivator. It was not easy for cultivators to cultivate, and they would be careful and cautious when it came to anything related to their lives, and the cost of breaking through to the Yuaning stage and practicing void stage was too great, causing some cultivators to tend to stop before cultivating to these two realms because they were afraid that their lifetime of cultivation would be reduced to flying dust. However, the risks and benefits were directly proportional, and if a cultivator managed to break through to these two realms, they would each experience a metamorphosis and gain a substantial increase in strength. This was one of the reasons why the number of void practicing stage cultivators would be so scarce. However, accordingly, the strength of a void refining stage cultivator was far more powerful than the god transformation stage, which was only one realm away. Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's explanation about cultivator realms, Lu Qingyue suddenly asked with some curiosity, "So that's it? Is there a third metamorphosis then?" There, soar. Hearing that the third metamorphosis was actually ascension, Lu Qingyue instantly closed her mouth. She was a small cultivator in the chi practicing stage. She hadn't even touched the edge of her first metamorphosis yet. Ascension and whatnot was still too far away from her. After picking up the head of that alchemy demon sect elder on the ground, Zhong Lingjun then drew a cross on a map. 5 strongholds, 4 of them have been eliminated by us now. This next one is guarded by a god transformation stage elder, and this time we'll probably have to rely on you, junior sister, as well. Hearing that there was only one stronghold left, Lu Qingyue instantly became excited. Well, with Master's endless sword in place, even if 100 spirit transformation stage cultivators come, they won't be our match. Hurry up and go finish off that remaining stronghold, then we can go back and claim the credit with Master. Hearing the words invite credit, Zhong Lingjun suddenly glanced at Lu Qingyue in a somewhat tangled manner, but then sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's still too early to talk about these things. Even if I say it, the little sister won't agree. It's better to wait for the karma to deepen a bit more. When that time comes to bring it up again, the little sister shouldn't reject it. Gripping the spirit sword in her hand tightly, Zhong Lingjun suddenly missed the feel of the traceless sword a little. Thinking of the spirit sword that had been broken by Mu Lingyun's own hands, Zhong Lingjun made up her mind to wait until this auction was over and then go back to find a craftsman to reshape the traceless sword. This way, when she met with Mu Lingyun again in the future, she would be able to be slightly more confident. After Zhong Lingjun and Lu Qingyue both left this one demon refining sect stronghold, a figure suddenly appeared here. Mosher Yuan looked at the two people in the distance, with a few moments of thought in her eyes. Why is little senior sister with that little cutie walked together? Aren't you afraid of becoming as stupid as her? Mosher Yuan realized that Zhong Lingjun was not in disguise at the moment, and that Lu Qingyue had seen all of them, but nevertheless, they were walking shoulder to shoulder at the moment. Could it be that junior sister was also kicked out by Master? Thinking of this possibility, a smile couldn't help but appear on Musage's face. It would be great if little sister was kicked out as well. This way Master is mine alone. When she thought of the image of Mu Lingyun once holding her in his arms and softly recounting those canonical books for her, a demonic scarlet blush colored Mu Siyuan's face. Her mesmerized eyes also seemed to signal what she was fantasizing about at the moment. But the drifting thoughts didn't stop the smile from tugging at the corners of her mouth at the moment. Looking towards the shattered stronghold behind him, Musage gently blew out a breath, and then the masonry scattered around was blown away. Mosher Yuan walked forward, looked at the ground that didn't seem to have any abnormalities, stretched out her white arm, and gently pinched a magic spell only known to Devil's Path cultivators. Under the special aura's immersion, an elaborate formation gradually emerged on the ground. This bizarre formation emitting scarlet bloodlight was still absorbing the mana scattered after the death of those devil cultivators, ready to activate to fulfill its role. 5 elements demon summoning array. What a great stroke! Is Master really that intimidating? To go through all that trouble just to set up such a cockamamie formation. It seems that they really are a bit impatient and want to confirm Master's reality at this moment as soon as possible. Thinking of the group of demon refining sect cultivators who had attempted to refine Mu Lingyun into a demonic puppet, although the corners of Mu Siyuan's mouth still wore a smile, the bottom of her eyes were cold to the point of causing people to shiver. This formation was actually not much of a threat, and the endless sword that was hanging high in the air at the moment showed that Mu Lingyun was not as weak as he had imagined. Although she didn't know why Mu Lingyun still maintained his strong battle power, Clearly she had already secretly confirmed many times that Mu Lingyun should be incapable of striking again. But Mu Sej didn't care about that. All she knew was that someone was trying to get at her beloved master. And that is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. 5 elements demon summoning formation. How about changing it to 5 elements demon refining formation? Chapter 31. What's the basis for all this? Junior sister, be careful. Ahead is the last stronghold of the demonic cultivators. Zhongling Jun brought Lu Qingyue to the last stronghold of the demon refining sect cultivators. Looking at the distant residential house that didn't seem to have any abnormalities, Lu Qingyu suddenly said with some doubts. Why did they remain in place even though they knew that Master had blocked off Great Feng City? The news of the destruction of several other strongholds shouldn't have been hidden from them. Hearing Lu Qingyue's doubts, Zhongling Jun could not help but frown as well. What Lu Qingyue said about doubts was also what she was puzzled about. Devil cultivators have their own means of contacting each other, and the destruction of other strongholds should not be hidden from the cultivators inside. However, after a few traces, those demonic cultivators were at most on the defensive and had no intention of leaving. One must know that even if the Great Seal City was sealed by Mu Lingyun, there were still plenty of places for these demonic cultivators to go. Thinking of this, Zhongling Jun decided that it would be better to play it safe and directly ask Lu Qingyue to summon the attack of the Endless Sword to eliminate the demonic cultivators amongst the stronghold. But before Lu Qingyue could raise her head to call out for the Endless Sword, a female cultivator in black robes suddenly stepped out from the middle of the stronghold, and in her hand was a blood-stained demonic sword. Seeing the appearance of the other party, Zhongling Jun subconsciously protected Lu Qingyue behind her. The woman, however, looked at it, but immediately let out a snort. Do you think you can block me with just your Yuaning stage cultivation? Hearing that woman's voice, Zhongling Jun hurriedly raised the spirit sword in her own hand. Whether it can be blocked or not, we have to try it first. Looking at the wary Zhongling Jun, the woman's face was flashing with a few moments of disdain. What you used to hold in your hand shouldn't be the traceless sword. How come you are now using such an ordinary spirit sword? It wouldn't be that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens has taken back the traceless sword. I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing that the other party actually knew about the traceless sword, a few moments of panic immediately flashed across Zhongling Jun's face. Still, she quickly calmed down and used her divine sense to signal Lu Qingyue behind her to call out for the Endless Sword's attack. However, Zhongling Jun's little tactic could not be hidden from the other party. Calling out the Endless Sword? No wonder you guys were able to eliminate those losers from the other few strongholds. So it was the Nine Heavens' true Lord himself. Looking up at the Endless Sword in the sky, there was longing and hatred in the woman's eyes. Only after a long while did she look at Zhongling Jun and Lu Qingyue again. You know, once upon a time, I was so close to being your senior sister. Sister? Hearing the woman's words, Lu Qingyue immediately looked at Zhongling Jun, yet a few moments of doubt also surfaced amongst Zhongling Jun's eyes. Seeing that the two of them didn't know about this, a smile appeared on the woman's face, a smile filled with mockery. It seems that your third senior sister didn't tell you about this matter. Let me put it this way. My name is Lin Haiying. I once worshipped the true Lord of the Nine Heavens with your third senior sister, Wen Kai Hua, but in the end, only she was admitted by the true Lord of the Nine Heavens to the door. Lin Haiying's voice got lower and lower as Zhongling Jun and Lu Qingyue also instantly felt a wave of pressure descend upon them, leaving them somewhat breathless. Looking at the grim-faced Lin Haiying in front of her, Zhongling Jun immediately stimulated the Endless Sword intent within her body, dispersing Lin Haiying's intimidation. Feeling the Endless Sword intent within Zhongling Jun's body, Lin Haiying's eyes instantly flashed with a longing. Endless Sword intent. You even deserve to possess the Endless Sword intent. You're just a treacherous regicide and traitorous disciple. How dare you deserve to possess the Endless Sword intent? Lin Haiying didn't think that such a rebellious disciple as Zhongling Jun, who was a regicide, could also possess the Endless Sword intent. So did that mean that when Kai Hua, that woman, also had it? Lin Haiying's sea of consciousness then instantly began to violently rise and fall. Unfair, unfair. It's so unfair. What point am I inferior to her? Talent, family background, appearance. I'm better than her in every single point. But why didn't the true Lord of the Nine Heavens accept me as a disciple, but chose her instead? She's just a waste who was born with her 7 apertures closed. When she thought that when she heard the news that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens was coming to accept her disciple, she started practicing hard day and night. But in the end, it turned out to be that loser who was chosen, and all her efforts all turned into a joke. Seeing Lin Haiying storm off, a few moments of sarcasm immediately spread across Zhongling Jun's face. You're a mere demonic cultivator who has entered the devil. You're also worthy of being compared to third senior sister. If Master had accepted you as a disciple back then, he would have really made a big mistake. Hearing Zhongling Jun mocking herself, Lin Haiying, who was about to storm out, suddenly regained her clarity. As she looked at Zhong Lingjun in front of her, she couldn't help but let a smile filled with mockery emerge from the corner of her mouth. You, a treacherous and rebellious disciple, also deserve to talk about me. Yes, I am demonized, but I haven't killed my teacher yet. Hearing Lin Haiying's conspiratorial voice, the look on Zhong Lingjun's face instantly stiffened. She wanted to say something to refute Lin Haiying, but she was slow to open her mouth. When Lin Haiying saw this, the mocking smile at the corner of her mouth instantly became even brighter. Ha 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 ha. What? Can't you say the words? Aren't you a self-proclaimed righteous person? How could you also commit the great crime of regicide? You despise me. But what difference are you from me? Don't say it. Every word from Lin Haiying was like a sharp sword stuck in Zhong Lingjun's heart. Her lips turned white, and her body even unconsciously began to tremble slightly, and a wisp of black gas surfaced at her aura with it. The scene when she had joined the others together to force Mu Lingyun to hand over the endless sword kept flickering before her eyes at the moment, trying to push her even further into the abyss. Looking at the pale-faced Zhong Lingjun, Lin Haiying couldn't help but show a smug smile among her eyes. Yeah, she didn't deserve to go as a disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. Did these guys deserve it? Every time she thought of losing to that trash Wen Kaihua, Lin Haiying was trembling with hatred. And now to see Zhong Lingjun, a former disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, end up like this, it was really pleasing to the mind and body. That's enough. You're in no position to talk about her. Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly sounded in the middle of the field, while Lin Haiying looked at her. A few moments of doubt flashed among her eyes. You are? I'm the youngest disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, and the only one right now. Hearing that Lu Qingyue was Mu Lingyun's only disciple right now, Lin Haiying's eyes instantly surfaced with intense killing intent. Oh, you're the disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. Then how come you're walking with this rebellious disciple who wants to kill her master and are still speaking for her? Because, Lu Qingyu raised her head to look at the endless sword in the sky, and an inexplicable luster flashed among her eyes. Because she was once a disciple of the Nine Heavens, no one but my master can judge her, not even herself. Hearing Lu Qingyue make such an arrogant statement, the arena was instantly silent, and after a long silence, Lin Haiying suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, arrogant, what arrogance? But I like it, you're much stronger than those losers, you're qualified to become a disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, but unfortunately, you're all going to die here today, Lin Haiying said, a frantic look appearing among his eyes. She looked up at the endless sword in the sky and shouted hysterically, True Lord of the Nine Heavens, can you hear me? My name is Lin Haiying, the person you once abandoned. You preferred that loser to me, and I will make you pay. After saying that, Lin Haiying did not hesitate to raise the magic sword in her hand and directly killed herself on the spot. It happened so suddenly that neither Zhong Lingjun nor Lu Qingyue were able to react. A charming figure appeared in front of Lin Haiying's corpse. Looking at the body that had already lost its vitality, Mosher Yuan said with some regret, Oops, looks like I'm a little late to the party. Chapter 32, The Taoist Way of the Potter's Sky. Fifth senior sister? Why are you here? Looking at Mosher Yuan, who was standing in front of Lin Haiying's corpse, Zhong Lingjun's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Mosher Yuan ignored Zhong Lingjun as she first looked at the endless sword hanging in the sky, then said to Lu Qingyu, Junior sister, if you haven't been kicked out by your master, hurry up and call out for someone. There's going to be a terrific guy coming soon. Oh, a great guy? Upon hearing Mosher Yuan's reminder, a trace of doubt had just flashed under Lu Qingyu's eyes when a dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky in front of her. Immediately afterward, in another part of Great Seal City, an identical pillar of light shot up into the sky, forming a pentagonal formation with the pillar of light in front of the crowd. It is! Looking at the pillar of light that rose up to the sky in front of her, not to mention Lu Qingyu, even Zhong Lingjun by her side felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression at this moment. And this kind of oppression, she had only ever felt it on Mu Lingyun's body in her entire life. Zhong Lingjun, who was the first to react, hurriedly shouted at Lu Qingyue, Junior sister, hurry up and inform master that a void practicing stage demonic cultivator has descended. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's reminder, Lu Qingyue also immediately understood that now was not the time to hesitate, and hurriedly was about to turn towards the endless sword above the sky to seek help. Yet where was the need for Lu Qingyue's reminder for this kind of movement? The cultivators of the entire Great Seal City saw those pillars of light rising up into the sky, and in just an instant, the Wanbao Pavilion cultivators who had arranged themselves everywhere began to cast their own spells to suppress the chaos. The Five Elements Devil Summoning Formation had just been raised when a copper coin flew out from the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. A bunch of gutter rats from the demon refining sect even dared to come and disturb the seat to make money. With Wan Ziding's furious shout, the falling treasure copper coin transformed into a stream of light, easily destroying all the foundations of the Five Elements Demon Summoning Formation. but the 5 elements demon summoning formation had already risen. And even if the falling treasure copper coin destroyed the root formation, it could no longer continue to prevent the formation from operating. Seeing this scene, a cold smile immediately surfaced at the corner of Wan Ziding's mouth. Do you really think that this seat only uses money to hit people? Wan Ziding's mana surged around her, and the fallen treasure coins that were still flying rapidly through the air immediately began to split in a steady stream. In just a single breath of effort, the fallen treasure copper coins transformed from the original one into a river made up of copper coins. The copper coins that filled the sky were driven by Wan Ziting's Dao Law to do their respective duties, forming a star formation like the stars in the circumference of the sky. With human prestige, drive away heaven and earth, and money can reach the gods. The reason why Wan Ziding was chasing after wealth was not because she was really greedy for money, but that those riches, when they came into her hands, were truly accessible to the heavens and the earth. With the continuous operation of the Taoist avatar, the human world contained in the fallen treasure coins were transformed into substantial power, locking the 5 elements demon summoning formation within a certain range, unable to expand outward by half an inch. Seeing that it had reached its limit, the 5 elements demon summoning formation simply did not continue to expand, but instead directly began the next stage of the formation, calling the devil. The lines of the formation were connected to each other, finally forming a bizarre doorway. Wan Ziding's face immediately changed at the sight. How much less money would she have to make if she let that big guy in there out? Wan Ziting's surrounding mana coalesced in the palm of her hand, and the falling treasure coins in the sky immediately transformed into one and flew into Wan Ziting's hand. Seeing that Wan Ziding was about to use her famous stunt, Mu Lingyun on the side held her hand that was about to swing out in the palm of his hand. Let me do it. If you throw this, half of the 10,000 treasures will be gone. It just so happens that I haven't fought a decent opponent in quite a while. Upon hearing that Mu Lingyun was going to personally take action, Wan Ziding first glanced at his hand holding hers with reddened cheeks before saying with some worry, "Are you sure your body will hold up? But don't try to be brave. I still have a lot of seats in the Wanbao building." In the face of Wan Ziding's concern, Mu Lingyun first gave her a reassuring expression before he directly stepped on top of the void, and in a single wobble, he arrived in front of the doorway that was about to open. Sensing Mu Lingyun's proximity, the monster behind the door seemed to be eager as well, and hurriedly tried to burrow out from behind the door. Seeing the movement of the doorway, a smile surfaced at the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth. "So eager to get out? Then I'll give you a hand." Mu Lingyun's hand reached out, and the endless sword appeared steadily in the center of his hand. Looking at the endless sword that would definitely come to his side whenever he needed it, Mu Lingyun suddenly felt that a flame was burning within his body. "Old friend, it seems that you, like me, have waited too long. In that case, let us have a great battle." Taoism potentate. Mu Lingyun's figure disappeared into place, and then a huge Taoist silhouette appeared at the back of Great Seal City. Looking at that heaven-shaking figure, all the cultivators within the Great Foam City first felt horrified, and then they couldn't help but be energized by it. The worries that had arisen because of the appearance of the 5 elements demon summoning formation had all vanished at this moment. It's the true Lord of the 9 heavens, with true sovereign of the 9 heavens. Even if there were demons descending into the world, what fear would there be? On the top floor of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Wan Ziding looked at the adoring gazes of the group of cultivators underneath, and couldn't help but raise her head to look at the huge silhouette. In this instant, it was as if she had returned to 1,000 years ago, and once again saw the man who had fought the swarms of demons with blood and vigor. The moment he appeared, the group of demons lost their nerve and the demons were terrified. This was the mighty name of the true Lord of the 9 heavens. A smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Wan Ziding waved her hand to withdraw the formation she had laid down, and then sat back down to her position, quietly watching this battle that had long been destined to end. After casting the Dao Dharma potentate, Mu Lingyun then directly slashed his sword on top of that doorway, hardening the doorway that was made up of formations and splitting out a crack. Looking at the eyes full of fury revealed behind the door, Mu Lingyun first smiled faintly, then directly reached out his hand to yank the devil puppet, which the demon refining sect had spent countless costs to train, out from behind the door in a hard and fast manner. Casually throwing his hand to the ground, the magic puppet shaped like a tiger instantly overwhelmed those buildings on the ground. But by the time the demon puppet got up, the buildings and cultivators that were overwhelmed by it were all safe and sound again. This was precisely the Dao potentate that Mu Lingyun had just performed, which served to create a completely separate space in a short period of time. The space looks like any other outside world, but any damage done inside doesn't affect the outside world, and everything in this space was dominated by Mu Lingyun, and any existence with a cultivation lower than his would be imprisoned by the endless power of space. It couldn't be more appropriate to use it to fight this demon puppet. If it was in the past, Mu Lingyun would probably have just beheaded the demonic puppet with a sword. But this time he was going to give a good try to that time supreme treasure he had acquired earlier. Sun and Moon Wheel. As Mu Linyun softly called out, a large sun and a bright moon suddenly emerged in the middle of this space dominated by Mu Linyun. The great forces of time and space produced a convergence at this moment, and the entire space came to life in an instant. The void-practicing stage demon puppet that the demon refining sect had spent countless heavenly materials and treasures to successfully refine instinctively felt threatened. However, there was no concept of fear amongst its chaotic divine sense, and when faced with the threat of death, it subconsciously let out an earth-shattering roar towards Mu Linyun. When Mu Linyun saw this, he took a step back, then smiled and said to the devil puppet, "If you can touch the corner of my coat, this battle will be considered a win for you." Chapter 33, The Master. Hearing that Mu Linyun had even uttered the arrogant statement that he would win as long as he ran into him, without even needing to be driven by the manipulator behind him, the demon puppet's chaotic divine consciousness instantly fell into a rage. It was because of the weakness of rage in its lifetime that it was defeated by the demon refining sect and refined into a demon puppet. But so what? Its rage is never-ending. Even death can't quell it. Roar! Letting out an earth-shattering roar, the demonic puppet got rid of the control of the refining demon sect's cultivator, instantly spanning a distance of thousands of miles to appear in front of Mu Linyun, raising its giant claws to smash Mu Linyun into meat paste. However, in the face of the devil puppet's powerful attack, Mu Linyun let out a light laugh. Only the sun and moon in the sky flashed a light, and the devil puppet returned to the position it had just been in the next moment. Glancing around, a few moments of doubt flashed in the devil puppet's eyes. However, soon after it spotted Mu Linyun again, it threw away the doubts in its heart and attacked once more. But as the light of the sun and moon shone upon it, it returned once more to its original position. The devil puppet tried several more times right after that, but the result was the same every time. As long as it was illuminated by the light of the sun and the moon, it would instantly return to its original point. This futile phenomenon made the demon puppet more and more furious, and even made it think of the time when it was alive. At that time, that group of pesky cultivators did the same thing, not confronting it head-on, but continuously consuming its mana and physical strength until it finally collapsed from exhaustion before stepping in and refining it. So, one more time? Never! Roar! After realizing that he couldn't break through the confinement formed by the sun and moon wheel and the endless sword together, the devil puppet bluntly chose to explode all the power within his body. Far away in the main hall of the demon refining sect, the cultivators responsible for maintaining the power of the demon puppets were all sucked into dry corpses in an instant. Those mana that came from years and years of cultivation were forcefully seized by the demon puppet, and finally formed a second sun within it. Mu Linyun, who was sensing the mysteries of the power of time and the sun and moon wheel in the distance, instantly understood what the devil puppet was thinking when he saw the terrifying power erupting from the devil puppet's chest in the distance. Should I say it's worthy of being a ferocious beast that died of exhaustion? Even the instincts that remain after death are so violent. Mu Linyun had already seen what the demon puppet was thinking. It wanted to explode all of its power at once, directly filling this space created by Mu Linyun. Mu Linyun's current comprehension of the power of time was still shallow, and he couldn't yet do anything out of thin air to make things decay directly to the moment of disappearance. So this method of the demon puppet was surprisingly and unexpectedly feasible. But unfortunately, do you want to guess why I'm called the true lord of the nine heavens? The time supreme treasure sun and moon wheel was merely a whim, so he wanted to try it out. The endless sword was the treasure that had accompanied him for nearly his entire life. With the endless sword in hand, the distance between Mu Linyun and the demonic puppets was infinitely lengthened. Then, feeling the few moments of vitality only provided by the dragon bloodline in his body, Mu Linyun took a deep breath. Although there is only the power of this sword at the moment, is enough. Hold the sword, raise it, chop it down. A simple movement, a basic movement that any cultivator practicing the way of the sword would have honed countless times. At this moment in Mu Linyun's hands it displayed the great power of turning decay into magic. The magnificent sword aura reflected the heavens and earth. Even the light of the sun and moon were covered. Roar! The roar of the devil puppet rang out, and it too had finally built up enough strength. As a destructive fire suddenly surfaced in the sword light, the cultivators of the entire Great Feng City instantly lost their own perception of the outside world. The spiritual sense was frantically reminding them that they absolutely could not open their eyes now, not even to listen, or else years of hard training would be reduced to nothing at this moment. In the midst of this grand scene, Wan Ziding was the only one fortunate enough to be able to remember this moment. Well, Elder, can you open your eyes now? It feels like Master and the others should have finished fighting already. Wait a little longer. Little sister, you'll go straight blind if you open your eyes now. In front of the ruins of the five elements devil summoning formation, Lu Qingyu was nervously closing her eyes, but from the smile at the corner of her mouth, it was easy to see that she was incredibly excited inside at the moment. She had grown up listening to the legends of Mu Lingyun, and now that she had seen Mu Lingyun in his full glory, her excitement was almost overflowing. Her mind was filled with the overwhelming elegance of Mu Lingyun just now, holding the endless sword and floating like an immortal. Well, Master is so handsome, so I can become a monk like that in the future? Lu Qingyue couldn't help but fantasize about the scenario where she would become successful in her cultivation later on and follow Mu Lingyun as they walked the world together. Master said that my talent is the strongest ever in the history of the 9 states, so maybe I'll even be able to follow Master and ascend in the future. What's on your mind? Smiling like that. A gentle voice suddenly rang in Lu Qingyu's ears, and Lu Qingyu immediately opened her eyes excitedly to look ahead. Master. Seeing Mu Lingyun standing in front of her unharmed, Lu Qingyu's heart, which was still a bit worried, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. She then jumped into Mu Lingyun's arms, pampering herself like a child in her master's arms. Looking at Lu Qingyu's pampered appearance, Mu Lingyun first stroked her little head before raising his head to look at Mu Siyuan, who was standing in front of the 5 elements demon summoning formation ruins with a smile on his face. Just now, when he eliminated the demon puppet, he sensed that part of the demon puppet's power seemed to have been sucked away. Looking at Mu Siyuan, Mu Lingyun didn't continue to care about this matter after taking a look. Master, it's been a long time, have you missed your apprentice? Seeing that Mu Lingyun had ignored him, Mu Siyuan acted as if she had no cheek and smiled as she came over to Mu Lingyun's face, wanting to follow Lu Qingyu's example of being pampered with him. However, Mu Lingyun only glanced at her and then turned around to leave the place while holding Lu Qingyu's. Let's go. Master has chosen a magic treasure for you. See if you like it. As long as it's from Master. I like it. Seeing Mu Lingyun holding Lu Qingyu's hand and leaving the place, the corner of Mu Siyuan's eyes twitched. Yes, it was all in her reckoning. Severing her relationship with Mu Lingyun was in her calculations, and seizing the power of the demonic puppet to enhance her own cultivation was also in her calculations. However, when he saw Mu Lingyun only smiling at Lu Qingyu, revealing the gentle smile that was once only shown to her, Mu Siyuan still felt like she was going crazy with jealousy. Looking at Mu Lingyun holding Lu Qingyu's hand, there was a moment when Mu Siyuan wanted to cut off Lu Qingyu's white and jade-like hand, but soon she regained her composure. Jealous, but at least it's all still on schedule. The moment the plan succeeded, Master would still belong to her alone. As for Lu Qingyue, could a well-behaved and filial disciple still have any illusions about his master? Mu Sedge, who was in a somewhat unhappy mood, turned her head and left the place. The only person left in the spot was Zhong Lingjun, who had been ignored from start to finish. Looking at the distant Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's lips suddenly began to turn white when she thought of him not even looking at herself. Master, she carefully called out to Mu Lingyun. She was sure that with Mu Lingyun's cultivation she definitely heard her call, but Mu Lingyun still walked forward without looking back, not even glancing at her. When Zhong Lingjun saw the scene, that beating heart immediately began to tremble. Looking at Mu Lingyun, who was about to disappear from her field of vision, Zhong Lingjun remained undeterred and called out again. Master, another attempt, but with a consistent ending. As a single tear fell, Mu Lingyun also disappeared from Zhong Lingjun's field of vision, and Zhong Lingjun, who was all alone, could only fall to her knees along with her own tears after standing frozen in place for a long time. Master, you turn around and look at my disciple for a moment, okay? Just one moment. I don't want more than that. You just turn around and look at my disciple for a moment, okay? Please. I know I'm wrong. Please turn around and look at me. I really know I'm wrong. Master. Chapter 34. Greetings, true lord. Bringing Lu Qingyue back to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Seeing the several cultivators saluting him at the entrance, Mu Lingyun nodded towards them before bringing Lu Qingyue inside. The last time Lu Qingyue came here was when she was directly teleported to the top floor by Mu Lingyun, and she had yet to properly visit the place. This time she finally had a chance to do so, and she followed Mu Lingyun closely while looking around curiously. One could only see that there were counters everywhere in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and among the counters were placed pieces of heavenly materials and rare treasures from the outside world. And surrounding those counters were cultivators of all shapes and sizes. Each cultivator was that imposing, surrounded by a spiritual light, and one could tell at a glance that they were accomplished in their cultivation. Such cultivators, however, could be found everywhere among the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and when they saw Lu Qingyu's eyes looking at them, they would all smile and salute, even if she was only a chi practicing stage cultivator. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly followed their example and bowed back, then saw Mu Lingyun walking away before rushing to follow. Seeing Lu Qingyu's curious look at the things around her, Mu Lingyun said with a smile, if you like anything, just go ahead and take it. Don't be polite with your Uncle Wan. She's rich and won't care about this stuff. Really? Hearing Mu Lingyun letting himself pick at random, Lu Qingyue's eyes immediately lit up, but looking at those exotic treasures around her, she finally reluctantly withdrew her sight. No, I'm only at the chi practicing stage now. Even if I take these treasures, they won't be of much use, and master's favor is much more valuable than these things, right? Seeing that Lu Qingyue knew to think for herself at such a young age, a look of relief immediately appeared on Mu Lingyun's face. Sure enough, it's still the filial disciples who are more obedient, those rebellious disciples and whatnot. It's better to get as far away as possible. Since Lu Qingyue didn't want it, Mu Lingyun didn't force himself on her and directly brought her to the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Aha! Our big hero is back. How's that for bravado? As soon as he entered the door, Mu Lingyun heard Wan Ziding shading herself there. Knowing that he had been seen through by him, Mu Lingyun also said somewhat helplessly, I didn't expect the demon puppet to blow itself up in the end either, but even though it was a bit consuming, at least I still won the fight, didn't I? Yes. Our mighty Nine Heavens true lord of the 9 states has won again, and the cost is nothing more than the district's excessive consumption. Seeing that Mu Lingyun still looked unimpressed, Wan Ziding threw a bottle of precious pills into his hand somewhat in a bad mood. Mu Lingyun swallowed the elixir in one gulp after receiving it, and only then did the look on his face get better. Lu Qingyue Wan Ziding, who had been following Mu Lingyun, said what it cost and immediately looked at Mu Lingyun with some concern. Facing her worried eyes, Mu Lingyun just smiled and touched her little head. There's no need to worry. I'll take care of the situation for my master myself. All you have to do now is to cultivate well and then capture the innate fetal mother aura amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Hearing Mu Lingyun tell himself not to worry about his condition, Lu Qingyue's heart instantly became a little hard to bear. But she also knows that she, a chi practicing stage small cultivator, cannot help much at all. Can only be secretly in the heart vowed to seize the innate fetal mother aura, early foundation so as to help the master's favor. After comforting Lu Qingyu, Mu Lingyun's attention turned back to Wan Ziding. Can the auction go on now? Hearing Mu Lingyun inquire about the auction, Wan Ziding first glanced at her account book before nodding. It's not bad. Although we were attacked by the group of rats from the demon refining sect, the cultivators in the city basically didn't suffer any harm because of you casting potentate's heaven, and because of your great display of power. Not only the cultivators in the city, but also quite a number of cultivators from other places are now rushing here. This auction will probably be a bit livelier than even in the past. Saying that, Wan Ziding even handed a piece of paper to Mu Lingyun. The spirit sword you asked me to help keep an eye on before has also appeared. A disciple of a fallen clan has placed their clan's ancestral spirit sword on consignment at the auction. A spirit sword at the Yuaning stage, with the possibility of advancement. If you're interested, take the little one to take a look at it then. After receiving the piece of paper handed over by Wan Ziding and glancing at it, Mu Lingyun's attention was drawn to it. The Biyun sword, a spirit sword of the Yuaning stage. Not only could it drive clouds for combat, but it consumed very little, so even chi practicing stage cultivators could drive it. Just by looking at the introduction, this spirit sword did meet Lu Qingyu's current needs, but it's the cost of the auction. Stop, I told you, you can ask me for money yourself, but I won't pay a single spirit stone for your disciples' expenses. You'll have to find a way to do it yourself. Mu Lingyun had just placed his eyes on Wan Ziding's body when Wan Ziding realized his intentions. However, in the past, Wan Ziding, who had always been generous towards Mu Lingyun, had refused him without mercy this time. Although Mu Lingyun looked as if he wasn't being a disciple slave now, just in case, Wan Ziding still refused to provide him with spirit stones to auction the Biyun sword. Hearing that Wan Ziding had rejected herself, Mu Lingyun, who knew her thoughts, didn't force himself too much. Some spirit stones were not really a problem for him, but the auction was going to be held in a few days, and he didn't know if it was too late to prepare for the spirit stones now. Seeing Mu Lingyun fall into distress, Lu Qingyue immediately said thoughtfully, Master, actually it doesn't matter even if you don't have a spirit sword. Apprentice is very strong now. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator won't necessarily be able to defeat Apprentice. Hearing Lu Qingyue's confident voice, Mu Lingyun first glanced at the cultivation level within her body before realizing that I'm afraid what she said really wasn't words of comfort. Endless sword intent, the dragon bloodline, plus the 9 heavenly sword technique that he had imparted to her and her cultivation at the 9th level of chi practicing. I'm afraid that the cultivator who had just stepped into the foundation establishment stage right now was not really a match for Lu Qingyue, but Lu Qingyue hadn't practiced for a total of a long time so far since she stepped into cultivation, but she already had such a cultivation level. Mu Lingyun remembered that he seemed to be worrying about a spirit stone at this stage back then. Is this the most gifted person in Kyushu? Even if they just casually practiced, their cultivation level could surpass the majority of people. If she kept following this trend, Lu Qingyue might actually be able to ascend successfully. Thinking of this, Mu Lingyun decided that this time, he had to get his hands on the Biyun sword before he could do so. As his disciple, it was natural to use the best, and one could not settle for less. Chapter 35, Go away. Aren't you leaving? Why don't you go away? Wan Ziding was unwilling to provide the spirit stones for him to auction the Biyun sword, so Mu Lingyun could only think of another way. Luckily, as avoid practicing true lord, there were still quite a few ways for Mu Lingyun to get his hands on spirit stones. The easiest way was to accept an offering from a power, and immediately receive a large amount of spirit stones. Mu Lingyun had just shown his great power in the middle of Great Feng City, and it wasn't difficult to find forces willing to worship him. Walking to the door and looking at the cultivator who was standing guard, Mu Lingyun directly questioned him. Have any forces sent me any obeisances in the past few days? Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, the cultivator immediately said respectfully, Enlightened true lord, ever since we learned of your arrival in Great Seal City, there have been forces sending you invitations, especially after you repelled the demon puppets of the demon refining sect earlier. The number of invitations sent to your door has even spiked. Hearing that there were indeed people sending them invitations, Mu Lingyun nodded, then asked the cultivator to bring those invitations. In the past, Mu Lingyun naturally wouldn't bother with these obeisances. Those forces would rarely take out anything of value other than spirit stones, and Mu Lingyun was usually not short of spirit stones. However, people would always encounter special circumstances, and these forces that sent invitations of worship were just waiting for the time when a high-ranking cultivator like Mu Lingyun encountered a special circumstance. After all, sending out a letter of worship wouldn't cost much in terms of spirit stones, but if one really hooked up with a void-practicing stage true lord, what one would gain would be countless gains. After glancing at the obeisances and eliminating those that were inappropriate, Mu Lingyun casually drew out one from them. On it were written the 4 gilt letters, Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce. Patriarch, Elder Jean of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect has sent us another invitation to pay our respects. Should we go see her? Lin Haiwan, who was preparing matters for the auction in a few days, couldn't help but frown when he saw the invitation to worship handed to him by his subordinate. Sword Sect of the 9 Heavens. If it was in the past when the 9 Heavens true lord had not yet left the 9 Heavens Sword Sect, if Lin Haiwan had received Jean Lingya's invitation to pay his respects, he would have been ecstatic and brought his family's sons and daughters along to greet her. But now the cultivators in the entire Ning Prefecture had all learned of Mu Lingyun's departure from the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. As long as one is a discerning person can see that the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's weakening is already an inevitable fact. However, now that the head of the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, Yan Lingshang, is also a cultivator of the God realization stage, it would be a good business for the Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. Previously, Lin Haiwan had been putting Jean Lingya's invitation to pay his respects on hold because he was worried that if they cooperated with the 9 Heavens Sword Sect, they might annoy the true lord of the 9 Heavens as a result. It was always hard to guess what was in the minds of big people, and all they could do as little people was to try to avoid violating those taboos. But now the Family Chamber of Commerce has encountered some thorny problems, and if it doesn't seek outside help it may be in danger of being destroyed. Thinking of this, Lin Haiwan ended up sighing somewhat helplessly. Prepare yourself and send a reply to Elder Jean, telling her that I'm free to see her now. Even though he knew that cooperation with the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect would potentially annoy Mu Lingyun, Lin Haiwan had no choice but to go and meet with Jean Lingya, and therein lay the helplessness of a middle-tier cultivator. They were neither like those great cultivators who could ignore the existence of the rules, nor were they like those lesser cultivators who could roll up their sleeves and leave. Their roots have been planted, and all they can do, apart from constant compromise, is to pray for the grace of heaven. Upon hearing Lin Haiwan's order, the subordinates of the Chamber of Commerce were about to go and get ready when a soulful figure hurriedly ran in outside the door. Father, Chu-Chu, haven't I told you many times that no matter what problems you encounter, you have to remain subdued? Seeing his daughter Lin Chu-Chu hurriedly running in through the door, Lin Haiwan couldn't help but reprimand her, but in his eyes was an indelible favor. I know that. I haven't forgotten every word Father has said, but this time it's true that something heavenly good has happened. The 9 Heavens true Lord has given us a reply. What? Hearing Lin Chu-Chu say the true Lord 9 Heavens had given their Chamber of Commerce a reply, Lin Haiwan was instantly shocked and stood up from his seat. After seeing the copy of the repost in Lin Chu-Chu's hand, Lin Haiwan hurriedly called out to his subordinate who was about to leave. Don't bother about the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect. Hurry up and summon all the Chamber of Commerce disciples within Great Feng City. Make preparations immediately, and then take out the copy of the heavenly spirit fruit that we brought with us to be taken to the auction, so we mustn't slow down the true Lord's descent. Yes. As a reply arrived and an order was given, the entire Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce's cultivators took action. Bystanders who saw this lively scene could not help but be curious, and grabbed a sidekick to ask the reason. Guest, I see that you are generous, so I won't hide it from you. The reason why our Chamber of Commerce is making such a big fuss is that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens is coming. True Lord Jiao Shao is coming to the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce? Hearing the boy's voice, Zhong Lingjun, who was purchasing supplies here, instantly froze. Master. Hearing that Mu Lingyun was coming to the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, Zhong Lingjun's mind could not help but be active. A lot of possible scenarios that could happen when she met with Mu Lingyun surfaced in the middle of her mind, but at last she dropped her eyes a little low. It doesn't make sense. Zhong Lingjun knew very well that even if she stayed here to meet with Mu Lingyun, there was no point. Mu Lingyun would not even look at her. But Zhong Lingjun was still unwilling to leave like this. She knew she would never be forgiven again, but she still wanted to do something about it. Yo, what is fourth senior sister thinking about? Why are you moping? Just as Zhong Lingjun was still pondering what to do, Mosher Yuan's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Looking at the meditating Zhong Lingjun, Mosher Yuan affectionately hugged her from behind. Being hugged from behind by Mu Siyuan, Zhong Lingjun immediately felt a wave of discomfort, but she didn't choose to pay attention to her, instead continuing to think about how she should meet up with Mu Lingyun. Looking at her in this downtrodden state, and then recalling the complicated look in Zhong Lingjun's eyes when she looked at Mu Lingyun earlier, the bottom of Mu Seji's eyes immediately flashed with a dangerous glint. Fourth senior sister, have you heard that, master? His old man will be coming to the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce soon. Mosher Yuan whispered in Zhong Lingjun's ear, and hearing that Mosher Yuan actually knew the news as well, Zhong Lingjun's heart immediately tightened. For some reason, she was subconsciously reluctant to let anyone know that she had changed her mind, especially not willing to let Mu Sej, the mongrel, know this. Really, since the true Lord of the Nine Heavens is coming, it's better for us to leave first, or else it won't be good for him to see us. Saying that, Zhong Lingjun made a move to leave the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. However, she soon realized that Mosher Yuan had been standing at the same spot, without the slightest intention of wanting to leave. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who had stopped, Mosher Yuan said with a smile, "Let's go. Senior sister, aren't you leaving? Then hurry up and leave." Chapter 36. Not bad for me. Seeing that Mosher Yuan was smilingly looking at her without making any movements herself, Zhong Lingjun had hesitation in her heart. Of course she didn't want to leave just like that, but she also didn't want to show her cowardice in front of Mu Sej. Looking up at the plaque above her head, Zhong Lingjun clenched her teeth, and in the end, she simply chose to leave this place without looking back. It wouldn't do any good to continue to stay here anyway, so I might as well just leave. And seeing that Zhong Lingjun actually chose to leave just like that, a hint of surprise flashed through the bottom of Mosher Yuan's eyes, but soon a disdainful smile appeared on her face again. Sure enough, it's a little cutie. One, with such a thin skin, still wants to return to master's side. Dream on. Although Mu Ziyuan did not know why Zhong Lingjun had suddenly changed her attitude towards Mu Lingyun, but judging by her current appearance, she was not a threat at all. But this is good. It saves me the effort of getting my hands dirty. In the end, I don't want to take things too far after all. As fellow disciples, Mosher Yuan didn't care too much about Zhong Lingjun's wooden head. Her entire attention was now focused on two things. One thing was to raise her own cultivation level as soon as possible, and the other was her little sister, who had just been initiated not long ago but had already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. Previously, Mu Siyuan didn't care much about this little senior sister, and only took it as a disciple that Mu Lingyun casually accepted when he left the Nine Heavens Sword sect. But the talent that Lu Qingyu was now displaying was something that made Mosher Yuan feel deeply threatened. The first three realms of cultivation were frankly a pile of resources, and those with poor talents simply needed more resources. This also meant that Lu Qingyu could quickly cultivate to the Jindan stage in a short period of time as long as the conditions allowed it. At that time, with the talent she had displayed plus Mu Lingyun's support, it would be hard to say whether or not she, her senior sister, would still be a match for her. At the thought of this, a few more moments of urgency grew in Mu Sej's heart. She didn't care if Lu Qingyu's cultivation would surpass her own. She only cared if her plan would work out in the end. Thinking of the indifferent look Mu Lingyun had given her when he had looked at her earlier, Mu Siyuan felt her body heat up, an indescribable restlessness driving the longing in her heart. Phew. Looks like the plan is going ahead. A smirk appeared on Mosher Yuan's face as she looked up at the plaque of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, and immediately afterward, she left the place without looking back. On the other hand, Zhong Lingjun walked aimlessly through the streets of Defeng City after leaving the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. When she thought about how she had just left the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce for the sake of a little face, Zhong Lingjun felt a wave of remorse. Even if there's no use in staying, it's good to get one more look at the master's appearance. Why are you so shameless? But even if she had already begun to regret it, If she wanted Zhong Lingjun to turn around and walk back now, she couldn't pull this face. Forget it, let's go purchase the things the clan needs first. Remembering her original purpose for coming to Great Feng City, Zhong Lingjun headed towards another merchant house, but this time before she could get far out, she saw a familiar figure. Little sister? Seeing Lu Chunyu, who was bouncing in the distance and was looking around curiously, Zhong Lingjun's eyes instantly lit up and she hurriedly searched around, but soon she was disappointed again. Mu Lingyun's figure was not around. Lu Qinyue came out alone. Alas, it's also true that someone like Master Teacher would cause a stir wherever he appeared, right? But even if he didn't find Mu Lingyun, if he could find Lu Qinyue, that would be fine. Right now, the only thing Zhong Lingjun could still relate to Mu Lingyun could be this little sister. Gathering up the lost emotions on her face, Zhong Lingjun then instantly arrived directly behind Lu Qinyue. But before she could reach out her hand to pat her shoulder, she saw that Lu Qinyue, if she was aware of something, turned her head to look at her in the next moment. Little master, sister. Seeing that Lu Qinyue was able to detect her own aura, a trace of disbelief immediately flashed under Zhong Lingjun's eyes. As for Lu Qinyue, after seeing Zhong Lingjun, a few moments of laughter first flashed under her eyes, but then she reacted. She looked at Zhong Lingjun's hand that wanted to touch her and hastily took a few steps back. I don't know what senior is looking for me for. If it's related to master, forgive me for not being able to oblige. Seeing that Lu Qinyue was actually so vigilant, Zhong Lingjun's face immediately flashed with a few moments of embarrassment. It didn't seem like she had been asking Lu Qinyue to take her to meet Mu Lingyun, as if she was so wary of her. But Zhong Lingjun had a straight personality and didn't care too much about that. She first coughed and then asked about the reason why Lu Qinyue appeared here. Why is junior sister here? Shouldn't you be following your master's side? As expected, it was still 3 words without leaving the master. If you care so much about your master, why did you kill him in the first place? Seeing Zhong Lingjun mention Mu Lingyun again, Lu Qinyue instantly gave her a somewhat speechless look, but still told her the reason for her presence here. There is a chamber of commerce that has sent a worship invitation to master, hoping that master can visit. I came to help master deliver the reply. Didn't I just finish delivering it, and I saw that there was still time, so I just wandered around for a while. Hearing that Lu Qinyue had come to deliver the return invitation, Zhong Lingjun immediately recalled the scene she had seen at the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce not too long ago, and her heart could not help but be moved. The Chamber of Commerce, so is there something going on with master going to that Chamber of Commerce? I don't know about that. Anyway, it's getting late, so I'll head back. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was still pursuing matters related to Mu Lingyun, Lu Qinyue immediately took a few steps back before leaving in the direction of the Wanbao Pavilion. Zhong Lingjun saw this and tried to call out to her, but Lu Qinyue had already run away. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun couldn't help but sigh. Or is it the reason that the karma isn't deep enough? What exactly do I have to do to get my little sister to take me to see my master? That said, is it true that junior sister doesn't have a proper spirit sword yet? Thinking back to earlier when he was searching for the demon refining sect cultivator with Lu Qinyue, it seemed like what she was holding was just a very ordinary spirit sword. Zhong Lingjun's mind was instantly active. If she could help Lu Qinyue get a suitable spirit sword, then wouldn't she be able to let her take herself to Mu Lingyun? As soon as she thought of it, Zhong Lingjun immediately went to the auction house and asked for a list of lots. Looking down the list, Zhong Lingjun quickly found a suitable spirit sword. Biyun sword? Not bad. Yuaning stage. Looks like it's very suitable for little sister, but the competition seems like it'll be fierce. A Yuaning stage spirit sword was expensive, and even if Zhong Lingjun was a Yuaning stage cultivator, she couldn't get that many spirit stones in a moment. The spirit stones brought out from within the sect all had their own uses as well, and could not be used at will. But this is not difficult to defeat. Zhong Lingjun practicing Void Stage True Monarchs have the methods of practicing Void Stage True Monarchs, and Yuaning Stage Real People also have their own ideas of Yuaning Stage Real People. If she remembered correctly, when she interrogated the demon refining sect cultivator's stronghold within the city earlier, she had also gotten her hands on the demon refining sect's stronghold outside the city. Not only can we cut down the demons, but we can also harvest spirit stones to go auction spirit swords for our little sister. Good idea. No. Chapter 37, Your Humanity. True Lord of the Nine Heavens is going to visit the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce? It's not to be. I told you why the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce rejected my invitation to pay my respects. So this is the key. In the middle of a restaurant, the gorgeously dressed Jean Lingya looked at the secret report she received in her hand, and her eyes had no ripples. She fancied herself a businesswoman, and had seen enough of this kind of behavior from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. So at the moment, she didn't feel much surprise when she saw the news of the copy in her hand, and as a businesswoman, she has never put her eggs in one basket. Even if the people from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce rejected her request for cooperation, she still had a backup plan. Only remembering that alternate plan, a few moments of undetectable disgust still flashed under Jin Ling's eyes. But ever since Mu Lingyun had left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, her business had become increasingly difficult, and there was no longer any room for her to decide on a partner based on her own preferences. Even if Kim Lingya loathed the other party, there was only the option to go and contact them now. After sending someone to deliver the invitations, Jin Lingya sat by the window of the hotel and looked at the scenery on the street. But what came to her mind was the scene when Mu Lingyun left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. No matter what can be measured in spirit stones, isn't this exactly what you taught me? Master, why did you go out in anger again? Hurry up, the true Lord will be here soon. Hurry up and get those things ready. Ooh, we haven't seen this battle in years. The last time was when the family had succeeded to the throne, right? What's all this nonsense for? Get over here and help. Coming. In the middle of the lobby of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, a newly dressed Lin Haiwan was anxiously waiting for something, and Lin Chuchu beside him couldn't help but flirt with his old father when she saw him. Father, didn't you say before that no matter what problems you encountered, you had to remain calm in order to do so? Why are you fidgeting now instead? What do you know? You little doll. Looking at the playful Lin Chuchu by his side, Lin Haiwan glared at her without any good reason before saying somewhat ruefully, "That's the true lord of practicing void, and it's also the true lord of the Nine Heavens, who was already famous in the 9 states 1,000 years ago. And I don't know whether it's a good thing that he's coming to the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce or a bad thing that he's coming to the Chamber of Commerce. And if we're a little bit off, our family is going to be doomed to ruin." Hearing that his father was suffering, Lin Chuchu looked like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. What's there to worry about? It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. If the true Lord of the Nine Heavens really wants to lay hands on our family, I'm afraid that a single survivor wouldn't be able to stay alive. Seeing that his daughter still had that casual look, Lin Haiwan didn't know for a moment whether to praise her for having a good mindset or to scold her for not having any sense of worry at all. Just then, Lin Haiwan suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from amongst the air. Sensing this, Lin Haiwan immediately sent a transmission to all the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce cultivators, and countless cultivators moved. Perhaps most of these preparations will not be used, but the Centurion Chamber of Commerce is still doing its best to prepare. As a gap was cut in space, an illusory doorway suddenly appeared in front of Lin Haiwan. Seeing this, Lin Haiwan immediately led his daughter and several subordinates to rise and salute. "Welcome, true lord. Fellow Taoist Lin is polite. I hope I'm not too late." With Lu Qingyue in tow, Mu Lingyun then went directly from the Wanbao Pavilion to inside the lobby of the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the solemn Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce, Mu Lingyun looked somewhat casual, but no one dared to say anything. Seeing Mu Lingyun and Lu Qingyue behind him, Lin Haiwan hurriedly welcomed the two of them to his seat. As soon as he was seated, Mu Lingyun went straight to the point. "I wonder how many spirit stones your merchant bank can take out as offerings." "Ha?" Hearing that Mu Lingyun was so direct, Lin Haiwan froze. Although small and medium-sized forces like them sending out obeisances to great cultivators was basically to seek cooperation, but it was the first time Lin Haiwan had seen someone as direct as Mu Lingyun. But after all, they were practicing void true lords. They were qualified not to pay attention to those human affairs. If you have cultivated to the stage of practicing emptiness and still have to talk to others all day long about human feelings and so on, then this cultivation is not in vain. What's more, it's better to be direct. This way he also saves himself from having to guess what Mu Lingyun is really thinking. People needed spirit stones, while the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce needed shelter. It was reasonable to exchange the two. Thinking of this, Lin Haiwan first mulled it over in his mind, and then carefully spoke out a number. This number, not to mention Mu Lingyun, even Lin Chuchu on the side felt a bit shocked after hearing it. Only Lu Qingyu, who didn't have any concept of spirit stones, was still wondering if she could eat that delicious-looking little dessert in front of her. Mu Lingyun was also a little surprised after hearing the number that Lin Haiwan had uttered. It wasn't that he hadn't accepted offerings from other forces, and in the past he hadn't gone to those forces to be titled among them in order to cultivate. But even though there were few examples of practicing void true lords accepting offerings at a high price, the figure Lin Haiwan gave was still a little less than reasonable. "Well, your chamber is in trouble?" Unless there was something to ask for right away. Even if Lin Haiwan respected him, he definitely wouldn't give this kind of astronomical offering. Hearing that Mu Lingyun had uncovered his small mind, Lin Haiwan simply didn't hide it anymore and directly got up and came to Mu Lingyun's body to arch his hand. "I don't dare to hide it from true lord. Our Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce has recently encountered some trouble, and there is a high risk of a crisis of annihilation, which is why we had the audacity to play a bit of a trick. I hope that true lord can rest assured." regardless of whether or not True Lord accepts our offerings this time. This amount of spirit stones will be offered. Father. Hearing that this astronomical amount of spirit stones would be offered regardless of whether Mu Lingyun accepted the offerings from the Shangyuan Chamber of Commerce or not, Lin Chuchu on the side immediately couldn't sit still. Getting up, he wanted to say something, but was glared back by Lin Haiwan. Hearing that Lin Haiwan was surprisingly so decisive, Mu Lingyun was also curious. The power of time took its rightful place as the light of the sun and moon wheels turned in his eyes. Soon, under the effect of time regression, Mu Lingyun understood the cause and effect of the incident. Not a big deal. Just use his name and things will work out. That being the case, there is no reason to refuse. And, looking at Lu Qingyu who was stuffing desserts into her mouth as if she hadn't eaten, Mu Lingyun's mouth suddenly showed a smirk. Lu Qingyu suddenly also felt as if something bad was about to happen soon. Chapter 38 Lu Qingyu's experiences. The auction in the city will be held for a few months, before the auction of the Biyun sword begins. Apprentice son, you should go to the mountains outside the city to have some experience amongst the mountains. So, after saying that, Master kicked me out, saying that he wanted me to hone myself in real combat. So that's how it is. Then I'm actually pretty much the same. Father said that we need to please the True Lord, so he kicked me out so that I can come and make good relations with you. Qingyu, outside of Difeng City, in the middle of an unending mountain range, Lu Qingyu sat in a cave with an aggravated look on her face, chatting with Lin Chuchu beside her without a word. Wasn't it just that she had eaten more when she was eating her snacks? Was Master as much as to drive her here? Thinking of Mu Lingyun's request for her to return with at least 5 demonic cultivator heads before the auction for the Biyun sword began, Lu Qingyu felt a headache. She didn't have any reluctance. Being a disciple respecting the teacher was nothing more than a basic requirement. Not to mention that Lu Qingyu was also very clear that Mu Lingyun was doing this to hone her. But the question is, where the hell are those magic practitioners? She and Lin Chuchu had been wandering around in the middle of this mountain range for several days, and it looked like the auction for the Biyun sword was about to begin. However, up until now Lu Qingyu had not found a single demonic cultivator. Compared to Lu Qingyu who was in a somewhat annoyed mood, Lin Chuchu who was on the side she was in a good mood. During this time her relationship with Lu Qingyu was progressing by leaps and bounds, and it felt like it wouldn't be long before she could reach Lin Haiwan. But looking at her little friend's distressed face, Lin Chuchu still helped her figure it out. Qingyu, do you think it could be that we haven't gone deep enough? After all, the True Lord just annihilated that group of demonic cultivators not too long ago, and now they're probably all hiding in the depths of the mountain range. The depths of the mountains? Hearing Lin Chuchu's reminder, Lu Qingyu at first pondered for a moment and felt that what she said did seem to have a few points of truth as well. After all, her family's master that was like the existence of the Lord of Demons subduing in the sky and the god of Tai Sui on earth. It wouldn't be strange for that group of timid as a mouse alchemy demon sect cultivators to hide in the deep forests out of fear. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu immediately got up and brought Lin Chuchu along towards the deeper part of the mountain range. After advancing for an unknown amount of time, the two were suddenly caught by a sword mark on a mountain to the side. This is... Looking at the sword mark that almost cut the mountain off, Lu Qingyu inexplicably felt a few familiar sensations from it. However, before Lu Qingyu could carefully identify it, her spiritual sense suddenly went into alarm. Without any hesitation, Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu's hand and quickly retreated backwards. When Lin Chuchu saw Lu Qingyu's sudden movement, she was about to ask her if she had discovered something, when she saw a raging ball of flames falling from the sky, directly burning the mountain with thousands of holes into white ground. Zhong Lingjun, do you really have to do such a desperate thing? A hoarse voice resounded in the sky above the mountain range, followed by a voice that Lu Qingyu was familiar with. For you evil devils and foreigners, I don't have half a bit of leeway to leave you. Cheng Lingquan? Looking at the two figures in the sky that were emanating pressure, Lu Qingyu recognized Zhong Lingjun's figure among them. It was just compared to the gentle and considerate Zhong Lingjun she remembered, who could even be called humble in some ways. At this moment, Zhong Lingjun's face was as cold as frost, and the spirit sword in her hand was emitting a regal sword aura. It was only at this moment that Zhong Lingjun looked like a demon-slaying Yuaning stage cultivator. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun refused to let herself go, then the Yuaning stage demon refining sect cultivator simply didn't flee either. Since you won't let me go, I'll never let you live it down. The rebellious disciple who presumptuously attempted to kill his teacher even dares to reprimand me for being an evil demon today. Then let me see how sharp your sharp sword of regicide really is. Hearing the demonic cultivator bring up the thing he was most reluctant to mention, Zhong Lingjun's face instantly turned low. She didn't retort, she just gripped the spirit sword in her hand, and then the endless sword intent reflected the entire sky. Miso dash. First, a crisp sword chime filled her ears, and then Lu Qingyu saw a hideous-looking head fall in front of her. Little sister? Hearing Zhong Lingjuan's voice ringing out behind her, Lu Qingyue's face instantly became a little stiff. To be honest, she didn't really want to meet Zhong Lingjun. Although Zhong Lingjun treated her well and always thought of her when something good happened, but Ryu Qingyu knew exactly why she was being so nice to her. But she didn't commit regicide. She wasn't going to make her own master angry for those rebellious disciples. Lu Qingyu wanted to pretend that she didn't hear it and bring Lin Chuchu to hurry away from here. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had actually ignored herself, Zhong Lingjun's face immediately changed. She knew that Lu Qingyue didn't want to see her, and she didn't want to disturb Lu Qingyue if she could. But Lu Qingyue was already her last hope. Thinking of the day Mu Lingyun left without looking back, Zhong Lingjun clenched her teeth. An instantaneous body appeared in front of Lu Qingyu, and after ignoring her estranged gaze, Zhong Lingjun said with a smile, "Why did junior sister suddenly come here? Master, is there something going on?" Zhong Lingjun was just about to ask if Mu Lingyun had come with her when she saw Lu Qingyue take a step back, and could only hastily change her words to ask about the purpose of her coming here. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun did not mention Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue's attitude then relaxed slightly. "Master told me to come here for a bit of training, and to clear out those remaining demonic cultivators among the mountain ranges in the meantime." As Lu Qingyu spoke, her eyes still couldn't help but look at Zhong Lingjun in front of her. Zhong Lingjun was currently covered in blood and had a murderous appearance, and at a glance, he knew that he hadn't killed many people. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, does Senior know where there are still devil cultivators? I'll go and get a few heads to go back and hand over to Master." Hearing that Lu Qingyue had come to train amongst the mountain range, Zhong Lingjun immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to deepen their mutual karma. She couldn't talk about other things, but she was familiar with the matter of cutting down demons. Moreover, she had also gotten quite a few spirit stones from those demonic cultivators during this period of time, and it just so happened that she could also take this opportunity to hand them over to Lu Qingyu. Together, these two things must be able to deepen karma quite a bit. When the karma between her and Lu Qingyue deepened, then she would offer to let her take herself to meet with Mu Lingyun. Maybe she would agree. After thinking clearly, Zhong Lingjun immediately said confidently to Lu Qingyue, "No problem. I'm familiar with such things as demonic cultivators. No matter how many demonic cultivator heads are needed by little senior sister, senior sister will get them for you." Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had agreed to help her search for the demonic cultivator's traces, a few moments of joy immediately appeared in the bottom of Lu Qingyue's eyes. But before she could thank Zhong Lingjun, a sinister voice sounded above their heads. "Truly worthy of being a disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. This unself-conscious stance is simply the same as your master's. Do you think the true Lord of the Nine Heavens would go mad with anger if I killed all of you?" Chapter 39. You don't want it. Junior sister, be careful. Hearing the sudden sound, Zhong Lingjun instantly protected Lu Qingyue and Lin Chuchu behind herself, all the while looking ahead in a certain direction with a wary face. Seeing that his concealment had been recognized, the shadowy cultivator simply stopped hiding and directly appeared in front of them. At the same time, the aura on his body was detected by Zhong Lingjun. Devil cultivators at the god transformation stage. Sensing the unfathomable cultivation on the other party, Zhong Lingjun's heart instantly sank to the bottom. After the demon refining sex plan had failed, it was surprising that there were still spirit transformation stage cultivators coming here. Could it be that the demon refining sect still had some kind of plot? Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who was like an enemy, the eyes of the cultivator who had appeared glanced at various parts of her body before revealing a satisfied expression. "Not bad. A good seedling for dual cultivation. I didn't expect that after raising you for so many years, the true Lord of the Nine Heavens hadn't even taken away your virginity. You really don't know how to enjoy yourself." "Shut up. I will never allow you to humiliate Master Teacher like that." Facing the demonic cultivator's undisguised eyes, Zhong Lingjun was still able to endure it, but as soon as she heard that he was actually denigrating Mu Lingyun, she instantly tightened her grip on the spirit sword in her hand. Behind her, Lu Qingyue was also looking at him with a hostile face. When the demonic cultivator saw this, an amused expression spread across his face. "That's really interesting. I didn't expect that all of True Lord Nine Heaven's disciples would be so dutiful. So then it seems that the so-called matricide circulating in the outside world is also all false." Saying that, the devil cultivator didn't bother to pay attention to Zhong Lingjun's eyes that they couldn't wait to kill. His body's cultivation at the transformation of God stage was unreservedly displayed, instantly suppressing them from moving. "This seed hasn't introduced itself to you guys yet. My name is Wang Hai. That Lin Haiying who died in the city before was my disciple. But don't worry, even though you guys killed my disciple, as long as you're willing to just submit to me and become this seat's double cultivation cauldron, this seat will release you guys. How's that?" Hearing that Wang Hai actually wanted a few of his people to become his cauldron, Zhong Lingjun did not hesitate to raise the spirit sword in her hand and said in an icy tone, "Disciples of the nine heavens will never submit to evil devils like you." Behind her, Lu Qingyu couldn't say half a word under Wang Hai's intimidating pressure, but from the look in her eyes, it was clear that her attitude was the same as Zhong Lingjun's. She would never give in. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun refused to submit to him, Wang Hai's face instantly showed an openly evil smile. "You guys don't think that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens will come to save you? Die. This vicinity has long been laid down with formations. Unless the true Lord of the Nine Heavens descends in person, there is absolutely no way that he can find out what's going on here." Ah, really? I don't believe it. Hearing Wang Hai's arrogant voice, Lu Qingyu suddenly ignored his intimidating pressure and walked directly in front of Zhong Lingjun, looking at him with a bemused expression. "Junior sister, quickly hide behind me. Senior sister has a secret technique of eruption. When the time comes, I will pester him and you will find your own chance to escape." Seeing that Lu Qingyu had actually stood out, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly tried to pull her behind her, but she found that Lu Qingyu's body had suddenly become very heavy, and she couldn't even move her halfway. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to sacrifice herself to give Lu Qingyu a chance to escape, Lu Qingyu suddenly looked back at her, and Zhong Lingjun instantly froze in place when she saw her eyes. "Master, master?" Seeing that Zhong Lingjun recognized him, Mu Lingyun didn't have any intention of trying to take care of her, but continued to look at Wang Hai. Of course Mu Lingyun wouldn't let Lu Qingyu run into the mountain range alone to purge the demonic cultivators without any preparation. Although he was not here in person, he had been watching Lu Qingyu's adventure through the system's synchronization function. After noticing the appearance of a god transformation stage demonic cultivator, Mu Lingyun descended onto Lu Qingyu's body through the system's possession function. Feeling Lu Qingyu's body, Mu Lingyun's eyes couldn't help but flash a few moments of amazement. Lu Qingyu's talent was indeed very high, even though Mu Lingyun had only descended a portion of his cultivation. At this moment he felt that he was still able to exert a strength that was not weaker than his main body. Is this the most talented person in Kyushu? It's really enviable. Collecting his thoughts, Mu Lingyun then looked at Wang Hai whose body had frozen in place before him. He did not recognize Mu Lingyun's identity, but he could clearly feel the threat of death descending upon him. Looking at the suddenly changed Lu Qingyu, Wang Hai kept building up his cultivation, ready to seize the opportunity to escape. When Mu Lingyun saw this, he smiled and gestured for him to hurry. "Hurry if you want to run, or you won't have a chance." Hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, Wang Hai, who knew that his intentions had been seen through, instantly felt a chill emerge from his back. Without any hesitation, Wang Hai immediately fled in the direction behind him after throwing out a magic sword and detonating it. "Run, must run, or you will surely die." In order to survive, Wang Hai even went so far as to detonate his own life magic treasure, and decisively performed the life-burning recluse method, escaping at an unprecedented speed in this life. He had paid such a huge price, and the effect was remarkable, as he had escaped thousands of miles in just an instant. Feeling his deficient body, Wang Hai but breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had managed to escape from life, Mu Lingyun's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Why don't you run away?" Hearing the voice, Wang Hai instantly looked behind him in horror and realized that Mu Lingyun and the others were still standing behind him, while he was still standing in the same place, not moving an inch. The true Lord of the Nine Heavens. At the end of his life, Wang Hai finally recognizes Mu Lingyun's true identity, using his own life as the price. After casually crushing Wang Hai to death, Mu Lingyun turned to look at Zhong Lingjun and Lin Chuchu behind him. Seeing Mu Lingyun's eyes looking towards her, Zhong Lingjun trembled her body, but in the end, she clenched her teeth and mustered up the courage to walk over to Mu Lingyun's body. Perhaps it was because earlier Zhong Lingjun intended to sacrifice herself to save Lu Qingyue, so this time Mu Lingyun did not choose to ignore her, but stood quietly in front of her. Seeing this, Zhong Lingjun first took a deep breath, then took out a bag from amongst her storage ring and carefully handed it to Mu Lingyun. "Master, this is some spirit stones prepared by my disciple. It's prepared for the youngest senior sister. I see that the youngest senior sister doesn't have a smooth magic treasure yet. You can use these spirit stones to shoot a magic treasure for the youngest senior sister in the auction, if you don't mind." Zhong Lingjun was afraid that Mu Lingyun would reject it, and made a point of saying that it was prepared for Lu Qingyue. However, in the face of the spirit stones she offered, Mu Lingyun merely looked on and did nothing. When Zhong Lingjun saw this, her voice suddenly trembled a little, and the hand holding the bag began to tremble continuously. Don't you? Chapter 40, Hot Potato. Mu Lingyun casually glanced at the bag in Zhong Lingjun's hand before turning back to Lin Chuchu's side. "Keep the flowers for yourself. I'll take care of Qingyu's matter, so I don't need you to worry about it." As the voice fell, a blank look immediately flashed across Lu Qingyu's eyes. She first looked around and realized that the Wanghai who had been unbeatable just a few moments ago had already given way to being crushed into dust. What's going on? Just now, Lu Qingyue only felt a rather grandiose force descending on her body, and then she lost consciousness. When she came to her senses, she only saw Zhong Lingjun standing frozen in place with a bag in her hand. Qingyu, just now the true lord of the 9 heavens descended on your body. Seeing Lu Qingyu's confused appearance, Lin Chuchu briefly recounted to her what had just happened. Hearing that her master had resolved that God transformation stage demonic cultivator, an excited smile immediately surfaced in the bottom of Lu Qingyue's eyes. But seeing Zhong Lingjun, who was still standing stupidly in place not far away, Lu Qingyue again forced her joy to the bottom of her heart. Because of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue had always resisted having any close contact with Zhong Lingjun. However, Zhong Lingjun's earlier act of deciding to sacrifice herself to save her ultimately made Lu Qingyue dislike Zhong Lingjun, the so-called 4th senior sister. Looking at the dull-faced Zhong Lingjun, this Yuaning real person who could get away with anything between heaven and earth, Lu Qingyue's heart was suddenly a bit puzzled and helpless. If I had known that, why did I do something like that in the first place? If there is any misunderstanding, just go to the master and make it clear, isn't it? Lu Qingyu couldn't figure out what Zhong Lingjun and the others were thinking, but she felt that Zhong Lingjun probably needed to be alone and quiet right now. Senior, we have to continue to collect the heads of the demonic cultivators, so we'll take our leave. Zhong Lingjun, who was staring at the storage bag in her hand, heard Lu Qingyue bidding herself farewell, and hastily squeezed out an ugly smile on her face. Is this about to leave? Why don't you let senior sister come and help? Junior sister, you're still rather reluctant to deal with those demonic cultivators as a cheap practicing stage cultivator. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun wanted to continue to help herself, Lu Qingyue hurriedly shook her head. No, I originally came here to have an experience. I wouldn't get much exercise if there were seniors around, and with my master here, I won't have any problems. Hearing Lu Qingyu mention Mu Lingyun, Zhong Lingjun's eyes immediately became a little dim. Yes, the youngest senior sister had her master's patronage, so where else would she need her help? Master, thinking of Mu Lingyun's ethereal, immortal-like stance when he possessed Lu Qingyue, as well as that indifferent look when he looked at her, Zhong Lingjun suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. There was some bitterness, some sourness, and some echoing flavors of remorse. Senpai, you're crying. Lu Qingyu's eyes were complicated as she looked at the tears slipping from the corner of Zhong Lingjun's eyes. To be able to make a Yuaning cultivator who had practiced for hundreds of years shed tears, just how complex an emotion was required. While feeling puzzled and confused, Lu Qingyu could not understand them more and more, but she didn't need to figure it all out. From the day she set out on her journey with the bag her parents had prepared for her, she swore in her heart, if she was fortunate enough to worship under True Lord 9 Heavens, she would definitely be filial to her own master to repay her parents for their kindness back then. Hearing Lu Qingyu's reminder, Zhong Lingjun then reacted to the fact that she had lost her temper in front of her juniors. Although Lu Qingyue did not recognize her as a senior sister, Zhong Lingjun still felt that she should be a good example before she could do anything about it, even if she had actually long since lost that qualification. Reaching out to dry the tears at the corners of her eyes, Zhong Lingjun forced herself to hold back the bitter emotions amongst her heart and said to Lu Qingyue with a smile, since junior sister has decided to carry out her training by herself, then senior sister will not disturb your cultivation. Saying that, Zhong Lingjun also stuffed the storage bag containing spirit stones in her hand into Lu Qingyu's hand. Come on, these are a little token of appreciation from senior sister to you. Keep them. If you see anything you desire, go and buy it. If you don't have enough, you can come back to senior sister for more. After handing over the storage bag to Lu Qingyu, Zhong Lingjun was afraid that she wouldn't be willing to accept it as well, and with a turn, she disappeared in front of Lu Qingyu, holding that heavy storage bag. Lu Qingyu hurriedly and anxiously searched around for Zhong Lingjun's figure, but again found nothing. Looking at Lin Chuchu by her side, Lu Qingyu said with some difficulty, Chu, why don't you take this storage bag? I'm afraid that master will talk about me if he finds out. Hearing that Lu Qingyu was actually going to throw this hot potato to herself, Lin Chuchu hurriedly shook her head and took several steps back. I don't want it. You'll only get a few words at most if the true lord finds out. If I take it, father will break my legs. Seeing that Lin Chuchu refused to accept the storage bag, Lu Qingyu could only end up helplessly accepting this storage bag and decided that if she saw Zhong Lingjun next time, she must return this storage bag to her. Zhong Lingjun, who was hiding in the shadows, was slightly relieved when she saw Lu Qingyu take that storage bag. In the middle of the following time, Lu Qingyu brought Lin Chuchu to run around all over the mountain range, and while becoming bruised and battered, she also finally harvested the heads of 5 demonic cultivators. Panting and chopping off the head of the Foundation Establishment stage demon cultivator in front of him, Lu Qingyu then said to Lin Chuchu by her side with a smug look on her face, "How about it, Chuchu? I'm actually pretty good, right?" Looking at Lu Chengyu, who was bathed in blood, even Lin Chuchu, who had already cultivated to the Jindan stage long ago, could not help but feel shocked by Lu Qingyu's talent at this moment. Each realm of cultivation was worlds apart, and each breakthrough brought about a rapid growth in strength. Therefore, wanting to cross the level of the challenge in this world is almost impossible to do things. Only those legends of the most terrifying talent of the pride can do this. Lin Chuchu didn't think that she would be able to see such a heavenly pride appear with her own eyes in her lifetime, and that it was still accompanying her as she continued to grow at this moment. In this instant, Lin Chuchu decided that she must hold on to this thigh in her life before she could do so. Our Saijetsu is the best. Aya, let go of me quickly. You're holding me very tight. Looking at Lin Chuchu, who suddenly and passionately hugged herself, Lu Qingyu hurriedly pushed her away. After putting away the demonic cultivator's head, Lu Qingyu planned to go back to Mu Lingyun to report on the mission. These 5 are all Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators. Master would definitely praise me if he saw them. When she thought that Mu Lingyun would touch her little head and praise her at that time, a smile surfaced at the corner of Lu Qingyu's mouth. But when she turned around and saw a charming figure, the smile on Lu Qingyu's face instantly froze in place. Yo, isn't this our most favored junior sister of the master? Why is she here alone? Where is our master? Chapter 41, Moose Edges. Looking at Mo Yuan, who suddenly appeared behind her, the smile on Lu Qingyu's face stiffened a little. Lin Chuchu, who was on the side, looked at the weird atmosphere between the two and whispered in Lu Qingyu's ear in a low voice. Qingyu, is this also your senior sister? At least it used to be. Unlike Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan's impression to Lu Qingyu had always been quite mysterious. She neither loathed Mu Lingyun like a few other disciples, nor did she harbor guilt towards Mu Lingyun like Zhong Lingjun did after clearing up the misunderstanding. It was as if Mo Yuan had intended to sever the master-disciple bond with Mu Lingyun from the start. Coupled with her secretive style of acting, Lu Qingyu would rather stay with Zhong Lingjun than see Mo Yuan's appearance. And the smile at the corner of Mu Yuan's mouth grew wider and wider when she saw the vigilance in the bottom of Lu Qingyu's eyes. Little sister doesn't seem like she's very welcoming to me. It's really calling for sister's sadness. Obviously sister likes you so much, but little sister doesn't appreciate it. Senior, you're already a great cultivator of several hundred years old, so stop pretending to be young like a little girl. Seeing that Mo Yuan was even pretending to be aggrieved like a little girl, Lu Qingyu instantly felt a chill of evil. She wasn't wrong. This guy was dangerous. Hearing Lu Qingyu's disgusted voice, the smile at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth suddenly became somewhat dangerous. Not only was Lu Qingyu busy during this period of time, she herself wasn't idle either. Not only was he trying to find ways to raise his cultivation, he was also constantly keeping an eye on Lu Qingyu's whereabouts. While Lu Qingyu and Zhong Lingjun were being surrounded by God transformation stage demonic cultivators, Mo Yuan was actually observing from afar through special means. When she saw that Mu Lingyun had actually possessed Lu Qingyu, Mu Yuan was about to fall straight into the devil's path with jealousy on the spot. She was already practicing all sorts of devilish means without Mu Lingyun's knowledge, so her entire cultivation was also extremely susceptible to the devilish path. This was the underlying reason why the negativity in her heart was so strong. In order to suppress the demonic intent in her heart, it took many days of effort for Moose Edge to pull herself back onto the right path again. And when she came out of the gate, she saw the scene of Lu Qingyu decapitating a Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivator. Even though she had long guessed that with Lu Qingyu's cultivation level crossing the challenge was not a difficult task, but actually seeing this scene with her own eyes, Mo Yuan still felt deeply threatened. In her plan, the last thing she needed to do was something that required her to hold absolute dominance. If Lu Qingyu came out to stop her at that time, her plan would most likely fail. The thought that after failing in her mission, she would lose Mu Lingyun forever. Moose Edge's heart then felt boundless fear. No way. Absolutely not. Master is mine. No one can take Master away from me. Under the effect of fear, a few moments of strong killing intent grew in Moose Edge's heart, but when she thought of the scene where Mu Lingyun possessed Lu Qingyu, Mo Yuan realized that Mu Lingyun's concern for Lu Qingyu was far more than she had imagined. Master's favor for little sister is so much that it's cynical. If you were willing to look at me like little sister, how could I have gone down such a path? Thinking of the time when Mu Lingyun's attention would always be divided by those few ungrateful rebels, Mu Yuan firmly resolved that plan of his. What was the way to get Mu Lingyun to see more of himself, keeping him in his eyes? Of course. Returning to her senses and looking at the wary Lu Qingyu, Mo Yuan suddenly smiled and looked at her. Junior sister, do you want to make your master proud of you? Make master proud of me? Hearing Mo Yuan's voice that was full of compulsion, Lu Qingyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. For her, if she could make Mu Lingyun show a pleased expression because of her, then you must have some kind of conspiracy going on too. That seductive image had just surfaced in Lu Qingyu's mind, and she immediately looked at Moshe Yuan warily. She's just a little naive, but she's not a cutie who will believe anything anyone says, especially when the person who said such words was Moshe Yuan, a guy who didn't seem like a good person. Lu Qingyu couldn't believe it even more. Seeing that Lu Qingyu doubted herself, Moshe Yuan didn't care. Doubtful is doubtful. With so many deluded people in the world, did they really not suspect each other when they were being scammed out of their money? It's just that you can't give up the benefits that seem to be at your fingertips, so you're willing to be lied to. Because of Mu Lingyun's heightened concern for Lu Qingyue, Mu Siyuan had never thought of relying on those plots and tricks to frame her in the first place. For one thing, it was unrealistic, and for another, Mu Zedge himself didn't care to do that. Plotting and scheming and all that is not on the table. Her favorite thing to do is to make people jump into her traps. Even if they know there's a problem, they'll jump in willingly, driven by profit. For Lu Qingyue, this little senior sister, Moshe Yuan actually didn't know much, but she was sure that Lu Qingyue was just like her, wanting Mu Lingyun to gaze at her more, and with thirst, that can be exploited. Greeting Lu Qingyu's skeptical gaze, the smile at the corner of Mu Siyuan's eyes grew more and more dangerous, just like that beautiful, yet deadly flower. Junior sister, if I'm not mistaken, you should be entering the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Hearing Moshe Yuan mention the 10,000 spirit cave sky, a few moments of surprise immediately flashed across the bottom of Lu Qingyu's eyes. How did she know? She hadn't told anyone about this matter except for Mu Lingyun, who had spoken to her, and when Moshe Yuan saw the surprised look on Lu Qingyu's face, she immediately knew that she had guessed correctly. Many of the resources produced in the 10,000 spirits cave heaven were useful for low-level cultivators, so Mu Siyuan guessed that Mu Lingyun should let Lu Qingyue enter the 10,000 spirits cave heaven. Since this was the case, that chance she had discovered within the 10,000 spirit cave sky back then would be able to fulfill the desired function. With that thought, Moshe Yuan looked at Lu Qingyu, who was planning to leave, and suddenly opened her mouth. Junior sister, do you want to know why Master Teacher can be the #1 person under the mergence? Chapter 42, The Undecided Bone. Master, I'm back. In the middle of the Great Feng City Wanbao Pavilion, Mu Lingyun was drinking evergreen tea to recuperate, when he heard Lu Qingyue's voice suddenly come from outside the door. Mu Lingyun, who had already sensed her, took out a plate of dim sum from under the table and placed it in front of Lu Qingyue, who had just entered. You're back. Eat. I specially begged with your Uncle Wan for the Extreme Bliss House's dim sum. That's why auctions are being held everywhere in the city right now, or else you wouldn't be able to eat such good dim sum on weekdays. Seeing the dim sum that Mu Lingyun brought in front of her, Lu Qingyue's eyes immediately sparkled, and then she couldn't wait to eat that tiny pastry in one bite. It's so good. Feeling the marvelous taste that blossomed in her mouth, Lu Qingyue felt for the first time that cultivation was actually beneficial. Mortals can't eat such delicious snacks in their lifetime, right? But the cultivator's snacks weren't just tasty either. With that pastry in the belly, Lu Qingyu soon felt that the wounds he had sustained in the past few days in the mountain range when he was fighting with the demon cultivators were rapidly healing, and even the dragon bloodline in his body had a hidden tendency to grow. Sensing this, Lu Qingyue immediately looked at Mu Lingyun in surprise, while Mu Lingyun nodded his head in satisfaction as he felt the synchronized and growing dragon bloodline in his body. Not bad. If this piece of pastry produced by Extreme Bliss House was eaten by him, I'm afraid that at most, it would just fill his stomach. But the benefits brought about by Lu Qingyue's consumption were unimaginable. In this instant, Mu Lingyun felt that he had grasped the true use of this system. After drinking the evergreen tea, Mu Lingyun then knocked Lu Qingyue's expectant little head without any good reason. Don't look. Even if you stare at me anymore, this pastry is gone. Even that Extreme Bliss House. It takes 30 years to produce such a batch of pastries out. If not for your Uncle Wan's money, plus your master's my name, you little guy won't be able to eat this pastry in this lifetime. Hearing that the delicious pastries were gone, Lu Qingyu instantly felt that practicing cultivation was no fun at all again. However, looking at Mu Lingyun, who was sitting on a high seat, Lu Qingyu suddenly rolled her eyes and somewhat embarrassedly came to his side. Before Lu Qingyu could say anything, Mu Lingyun looked at her and said, "Come to ask about the undecided bone? So you already knew. Master, do you think you can hide this little thing from me? Hey, it's also true. After all, Master is so powerful. What's going on between me and Sister Mu definitely can't be hidden from you." Sister Mu, also known as Mu Zedge. After learning that Lu Qingyu refused to call herself fifth senior sister, Moshe Yuan forced Lu Qingyu to call herself sister here by saying that the title senior was too unpleasant. After a violent resistance, Lu Qingyu was successfully bribed by Monsieur Yuan with a snack. And after Lu Qingyu sweetly called out to her sister, Monsieur Yuan also told Lu Qingyu about the one she knew about Mu Lingyun's chance to be invincible under the merged body. According to Monsieur Yuan, the reason why Mu Lingyun could quickly grow from a mediocre casual cultivator to the 9 heavenly real monarch who shook the 9 states and could even fight against the harmonized cultivators, all because of a heaven and earth treasure called the undetermined bone. More news Mousy Yuan did not disclose, but let her go back to ask Mu Lingyun himself. In addition to this, only told her in the cave of all souls in the middle of the sky maybe there will be traces of the indefinite bone. The exchanges between Lu Qingyu and Mu Siyuan naturally could not be hidden from Mu Lingyun, and during the time Lu Qingyu had been back, Mu Lingyun had been thinking about how he was going to tell her about the undecided bone. The undetermined bone was true, and it made Mu Lingyun invincible under the merged body was also true. But what the others didn't know was that the reason why Mu Lingyun was delayed in breaking through to the harmonization stage was also because of this undetermined bone. The undetermined bone had only one function, to a certain extent, to break the shackles set by heaven and earth. Borrowing this heaven and earth wonder, Mu Lingyun managed to cultivate to the void practicing stage when the system had yet to awaken. But breaking the shackles comes at a price. The heavens and earth would constantly attempt to repair the broken shackles, which made it more and more difficult for Mu Lingyun to break through the realm each time. Finally, when he was about to break through to the harmonization stage, the assistance brought by the undetermined bone could no longer break the shackles of heaven and earth, and Mu Lingyun had not had a breakthrough for thousands of years since then. Looking at Lu Qingyu, the youngest disciple, Mu Lingyun finally decided to tell her about the undecided bone after a long period of silence. Your talent is the strongest in the 9 states. Even without the undecided bone you basically won't encounter any bottlenecks. Heaven and earth have shown you so much favor that it's enviable. So it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to go get this treasure. Hearing Mu Lingyun's explanation of the undetermined bone, Lu Qingyu was also a bit hesitant for a moment. But after only a moment of hesitation, Lu Qingyu firmly said to Mu Lingyun, Master, I'm going to get the indeterminate bone. Why? Mu Lingyun was not surprised by Lu Qingyu's choice. It was as if he had already known this answer. After all, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth seems simple to say, but it was close to being the ultimate pursuit of cultivators. No cultivator could resist such a temptation. He merely wanted to hear what kind of reasons Lu Qingyu had for making this decision again. However, Lu Qingyu's reply caused Mu Lingyun to instantly freeze in place. I want to figure out what exactly the undetermined bone is. This way I can help Master unshackle heaven and earth in the future, allowing Master to break through to the harmonization stage. For me? Hearing that the reason why Lu Qingyu wanted to fuse the undetermined bone was to help him unlock the shackles of heaven and earth, Mu Lingyun's undisturbed state of mind suddenly picked up a gust of wind and blew a little ripple. He looked up at Lu Qingyu, looking into her eyes, trying to discern the truth of what she was saying at the moment. Lu Qingyu's eyes were clear and bright, and even when she looked at Mu Lingyun, a practicing void true lord, she did not flinch. Even further, Lu Qingyu's determination was transmitted to Mu Lingyun's heart. That's right. Didn't Master say that my talent is the strongest in the 9 states? What Master said must be true. Then I will definitely be able to unlock the secret of the undetermined bone in the future as well, so that I will be able to help Master break through to the harmonization stage. In the face of Lu Qingyu's grandiose words, Mu Lingyun did not say that he believed them, nor did he say that he did not believe them. He just stared at Lu Qingyu's determined eyes for a long time, then sat on his high seat in silence for a long time, and finally suddenly smiled and touched her little head. Then cheer up. Get the innate fetal mother aura Reiki first, and there's no need to force the undetermined bone or anything else. After saying that, Mu Lingyun got up and walked towards the outside. Let's go. Apprentice, the auction will start soon. Seeing Mu Lingyun's back, Lu Qingyu hurriedly followed him. Does Master not believe I can find out the secret of the undecided bone? I believe that you can find out the secret of the undecided bone, but before that, you have to cultivate well, or else you might not even be able to enter the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Aha! I won't let Master down. Chapter 43, Seeing him, just to see him. TSK, smells like booze. Inside an inn in Defeng City, Mu Siyuan pushed open the door of a guest room and looked at the bottles of wine all over the floor. An expression of disgust immediately spread on her face. She doesn't like to drink because drinking, if she gets drunk, makes her say heartfelt things that she should never say to anyone else. Yet she also loves wine, because it's the kind of thing that makes people say what they really mean in front of her. After casting a spell to dispel the strong smell of alcohol in the room, and by the way, after clearing away all those bottles and stuff on the floor, Monsieur Yuan looked at Zhong Lingjun, who was lying on the table with both eyes in a dazed state, and instantly felt a headache. So, are you going to stay drunk, or are you going to listen to me properly? As a Yuaning stage cultivator, Unless it was really one of those rare wines. No matter how much one drank, it was impossible to get drunk into Zhong Lingjun's current state. Zhong Lingjun's current wretched appearance was more of an escape than a drunkenness. Hearing Mo Yuan's voice, Zhong Lingjun, who had been continuously pouring wine in the room for several days, finally put down the wineglass in her hand, but her eyes were still lifeless. What did you come to see me for? What did I come to see you for? Looks like you really drank your brains out. Looking at Zhong Lingjun in this state, Mu Ziyuan wanted to taunt her, but when she met her godly eyes, she felt a sudden pang of tedium. After thinking about it, she still stated the purpose of her visit to Zhong Lingjun. It's really meaningless. You're staying with junior sister these days. Did you forget all about the purpose of our coming here? The sect master elder sister is still waiting for us to take things back to her. Stuff, auctions. Covering her head with a splitting headache, Zhong Lingjun then remembered what the purpose of her and Mo Yuan's arrival in Great Feng City was in the very beginning. It was just that after what happened these days, she really didn't have much heart to pay attention to the sect's mission. Looking at Mo Yuan standing in front of her, Zhong Lingjun simply dumped this matter on her. You go ahead. Anyway, as long as someone goes to the auction to get the stuff down, isn't it? Not in the mood. You leave me alone for a while. Looking at Zhong Lingjun's disheveled appearance, Mo Yuan instantly became even more disgusted. That this kind of guy should be worshipping under the same person as himself. It really makes you feel unhappy just thinking about it. Forget it if you're not in the mood then. It's not impossible for me to go to the auction alone. But what if I tell you that today this auction will be attended by master teacher as well? Hearing Mu Ziyuan mention Mu Lingyun, a bright light immediately flashed in the bottom of Zhong Lingyuan's eyes, who originally still looked a bit forlorn. She asked, looking up at Mu Sej in some disbelief. Seriously, master teacher will also go to the auction? Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who had just looked like she was about to die, but ended up immediately becoming exuberant after hearing about Mu Lingyun, the corners of Mo Yuan's mouth immediately surfaced with a smile filled with mischief. False. I was just lying to you. And besides, even if master teacher didn't come, you should still go out for a walk. With that, Mo Yuan tugged Zhong Lingjun towards the door. Zhong Lingjun asked while being dragged out of the door by Mo Yuan, while still being undeterred. So the master is here or not? Give me the word. Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was so concerned about this matter, he knew that she would not go with him if he did not tell her the answer today. Mo Yuan could only point at the formation in front of the auction in the distance in an unfavorable manner. Now I'm afraid you're the only one in the entire city who still doesn't know that true Lord Nine Heavens is going to attend the auction. Looking at the group of God transformation stage cultivators who stood in front of the auction as if they were waiting for someone, Zhong Lingjun instantly understood that Mu Lingyun would also come to the auction today. As soon as she thought that she could see that figure again, the haze in Zhong Lingjun's heart was instantly dispelled. Let's go then. If we're late we won't be able to see master, said Zhong Lingjun about to head to the auction site. His face did not look the least bit disheveled from many days of alcoholism. Seeing Zhong Lingjun's impatient look, Mo Yuan said with some dismay, what can you do even if you go? Will the master see you? Mu Ziyuan didn't know what Zhong Lingjun was really thinking. It wasn't like she hadn't met Mu Lingyun before. But what about the end result? Mu Lingyun felt it was a waste of time to even look at her every time. Instead of continuing this wasted effort, we should use our energy elsewhere. Upon hearing Mo Yuan's voice, Zhong Lingjun's pace that was just about to head to the auction immediately froze in place. She looked at the auction in the distance and fell into silence, not knowing what to say for a while. She wanted to refute Mu Sej, but it was clear that she was telling the truth. Yes, even if she went to see Mu Lingyun, what could she do? Would Mu Lingyun still forgive her? Expecting a void practicing true lord to go against a decision he had once made was undoubtedly going to be harder than climbing up to the heavens. Zhong Lingjun also understood that there was no possibility of making up for those mistakes she had made. But soon Zhong Lingjun came back to her senses. She looked at Mo Yuan behind her and said in a firm tone, even if that's the case, I'm going to see master, even if it's just to meet with him. After saying that, Zhong Lingjun walked towards the auction without a second thought, leaving Mo Yuan standing alone. To meet him even if nothing comes of it? Upon hearing Zhong Lingjun's reply, Mo Yuan first froze for a long time before a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What a fool! What's the point of just going to see him? You'll need to take him for yourself in the end. Unlike Zhong Lingjun, Mo Yuan had made up her mind from the very beginning. From the moment that extra figure appeared in the middle of her world, she's going to have him. No one can stop her. Even if it was Mu Lingyun himself, it wouldn't work. Chapter 44, consider this a small token of appreciation for being a senior sister. What a hoot! Master G, where are we located? In the auction venue of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu around in the middle of the venue. As a rare event in Ningzhou, The location where the auction was held was bustling with activity. Even the halls where ordinary cultivators were located were extremely luxurious. And Mu Lingyun, as a practicing Void True Lord, naturally had a special single room reserved for him. Our room is on the 3rd floor. Would you like a spot in the lobby on the 1st floor, or would you like to go to the 3rd floor with me? Lu Qingyue, who was looking around, heard Mu Lingyun's voice and hurriedly ran back to his side. I want to stay with master. Let's go then. The auction will start soon. Hearing that the auction was about to start, Lu Qingyu pulled Lin Chuchu and was about to head to the 3rd floor location. However, Lin Chuchu let go of her hand and said to her apologetically, Qingyu, you go up with True Lord first. I have to go back to father. We'll meet after the auction. After saying that, Lin Chuchu headed to a certain location on the 2nd floor. Lu Qingyu could only follow Mu Lingyun to the location on the 3rd floor with regret when she saw this. Well, it's a shame. Obviously the 3rd floor would be a better location. Right. Why won't Chuchu come? Hearing Lu Qingyue's regretful voice, Mu Lingyun, who was walking in front, smiled and touched her little head. Learn to get used to it. It's going to happen a lot more often. Although Lu Qingyue was only a chi practicing stage cultivator, she was Mu Lingyun's disciple, and as the disciple of a void practicing True Lord, she naturally had a different status from the other cultivators. Even if she herself doesn't care about it, others do. Unless Lu Qingyue was expelled from the division by Mu Lingyun, this situation would continue. Mastermind. In the middle of the hall on the 1st floor, Zhong Lingjun looked at the two figures walking on the stairs with indescribable melancholy in her eyes. In the past, whenever the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion opened an auction, Mu Lingyun would bring her along to participate in the auction. At that time, Mu Lingyun was also like this now, holding her hand while smiling and explaining to her the various details in cultivation. It's just a shame that it was once upon a time. Now after losing the identity of Mu Lingyun's disciple, Zhong Lingjun couldn't even go up to the 3rd floor, let alone hold Mu Lingyun's hand. Things that were once taken for granted are only realized when they are lost to be so out of reach. Mosher Yuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but let out a light laugh when she saw Zhong Lingjun's despondent look. What? The master has now appeared. Aren't you going to meet with him? Hearing Mosher Yuan's flirtation, Zhong Lingjun first withdrew her gaze, then shook her head. I've already said that I just want to see master teacher, and going to meet with him now will only cause trouble for him. I don't want to embarrass him. If Zhong Lingjun went up to meet with Mu Lingyun in full view of everyone, it would only give the impression that she was taking advantage of the opportunity to force Mu Lingyun to meet with her. The similar thing had already happened once, and Zhong Lingjun never wanted it to happen a second time. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun had actually become so knowledgeable, the Mosher Yuan on the side was humming. Now you know what you're talking about. What were you doing before? In the face of Mosher Yuan's mockery, Zhong Lingjun responded to her with silence, without the slightest intention of wanting to pay attention to her. After cursing the lack of fun at the sight, Mosher Yuan threw a list to Zhong Lingjun. It is? Zhong Lingjun looked at the list in her hand and looked at Mu Siyuan with some confusion, while Mu Siyuan explained to her when she saw this. That's what we need to bring back this time. We didn't bring enough spirit stones. We need to play a little trick to bring it all back. You cooperate with me to take those things then. Hearing Mosher Yuan's request, Zhong Lingjun then realized why Mosher Yuan wanted to bring her to sit in the hall on the 1st floor. It turned out to be for the purpose of concealing people's ears, so she immediately nodded her head. No problem. I'll cooperate with you when the time comes. With all the arrivals seated, the auction soon began in earnest. Those rare and exotic treasures in the past became flat at this moment. The cultivators also took out their entire savings to auction off their favorite lots. Mu Lingyun, who was sitting in a single room on the 3rd floor, looked at the various treasures that appeared like flowing water, and while waiting for the appearance of the Biyun sword, he instructed Lu Qingyue by his side. If you have something you like, just shoot it. You don't have to save my money for me. Woo woo. Hearing the strange sounds coming from his side, Mu Lingyun frowned and looked over, and then saw the scene where Lu Qingyue stuffed a snack into her mouth and ended up choking on it. Ugh, do you like snacks that much? Mu Lingyun shook his head helplessly before casting a spell to help Lu Qingyue swallow those treats. Seeing this, Lu Qingyue then touched the back of her head with some embarrassment. Can't help it. Who asked them to prepare the snacks so delicious? The disciple did not hold back for a moment on. He. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was still playing a trick, Mu Lingyun was about to reprimand her a couple of times so that she would know the truth of being content with what she had when he heard the exclamations of some cultivators coming from the hall. Mu Lingyun looked up and realized that the auction for the Biyun sword had begun. Biyun sword. In the middle of the hall, Zhong Lingjun's expression suddenly perked up when she saw the Biyun sword suspended on the high platform. Musej beside her said with some curiosity at the sight. What? Fancy this spirit sword? Without waiting for Zhong Lingjun to reply, Mosher Yuan continued to speak to himself. That's right, with the traceless sword gone. You do need a handy magic weapon. If you like it, I'll auction it off for you. Hearing that Mo Yuan was actually going to help herself auction the Biyun sword, Zhong Lingjun immediately looked at her with some surprise. You're willing to help me auction off the Biyun sword? Seeing Zhong Lingjun's surprised look, Mo Yuan immediately snorted. Why so surprised? Am I so petty and selfish in your eyes? No, I didn't think that. Hearing Mo Yuan say what was on her mind, Zhong Lingjun immediately looked around with some weakness, while Mo Yuan said disdainfully when she saw this, although you are a bit stupid, but in the end, you and I are from the same school. If you are killed, it is also the face of the master that will be disgraced. Don't worry, this spirit stone I will go on my own account. You can consider it as a little bit of my small intention as a senior sister. Hearing that Mo Yuan had said so, even though she had a strong opinion of her in the past, Zhong Lingjun could only be a little embarrassed to say something to her at this moment. In that case, thanks a lot. Seeing that Zhong Lingjun was so wriggly even to say thank you, Mo Yuan instantly turned to this little cutie. Lost interest. Still, looking at the Biyun sword on it, she said appreciatively, this Biyun sword is suitable for you. Your vision is quite good. I hope you won't degrade its prestige. In the face of Mo Yuan's appreciation, Zhong Lingjun's eyes once again dodged. Her intuition told her that she absolutely could not tell Mo Yuan about the fact that this sword was actually used to give it to Lu Qingyu. Chapter 45, just bury it where you can see him. Fellow Taoists, please look. The next item to be auctioned is the Baiyun sect's inherited heavy treasure, the Baiyun sword. As the cultivator presiding over the auction introduced the various characteristics of the Biyun sword on the high stage, the hearts and minds of the cultivators under the stage were also tugged. The spirit swords of the Yuaning stage were actually not too precious, and the cultivators who could come here had basically seen quite a few of them even if they didn't own them. What really increased the value of this Biyun sword was the fact that it could be used by cheat practicing stage cultivators. This alone could make the Biyun sword fetch a sky-high price. After all, if a lower-ranked cultivator could use a Yuaning stage spirit sword, it would mean that there was a possibility of being able to challenge them across the ranks. In an instant, the cultivators in the arena opened their bids, and the price quickly exceeded the price that a normal Yuaning stage spirit sword should have. As for Mo Yuan under the stage, after seeing that the price had been raised to an approximate level, he directly raised the price upwards by 20% on the original price, instantly shocking the cultivators in the arena. Because the auction was held in order to prevent the emergence of high-ranking cultivators using their cultivation to intimidate lower-ranking cultivators into abandoning the auction, the cultivators in the arena were holding a jade pendant for the auction. When bidding, you only need to input the price into the jade pendant, so the rest of the cultivators simply don't know who actually bid such a price out. Seeing that the other cultivators were shocked, the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Cultivators who could come here had a certain purpose in mind and wouldn't waste too many spirit stones on other lots. She had just observed that the cultivators in the arena had basically run out of spirit stones, and now this price was just beyond the limit of their auction. As for those cultivators in the single room upstairs, for them a Yuaning stage spirit sword was really not worth mentioning. They had too many means to protect their family's children. There was no need to spend so many spirit stones to auction off the Biyun sword. Just when Mo Yuan thought that the Biyun sword was already a sure thing, the piece of jade that displayed the price suddenly popped up another number, and the price was once again raised by 20%. The smile on Musage's face instantly froze. Obviously this situation had appeared outside of her expectations. Zhong Lingjun, who was on the side, saw that Mo Yuan's face did not look too good and hurriedly persuaded her. Why don't we forget about it? I don't have to have this Biyun sword. There's no need to spend too many spirit stones. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's persuasion, Mu Ziyuan also had the intention to give up, but her eyes suddenly looked towards a certain single room on the third floor. Unusual price. Can be practicing Qi stage cultivator use of the spirit sword? The master has just received not long, and will soon be going to the 10,000 spirit cave heaven practicing Qi stage little sister. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Musage's mouth. The Biyun sword was to be given up. She wasn't ready to let her master spend more money, but the fact that he knew in advance that Lu Qingyu's hands would have the Baiyun sword was important. When the time came to take advantage of this, she could logically send Lu Qingyu on her way. If you have the Biyun sword and you still get killed, then you deserve to die. Are you thinking up some more scheming? Zhong Lingjun looked at the widening smile at the corner of Mo Yuan's mouth and instantly felt some chills on her back. She and Mo Yuan were basically taken under Mu Lingyun's tutelage together, and the difference in time between before and after was not much. Thus compared to the other few senior sisters, she treated Musage more as a peer and competitor. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's skepticism about herself, Mo Yuan was too lazy to explain to her. Right. I'm thinking of some plotting and scheming again. What do you care? You'd better continue to go and think about how to please Master Teacher and beg for his forgiveness. This was what Mosher Yuan despised the most about Zhong Lingjun. Doesn't know how to be flexible and thinks he can make anything happen if he is persistent. Laughing dead. If adhere to the useful words, but also want a conspiracy and trickery to do what? The whole world of cultivators are honest to cultivate is not good. In the face of Mosher Yuan's mockery, Zhong Lingjun didn't refute her and just lowered her head without saying anything. She knew that Mosher Yuan was right. With all the things she had done, trying to redeem Mu Lingyun by making amends was almost impossible. But the only thing that Zhong Lingjun was unwilling to do was to engage in any calculations in this matter. The sins created by her heart will be filled by her heart. It didn't matter if Mu Lingyun ignored her true heart. All of this is the downfall she deserves. Those who have made mistakes need to be punished. This is the most simple philosophy of Zhong Lingjun. All this she was doing now was both to seek Mu Lingyun's forgiveness and to atone for her own sins. Only then could Zhong Lingjun seek a shred of peace in the midst of that endless remorse. As for whether Mu Lingyun will forgive her in the end, Zhong Lingjun suddenly remembered what Mu Lingyun had once said when he taught her. 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, vanish one of them. There are no absolutes in the world. No matter what kind of predicament one encounters, one has to walk first. Lingjun, you have to remember that the road is under your feet. It was a shame to say that Mu Lingyun had taught her many things, but what she could recall now was actually only this one sentence. But even if it is only this one sentence, the disciple will certainly remember the master's teachings. TSK, hate this little cutie the most. The is the point of it all. Looking at Zhong Lingjun's determined face, Mosher Yuan knew that she definitely hadn't given up yet, and might have even become more determined. Mosher Yuan really disliked Zhong Lingjun and looked down on her. However, looking at the surrounding cultivators who were fighting over a few spirit stones, Mosher Yuan felt that Zhong Lingjun was a lot smoother. Sure enough, everyone else in this world other than Master Teacher is either boring or even more boring. Throwing down the jade pendant in her hand, Mosher Yuan got up and left the place. Let's go. We've got everything we need to buy. There's nothing left for us to keep an eye on here. Hearing Mosher Yuan say leave, Zhong Lingjun hurriedly got up and followed her. Only when she was walking out of the auction, Zhong Lingjun suddenly said to Mosher Yuan, "Can you help me go back and tell eldest sister to take a leave of absence? I'm going to a place and I might not be able to return to the sect in a short period of time." Hearing that Zhong Lingjun was going to take a leave of absence, Mosher Yuan couldn't help but look at her curiously. "What? Are you going out for a walk?" Zhong Lingjun nodded, but then shook her head. "It's not a walkabout. I'm going on a trip to the Western Desert." Western Desert? The land of those big monks? You finally have a heart of gold and are ready to see the world and become a nun? If that's really the case, the poor Taoist will definitely go to the temple to add more incense money to you at that time. Hearing Mosher Yuan's teasing voice, Zhong Lingjun wasn't annoyed. She just gripped the spirit sword in her hand and said in a firm tone, "The Western Desert Buddhist sect has the secret method of reincarnation, which can make a person fade away all the burdens of the past. I want to see if I can fetch it. If Master has the secret method of reincarnation, he will be able to wash away the shackles of the undetermined bone, and at that time, if Master wants to break through to the harmonization stage, it will be nothing more than within his reach." The secret law of reincarnation? Learning that Zhong Lingjun was actually going to the Western Desert Buddhist sect to seek the secret law of reincarnation. A hint of surprise flashed through Mosher Yuan's eyes. After careful thought, Musej realized that this method did have a chance of success. But, even that Buddhist sect has few people who can cultivate the secret law of reincarnation. And you, a Yuaning stage cultivator, want to ask for the secret law of reincarnation? On what grounds? This time it really wasn't that Mosher Yuan was looking down on Zhong Lingjun, but rather, although the secret law of reincarnation had no rank, it was undoubtedly one of the supreme teachings of the Buddhist sect, so how could it possibly be handed over to Zhong Lingjun just like that? Even if Mu Lingyun went by himself, he wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain this secret method. However, in the face of Mosher Yuan's implicit discouragement, Zhong Lingjun did not care. She knew and understood all that Musej had said, but she was going anyway, to atone for her sins and to make amends, even if she died on the way. Zhong Lingjun looked back one last time, her gaze seemingly piercing through the jeweled building to meet Mu Lingyun, who was sitting on a high seat. When she saw Mu Lingyun's indifferent eyes, she was satisfied. After she spoke to Mu Siyuan, she took Mu Lingyun's once teachings with her on the road. "Senior sister, if I can't come back, you can send my ashes to Master Teacher, and if Master Teacher doesn't want to take it, you can give it to Junior Sister and have her find a place to bury it where it won't disturb Master Teacher, but where she can still see Master Teacher." Chapter 46. She couldn't have been born from you and that wild woman. "Master, this sword is so heavy. On the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Lu Qingyue held the Biyun sword in her hand and lifted it with difficulty. But it's such a struggle just to lift it, let alone use it. Mu Lingyun, who was on the side, also didn't know what to say when he saw the scene. I bought all the swords, but found that I couldn't lift them. The Biyun sword itself weighed 1,000 pounds in addition to the consumption of aura. For Yuaning stage or even Jindan stage cultivators, this was of course nothing, but for a Qi practicing stage cultivator who had just set foot on the path of cultivation, it was a bit too difficult. I'm afraid that the maker of the Biyun sword hadn't thought that someone would actually give this rare spirit sword to a Qi practicing stage cultivator to use. Come on little guy, a little harder. You're about to take your first swing out. Wan Ziding looked at Lu Qingyu, who was struggling to swing her sword, and threw melon seeds into her own mouth while smiling at Mu Lingyun. If others knew that a disciple of the hallowed true lord of the 9 heavens couldn't even lift a sword, how do you think their group of good guys at the heavenly pavilion would circulate this matter? Those mouth breathers won't say anything unless they want to get intimate with the endless sword again. After helplessly glancing at Wan Ziding, who just knew to watch the show, Mu Lingyun stretched out his hand in the air to hold the Biyun sword in his hand. Feeling the unyielding will of the sword spirit contained within, Mu Lingyun could not help but laugh dumbly. You've been reduced to the point of being auctioned off. Do you still want to hold on to your useless dignity? Biyun sword has been passed down for a long time, naturally gave birth to a spirit. Want to control their own weight for cultivators to use naturally is not difficult. However, it was obvious that the Biyun sword couldn't even look at Lu Qingyu, a Qi practicing stage cultivator. You don't say come a Yuaning stage cultivator, at least come a Jindan stage one. Even if you just come a foundation establishment stage cultivator, you had to give it to a little girl in the Qi practicing stage. Who are you looking down on? It Biyun sword is just down and out, not wasted. Thus even though it would offend Mu Lingyun, the Biyun sword refused to arbitrarily allow Lu Qingyu to use herself. Feeling the Biyun sword's unyielding aura, Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. How about giving each other face? You are now at the mercy of Qingyu, and in the future I will help you achieve practicing emptiness. Although it was true that Mu Lingyun could forcefully use his cultivation to make the Biyun sword yield, Lu Qingyu was going to enter the 10,000 spirit cave heaven to seize the treasure next. If the Biyun sword was willing to cooperate with Lu Qingyu, it would naturally be the best. And hearing the deal offered by Mu Lingyun, the Biyun sword was obviously moved as well, and the force of its resistance lessened by quite a bit. Mu Lingyun saw this and looked directly at Lu Qingyu. Apprentice, let your future best friend take a good look at what you're really capable of. Yes, master. Hearing Mu Lingyun ask himself to show his ability, Lu Qingyu, who was already a bit displeased because she wasn't looked upon by the Biyun sword, immediately stepped forward. It's just a broken sword. What could possibly be resistant? It's not like I haven't seen better. With this in mind, Lu Qingyu's eyes also looked towards the endless sword hovering behind Mu Lingyun. If she could, she would actually want the endless sword the most. The strongest spirit sword of the void practicing stage in the entire world, capable of cutting through the void with its sword. And even as long as there was enough mana, the endless sword could open up a space that existed briefly in the midst of the chaos. But Mu Lingyun hadn't reported to hell yet, and the endless sword wasn't even her turn. Moreover, it wasn't like Lu Qingyu hadn't been near the endless sword during the period of worship, but no matter how much she tried to please it, the endless sword was unresponsive to her calls. Obviously, compared to the Biyun sword, the endless sword looked down on Lu Qingyu even more. If she wasn't Mu Lingyun's disciple, I'm afraid that the endless sword wouldn't even allow her to come close. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Qingyu instantly felt aggrieved in her heart. One by one, they all looked down on people. Wasn't she just a little shorter in her cultivation and a little shallower in her cultivation? But Master had said that her talent was the strongest in the 9 states, and that one day she would be able to attain ascension. By then, even if you broken swords begged her, she wouldn't care about you. Containing the aggression and defiance in her heart, Lu Qingyu fully operated the mana in her body. Instantly, an invisible air current filled the room on the top floor, while there was also a faint sword and dragon roar around Lu Qingyu's body. When Wan Ziding, who was drinking tea and watching the show, saw this kind of commotion, her eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyu. This is the Qi practicing stage? Feeling the surge of mana that erupted from Lu Qingyu's body, Wan Ziding said with some disbelief, "It's that group of transformed demon clans that don't have this level of mana, right?" And Wan Ziding first sensed carefully, then said with some incredulity, "Endless sword intent, or the ever-growing endless sword intent." Unlike Yuaning stage cultivators like Zhong Lingjun, who was also at the void practicing stage, Wan Ziding saw Lu Qingyu's bottom line at a glance, and discovered that deep within her body, there was an endless sword intent hovering. However, unlike a few of Mu Lingyun's other disciples, this one within Lu Qingyu's body was constantly growing. Mu Lingyun saw Wan Ziding's look of surprise and casually explained a few things. Well, this disciple of mine was born along with the endless sword intent, so she is naturally adapted to the existence of the endless sword intent, and by the time she cultivates to the void practicing stage, I'm afraid that the endless sword intent in her body will have grown enough to practice another endless sword. Practicing another endless sword. Hearing Mu Lingyun's explanation, Wan Ziding suddenly clenched her fists, the fallen treasure copper coins in her hands ready to be poised. She looked at Mu Lingyun and said word for word through clenched teeth, "This little one couldn't have been born from you and that wild woman out there." Looking at the tense-faced Wan Ziding, as well as the falling treasure copper coin that was tightly clutched in her hands, Mu Lingyun was silent at first, then suddenly smiled and said, "What would you do if I said you guessed right?" What to do? Hearing that Mu Lingyun even asked what she would do, Wan Ziding was first furious, then suddenly burst out laughing, but Mu Lingyun could clearly see that her eyes had already lost their luster. Realizing that the situation was not right, Mu Lingyun hurriedly tried to stop her, but alas, he was a step too late. Hey, you wait for Falling Treasure Copper. Chapter 47, If you like to kneel, then kneel. It's useless anyway. Master, do you just have to irritate Uncle Wan? Even if you were beaten, you even dragged my disciple out as well. I also did not expect your Uncle Wan's reaction would be so great. The full force of the fallen treasure copper coin said to Smash. Your master, I was so hung up not to go to hell to see the king of hell. Mu Lingyun flew forward with Lu Qingyue while somewhat helplessly rubbing the back of his head. However, remembering Wan Ziding's amused appearance at that time, Mu Lingyun's mouth still revealed a smirk. But even if there's a next time, I'll probably still say that. Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he would have to play like this next time, Lu Qingyue, who was following behind him and was recognized by Wan Ziding in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion along with Mu Lingyun, was instantly confused. She looked at the smile at the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth and said carefully, "Master, you couldn't have really had your brain smashed by Master Wan. Should we go back to find Master Wan to pay for the money? She's so rich. Now we master and disciple go back to really be sent to the west by your Uncle Wan. And I'm not brain dead. Don't you think that your Uncle Wan is a bit different when he stays with us than in front of others?" Hearing Mu Lingyun say this, Lu Qingyue subconsciously began to recall Wan Ziding's usual style. It was discovered that in front of the other cultivators, Wan Ziding was either short-tempered or indifferent, as if those cultivators were like a spirit stone in her eyes, and were not worthy of her investing even half a bit of emotion into them. Only in their presence, or rather only in Mu Lingyun's presence, would Wan Ziding show obvious joy and sorrow. Seems like the way Uncle Wan looks at Master Yu is obviously different. It's almost drawn out. Master, you wouldn't have been negative about Uncle Wan, would you? Lu Qingyu pondered over Wan Ziding's character, and at the same time, she couldn't help but begin to speculate on the relationship between her and her own master. This is really getting out of hand the more I think about it. Not to mention the fact that Mu Lingyun was freeloading at the Wanbao Pavilion. Not only did Wan Ziding have no problem with it, even those other cultivators at the Wanbao Pavilion looked as if they were taking it for granted. There were even times when Mu Lingyun's words were a bit more useful than Wan Ziding, the true lord of 10,000 treasures. It's hard not to. Agu. Master, what are you hitting me for? You can't just take revenge back on your disciple's body after being beaten by Uncle Wan yourself. You weren't very smart in the first place. What if you get beaten, silly? Lu Qingyu had just felt that she had found the truth when Mu Lingyun suddenly came on her small head. Lu Qingyu, who felt a large bag of Mu Lingyun's same style appearing on the back of her head, couldn't help but look at her own teacher in an aggravated manner. Why else? If I don't interrupt you again, I'm afraid that my master's image in your mind will be ruined. After knocking Lu Qingyu in a good-natured manner, Mu Lingyun then explained those old stories. To tell you the truth, the main reason why your master Wan valued spirit stones so much is because she was sold as a child. She wasn't as blessed as you are to have a pair of good parents. Her parents said from a very young age that they were going to sell her for money, and they did do so later on. Sold? Was Uncle Wan this miserable as a child? Then she was later. Oh, the person who bought her was Master. How did you know? Hearing that Lu Qingyu had actually guessed the truth directly, Mu Lingyun immediately looked at her with some surprise, and Lu Qingyu instantly revealed a smug little expression out. Because Uncle Wan is the only one who treats Master differently. Well, it's too obvious. And that's what all those storytelling books say. The protagonist buys a poor and cute young girl, and then all sorts of stories and such happen between the two, just like Master and Uncle Wan. Hearing Lu Qingyu's words, Mu Lingyun first nodded, then shook his head. You're actually half right. In the beginning it was indeed me who saw that your Master Wan was pitiful, so I bought her. But then after getting along for a while, I saw that your Master Wan had a talent for cultivation, so I asked someone to find a little relationship to send her to worship in the clan, and by the time she and I met again, she was already a Jindan stage cultivator. As he said that, Mu Lingyun also talked about some past events between himself and Wan Ziding over the years. Lu Qingyue listened as if she was listening to some very interesting gossip, and in the end, she even came up with a summary. So is Uncle Wan valuing spirit stones so much because he went from being treated like a commodity? That's right, except for when she's with Master. She basically doesn't see people as human, even if it's herself. And this situation became more and more obvious after she practiced the 10,000 treasures true scripture. So in order to help your Uncle Wan maintain her humanity, I'll stimulate her from time to time, Mu Lingyun said, and a smirk spread across the corners of his mouth. And don't you think that your Uncle Wan looks cute when he gets angry when he's molested? Hearing Mu Lingyun say that Wan Ziding was cute, Lu Qingyue instantly shivered. That's right, Wan Ziding was indeed a delicate young girl. Her posture couldn't be said to be of heavenly beauty, but it was also of the highest quality. But the point was that this was a practicing void true lord who was about to break through to the harmonization stage. And she didn't look at anyone other than Mu Lingyun as a human being. I'm afraid that only Mu Lingyun would find Wan Ziding adorable. The others couldn't even wait to avoid her. Where would they dare to molest her? Do you really think that other people can be as physically powerful as Mu Lingyun? And can casually carry the full force of a drop of precious copper coins? That blow would have made Mother Earth smile in an instant if it had hit the ground. But then again, Lu Qingyue hadn't noticed this before. And now once she heard Mu Lingyun mention it, she just always felt that the aura of disregarding life and treating human lives as spirit stones like Wan Ziding was something she seemed to have seen in another person. Who was it? Lu Qingyue thought for half a day, but was unable to come to any conclusion. Forget it, it was probably just that she remembered it wrong. After all, since she had seen so many cultivators since her cultivation, it was normal for her to remember it wrong. Lu Qingyue didn't care too much about this. Holding the Biyun sword in her arms that had managed to identify with her and followed Mu Lingyun back to the front of the palace gate of Cloud Moon Mountain. Strange? Why does it look like someone knelt here? Looking at the obvious kneeling marks in front of the palace door, Lu Qingyue looked at Mu Lingyun with some doubt. Mu Lingyun, on the other hand, just smiled. Who knows? Maybe it's because the mortals under the mountain saw that there was suddenly an extra palace here, so they mistakenly thought that an immortal had appeared here and wanted to come and pay their respects. In that case, then if those mortals do kneel long and hard in front of the palace gates, will Master take them in? If they really kneel long, then kneel long. Chance is not something that comes from kneeling, and when it's gone, it's gone. Mu Lingyun didn't seem to want to talk much on this topic, and after opening the palace gate, he said to Lu Qingyue in a serious tone, in the next few days, Master will properly teach you your cultivation. You must remember not to slack off, or else you might risk perishing on the trip to the 10,000 spirit cave heaven afterward. The disciple will definitely keep this in mind. Chapter 48, He's Still Alive. Ha 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 ha, Elder Jean. I didn't think that you would end up choosing to cooperate with our 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. It's really unexpected. In front of the tall loft, Jean Lingya looked expressionlessly at the man walking with a smile in front of him. Elder Lu, let's dispense with these polite words. We are all businessmen. Let's talk about business. Seeing that Jean Lingya actually gave him so little face, the enthusiastic expression on Lu Zi's face instantly froze. However, as soon as he thought of Jean Lingya's cultivation at the god transformation stage at this moment, Lu Zi's face once again put on a smile. Ha ha ha, Elder Jean is still so direct. Since Elder Jean has said so, let's cut to the chase. All the requests you have put forward, we, the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce, can agree to them. Even further cooperation is possible. Lu Zi spoke these words with bravado, unabashedly highlighting the strength of the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. But Kim Lingya was not moved at all. She was not unprepared, and she knew clearly that the strength of the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce could not yet do the job of casually uttering such grandiose words. So, what's the price? Hearing Jean Lingya mention the cost, the corners of Lu Zi's mouth immediately surfaced with an inexplicable smile. The price, well, of course there is. I don't know if Elder Jean can now have the idea of forming a Dao couple with someone. If so, I just happen to have a good candidate here. I said, at what cost? Without waiting for Lu Zi to speak, Jean Lingya directly interrupted him, repeating the question he just asked in a cold tone. Seeing this, Lu Zi also immediately put away his playful expression, then said in a grave tone, we want the quota for the 10,000 spirit cave. I know that according to the current strength of the Nine Heavens Sword sect can't hold on to a share of the 10,000 spirit cave, but it's fine to cooperate with us. We don't want much, just 3 quota. Seeing Lu Zi finally say the corresponding price, only then did Jean Lingya retract her cold sight and began to think about the pros and cons of this. A place in the Cave of All Souls? It was true that she could not look at Lu Zi, but there was one thing that Lu Zi was right about. And that was that the Nine Heavens Sword sect really could not keep the quota to enter the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven right now. Even though Yan Lingshang had repeatedly revealed that there were still backstops left behind by the true Lord of the Nine Heavens within the Nine Heavens Sword sect, the people of the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society both wanted to remove the Nine Heavens Sword sect from the covenant. It really wasn't a bad idea to bring in the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce in this situation. But Jean Lingya suddenly looked up at Lu Zi. Looking at this person who was once almost about to possess her, a smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth for the first time. Yes, the Nine Heavenly Sword sect can accept the demands of the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that Jean Lingya actually did agree to this request, a few moments of ecstasy immediately surfaced under Lu Zi's eyes. The opportunity to enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven was very rare, and even among the three sects one needed to go through layers of selection. Lu Zi was prepared for Jean Lingya to take advantage of the opportunity to make a big offer, but he didn't expect Jean Lingya to agree so easily. Just as Lu Zi was about to properly thank Jean Lingya suddenly continued. This idea that your Chamber of Commerce has proposed is very good, but I have a better idea. I wonder if Elder Lu would be willing to listen to it. Hearing that Jean Lingya had other ideas, Lu Zi, who was ecstatic in his heart, instantly looked at her and secretly said that he was sure of it. He knew that Jean Lingya wouldn't agree to the demands of the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce so easily, but in order to keep the spot to enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven, no matter what request Jean Lingya made next, as long as it was within his acceptance, Lu Zi would agree without hesitation. Elder Jean, please speak. As long as I am able to do so, I will never excuse myself. Looking at Lu Zi, who made a promise, Jean Lingya said expressionlessly, spread the word. What? Hearing Jean Lingya's request, Lu Zi was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Instead, Jean Lingya ignored him and continued, spread this news out and tell everyone that as long as they can come up with the appropriate price, they will all be able to obtain the appropriate quota from the hands of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. Hearing that Jean Lingya was actually going to pull other forces into this deal, Lu Zi for a moment was truly admiring this woman in front of him. There was nothing to hesitate about this idea. Although there were more other forces, the Chamber of 10,000 Flowers had already gotten what it wanted, and the more forces it pulled in, the more reliable the quota the Chamber of 10,000 Flowers got its hands on. But will the cultivators of the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society agree? Could the cultivators of the Five Elements sect and the Spiritual Rhinoceros Society really stand by and watch the Nine Heavenly Sword sect give away the quota to enter the 10,000 Spirits Cave? Facing Lu Zi's hesitation, Jean Lingya simply said, the Nine Heavenly Sword sect has its own methods. Hearing Jean Lingya's reply, Lu Zi instantly thought of the backhand left behind by true Lord Jiu Shao. Although the cultivators of the entire Ning Prefecture knew about the scandal in the Nine Heavens Sword sect, the favor the true Lord Nine Heavens used to show to several of his own disciples was there for all to see. Other than that, the 10,000 Flowers Chamber of Commerce had almost been slaughtered by the furious Mu Lingyun's entire family back then because of the matter of Jean Lingya. Thinking about this matter, Lu Zi is a little bit afraid, if not for the fact that there was another practicing Void Stage True Lord who later made amends and allowed Mu Lingyun to retrieve his mana. Now Lu Zi has probably reincarnated several times. Since the Nine Heavenly Sword sect has its own methods, it is not Lu Zi's turn to bull ***** this guy. Alright, since Elder Jean has said so, then I'll stop talking nonsense. I'll order people to spread the news. Hearing Lu Zi accept this request, Jean Lingya nodded and then planned to turn around and leave. Staying with this guy, even for just a moment, Kim Lingya felt that it was a waste. However, looking at Jean Lingya's back as she turned to leave, Lu Zi called out to Jean Lingya after hesitating for a long time as he thought about the commission he had accepted earlier. Elder Jean, please stay. I wonder if Elder Jean still remembers the young master of the Hanhai sect. Hearing Lu Zi call out to him and mention the young lord of the Hanhai sect, Jean Lingya stopped herself and turned back to look at him. Her tone finally changed a little as she said to Lu Zi in a sneering tone, the young lord of the Hanhai sect? Hey, he's still alive. If I were him, I would have already killed myself after turning into a eunuch. Chapter 49. Is this the big picture she wants to preserve? 10%. This time the Nine Heavenly Sword sect takes 10% of the share. I wonder what Elder One thinks. In the 10,000 Spirit Stream where the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven was located, when Kaihua led the cultivators of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect behind him and looked with an ugly face towards the Five Elements sect and Spirit Rhinoceros Society's cultivators who were in front of him with a vaguely depressing atmosphere. 10%. Our Nine Heavens Sword sect used to take 50%. You guys even gave only 10% this time. When they heard that the Jiu Shao Sword sect's share in the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven this time was only 10%, the Jiu Shao Sword sect cultivators behind Wen Kaihua immediately couldn't sit still. Standing out, she was about to fight with the cultivators of the Spirit Rhinoceros Society and the Five Elements sect. However, Wen Kaihua directly stopped her. "Stand back and let me do it." Hearing Wen Saihua's voice, those unwilling disciples of the nine heavens could only take a step back, and Wen Saihua's face was a little ugly for a moment as she looked at those cultivators with bad faces. She had been kneeling outside the palace on Cloudmoon Mountain for several months, but had never seen Mu Lingyun, and in the end, when the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven was about to open, she had to rush over. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the scene, she learned that this time, the nine heavenly sword sect's share was only 10%. I Cheng, when Kaihua pondered over the figure, then turned to the nine heavens disciples behind him. "Let's go. We don't want 10% of the share of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Sky." Elder One means that he's not going to participate in this allocation of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven? Hearing that when Kaihua had actually turned around and was about to leave with his disciples, an elderly from the Spirit Rhinoceros Society immediately asked with some surprise, to know that although 10% sounded a bit small, it was also a huge chance when placed in the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven, and when Kaihua had chosen to give it up so easily? Hearing Elder Li's voice, when Kaihua turned to look at him with an expressionless face, affirming his words, "That's right, not just this time. In the future, the Jiu Shao Sword Sect will no longer be involved in the share of the 10,000 Spirit Cave. The aura amongst the 10,000 Spirit Cave will all be shared by all of you, and I'll be leaving this place as soon as I get back our Jiu Shao Sword Sect's 9 Heavenly Thunder Bead, 9 Heavenly Thunder Pearls." Hearing that when Kaihua wanted to take away the 9 Heavenly Thunder Pearls, the two clans that were still in an aggressive stance were the ones that instantly changed their faces drastically. The 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven is not something you can enter just because you want to. As an independently existing cave sky, the All Souls Cave Sky was moving all the time. Only by utilizing a supreme treasure to suppress it could the location of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven be anchored within a range. The fundamental reason why the three clans were able to share the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven was that they had each taken out a supreme treasure to use as a suppressor. The 9 Heavenly Thunder Pearl was the supreme treasure provided by the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect, and it was also the most powerful one among the three supreme treasures, which Mu Lingyun had brought all the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's cultivators to lead the heavenly and earthly divine thunder to refine together. Therefore, if there were no more 9 Heavenly Thunder Pearls, the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven would be out of its bonds in a matter of moments and would disappear without a trace ever since. Everyone and no one benefits from it. Thinking of the consequences of doing so, the cultivators of the Spirit Rhinoceros Society and the 5 Elements sect changed their faces. Ha ha ha, why should Elder One be so radical? We carefully thought about it, and felt that the 10% share is indeed a bit low. 20%? How about 20%? It can't be any higher. After all, the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect is currently. Elderly didn't finish his words, but when Kaihua understood what he was talking about, the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect currently has no more void practicing stage cultivators. It's already not easy to have 20%, so don't be greedy. When Kaihua knows that it's good to see what's good, she originally did not want to give up the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's interests in the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven, and just wanted to use the 9 Heavenly Thunder Pearls as a threat to ask for some more shares. In reality, at the present time of Mu Lingyun's departure, the 9 Heavens Sword Sect no longer had any means to continue driving the 9 Heavens Thunder Bead. This was something that no one knew except for a few of Mu Lingyun's disciples, which was why when Kaihua was able to take the opportunity to use this as a threat. Just as when Kaihua was about to accept this condition and formally sign the new covenant, a voice suddenly resounded at the covenant signing site. Is this the 10,000 Spirit Cave? Hearing the sudden sound, everyone curiously cast their gazes over. It was discovered that the person who uttered the voice was a young-looking young girl who only had the cultivation level of the Qi practicing stage. Seeing this, a cultivator who thought highly of himself immediately questioned her. "Which family's descendant are you? Don't you know that we are discussing a great matter? How dare you not know your manners? I must go to your division head and say what you are not before I can do so." "Go ahead then. My master is the true Lord of the 9 Heavens." True Lord of the 9 Heavens. Hearing that name come out of Lu Qingyue's mouth, some of the cultivators in the arena were immediately so frightened that their legs went limp and they almost had to stand unsteadily. The reason why the 9 Heavens Sword Sect was able to take a 50% share of the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven in the first place was because Mu Lingyun had personally traveled to the Spirit Rhinoceros Society and the 5 Elements sect, and used the Endless Sword to communicate cordially with the many cultivators. At this moment, there was no shortage of cultivators in the field who had been brutally beaten by Mu Lingyun on the ground back then. That ferocious scene could still send chills down one's spine when it was recalled at this moment. That's not true. The true Lord of the 9 Heavens had already left the 9 Heavens Sword Sect. So where were the disciples? The cultivators who noticed that something was wrong looked viciously at Lu Qingyu, ready to teach this little girl who had embarrassed herself a lesson. When you're out and about, it's not just any name you can say. But before they could strike, they heard Wen Kaihua suddenly speak out. Junior sister, why are you here? Little sister? Hearing Wen Kaihua address Lu Qingyue as little sister, those cultivators who were just about to strike were instantly frozen in place. They looked incredulously at Lu Qingyue, and then remembered that disciple among the rumors that Mu Lingyun had taken with him when he left the Nine Heavens Sword sect. They used to think that the news was false, but they didn't think that it was true, thinking that they were just about to lay their hands on the disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. It was as if these cultivators could see their departed Tai milk beckoning to them. Looking at the group of cultivators whose faces seemed a bit off, Lu Qingyu asked with some hesitation, can't I come here? As soon as Lu Qingyu asked this question, the cultivators present fell into silence. Theoretically, Lu Qingyue really didn't have this qualification, even though small forces occupying the slots of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, but practically speaking, the theory is not unchangeable. But everyone was in the end a famous and renowned great cultivator. If it was spread out that a group of them were scared to the point of losing their principles by a small disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, then it would be better to get them killed on the spot. Just when the situation was in a stalemate, when Kaihua stepped forward, she looked at the group of cultivators behind her who wanted to compromise but couldn't pull their weight. After pondering for a moment, when Kaihua eventually walked forward to hold Lu Qingyue's hand and said to the group of cultivators, since she's my master's disciple, why don't we let her enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven with a place in the Nine Heaven Sword sect? When they heard Wen Kaihua come forward to solve the problem, the other stiff-looking cultivators hastened to say yes. Not bad. Since they are the disciples of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, then they should enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave in the name of the Nine Heaven Sword sect. In addition, I think that the share of the Nine Heaven Sword sect can be raised a little bit more. How about 30%? What do you all think? Good. That's the way to do it. That's right. The Nine Heavenly Sword sect is one of the three sects after all. It makes sense. Hearing that the share that he had fought for with great difficulty had been raised by another 10% just because Lu Qingyue had appeared with Mu Lingyun's name. I don't know why, but when Saiwa's heart didn't surface with any joy at all, she looked at Lu Qingyue, who was still bewildered at her hand, and a sudden bitterness flooded her heart. Is this the big picture she's trying to preserve? Chapter 50. For the sake of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. And I am no different. Looking at those arrogant and respectful cultivators, when Kaihua really didn't bother to say a word to them, she held Lu Qingyue's hand and walked to the side, saying to her gently, Junior sister, how did you appear here? Where is master? Hearing Wen Saihua's gentle voice, Lu Qingyue's body instantly got goosebumps. First, she didn't move and drew her hand back before Lu Qingyue stated her purpose for coming here. Master told me to come here with the token to enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven for the trial. And he himself is still in his palace on Cloudmoon Mountain. Hearing that Mu Lingyun did not come this time, a few moments of loss flashed across Wen Saihua's eyes. She did a good job of hiding her emotions. Though, since the master teacher hasn't come, then junior sister, you should follow senior sister first, and when the 10,000 Spirit Cave has opened, you will follow the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect to enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave together. Well, I won't. When she heard that Wen Kaihua wanted herself to enter the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven with the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qingyue immediately shook her head and then even took a few steps back. I'm a disciple of my master, not a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. I'll be fine acting on my own, so I won't bother senior with the trouble. Seniors, when Kaihua pondered over Lu Qingyu's address to her, and her eyes suddenly dimmed a few points. But looking at the distant Lu Qingyu, when Kaihua could only sigh helplessly in the end. In that case, then when the 10,000 Spirit Cave sky opens, junior sister will act on her own. Remember to protect yourself. Seeing that Lu Qingyu was unwilling to get close to her, even though she had no choice, when Kaihua could only return to her original position. And when those cultivators saw that Lu Qingyu's attitude towards Wen Kaihua didn't seem to be very good, their minds immediately came alive again. However, remembering the might of the endless sword that split the heavens and earth, they ended up putting away their petty thoughts. Fighting for the interests of the sect was important, but that couldn't be done by gambling with one's own life. As the interests of all parties were finally negotiated, the covenant officially began to be signed. The so-called covenant was actually the cultivators of each sect contacting the supreme treasures they used to suppress the 10,000 Spirits Cave Heaven, gathering all their power to confine the location of the cave heaven, and opening a passageway. Mana as turbulent as the sea was induced in the All-Soul stream, and at the same time, a cavernous silhouette faintly appeared in the middle of the void in the sky. Seeing this scene, several cultivators, including Wen Kaihua, hurriedly contacted their own supreme treasures and prepared to open the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven. Feeling the connection, the supreme treasures that suppressed the All Souls cave sky began to resonate with the cultivators one after another. The light pillars fell from the sky, and the cultivators from the Five Elements sect and the Spiritual Rhinoceros Society all completed the reception smoothly, with only the Nine Heavenly Sword sect side experiencing an accident. The beam of light that descended from the sky did not fall on Wen Caihua's body, but instead landed on Lu Qingyue, who stayed in a corner to the side. Mu Lingyun, who saw this scene through the system, saw this and laughed somewhat helplessly. The little one is rather more loyal than they are. As a supreme treasure that Mu Lingyun had personally refined, the 9 heavenly thunder beads naturally had a spirit that existed. And right now, between Wen Caihua and Lu Qingyue, the 9 heavenly thunder pearls would not hesitate to choose Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun's only current disciple. When Wen Caihua saw this scene, her face instantly became a bit grave, but looking at Lu Qingyue, who was enveloped by the light pillar, she could only sigh helplessly once again. Lu Qingyue, who had been chosen by the 9 heavenly thunder pearl, felt the vaguely affectionate feeling around her and hesitated for a moment. What's going on here? Master didn't explain before I left the house that this would happen again. That bead in the sky looks like a moon cake. I don't know if it tastes good. Lu Qingyue was first confused, then her gaze went to the silhouette of the 9 heavenly thunder pearl in the sky. The 9 heavenly thunder beads did not yet know that Lu Qingyue was already wondering if she could eat it. All it knew was that this was its master's only disciple at the moment, and it had to treat her well to do so. With the power of the 9 heavenly thunder bead invoked, the door to the 10,000 spirit cave heaven was finally opened. The other cultivators who had seen the anomaly occur breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene. Since the passageway has been opened, it's up to each of us to do what we can next. After the passageway was opened, the cultivators from the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society, who were already a bit disturbed by Lu Qinyu's appearance, immediately left the place, afraid of getting involved with this little ancestor Lu Qinyu. And when Caihua looked at Lu Qingyue, who was standing in place, and after hesitating for a moment went forward and said, "Junior sister, do you have a target in mind this time when you came to the 10,000 spirits cave heaven?" There were more than 10 million special auras amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, and if one searched for them without a purpose, one would not be able to find them even until death. When Caihua was worried that Lu Qingyue was just running over to join in the fun on a whim, but she couldn't help but laugh at her own superfluous worries. How could Mu Lingyun have let Lu Qingyue come here without any goal at all? Hearing Wen Caihua ask about the purpose of her coming here, Lu Qinyu thought for a moment. It felt as if neither the innate fetal mother aura nor the indeterminate bone seemed to be things that could be said casually. In the end, she could only respond to Wen Caihua with silence. Seeing this, Wen Caihua immediately understood that she was not someone who could be trusted, and although she was a bit lost, she still had the sense to stop the topic and did not continue to pursue it. After thinking about it, before finally leaving, Wen Caihua still gave Lu Qinyu a gift. This is the map of the 10,000 spirit cave sky that has been explored so far. Master Teacher, as a void practicing true lord, can see everything under his divine sense probing? I think he has neglected to prepare something like this for you. If you don't mind, junior sister, just take it. Seeing the gift that Wen Caihua had given herself, Lu Qinyu couldn't help but be a little moved. Whether it was the gentle tone when they first met, or this thoughtful gift given to her now, Wen Caihua seemed to have a somewhat different attitude from the other few disciples. Even when she first met Wen Caihua back then, she noticed that compared to the other disciples, Wen Caihua treated Mu Lingyun in the best manner. But why did Senior join several other disciples in committing regicide at that time? Hearing Lu Qinyu's inquiry, Wen Caihhua's body instantly froze in place. She looked back at Lu Qinyu hopelessly, and in the end, still chose to tell the truth. All of this I'm doing is for the greater good, all for the continuation of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect. Then Master, isn't he a part of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect? Hearing Wen Caihua say that everything she did was for the 9 Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qinyu instantly couldn't help but ask after her. And when faced with this question, Wen Caihua answered without hesitation, "For the sake of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect, there is nothing that can't be perpetuated. As it is with Master Teacher, so it is with me." Chapter 51, Everything must be accounted for. Unbelievable. To sacrifice a part of the clan for the sake of the so-called clan is just too incomprehensible. Hearing that Wen Caihua had actually made this choice for the sake of the so-called greater good and the development of the 9 Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qinyu immediately felt ridiculous to the extreme. She couldn't understand this behavior of Wen Caihua at all. If the people are gone, what is the point of having a so-called clan? Thinking that such a guy was once even Mu Lingyun's disciple, Lu Qinyu felt bad for her master. I can't believe I'm wasting my heart and soul on a guy like this. Lu Qinyu's original few remaining good feelings towards Wen Caihua quickly disappeared in the midst of this unpleasant conversation. She looked at the copy of the map in her hand and after clenching it for a moment, "Humph, people aren't nice, but it's not like there's anything wrong with the stuff." Muttering her little mouth, Lu Qinyu then put away that map. Not only did she want to find the innate fetal mother aura amongst the 10,000 spirit cave heaven this time, she also wanted to search for the undetermined bone that Mosher Yuan had spoken of. The time to enter the 10,000 spirit cave was different every time, but it was all limited. Anything that could provide help for Lu Qingyue had to be utilized properly. Looking at the passageway that had been opened, Lu Qingyu first took a deep breath before jumping in without hesitation. Naturally, her behavior could not be hidden from the other cultivators. After seeing Lu Qingyue enter the 10,000 spirit cave sky, they let out a sigh of relief. If something happened to Lu Qingyue here, one of them would be held responsible for it. But if something happened to Lu Qingyue after she entered the 10,000 spirit cave, it would have nothing to do with them. But just to be on the safe side, they still sternly admonished their own disciples. All of you remember, when you meet this fellow within the cave, don't mess with her for me. If you mess with her, then our clan will be in big trouble. In the face of their own master teacher's instructions, the sect disciples nodded their heads, stating that they would definitely not cause trouble for the sect. If he really caused trouble, he would definitely be suicided in time to avoid adding to the chaos of the clan. Seeing this, the elders of the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, when Kaihua also waited for the person he was waiting for after returning to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect's quarters. Second senior sister, I'm counting on you this time. By the way, they are? When Kaihua looked at the group of cultivators in different costumes behind Jean Lingya and couldn't help but frown and ask Jean Lingya. When Kim Lingya heard Moon Chaiwa's inquiry, she told her previous thoughts without changing her face. Hearing that there were actually other cultivators from other forces who wanted to share in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect's quota to enter the 10,000 spirits cave heaven, when Kaihua immediately turned his head to look at the disciple beside him, finding that they all looked as if they already knew about it. It looked like the last person to know about this news was when Kaihua herself. Why didn't second senior sister discuss this kind of thing with me in advance? Although Jean Lingya's cultivation and status was higher than hers. This time, when Kaihua was the one who presided over the matters of the 10,000 spirits cave heaven, Kim Lingya's idea should have been discussed with her. How could she make a decision in private? However, in the face of Moon Chaiwa's accusation, Kim Ryong-ai is questioning her in return. You went out earlier without any reason. I had already sent my disciples to look for you, but you didn't come until the last minute. And at this moment you're even blaming me? Hearing Jean Lingya mention her earlier outing to look for Mu Lingyun, when Kaihua was suddenly speechless. Looking at the unhappy Kim Lingya, Moon Chaiwa knew that this moment was not the time for conflict and could only nod her head and admit her mistake. This time it is indeed my reason. Never mind. Since senior sister has already made up her mind, let's leave it at that for now. And by the way, let's tell senior sister that our junior sister has come this time as well, and has already entered amongst the 10,000 spirit cave. Little sister? Hearing when Kaihua mentioned Lu Qingyue, Jean Lingya first pondered for a moment before remembering who she was talking about. Kim Ryong-a never remembered very well the guys who couldn't bring her profit. Then whose quota is she occupying? If she took up our Nine Heavens Sword Sect's quota, did she ever pay the Spirit Stone? Hearing that the focus of Jean Lingya's concern was actually on the matter of whether or not Lu Qingyue had paid, when Kaihua instantly felt tired of her heart. After sighing helplessly, he could only tell her about the fact that the Nine Heaven Sword Sect's share had also been raised by 10% due to Lu Qingyu's appearance. Hearing that Lu Qingyu alone had raised the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect's share by 10%, Jean Lingya nodded at once. Surprisingly, there is still such a thing. Then we can't be indebted to her. Let me lead the team into the 10,000 spirit cave this time, and when we find her inside, I will pay her the appropriate amount of spirit stones and heavenly treasures. Spirit stones? I'm only afraid that little sister won't be willing to accept it. Hearing that Jean Lingya was going to pay Lu Qingyue accordingly, when Kaihua was a bit hesitant, but Jean Lingya said without a care in the world, whether she receives it or not is her business. Since she helped the Nine Heavens Sword Sect, she has to be paid for it. Anything has to be accounted for before it's good, or else it'll be troublesome to get entangled. Jean Lingya said, her voice still slightly lowered, not knowing that she had thought of something. Seeing her insistence, when Kaihua let her go. In the end, the youngest sister was also Mu Lingyun's disciple anyway, and giving her the heavenly materials and treasures and whatnot wasn't a cheap shot at outsiders. After negotiating all matters, Jean Lingya gathered the disciples of the Nine Heavens and those cultivators from other forces who were going to follow her into the 10,000 spirits cave this time. She first looked at the cultivators from those other forces. I'm only responsible for bringing you into the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. As for the rest of the things that happen after you enter, that's none of my business, and you shouldn't expect me to be merciful to you. Hearing Jean Lingya's reminder, those cultivators arched their hands in agreement, not daring to have any objections. Seeing that they were at peace, Jean Lingya then nodded. Because of the increase in share, Jean Lingya needed to select some more disciples. However, Her eyes swept over those disciples of the 9 heavens, but she did not see any satisfactory candidates. Allowing disciples of this caliber to enter the 10,000 spirit cave sky was really a money-losing business. Alas, I should have known that I would have let my senior sister send more disciples over. Just as Jean Lingya was about to randomly select some disciples who were still quite acceptable to enter the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded behind her. Second senior sister, take me 1-2. Chapter 52, Plum Blossom Cake. True Lord. Looking at the suddenly appearing moose edge, Jean Lingya was not surprised. Every time he encountered something interesting like this guy would show up in time, and Kim Lingya had long since felt accustomed to it. Then follow me up. Thanks to little sister's blessing, we still have plenty of spots this time. Little sister? Hearing that Jean Lingya, a fellow who only had spirit stones in her eyes, had even mentioned Lu Qingyu, Monsieur Yuan was instantly curious as to what had happened somehow. However, looking at the passageway that had already caved in, Moose Edge brought his attention back. She was still more curious about what Lu Qingyu would experience in the middle of the 10,000 spirit cave than those broken things. I'll go in first then. I'll see you inside. With that said, Monsieur Yuan leapt with light steps to the entrance of the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, and after revealing a sweet smile to Jean Lingya, she tilted her back to the passageway backwards and fell into the magnificent doorway. Looking at the still so out of tune Monsieur Yuan, Jean Lingya lightly hummed, then looked at Wen Kaihua. Then I'll leave the next matter outside to third senior sister. If the cultivators from the remaining 2 clans want to take advantage of the opportunity to lay their hands on them, third senior sister will leave first and not worry about me and the rest of the disciples. Hearing Jean Lingya's instructions, Wen Kaihua immediately said with an arch, senior sister knows. Senior sister just go without worry. After saying that, Wen Kaihua witnessed Jean Lingya leading the rest of the people into the 10,000 spirits cave heaven, and then she secretly utilized her Xian Gong, so that if the cultivators from the other sects wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to lay their hands on them, she would directly destroy the teleportation channel and trap everyone in it. At that time, if they wanted to open the teleportation channel again, it would be necessary for the 3 clans to join forces again. Feeling the restless mana within her body, Wen Kaihua couldn't help but sigh. If it was in the past when the master was still around, where was the need to make such extreme preparations? Thinking of that voice that used to teach her assiduously in her ears, Wen Kaihua was a bit confused for a while. Next time, how about trying to make some pastries to get to the master? I vaguely remembered that master used to love to eat the plum blossom cake she made with her own hands. But, what's the best way to make plum cake? It seems like she hasn't made a plum cake in years. So hungry. I should have known that I would have pestered master for more food before I left the house. In the middle of the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, Lu Qingyu looked at the magnificent tidal wave of aura in the sky and stroked her rumbling stomach while walking towards the location marked on the map. I'm kind of craving for plum blossom cake. Master is obviously so good at his craft. How come he just won't make more of it? Thinking back to the plum blossom cake that Mu Lingyun had personally made for her in order to give her a farewell party before she left the house, Lu Qingyu felt like she couldn't help but drool at the corners of her mouth. But Mu Lingyun had only stuffed a few pieces into her storage ring before she left the house, and said something about how eating too much sweet stuff was bad for your teeth. But I've obviously already set foot on the path of cultivation. If I can't just eat delicious food even after I've started cultivating immortality, then wouldn't my immortality be in vain? Lu Qingyu indignantly took out a piece of delicate plum cake from her storage ring. She sniffed at the smell first, then a light bubbled up in her eyes. Smells good. Lu Qingyu first swallowed her saliva, then carefully broke a piece of plum cake and stuffed it into her mouth. I still don't know how long I'll have to stay within the 10,000 spirits cave, so I have to be careful with this plum cake before I eat it. Feeling the sweet and pleasant flavor that blossomed in her mouth, Lu Qingyu instantly felt like she was alive again, and continued to search for the innate fetal mother spirit chi with full vitality. Mu Lingyun, who was watching through the system, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this gluttonous appearance of Lu Qingyu. This child, just have to be so gluttonous? In the future, when you have cultivated into the void practicing stage, I will give you a snack as a Taoist name. Why don't we just call you Plum Cake True Lord? The future Plum Blossom Cake True Monarch didn't know that her old master had already thought of her future Dao name for her. She looked at the map that Wen Kaihua had given her, and thought back to what Mu Lingyun had said about the places where the innate fetal mother aura would normally appear. A location on the map that was likely to have an innate fetal mother aura was quickly selected. Let's see. It's close enough. It should be here soon. Realizing that she was already very close to her goal, Lu Qingyu instantly raised her energy towards her goal, but she hadn't even taken a few steps before she saw an aura falling from the sky. The cultivator over there. Quickly hand over your harvest in the middle of the 10,000 spirit cave, or else you will not blame the spirit swords in our hands for being merciless. Brothers quickly retreat. It's that bogeyman. looking at the aura in the sky that was originally rushing straight towards him, but then suddenly made a temporary sharp turn halfway and fled in a hurry. Lu Qingyue was first a bit puzzled. Then she felt something stirring in the middle of her storage ring. As Lu Qingyue opened her storage ring, a sword light suddenly surfaced in the sky. The sword light kept flashing in the sky, seemingly engaging with someone. By the time the sword light returned to Lu Qingyu's side, it brought back several storage bags at the same time. This is... Looking at the storage bag that Bai Yunjian brought back for herself, Lu Qingyu asked with some doubts. Buzz. The Biyun sword let out a sword sound and explained the origin of the storage bag to Lu Qingyu, who suddenly came to a realization upon hearing it. So it's from a Good Samaritan. How nice. I didn't expect to meet a Good Samaritan in the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven. Learning that it was a gift from a passing Good Samaritan, Lu Qingyu immediately and beautifully accepted those storage bags. Although he didn't know why even in the off-the-beaten-path All Souls Cave could randomly refresh unfamiliar well-wishers. It was always true that things were good. Looking at those storage bags, Lu Qingyu first silently recited Wan Ziding's name, praying that her own master Wan could share a little bit of her fortune. She then opened those storage bags. The divine sense probed in to take a look and found that in addition to various heavenly treasures and spirit stones, there were also a few special auras sealed inside. Red Flame Aura, Xian Di Aura, Yin Yang Conversion Aura? There's a gene wanting this stuff too? After checking the aura in her storage bag and finding that there was no innate fetal mother aura, Lu Qingyu was instantly a little disappointed. There's no innate fetal mother aura yet. It seems that even good people aren't rich these days. Lu Qingyu put away those storage bags and prepared to go back and see if she could exchange some plum cakes from Mu Lingyan's hands. However, before she could collect her storage bag and continue her journey, she heard a voice that seemed somewhat familiar from behind her. The innate fetal mother aura can be said to be useless to cultivators of other realms except for cultivators of the Qi training stage who will use it, so naturally there won't be anyone who specializes in collecting these, but I can take you to look for the innate fetal mother aura, provided that you have to pay. Chapter 53. This is a good deal. Miso dash. Hearing the sudden voice from behind him, the Biyun sword, which he hadn't noticed anything before, instantly transformed into a stream of light and chopped backwards, but the expected loud bang did not come. With hindsight, Lu Qingyu looked backward and realized that the Biyun sword was actually held by two slender fingers. No matter how much the Biyun sword struggled, it could not break free from the other party's confinement. However, soon, under Lu Qingyu's control, the Biyun sword stopped attacking and flew back to her side. Sister Mu, you're here too? What? Don't you welcome Sister Me? Then Sister will cry to you. Oh. Mu Si Yuan looked at the Biyun sword that obeyed Lu Qingyu's command, and a few moments of surprise couldn't help but flash under her eyes. With Mu Lingyun around, she wasn't surprised that Lu Qingyue was able to take control of the Biyun sword, but just from the behavior of the Biyun sword autonomously stimulating the sword chi to protect its master just now, the Biyun sword doesn't look like it's been forcibly taken in. Subduing a Yuaning stage spirit sword with the cultivation of practicing chi. Are all the heavens pride people this irrational? Thoughts flowed amongst the beautiful eyes of Mu Si Yuan, but a few smiles appeared at the corners of her mouth. She approached Lu Qingyue with light steps and circled around her before a few tantalizing hints of treachery surfaced on her face. Junior sister. Still anxious about not being able to find aura. Still regretting about not having enough cultivation. Still worrying about how you're going to avoid the plundering of other cultivators. There's a good opportunity in front of your eyes right now. Oh. Looking at the suddenly enthusiastic Mosher Yuan, Lu Qingyu first held the Biyun sword in her arms and found a few moments of security before she hesitantly looked at Mosher Yuan. Sister Mu. That opportunity you mentioned isn't free, is it? Correct answer. It's really worthy of being Master's favored little sister. Just smart. Your brain is much better than your fourth senior sister. Oh. Mosher Yuan suddenly came up to Lu Qingyu's body to hold her hands and said with a harmless smile, no matter what the needs of the youngest senior sister are, senior sister can help you fulfill them. Oh. Provided that you have to pay. Looking at Mosher Yuan who had suddenly become treacherous, Lu Qingyu did not know what bad ideas this mysterious and unpredictable guy was playing again though, but hearing that she could fulfill her needs, Lu Qingyu's eyes still flashed a few heartfelt colors. No matter how talented she is or how brilliant her future may be, Lu Qingyu is only a small cultivator in the Qi practicing stage even now. If she didn't have Mu Lingyun's name to provide her with shelter, let alone going after the innate fetal mother aura and the undetermined bone, it was the wave of cultivators that just tried to attempt to loot that would have allowed Lu Qingyue to perish on the spot. And although Musaj looked out of place, she was still a Yuaning stage cultivator anyways. At this moment in the All Souls Cave Heaven, it was also a ranking figure, plus the endless sword intent that Mu Lingyun's disciples had in their hands. It could be said that if Mosher Yuan's help was there, Lu Qingyu's trip to the 10,000 Spirit Cave Heaven this time was considered to be half completed. But the problem comes right after that. Looking at the smiling Moshe Yuan, Lu Qingyu asked with some hesitation, Sister Mu, how do you charge for your services? Seeing that Lu Qingyu's heart was moved, a few inexplicable looks immediately flashed across the bottom of Mu Yuan's eyes. What's the charge? Thinking of the payment that Jean Lingya had said she would pay to Lu Qingyu earlier, a small plan surfaced in Moshe Yuan's heart. She's certainly not some money grubber. She wasn't really interested in any of those spirit stones either. In her eyes, the only treasure in this world was her beloved master. But in order to keep the only treasure for herself, Musaj had to do something that smelled of copper. Earlier, she had intercepted a portion of the aura of the 5 elements demon summoning formation. But these weren't enough for her to break through to the transformation stage. The accumulation during the period of wanting to have the firstborn integrated into the divine soul was too terrifying. Unless another alchemy demon sect invasion happened, it would be very difficult for Moshe Yuan to break through to the transformation god stage in 100 years. 100 years of time Moshe Yuan was not unable to afford to wait, but the appearance of Lu Qingyu was an alarm in her heart. With the talent she was currently displaying, after 100 years, what kind of realm would she cultivate to Moshe Yuan simply couldn't imagine. In order to avoid surprises, Musaj would have to speed up the progress of her plan. And if you want to rapidly raise your cultivation, naturally you can't do it without those heavenly treasures. The ordinary heavenly treasures Moshe Yuan could not look at. What she really looked at was a magic treasure named Treasure-Seeking Disc in Jean Lingya's hand. That was the original life magic treasure that Mu Lingyun had personally gone to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to beg Wan Ziding to refine for her when Jean Lingya had broken through to the Yuanying stage. For the sake of this magic treasure, Mu Lingyun almost didn't get beaten into the underworld by Wan Ziding. A magic treasure personally refined by a practicing Void True Lord was naturally extraordinary. The treasure-seeking disc was just like its name. It could search for rare treasures in heaven and earth. The only flaw was that every time one drove the treasure hunting disc, one needed to consume a large amount of spirit stones. Moreover, as Jean Lingya's original magic treasure, she would never be able to lend this magic treasure out at will. But now with Lu Qingyue it was different. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was covering her storage ring with a deadpan look of wealth, a smirk flashed across the bottom of Moshe Yuan's eyes. Then she whispered into Lu Qinyu's ear, Junior sister. Senior sister doesn't want much. As long as you help senior sister get the treasure hunting disc or give senior sister 1 million spirit stones, senior sister will help you with this favor. Even if it's the undetermined bone, senior sister will help you to grab it. Treasure hunting disc? Upon hearing Moshe Yuan's request, a few moments of doubt immediately flashed across the bottom of Lu Qinyu's eyes. Then looking at Moshe Yuan who was almost sticking to her, Lu Qingyu hastily took a few steps back to distance herself from her. Musaj felt pity at the sight. Really? It's clear that it's only been a while since I smelled my master's scent from my little senior sister. But forget it. What's the point of leaning on someone else and sniffing them? Sure enough, this kind of thing is better to imprison the master in chains and hug and sniff them every day to be enjoyable enough. Imagining the scene of Mu Lingyun being held in her arms with a humiliated face, Mu Yuan then inquired about Lu Qinyu's final answer again. So, what's your answer, little sister? Well, treasure hunting disc, 1 million spirit stones. For those requests made by Moshe Yuan, Lu Qingyu felt as if none of them were something she could accomplish on her own. Thinking about the fact that before leaving the house, apart from asking his own master for a little plum cake, he hadn't taken any spirit stones at all. Lu Qingyu instantly felt that this kind of high consumption service was not something she could participate in. However, seeing that Lu Qingyu seemed to have the intention to refuse, Moshe Yuan suddenly came to her body and said with a smile, Don't be so hasty to reject it. Why don't we do it this way? For the sake of the master's face, senior sister will provide you with the service first, and wait until senior sister you can afford to pay the reward before paying it as well. Hearing Moshe Yuan say that she could be a white whore first, Lu Qingyu was instantly moved. And what if I can't pay it back for the rest of my life? Then you don't have to pay it back for the rest of your life. Then it's a deal. Chapter 54, Counting on Others When They Are Counting on You. Should I go to a few great scholars to help raise Qinyu's spirit? Through the system, Mu Lingyun witnessed the entire process of Lu Qingyu being fooled by Moshe Yuan. Seeing that Lu Qingyu had been fooled into finding her way by Mu Yuan in a few words, Mu Lingyun instantly felt that he still had a long way to go in his educational endeavors. Forget it, just take a loss once in a while, just to teach her a lesson. Lu Qingyu's life under his shelter was indeed a bit comfortable. Now it was fine. Wait until Lu Qingyu's future more in-depth understanding of the immortal cultivation world. If we continue to have the naive attitude we have now, we will be at a great disadvantage. But then again, what exactly is Musaj trying to do? For this former disciple of his, Mu Lingyun realized that he had actually become somewhat unable to see through her. To think that the little guy who used to clamor to sleep with him every night was now this wise old man. Mu Lingyun suddenly felt as if it wasn't a bad thing for Lu Qingyue to be a bit silly. It's hard to teach a disciple when the smart ones aren't smart. And the smart ones aren't smart. Mu Lingyun first sighed, then pulled up his character panel. Master, Mu Lingyun. Daoist name, Jiao Zhenjun. Cultivation, perfection of void practicing stage. Lifespan, 3157/3160, dragon bloodline in continuous effect. Disciple, Yan Lingshan, has defected from the school. Disciple, Kim Linga, has defected. Disciple, Man Choihua, has defected. Disciple, Lu Qingyue. Seeing that he had gained a few more years of longevity, Mu Lingyun felt quite satisfied with Lu Qingyue's cultivation during this recent period. It had to be said that even though it was a bit silly, Lu Qingyue did listen. For all the cultivation tasks given by Mu Lingyun, even if it was hard and tiring, Lu Qingyue would grit her teeth and push through. And after every practice session was over, just throw a piece of pastry into her mouth and a big smile would immediately appear on her face. Being obedient, understanding, good to feed, and after his cultivation went up, he could still take Mu Lingyun along for the ride. Aside from being a bit of a glutton, Lu Qingyue hardly had any flaws. That's what a disciple should look like. The ones he used to raise were such reprobates. It really sucks to think about them. After checking Lu Qingyue's attributes again and confirming that she was now steadily improving in all aspects, Mu Lingyun's line of sight turned to Moshe Yuan's disciple panel. Regarding this rebellious disciple, Mu Lingyun always felt a little strange. Unlike the other rebellious disciples who were estranged from him for various reasons, it seemed as if Moshe Yuan was looking forward to severing the master-disciple bond with him from the very beginning. Thinking of this, driven by curiosity, Mu Lingyun still clicked on Muse Yuan's disciple panel. Disciple, Muse Edge. Talent, lower grade B of the heavenly rank. Physique, heavenly demon body. Cultivation, late Yuaning stage. Evaluation, the last remaining member of the heavenly devil sect. A deviant who practiced the Xianmen orthodoxy with a devilish heart. When the heavenly devil sect suffered a siege from the Zhozhou Orthodox Road, his mother sealed all of the heavenly devil sect's inheritance in his spiritual platform, and was later rescued by the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. A rebel and an absolute rebel, whose heart to commit the crime of following the law is already clear. Please be more vigilant, Master. Looking at Moshe Yuan's disciple panel, Mu Lingyun first ignored the half of the paragraph after the evaluation. Adversary and all that. Now you need to tell me right. People are not notorious now, but have already put it into action. What really made Mu Lingyun care was the first half of the sentence. The remnants of the heavenly demon sect, and all the legacies of the heavenly demon sect? Seeing that Mu Yuan was actually the last remaining member of the heavenly demon sect, Mu Lingyun was still a bit surprised. He had initially gone to the scene of the heavenly demon sect to join in the fun and see if there were any fights to be had in the meantime. But unfortunately, at that time, because Wan Ziding was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough, Mu Lingyun needed to stay behind to protect her before he could do so. By the time Mu Lingyun arrived at the heavenly demon sect, there was only a ruin left there. Even the bricks on the ground had been pried away to be sold for money, leaving nothing behind. Mu Lingyun, who had found nothing, was on his way back to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect when he suddenly saw a pair of dying mother and daughter on the side of the road. At that time, Mu Lingyun could tell at a glance that amongst that mother and daughter, the mother was a demonic cultivator. Just as Mu Lingyun was about to send them on their way together, the mother handed the child in her arms to Mu Lingyun. I beg the immortal to be merciful. I know that I have committed an unforgivable sin, and I am willing to die under the immortal's sword. But my daughter is innocent, and I dare not ask for the immortal's benevolence. I only beg the immortal to find a farming family for my daughter, and as long as she spends her life in peace, it will be enough. A mother's last begging before her death. Even if Mu Lingyun, who has seen the vicissitudes of the world, looked at Mu Yuan, who had not yet opened her eyes in the swaddling clothes at that time, he finally softened his heart. After watching the demonic cultivator perish, Mu Lingyun returned to the Nine Heavens Sword sect with Mu Yuan, who had just been born not long ago. After examining her and realizing that her talent was not bad, Mu Lingyun simply accepted her as a disciple. Being both a father and a master, he raised her along with Zhong Lingjun, who was picked up together. But alas, all his heart and soul went to the dogs, and he ended up raising two rebels out of it. But there is a use for adversaries. If Mu Lingyun remembered correctly, back then, when the heavenly demon sect was annihilated, the heavenly devil sect's greatest treasure, the heavenly devil appraisal, seems to be unaccounted for. After so many years, I haven't heard of anyone getting a heavenly devil's appraisal. Mu Lingyun took another look at the one on Mu Yuan's disciple panel, where all of the heavenly demon sect's inheritance was sealed amongst her spiritual platform. In that case, back then, all the cultivators of the heavenly demon sect were besieged by the righteous cultivators, and on the contrary, they escaped a pair of mother and daughter. So the heavenly demon identification couldn't be amongst Mosher Yuan's spiritual platform, right? When he thought of this, Mu Lingyun's mind instantly became active. The heavenly devil appraisal was a Mahayana stage magic treasure that could reflect all the darkness in a cultivator's heart and turn it into a heavenly devil that could be driven at will. Not only can you cleanse the darkness of your spiritual platform from time to time, but you can also add powerful battle strength out of thin air. It could be considered a heavy treasure for demonic cultivators whose minds were plagued by demonic thoughts, but since it was now known by Mu Lingyun, this heavenly devil's guide could have a different name. The name will wait until we get our hands on it. As for now, Mu Lingyun looked at Lu Qingyue and Mu Siyuan by her side through the system, and a few moments of depth suddenly flashed under his eyes. Counting, reckoning, when one is reckoning, one must also be careful of being reckoned with. Chapter 55. Oh, Master, help! Sister Mu, are you sure the innate fetal mother aura is here? That should be right. I've been in this neighborhood before and have seen the clear spirit chi floating upwards, vaguely having the image of transforming everything. Even if it's not the innate fetal mother spirit chi, it's some other spirit chi with a similar effect. After making a deal with Lu Chengyu, Mosher Yuan kept his promise to take her to find the innate fetal mother aura. The vast 10,000 spirit cave sky was filled with endless spiritual chi, and how difficult it was to find a specific strand of spiritual chi in it. However, Mosher Yuan seemed to have mastered some sort of secret technique, and unhinderedly led Lu Qingyue through the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. Seeing this, Mu Lingyun could tell that it was the heavenly demon sect's secret transmission, spirit seeking, just by observing it with the naked eye. It was the unique secret method used by the heavenly demon sect to find aura to feed the heavenly demons back then. Logically speaking, after the heavenly demon sect was destroyed, this secret art should have been lost as well. It seems that the seal among her spirit platform has begun to be cracked. Back then, the heavenly devil sect had a lot of good things, and now that he had learned that it was likely that all of them were in Mosher Yuan's body, Mu Lingyun really had a moment where he moved to directly descend on Lu Qingyue's body to get Mosher Yuan killed. But then it stops. It wasn't that he couldn't lay his hands on them. Right now Mu Lingyun could be said to have no burden at all if he wanted to get rid of this group of renegades. But the Sky Demon sect's secretive style of behavior made Mu Lingyun a bit wary. What if the legacy of the Heavenly Devil sect disappeared after killing Mosher Yuan? That group of temperamental demonic cultivators were completely capable of such things. After pondering for half a day, Mu Lingyun's line of sight finally rested on Lu Qingyue, who was vigilantly following behind Mu Siyuan. Looking at the little guy's efforts to make himself look just as bad as he was, a smirk surfaced at the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth. Good disciple. Just slightly aggravate you a little bit more. When you come back, Master will make you plum cakes to eat. Lu Qinyu, who was following behind Mosher Yuan, was still unaware of her master's calculations, but perhaps even if she knew, she wouldn't care. After crossing an unknown number of mountains and rivers, Mosher Yuan finally brought Lu Qinyu to her destination. Looking at the mountain peak in the distance that emanated a clear spiritual aura, Mosher Yuan confirmed that the innate fetal mother aura was still located in the same place. But before Mosher Yuan could bring Lu Qinyu to fetch the innate fetal mother aura, Mosher Yuan suddenly sensed a powerful aura descending on the peak in front of him. What's wrong? Lu Qinyu, who was following behind Mosher Yuan, saw Mosher Yuan's suddenly stopped body and looked at her with some confusion. And Musej said with a somewhat ugly face, "Junior sister, we might be a step too late. There's a god transformation stage cultivator who got the innate fetal mother aura before us." Spirit transformation stage cultivator? Hearing that someone had actually gotten there first, Lu Qingyue's eyes instantly widened. She hadn't forgotten that Mu Lingyun had instructed her to get the innate fetal mother aura before she left the house. Only then would she be able to forge the perfect Dao foundation to enter the foundation establishment stage in a short period of time. Now that she heard that the cooked duck was about to fly, Lu Qingyue's face couldn't help but show a few anxious looks. Mu Lingyun, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also ready to top the number at any time, intending to let those cultivators know a little bit about why the truth of the immortal cultivation realm was only within the chopping range of the spirit sword. Musej looked at the powerful aura in the distance, and at the moment, she was also in a bit of a dilemma. She couldn't do anything to fight head-on with a god transformation stage cultivator right now, but she had also promised to help Lu Qinyu search for the innate fetal mother aura, so it wasn't good to go back on her word just like that so easily. Survive, or fight for your life. Musej was a little torn for a moment. How could there be a divine transformation stage cultivator interested in such chicken ribs as the innate fetal mother aura? Couldn't it be that some old monster was preparing to recultivate? Musej mentally pondered the possibilities. At the same time, the part of her spiritual energy that she had previously intercepted from among the 5 elements demon summoning formation also began to stir. You can't get what you don't give. All she was doing now was to quickly advance to the god transformation stage. So naturally, she wouldn't be heartbroken over a mere amount of aura. But before Moose Edge could do anything, her face turned strange again. She looked at Lu Qingyue beside her and let out a somewhat helpless long sigh. It's really true that plans can't catch up with changes. Little senior sister, you mustn't forget about our deal, or else senior sister will really cry to you. Oh. Hearing this inexplicable statement from Moshe Yuan, before Lu Qingyu could react, she saw a stream of light emerge from amongst that mountain peak in the distance. That stream of light flew straight towards Lu Qingyu's direction after it appeared. Seeing this scene, how could Lu Qingyu not know that the God Transformation Stage cultivator was eyeing her? Master, help! Your precious disciple is about to be killed. Oh, Master, help! In the moment of sensing that things are not good, Lu Qingyue's first time was immediately squatting down and holding her head with both hands, waiting for the country's #1 Tonto generation Mu Lingyun's top number to substitute for the fight. Seeing Lu Qingyue in this decisive choice to surrender, Mu Lingyun, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but cover her face and sigh. This little fellow, really descended from a fusion of the dragon bloodline and endless sword intent? Whether it was Mu Lingyun's endless sword intent or the bloodline of the dragon pearl of the Eastern Sea, it was all magnificent and incomparable. Preferring to die rather than give in, how could both of them be combined into Lu Qingyue's body? But instead, her guts still became so small? However, after glancing at the stream of light flying towards her, Mu Lingyun finally chose to stand by and watch. Sometimes you can't indulge this little one too much, or else in the future, if an enemy really hits the door, she's afraid that she won't be the first one to surrender. Mu Lingyun had refused the proxy service this time, while Lu Qingyue, who had been slow to wait for her old master to save the day, was already preparing her will. Master above, the apprentice is incompetent. Today was killed by traitors and thieves. Cannot continue to filial piety, master, but also hope that your old man to take care of themselves. In the future you pay tribute to the apprentice. It is best that you can bring a few pieces of plum cake. The apprentice loved to eat. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who was already preparing her will, Moshe Yuan suddenly felt as if she had counted on her as a bit too much of a loss. People aren't very smart in the first place, and you're teasing her. Just when Moshe Yuan couldn't stand to watch and was ready to tell Lu Qingyu the truth, Lu Qingyu was finally writing the will in her hand. After placing that will close to her, Lu Qingyu then held her Baiyun sword in her hand and looked towards the stream of light that was flying towards her. At this moment, all of her timid aura faded away, and what surfaced instead was an aura of life towards death. Despite her body trembling, she pointed her sword at the stream of light. Come on! I will never degrade the prestige of the 9 heavens today. The prestige of the 9 heavens? The stream of light finally arrived in front of her, and looking at Lu Qingyu's determined eyes, she couldn't help but praise it. Not bad. Master has taken in a good disciple after all. Chapter 56. This feeling of being watched by your master at all times. It's so good. Master has taken in a good disciple. It's just that the guts seem to be a bit small. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who had just clasped her hands over her head, but was now showing determination, Jean Lingya couldn't help but show her appreciation for her. Moshe Yuan, who was on the side, was also suddenly surprised when she saw this. Little sister turns out to have such an interesting side. Then my plans will have to be slightly modified. Seeing the astonished eyes of Jean Lingya and Moshe Yuan, Lu Qingyue, who had swung her sword at the stronger man, couldn't help but have a smug little expression spread across her face. Ha ha ha, sure enough I can muster up the courage. If master sees this scene he will surely praise me. Yes, 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 you are the pride of your master. Come back and make you more plum cakes. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was clearly still trembling in her legs but still bravely raised the Baiyun sword in her hand, Mu Lingyun's eyes towards her were filled with helplessness, and at the same time, there were also a few more points of satisfaction. This little apprentice of his didn't seem to be anything but talented. Jean Lingya looked at the Baiyun sword held up in Lu Qingyue's hand and walked towards her without any fear. Junior sister, if you still remember me, then you should know that with your current cultivation is not my opponent. If you hold the endless sword in your hand maybe you can still have a little chance of winning, but with this sword, Miso dash. Hearing Jean Lingya look down on himself, Baiyun Jian instantly became enraged. The sword can be broken and not dishonored. Calm down. If you're gone, I'll be scolded by master when I get back. Seeing that the Baiyun sword was even more impulsive than herself, Lu Qingyue hurriedly hugged it. Looking at Lu Qingyu and the Baiyun sword who looked like they were playing a trick on her, the corners of Jean Lingya's mouth sketched up an inconspicuous smile before she threw a storage ring in her hand into Lu Qingyu's arms. Here, you two came here for this innate fetal mother aura, right? Innate fetal mother aura? Lu Qingyu caught the storage ring that Jean Lingya threw over and her divine sense probed in to take a look and found that a clear spiritual chi was being sealed in it. It was Lu Qingyu's target innate fetal mother spiritual chi. In addition to that, there were various heavenly materials and spirit stones that Lu Qingyu could not even count piled up in her storage ring. It is? Seeing Lu Qingyu's puzzled sight, Jin Lingya said casually, you helped the Nine Heaven Sword Sect fight for an extra share. Then the Nine Heaven Sword Sect naturally won't treat you poorly, and the spiritual chi and heavenly treasures and whatnot in here will be considered payment for that. Payoffs. Learning the reason why Jin Lingya had given herself this storage ring, Lu Qingyue was instantly caught in a tangle. Reason told her that she should take this storage ring now, but she felt a little sorry for her old master for taking such a thing. But soon enough, Lu Qingyue reconciled with herself. Anyway, it was something from the Nine Heavenly Sword Sect, so it would be a waste not to take it, as if they owed it to their master. And master's things, they'll be hers sooner or later, won't they? Says you. Endless sword. You're treating me like now, but I'm going to leave you high and dry one day. After seeing Lu Qingyu shamelessly take the storage ring, Jin Lingya then continued, these things are not enough to match the 10% share. How about this? I'll grant you 3 more conditions, as long as they are within my expectations. Conditions? Hearing those 3 conditions that Jin Lingya promised herself, Lu Qingyue's face immediately revealed a disdainful look. Who cares about your 3 conditions from a mere god transformation stage cultivator? Go back and hug master's thighs and pamper me. Not to mention 3, even 30 masters won't reject me. I don't. Just as Lu Qingyu wanted to reject Jin Lingya, Mo Shi Yuan on the side suddenly covered her mouth. Looking at Lu Qingyu who wanted to resist, Mo Shi Yuan hurriedly persuaded her. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. I know you don't like her, and I don't like it either. But the next thing we're going to look for is a treasure like the undetermined bone. Wouldn't it be safer to have a spirit transformation stage cultivator to help us out? Hearing Mo Shi Yuan's persuasion, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but hesitate for a split second. What Mo Shi Yuan said seemed to make a bit of sense, but soon Lu Qingyu sensed that something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes at Musej and asked with some skepticism, you have other ideas, don't you? Seeing that Lu Qingyu found out, Mo Shi Yuan didn't hide it and said with a smile, it's true that it's still the youngest senior sister who is the smartest. Then senior sister won't hide it from you. The treasure hunting disc that I told you about before is your second senior sister's innate magic treasure. Hearing that the treasure-seeking disc was actually Jin Lingya's original magic treasure, a look of betrayal immediately spread across Lu Qingyu's face, and her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Mo Shi Yuan. I can't believe you're counting on me. She knew that this group of rebels were no good, and neither was Musej. Seeing Lu Qingyu's face of betrayal, Mo Shi Yuan hurriedly said as if to curry favor. Don't be angry. How about this? Senior sister knows of a place where the sticky rice patties are delicious. Wait until we go out. How about senior sister takes you to eat enough gnocchi? Hearing that thing from Mo Shi Yuan's mouth, Lu Qingyu felt like she was going to drool just from the name, but soon she was righteously rejecting her again. Am I that kind of disloyal, unkind and unfilial person? Even if the sticky rice cake is delicious, I will never betray. Halfway through Lu Qingyu's sentence, she suddenly saw a highlight light up on Mo Shi Yuan's body. It's the master. Seeing Mu Lingyun's prompt appear, Lu Qingyue's expression immediately perked up. Realizing that Mu Lingyun wanted her to agree to Mo Shi Yuan's request, Lu Qingyue immediately changed her attitude. Okay, for the sake of gnocchi, I'll oblige you. Mo Shi Yuan, who was originally all ready to hemorrhage, was immediately surprised to hear the difference in her attitude before and after. But by the time she looked up, she only saw Lu Qingyue who was dealing with Jin Lingya. The one just now is. Musej suddenly raised her head to look at the sky. Then a sweet smile appeared on her face, but if one looked closely, one could find that underneath that sweet smile of Musej's, what was hidden was indescribable jealousy and madness. But so what? Anyway, the master's line of sight wouldn't be on her all the time, would it? And how would she discover the endless darkness in her heart if she didn't keep a good eye on her? Mu Siyuan withdrew her own gaze to look at Lu Qingyue. A strange flush surfaced on her cheeks at the thought that Mu Lingyun's eyes had most likely swept over her just now. This feeling of being watched by your master at all times, it's so good. Chapter 57, A Master's Apprentice is a Treasure. Treasure Hunt Disc, help you find the undecided bone, and then, help you get a copy of the mooncake from Polar House? Jin Lingya listened to Lu Qingyue's 3 conditions, and although the first 2 surprised her, Jin Lingya found them reasonable. After all, if she was to be called upon for help, she must have run into something tricky as well. The treasure hunting disc is her original magic treasure, can only be borrowed from her. And the words of the undefined bone, if there really was one within the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, it did require her to make a move as well. But are you sure you want to use the 3rd condition to help you get the crescent mooncake from the House of Ultimate Bliss? The promise of a spirit transformation stage cultivator was used to find a pastry. Even if it was a pastry from the Extreme Bliss House, it was still a bit too much of a waste. However, In the face of Jean Lingya's hesitation, Lu Qingyue was acting extremely open-minded. Of course, I'm sure. People live to make themselves happy. The pastries from the House of Ultimate Bliss can make me happy. Then it's worth it. Thinking about the last time Mu Lingyun bought that pastry for herself, Lu Qingyue still couldn't forget it. It's a pity that master won't let me eat so many sweet things. Otherwise, where would I need to get help from others? Is living to be happy? Hearing Lu Qingyu's reply, Jean Lingya was momentarily speechless. She suddenly thought back over the past 1,000 years and realized that she seemed to have been catty. You have to pay what you owe. You have to take what you borrow. You always have. You always have. And I'm afraid you always will. But how could someone like her live otherwise? When from the beginning her life had been put on a scale to be weighed? After shaking her head to dispel some of the confusion in her heart, Jean Lingya then nodded to Lu Qingyue. Good. Since I promised you, then I naturally won't go back on my promise. But I have to tell you that the undecided bone is a rare treasure. Even with the name of master, it may not necessarily be able to protect you. If you have the need to do so, you can re-promise me a third request after you leave the 10,000 spirits cave heaven. Hearing Jean Lingya's reply, Lu Qingyue's eyes could not help but flash with a hint of surprise. It seemed that she hadn't expected that Jean Lingya would really be so fair, that she wouldn't take advantage of her even for a single moment. But if so, senior, if you're willing to owe others, then why did you kill your master? Master's kindness to you is no less than mine, right? Hearing Lu Qingyu suddenly ask this question, even Mosher Yuan, who was on the side, instantly changed her face. My little ancestor, you have the master's refuge before. The sky is also afraid of the earth. This is also afraid of that. How to favor this time you are not afraid? This question was one that even Mosher Yuan herself did not dare to ask, and Lu Qingyu actually asked it without changing her face. If Jean Lingya was irritated and made a direct move, then Mosher Yuan could only pray that Mu Lingyun had really been watching them. Or else Mosher Yuan would have to take that irreversible step. It was a good thing that Jean Lingya did not choose to make a direct move after a long period of silence. She looked towards Lu Qingyue and looked at this her nominal junior sister with somewhat complicated eyes. Why? Consider it, grace is great for revenge. Jean Lingya was clearly unwilling to explain too much on this topic, and Lu Qingyue could only be a little puzzled after hearing this. Clutching the Biyun sword in her arms, grace is great, but it's a grudge? Why does a favor turn into a grudge? So complicated. Can't figure it out. Is this the world of advanced cultivators? Always feel a little disgusting. But Lu Qingyue finally came to a conclusion. There really isn't a single good thing about this group of rebels. Master has been so good to them, and they still don't know how to be grateful. They are really white-eyed wolves. Looking at Lu Chengyu, whose eyes were obviously quite distant, Jean Lingya seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she still turned her head away and said in a somewhat low tone, so don't expect anything from me? Just think of me as a white-eyed wolf who only has spirit stones in his eyes. Okay, elder white eyes. Hiss. Hearing that Lu Qingyu actually did call Jean Lingya a white-eyed wolf, Mosher Yuan hurriedly covered her mouth, then smiled sarcastically and looked at Jean Lingya. Cough cough cough. That, don't mind if you don't mind second senior sister. Junior sister she's still young and doesn't know any better, so be more tolerant. Looking at Mosher Yuan, who had protected Lu Qingyue behind her, Jean Lingya's eyes were in a trance. At one time, when she wasn't yet called Jean Lingya and was called Irma, there was also a person who protected her like this, but alas, even he ended up doing nothing more than trying to sell her for a good price. With a sigh, Jean Lingya turned away, seeing that she didn't look like she was going to count. Mosher Yuan then let go of Lu Chengyu. Count on sister to beg you, don't make your second elder sister angry again. Okay, after you go out, sister will buy you delicious food. Looking at the anxious Mosher Yuan, Lu Qingyu first nodded her head after hearing that there was something delicious to eat, and then muttered her little mouth. Sister Mu, you are also a white-eyed wolf. Yes, 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 sister, I'm a white wolf, the most hateful white wolf in the world. Regarding the matter of Lu Qingyu calling herself a white-eyed wolf, Mosher Yuan showed no concern. And guess what? She was right. Ever since Muzi Yuan had discovered that if she continued to be master and disciple with Mu Lingyun, then she would have to obediently call out to her master for the rest of her life. She then decided that she was going to become a complete white-eyed wolf, and she didn't care even if she had to carry 1,000 years of curses for it, let alone the accusations of a little one like Lu Qingyu. Seeing how thick Mosher Yuan's face skin turned out to be, Lu Qingyu knew that she probably couldn't compare to her in this aspect for the rest of her life. But it didn't matter, even if she was thin-skinned. The big deal is that after I break the defense, I will run home to find my master and ask for comfort. The disciple who has his master touching his head is the treasure. The others are just a piece of grass. Hearing the voice muttered from Lu Qinyu's mouth, the footsteps of both Mosher Yuan and Jean Lingya, who were walking in front, couldn't help but lag for a moment. Jean Lingya continued to walk forward after her eyes dimmed a few more points, while Mo Yuan kept telling herself that she had to stay calm now in order to do so. If she were to make a move on Lu Qingyu now, then her plan would be lost, so she had to be patient in order to do so. Even if Lu Qingyu was madly jumping on her face, she had to endure. But, sure enough, they still want to get her killed. Whenever she encountered something related to Mu Lingyun, Mu Yuan felt that she would easily lose control. Just as Mo Yuan was thinking about how to give Lu Qingyu a small lesson, she suddenly saw Jean Lingya, who was walking in front of her. Stop. She then saw an undisguised disgust emerge on the face of Kim Lingya, who had always acted coldly. This scent. You really are as disgusting as you were back then. Chapter 58, I'm the one who's timid. It's none of master's business. Ha ha ha. Your temper is just as stinky as it was back then. Elder Jean. In the middle of the dense forest, there were dots of water vapor that suddenly came from all directions, and finally coalesced into two figures, one robust and one slim, which even looked like a match made in heaven. The thinner figure among them smirked at Jean Lingya, and his feminine voice rang out. Do you think it's a little unfair that thanks to you, I've become the disgusting person I am now, but you're still alive and well? Lu Qingyu looked at those two guys who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but ask Mo Yuan who was beside her. Sister Mu, who are these two guys? It always feels as if they are coming from a bad place. Facing Lu Qingyu's doubt, Mo Yuan shook her head. She didn't know the other party, but judging from their words, Jean Lingya should have a great affinity with them. Seemingly hearing Lu Qingyu's voice, the slim figure respectfully bowed to her. I believe you are the disciple that True Lord Jiushou has recently taken on. You really look like a talented person. True Lord's eyesight is always so good. If you can, please also send my regards to True Lord, and say that it is the young master of the Hanhai sect, Ling Yu, who wishes to express his apologies to True Lord for what happened back then. Vast Ocean sect? Ling Yu? Upon hearing Ling Yu's self-introduction, a trace of confusion flashed across the bottom of Lu Qingyu's eyes. It was obvious that she had not heard of the other party's name. Hanhai sect. That's the sect established by Hanhai True Lord Ling Haya. And this guy in front of him is Hanhai True Lord's only son in a eunuch. Jean Lingya suddenly spoke out to explain the other party's origin to Lu Qingyu, and also emphasized on the word eunuch with a heavier tone. And when Ling Yu heard those two words, a flash of violence instantly flashed under his eyes. Yes, eunuch. I'm a dead eunuch now, but I was normal in the beginning too. Being so irritated by Jean Lingya, how could Ling Yu possibly hold back? The cultivation within him was revealed, and it was clear that he was also a cultivator of the god transformation stage. Back then, Elder Jean turned me into a eunuch. Now pay back with your life. No one can protect you this time. Ling Yu held a long slender blade, and in just an instant his attack arrived in front of Jean Lingya. However, in the face of this undefendable strike, Jean Lingya remained unchanged and directly met it. When Lu Qingyu, who was on the side, saw the two spirit transformation stage cultivators start fighting, she subconsciously tried to hide behind Mu Yuan, but realized that Mu Yuan had already run far away. You guys ran away without even calling me. You really are a white-eyed wolf. Looking at Jean Lingya and Ling Yu who were fighting fiercely, Lu Qingyu hurriedly ran all the way to hide behind Mo Yuan. Looking at Lu Qingyu's timid appearance, Mo Yuan said somewhat speechlessly, didn't you say you wanted to uphold the prestige of the 9 heavens? Why are you hiding behind me now instead? Ugh, it's not like he's coming at me. And besides, I, Lu Qingyu, am timid. So what business is it of my master's? And is the name of the 9 heavens such an inconvenient thing? Hearing Lu Qingyu cut herself off from Mu Lingyun as a matter of course. For the first time, Mo Yuan felt that in the aspect of face skin, Lu Qingyu might have been more blue than blue. Ignoring Mo Yuan's speechless look, Lu Qingyu looked at Ling Yu and Jean Lingya who were facing the waves in the distance and asked Mo Yuan curiously, what kind of enmity do the two of them have? Why are they fighting at the drop of a hat? Do you have any clue? Hearing Lu Qingyu's doubts, Mo Yuan also couldn't help but look towards the two people who were fighting, and then said with some uncertainty, I started relatively late. These things no is not very clear. Only I seem to have heard the eldest sister said. Hanhai Sect's Hanhai True Lord seems to have once intended to let Ling Yu to marry the second sister, but this thing behind the back of the sudden on the end of the matter, may be a bit related to him into a eunuchate. Instead of leaving it unsettled, it's more like the Jiushou True Lord became furious and directly injured his master. And to this day, he can't even take half a step out of the vast expanse sect. The robust man on the side who had come here with Ling Yu suddenly spoke up to attract the attention of Mo Yuan and Lu Qingyu. Seeing that the two were curious, he simply told what he knew as well. When True Lord Hanhai brought Ling Yu to the 9 Heavenly Sword sect to propose marriage, he was prepared for the two families to join forces and dominate Ning Prefecture together. Originally, things were talking well, but Ling Yu suddenly turned into a eunuch. And then True Lord Hanhai was also chased up to the sky and into the ground by the furious Mulingyun. Seeing that True Lord Hanhai was about to be finally sliced into bashful pieces by Mulingyun, he ended up dodging a bullet by ducking into the Hanhai sect's formation, but as a result, he couldn't take half a step out of the Hanhai sect. After such a thing happened, the matter of proposing marriage naturally had to be left unsettled. Seriously injured True Lord Hanhai? Worthy of being a master then, truly invincible in the world. Are you really not afraid of being beaten up for saying such things in front of someone's disciple? Looking at the proud Lu Chungyu, Mosher Yuan did not move to protect her in front of her body. They're scared to death of master. They would never dare to make a move against me. Lu Qingyu foxed and crossed her own small savage waist, with a look of I'm proud to have a master. The corner of the eyes of Wan Yang, the great disciple of True Lord Hanhai on the side, twitched when he saw it, but he still didn't say a word more. If they dared to find trouble with Mu Lingyun, they wouldn't have come to retaliate against Jin Lingya only after Mu Lingyun had left the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. On the other hand, after seeing that Lingyu was really difficult to deal with, Jin Lingya did not avoid suspicion and directly used the endless sword intent within her body. Lingyu, who was still evenly matched with her, instantly fell into a disadvantage. This is endless sword intent? Feeling the endless sword intent used by Jin Lingya, Lingyu laughed maniacally even though he had fallen into a disadvantage. Ha 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 ha, you, Jin Lingya, even have the face to use the endless sword intent. As the maniacal voice rang out, a great power as vast as the ocean surged within Lingyu's body. As the only son of True Lord Hanhai, he naturally had the power of the True Lord to help him. Moreover, thanks to Jin Lingya, Lingyu was now incomparably in line with the feminine nature of the sea. The vast ocean true intent was frantically urged by Lingyu, and the water attribute aura in the entire 10,000 spirits cave sky began to stir with it. At this moment, Lingyu had truly become the flow of all water sources in this small world. Jin Lingya, I've poured out half of the Hanhai sect's family fortune to marry you, and you refuse to do so. Then you'll just become my cauldron right here and now, and I'll lend you my precious body for celestials to transform into beings. Welcome? That's a nice way of putting it. You might as well be direct and call that year a purchase. Looking at the mighty Lingyu at this moment, Jin Lingya ignored spiritual awareness's warning of death and indifferently spat out 4 words. Taoism potentate. Chapter 59, let me hold you for just a moment. Just a moment. Irma, when you wait until you get to Lord Li's mansion, you must serve Lord Li well. That is, if you are beaten and scolded, you must endure it. Only then can you earn money for your brother to study. Got it? Well, mother, Irma knows. Where's that white-eyed wolf Irma? We're sending her to the Li mansion tomorrow. Where has she run off to? That dead girl. Don't, Irma, don't go to. You dead girl. We've taken all our money and you told us you didn't want to go. You just don't have to go today. Mother, please, don't send Irma to the Li mansion. Anyone sent to the Li mansion won't live for 3 days. If you don't go, I'll beat you to death right now. You white-eyed wolf, where did you come from? You stinking Taoist, how dare you touch what the Li family wants? Aren't you afraid that Lord Li will punish you? Immortal Elder, you are actually the Immortal Elder. I hope the Immortal Elder to have mercy. Small person this also cannot live otherwise how would sell their own daughter? She in the end is also my own flesh and blood 500 taels. Good good good. From now on, Irma will be Immortal Masters you. Irma, you must serve Immortal Master well from now on you know. Since you have worshipped under me, let's change your name. Do you like the name Jin Lingya? Gold, Ling, Ya, Apprentice likes this name. Apprentice will be Jin Lingya from now on. Thank you Master for the name. Master, my disciple has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Master, please praise my disciple. Apprentice will definitely work hard to cultivate in the future and then properly honor my master. Well, Master, my disciple had a nightmare and couldn't sleep. Can I sleep with Master? Master Teacher is the best. I will definitely sleep by myself in the future. Can Master Teacher tell me a story? I want to hear about you and Uncle Wan. Well, Master, there are so many people here today I don't know what they are discussing with the Master. It always feels like the Master is not in a very good mood. Go find the Master later. What's over there? Little Master, I'm telling you guys. This time my father came to the Nine Heavens Sword sect in order to propose marriage to that disciple of the Nine Heavens True Lord, Jin Lingya. She is the body of a spiritual treasure. If I can dual cultivate with her, the likelihood of Junior Master me breaking through to the void practicing stage will be greatly increased. And at that time, with 2 void practicing in one clan, domination of the Ning prefecture will be within reach. But young Lord, Jin Lingya is the personal disciple of the True Lord of the Nine Heavens. Will the True Lord of the Nine Heavens really hand her over? With my father stepping in, does that Nine Heavens True Lord still dare not agree? and this time my father has taken out most of the Hanhai sect's family fortune. So I'm not afraid that the Jiushao true lord won't agree to it. A mere disciple is worth a few dollars. Master, going to sell me? No. I absolutely don't believe it. Looking at Lingyu, who was controlled by the Dao potentate and unable to move, the corners of Jean Lingya's mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smirk. Hey, don't you think this scene is a bit déjà vu? Ah, damn it. Lingyu could feel the power within his body expanding, but the piece of space that imprisoned him was so solid that he could not shake a single point even if he poured all his strength into it. Wan Hai, you're still not making a move. At his wit's end, Lingyu rushes to call out to Wan Hai, who came here with him to take revenge on Jean Lingya, to come to his rescue. Jean Lingya's eyes also looked at Wan Hai when she saw this, but to everyone's surprise, not only did Wan Hai not want to make a move, but instead, he even signaled that Jean Lingya could make a direct move. Elder Jean, we're both businessmen, so we'll cut the crap. You help me kill this punk who only barks, and I'll help you cover this up. What do you think? Oh, he's your master's only son, and you're just going to give him up? Hearing the request made by Wan Hai, Jean Lingya looked at him with some skepticism, and while Wan Hai sniffed, he smiled and said, "Isn't the true lord of the nine heavens also your master?" Hearing these words from Wan Hai, the mana within Jean Lingya's body produced a momentary loss of control, but she soon regained her composure. Good. As the words fell, Lingyu, who was trapped by the Dao potentate, instantly changed his face drastically as he frantically begged for mercy towards Jean Lingya. "Spare me. I can give you lots and lots of money. Don't you accept anything as long as you have money. As long as you spare me, my father will give you lots of money." In the face of Lingyu's pleas for mercy, Jean Lingya was unmoved. These words should be said after True Lord Vast Ocean walks out of the Vast Ocean sect. And, you've also gotten one thing wrong. Jean Lingya raised her head to look at Lingyu, who was trapped in the potentate's sky, and that obscure look made everyone unable to see what she was thinking. "Killing you is more important to me than anything else. I hate my master, but I hate you the most. If it wasn't for your appearance, nothing would have been reduced to this, and I wouldn't have had to become such a mess." No, Buzz. Jean Lingya lifted her hand and lifted the Taoist potentate, and Lingyu disappeared into the vast chaos along with this temporarily created space in an instant. After standing in place for a while, Jean Lingya looked at Wan Hai, in the face of her vague threat, recalling the unbreakable cage created by potentate just now. Wan Hai instantly suppressed the thought of taking advantage of the opportunity in his heart. His strength was at most equal to Lingyu, who had driven the vast ocean true intent, and it was too risky to make a move against Jean Lingya. And, Wan Hai suddenly turned around and glanced at Lu Chengyu, scaring that little one who was frantically eating melon to the point that she immediately crouched behind Mosher Yuan, only to find that Mosher Yuan had already shielded her in front of her. "No, is that how you honor the old?" Looking at the somewhat anxious Lu Chengyu, Mosher Yuan smiled and then took another step back. "What are you afraid of? Don't you have your master backing you up? But don't fall into the prestige of the nine heavens." Hearing Mosher Yuan's flirtation, Lu Chengyu instantly began to regret why she had to pretend that a little bit before. However, it was good that Wan Hai had only glanced at Lu Chengyu and was not bold enough to actually strike at her. "Since that punk is dead, I'll take my leave." With his purpose accomplished, Wan Hai didn't want to cause any trouble, and after arching his hand, he simply left the place. Jean Lingya, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief first when she saw this, and then walked over to Lu Chengyu. Her eyes were looking at Lu Chengyu, yet it was like she was looking through her to another person. Just as Ryu Chengyu pondered if she should say something, Jean Lingya suddenly collapsed on top of her and hugged her. I didn't do it." Looking at Jean Lingya, who suddenly hugged her, Lu Chengyu hurriedly raised her hands high to show that she hadn't done anything, but before she could push Jean Lingya away with one hand, she heard Jean Lingya's slightly tired begging, "Let me hold you for a little while. Just a little while. Really just a little while." Chapter 60, You're not recognizing me as your master, are you? Emergency. Lu Chengyu felt that if a cultivator would really encounter some kind of calamity or something in the process of cultivation, then she should just be experiencing her own hijacking right now. Looking at Jean Lingya, who suddenly fell into her arms, Lu Chengyu subconsciously tried to push her away. But again, Jean Lingya's hold was really tight. Even if Lu Chengyu had a dragon bloodline, it was difficult to push her away for a moment. In an instant, thoughts such as the hatred of the master's sect, the obligations one should have as a disciple, and whether or not the master would feel dirty just because she had been hugged by these rebellious disciples rose and fell in Lu Chengyu's mind. Unable to do anything else, Lu Chengyu could only turn her gaze for help to Mosher Yuan, who was on the side. "Hurry up and control your senior sister." Looking at Lu Chengyu's eyes, Mosher Yuan, who was eating melon and watching the show, could only say that there was nothing she could do about it. Just now, second senior sister forcibly executed Master's Dao Potentate's heaven. and now her entire body is already deflated. So she'll have to commit to little senior sister. I'm not going to have intimate contact with this whitey. For these few rebellious disciples of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue refused to even call them a senior sister. So how could she possibly be willing to get close to them? Lu Qingyu activated the dragon bloodline in her body and prepared to directly push Jean Lingya away. And feeling the fluctuation of Lu Qingyu's aura, Jean Lingya, who was deep in her memories, also came to her senses at the right time. Master, no, it's little sister. Seeing who the person in front of him actually was, Jean Lingya also resumed her original indifferent demeanor. I'm sorry, I just forcibly executed the Tao of the Void practicing stage. My mana was severely overdrawn, and I was momentarily confused by my mind's demon and did such a rude thing. So please forget about what you just did. Seeing that Jean Lingya had resumed that indifferent attitude, Lu Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief and then hurriedly sniffed at her own body. Aha! Without getting the smell of this guy, I shouldn't be disliked by Master when I go back. However, that attitude of Jean Lingya just now made Lu Qingyu slightly concerned. Jean Lingya didn't know her well at all. She shouldn't have sought herself out even if she wanted to find comfort in her tired and sleepy state. Mosher Yuan, who only knew how to watch the show on the side, was even more qualified than her to comfort Jean Lingya, but Kim Lingya still sought herself out subconsciously. Could it be that her charms had reached a level that could make even a spirit transformation stage cultivator fall for her? The corners of Lu Qingyue's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile, but soon aside Moose Edge was looking at her like she was a little cutie. The same look pulled her attention back. Nope. This girl is good looking, but definitely not to the point where she can make a god transformation stage cultivator lose his mind. So what's this all about? Lu Qingyue pondered the reason for this as she advanced. Although her master said that she had the strongest talent in the 9 states, Lu Qingyue had never felt that there was anything about her that was different from the others. If you have to say the difference between her and an ordinary cultivator, it's not just, oh, I see, you just mistook me for master. A rare flash of wisdom flashed among the brains of Lu Qingyue, only Mu Lingyun and the pastries. But alas, this aura of wisdom flickered and merely brought an answer to Lu Qingyue, failing to stop her habit of blurting it out. Hearing that Lu Qingyu had actually told the truth of the matter, Jean Lingya's footsteps instantly stopped in place, and then a few moments of unnaturalness and shyness flashed across her face. Don't be ridiculous. I and Master, true Lord of the 9 heavens, has long since been at odds with each other. How could I think of you as him? Jean Lingya subconsciously chose to deny it. She knew that what Lu Qingyue said was the truth, but she would never dare to admit this. Lu Qingyu wasn't angry even when she heard Jean Lingya's veto. After all, she didn't make her master angry, and if she wanted to be pampered, she could just go directly to Mu Lingyun. Lu Qingyue gave a hard nod to her own resourcefulness. On the other hand, after Mosher Yuan on the other side saw Jean Lingya's perverse attitude, a dangerous glint instantly flashed under her eyes. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Didn't we agree that we'd all commit regicide together? How come 1 or 2 of them look like they're going to back out now? How can you go back on your words about killing your teacher? But it doesn't matter. Even if they wanted to back out, they couldn't. As the instigator of the regicide incident, Moose Edge didn't leave any room for this group of guys to backtrack. Of course, that included herself. But she was the one who never thought she'd regret it from the start. The only variable in Moose Edge's plan was this young girl who was now walking beside her. The talent and traits that Lu Qingyu had displayed so far had already reached a point that would make Mosher Yuan feel uneasy. In order to make sure that the plan ends up working, this guy has to disappear. Thinking of this, Moose Edge's face immediately changed into a harmless smile. Since the innate fetal mother aura is already in our hands, let's go find the undecided bone now. It's better to get this kind of supreme treasure as early as possible, or else it'll be easy to cause trouble. The undecided bone. Upon hearing Mosher Yuan's suggestion of going to find the undecided bone, an uplifted look immediately appeared on Lu Qingyu's face. Why was she able to put up with this group of regicide rebels? Wasn't it so that she could get her hands on the undecided bone? When she got her hands on the indeterminate bone, she was going to look like a scummy girl who lifted her skirt and didn't recognize anyone, kicking these guys out of the way in cold blood and then going back to her master. Hearing Mosher Yuan's proposal, the somewhat disoriented Jean Lingya also nodded, and after inquiring about the location of the undecided bone, she transformed into a stream of light and quickly flew towards that side with Mosher Yuan and Lu Chengyu. Mu Lingyun, who had been observing all of this through the system, found a slight fluctuation in his bland demeanor after hearing the words undecided bone. For this supreme treasure that had unlocked and shackled him, Mu Lingyun's emotions were quite complex, wishing it had and wishing it hadn't, loving and hating it at the same time. People, they're complicated. After Mu Lingyun's eyes lingered on Jean Lingya's body for a moment, he then looked at Mushy Yuan before finally landing on Lu Qingyue's body. This little guy could well be described as the turning point in his destiny. Not only did it unlock the system for him, but it also brought him the hope of ascension. It was all as if he had accidentally acquired the undetermined bone in the middle of a secret realm back then. So you'll end up being my yoke like the undecided bone? No one could hear Mu Lingyun's voice, and naturally, neither could Lu Qingyue. Mu Lingyun's attention was on her, and as he watched, he heard the little one's heart. I'm so hungry. I want to go back to my master to ask for a plum cake to eat, and I don't know if my master will mind if I eat too much. Hearing Lu Qinyu's heartfelt words, the originally serious and despondent look on Mu Lingyun's face couldn't help but stutter. Alas, it is really gluttonous. The master will go and make it for you. Come back and eat as much as you want. The rare serious atmosphere was broken by Lu Qinyu just like this, and Mu Lingyun could only get up helplessly to go make plum cakes for his gluttonous disciple. However, looking at the board in dazed Lu Qinyu, the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth still sketched a smile. If you eat bad teeth, then don't blame your master for scolding you. Chapter 61, I'll worship your tablets when I go to the bridal chamber with my master. Is this the location of the indeterminate bone? In front of a large, plain mountain, Ji Lingya looked at Moshe Yuan suspiciously. A supreme treasure like the undetermined bone would often appear in deep mountains and swamps where people were rare. However, this one mountain peak looked plain and ordinary. Was the undecided bone really here? It can't be that this guy is plotting something again. Facing the skeptical eyes of Ji Lingya and Lu Qingyue, Moshe Yuan said without changing her face. I only said that there might be the existence of the undecided bone here. It's not like I'm packing my bags to make sure that there is one. And besides, a treasure like the undecided bone that breaks the shackles of heaven and earth isn't uncommon even if it appears in the middle of a big, mediocre mountain, right? Hearing Moshe Yuan's explanation, Lu Qingyu was more and more suspicious of her. Earlier, he was tempted by the undecided bone without thinking of this point, and now when he thought about it carefully, if the undecided bone was really here, why didn't Moshe Yuan go and fuse it himself? She didn't believe that this Moose Edge guy would have any selflessness or anything like that. Aha! Confirmed. Smells like intrigue. Sensing that something was wrong, Lu Qingyu turned around and was about to leave the place without hardly any hesitation. As for any face and all that, the whole world already knows she's a coward, and she's long gone without any face to show for it. As long as I lose all my face first, then I'm not afraid of losing it. Seeing this, Moose Edge rushed forward and tried to retain her. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's put it this way, although I'm not sure if there is an undetermined bone here, I can guarantee that there must be rare treasures here. If you don't believe me, second senior sister, you can use the treasure-seeking disc to explore it. With that, Moshe Yuan returned the treasure hunting disc that Jean Lingya had given her earlier. Hearing Moshe Yuan's assurance, Jean Lingya first hesitated slightly before she began to cast spells to explore that large mountain. Lu Qingyue, who was planning to leave, also stopped herself when she saw this, though she was almost certain that this Moose Edge fellow must have some kind of plotting and scheming going on. But she can't help being greedy. That was the undecided bone, or at least a supreme treasure on par with the undecided bone. And for her to leave just like that, she was really not willing to do so. Master, the disciple is not competitive. Not a little bit of determination. Go back and you can punish the disciple as much as you want. But now if you encounter danger, you must step in to save the life of the disciple. Even though Mu Lingyun had never said it, Lu Qingyue still used her limited intelligence to guess the fact that Mu Lingyun could hear her heart. She had nothing to diabolize about the matter. After all, she, Xiao Qingyue, was walking the straight and narrow, and her heart was clean. There was nothing wrong with showing it to someone else, not to mention the fact that the person looking at it was her old master, so it didn't matter even more. It was just as well that she could use this opportunity to pander to her master. There were some words that she couldn't say out loud even if her skin was thicker, but it was still no problem to think about them in her mind. Master, you can only disciple a disciple. The future disciple is still waiting for the inheritance of the endless sword. You must not see death to save. Mu Lingyun, who was giving Lu Qingyue a hand in making plum blossom cakes, heard Lu Qingyue's plea for help. There was a helpless sigh. Shouldn't he have let the little one know that he could descend on her to pinch hit? It always feels like this little guy is now full of thoughts of master substituting whenever he encounters something he can't solve. But on the contrary, Lu Qingyue was also able to muster up the courage to face death head-on at critical moments, making it hard for Mu Lingyun to open his mouth even if he wanted to scold her. Could it be that all of this is in her plan too? Mu Lingyun glanced at Lu Qingyue, who was constantly praying for her master to fight on her behalf, before shaking his head. No way. This little one didn't have that kind of intelligence. To guess that she could listen to her was the limit of her intelligence. However, although he felt helpless at Lu Qingyue's immovable behavior of calling out for master and help, Mu Lingyun still divided some of his attention on her, avoiding when this good disciple who was usually very timid but suddenly bold at critical moments gave him a whole big job out. This 10,000 souls cave is not a playground. There are still a few big guys in there, or else several sects of practicing void stage cultivators wouldn't have agreed to enter the 10,000 souls cave with the highest cultivator only being at the harmonized god stage cultivation level. Lu Qingyu and Moshe Yuan patiently waited for the moment when Jin Lingya's spell ended. As the mana continued to be consumed, a brilliant colorful haze appeared on the treasure hunting plate in front of Jin Lingya, out of the blue. Because of Mu Lingyun's request, when Wan Ziding refined this magic treasure, she purposely set the light emitted by the treasure-seeking disc when it sensed the highest grade of treasure to colored light. The appearance of this colored light at this moment also meant that regardless of whether or not there was an undecided bone here, at least one rare treasure was not running away. Moshe Yuan, who was on the side, saw the reaction of the treasure hunting disc and immediately looked at Lu Qingyu with a smile. How about it? Sister didn't lie to you. Even if there's no undecided bone, bringing a rare treasure back to the master will still praise you. Master compliments me. Mu Siyuan perfectly poked at Lu Qingyu's heart, and as soon as she thought that Mu Lingyun would touch her little head and praise her at that time, Lu Qingyu immediately walked towards the big mountain with excitement. Then hurry up. If you're late the treasure will be gone. Seeing Lu Qingyu's wealth-crazed look, a flash of laughter flashed under Moshe Yuan's eyes. From a perspective that no one else could see, Moshe Yuan saw an incomparably magnificent giant spirit creeping in the middle of a large mountain in the distance with the help of the effect of the heavenly demon sect's secret method, spirit seeking. Jin Lingya was right. Heavenly treasures often appeared in deep mountains and swamps. But there's a good line, too. A mountain is not high, but a fairy is famous. Water is not deep, but a dragon is spiritual. A giant spirit that broke its shackles with the undetermined bone. If it lost its most cherished treasure, then I'm sure that even if the master himself were to come, it would be difficult to subdue the maddened spirit of heaven and earth. I'm sorry to say goodbye for good, but I'll pay my respects to your tablets when my master and I enter the cave. A smug smile spread across Moshe Yuan's face, and then borrowing the heavenly demon sect's secret method, she left behind a shadow to follow Lu Qingyu and Jin Lingya, while she herself disappeared into thin air. Chapter 62, Treasure Hunting? Simple. Just use your nose to smell it. Be careful. Although this mountain peak doesn't look abnormal, it's better to be careful. As soon as she stepped into the nameless mountain peak with the silhouettes of Lu Qingyu and Moshe Yuan, Jin Lingya felt a slight tingling sensation coming from her spiritual senses. Obviously this mountain is not as ordinary as it looks. Hearing that Jin Lingya had actually detected an abnormality, Moshe Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of surprise. Unless one had mastered a secret method similar to spirit searching like her, an existence like the spirit of heaven and earth would be extremely difficult to be detected by a searching out cultivator. Is it vaguely possible to take the next step? Mu Siyuan had thought that among Mu Lingyun's many disciples, the one most likely to break through to the void practicing stage would be Yan Lingshan. But now, looking at it, Jin Lingya was instead ahead on the path of cultivation, because the only thing that fills your mind is spirit stones. It's also considered an alternative to having no distractions? Ha ha ha, what a joke that's not funny at all. But what can you do even if you notice? We are now swallowed up. Unusual cultivators couldn't see it, but in Moshe Yuan's perspective, the invisible chi had already entangled several of their bodies, and as they went deeper, this entanglement also got tighter and tighter. It could be said that as long as this spirit of heaven and earth that was now enveloping them was willing, it could crush them at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that her original body had long since vanished for thousands of miles, she would probably be sweating profusely at this moment. Thinking about it, Moshe Yuan retracted all her thoughts, avoiding letting Lu Qingyu and Jin Lingya see anything unusual. As they continued to go deeper, Jin Lingya also began to continuously operate the treasure hunting disc, trying to find the exact location of the indeterminate bone. However, for rare treasures like these, it was not easy to find its approximate location, and expecting a magic treasure at the god transformation stage to be able to find out the exact location was undoubtedly fanciful. No way. It's going to take a different approach. Realizing that the treasure hunting discs had lost its effect, Jin Lingya casually threw it to Moshe Yuan. Immediately after receiving it, Moshe Yuan used a secret method to collect it into his spirit platform. This way, even if this incarnation was destroyed, she would still be able to get the treasure hunting disc intact. Lu Qingyu, who was on the side, looked at the helpless Jin Lingya and Moshe Yuan, who was clearly grinding his teeth, and immediately had a look on her face that said, "You are all very uncontested." Alas, it is true that we still need to rely on ourselves to be able to do it. This group of rebels really cannot count on it at all. Lu Qingyu, who was in the ring herself, was hanging around. She hadn't mastered any secret arts like feng shui, but she knew her master well. Normally, when she could rest at the end of her cultivation, Lu Qingyu liked to stay by Mu Lingyun's side. Even if she didn't do anything and just watched Mu Lingyun cultivate, Lu Qingyu would feel very happy. Therefore, Lu Qingyu was extremely familiar with the odor of Mu Lingyun's body. It's all about the amorphous bones. Just smell around to see if there's a similar smell to the one on Master's body, isn't it? Holding such naive thoughts, Lu Qingyu sniffed around. Seeing Lu Qingyu's strange behavior, Jin Lingya and Moshira Yuan could only say that although they couldn't understand it, they could accept it. This little senior sister is really overly naive at times. She wants to try, then let her try. Mu Lingyun, who was watching the live broadcast through the system, looked at Lu Qingyue, who was sniffing around like a puppy, and instantly felt that sooner or later, his reputation would be ruined in her hands. The undetermined bone that is a supreme treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. How could it be found by you just like that? Shaking his head helplessly, Mu Lingyun then planned to try and see if he could find out the other undecided bone by using the one inside him. But before he could top the number, he saw Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly light up and she suddenly rushed over in a certain direction. Really smell? Looking at Lu Qingyue, who seemed to have discovered something, Mu Lingyun's eyes immediately widened. The amorphous bone can still be found that way? He was in order to obtain the undetermined bone. Can be said to be 9 deaths, each step as long as the slightest step wrong. That is the end of the world. And now Lu Qingyue just rely on the nose to smell to find the. It's not right. It's the heaven and earth favor in her that's working. Mu Lingyun was first self-doubting for a while. Then he reacted that it was the heaven and earth favor on Lu Qingyue that was guiding her. As the most gifted person in Kyushu, Lu Qingyue certainly couldn't escape the sight of the heavenly Tao. From the moment he took in Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun realized that she had so many heaven and earth favors on her that it was enviable. But directly handing her a treasure like the indeterminate bone. This little guy's path to cultivation will probably be easier than I thought. There is no harm without comparison. And thinking of those roads he had traveled, the emotions in Mu Lingyun's heart were a bit complicated for a moment. However, he wasn't so much as to envy his disciple. Not to mention that every bit of progress Lu Qingyue made would be synchronized to him. The smoother Lu Qingyue's cultivation path went, the closer Mu Lingyun was to ascension. After discovering a smell similar to the scent on Mu Lingyun's body, Lu Qingyue immediately ran towards a certain direction in excitement. Behind her, Jin Lingya and Moshira Yuan also looked at each other with some hesitation when they saw this. Did she really find it? Although it was a bit hard to believe. But remembering all the strange stories that had happened amongst the immortal cultivation world, the two of them immediately caught up with Lu Qingyue. Chasing after Lu Qingyue's footsteps, they arrived at the edge of a lake. And in the center of the lake there was also an island in the center of the lake. Lu Qingyu was currently walking on top of the lake. Looking at her excited appearance, she had obviously discovered something. After a slight hesitation, the two stepped onto the lake together as well. Just for a moment. The moment she touched the surface of the lake, Jin Lingya sensed that the aura around her continued to climb, as if some great being was waking up. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was rapidly advancing, Jin Lingya, who sensed that something was wrong, hurriedly called out to her. Junior sister. Stop it. Huh? What? Hearing Jin Lingya call out to her, Lu Qingyue subconsciously stopped herself. Looking at Jin Lingya, who called out to her, Lu Qingyue hurriedly asked her what had happened. Jin Lingya didn't answer her immediately, first protecting Lu Qingyue behind her, then looking at the sky in front of her as if she was an enemy. Seeing this nervous look on her face, Lu Qingyue, who was still a bit excited, couldn't help but get nervous as well. Her guts were already small, and now that she realized that she might be in danger, her heart was instantly crying out for master. Help! In the midst of the crowd's tense expressions, a giant spirit with an incomparably grandiose body that resembled a heavenly pillar slowly awoke. It looked at Lu Qingyue and the others who were standing on the lake surface at the moment, and then looked at the undecided bone that it had buried on the island in the center of the lake. Even though as the spirit of heaven and earth it didn't have much spiritual intelligence to speak of, at this moment it clearly understood what Lu Qingyu and the others were trying to do. Thief, damn! Chapter 63, You eyeless thing. You dare to hit the little ancestor. The anger originating from instinct instantly caused the spirits of heaven and earth to riot. Looking at the spirit of the heavens and earth that had fallen into a violent rage, Jin Lingya immediately understood that the several of them had now fallen into a desperate situation. This spirit of heaven and earth was almost equivalent to a cultivator of the void practicing stage, and was by no means something she could deal with. The most prudent way right now was to slowly leave this place to avoid further irritating the spirit of heaven and earth. However, looking at the chi threads on her body, which were already wound incomparably tightly, a touch of bitterness eventually surfaced on Jin Lingya's face. Looks like we're going to be buried here together today. It would have been unusual for a cultivator to explore for treasures and end up buried in a secret realm. But in the end, Jin Lingya was still a bit unwilling. She hadn't yet advanced to the void practicing stage. She hadn't yet asked for the truth of the matter. How could she wish to fall in this way? If only the third senior sister was here. She is armed with the heavenly condemnation secret technique. Such spirits of heaven and earth are most feared. Not to mention handing over the undetermined bone. It's still not much of a problem to let us leave peacefully. Thinking of Wen Kai Hua, Kim Lingya's voice had a slight regret in it. If she had known that she would encounter the spirit of heaven and earth, she would have brought Wen Kai Hua here with her. So what are we going to do now? This big guy doesn't look like he's one to be messed with. Hearing that Jean Lingya also seemed to be powerless over the heaven and earth spirit, Lu Qingyue immediately frantically asked her old master for help. Master, can you hear me? My disciple is about to be beaten to death. Hurry up and come and save my disciple. Lu Qingyue reverently called out to Mu Lingyun to hurry up and descend. But Mu Lingyun still ignored her, which instantly made Lu Qingyue feel an overwhelming sense of despair and sadness. Master is not. Don't want her. Woo. It must be because I got too close to that group of rebels. So Master doesn't want me anymore. Master, I know I'm wrong. Please pay attention to me. I will be obedient. Plum cake and so on. I'll only eat one piece a day from now on. The moment she thought that Mu Lingyun might not want her anymore, the corners of Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly became so anxious that tears were about to emerge from the corners of her eyes. Mu Lingyun, who was watching all of this through the system, looked at the sad and desperate Lu Qingyue, and a helpless smile instantly appeared on his face. It's really sooner or later that you're going to be poor. If the matter was really serious, Mu Lingyun would naturally not stand idly by. The reason why he didn't make a move now was also because there were other beings who would help. However, looking at the tears that were about to fall from the corner of Lu Qingyu's eyes, Mu Lingyun still marked the lake island in front of her through the system's function. Seeing Mu Lingyun's prompting appear, all the sadness and despair in Lu Qingyue's heart instantly disappeared, and the tears that were about to flow down were also held back by her. She knew Master wouldn't leave her behind. Knowing that Lu Qingyue did not want her, Lu Qingyue would instantly regain her spirit, and then she was ready to move towards the lake island that Mu Lingyun had marked. Seeing this, Kim Lingya hastily pulled her back, and then seriously instructed her. Junior sister, don't act rashly. This spirit of heaven and earth is very dangerous. It will be difficult for us to retreat in one piece today, but since I promised you, I will definitely not go back on my word. As Jean Lingya said that, as if she had made up her mind about something, the aura on her body suddenly began to violently erupt, followed by a surge in her aura. Moose Edge, who was on the side, instantly narrowed her own eyes when she saw this scene. Secret art, no regrets? This guy actually has that kind of determination? Thinking of that powerful explosive secret art that could only be powered by possessing a firm and remorseless will. At this moment, even Moose Edge had to admit that Jean Lingya herself did have something to hold on to. But so what? The gap between realms was difficult to break even when one was as strong as Mu Lingyun. Do you really think that you can fight across the ranks just because you have a strong will? But it's just an exercise in futility. Knowing that the end was already predetermined, Mosher Yuan didn't care about Jean Lingya's actions, as she looked at the grandiose spirit of heaven and earth, looking forward to the moment when all the dust settled. After casting a secret technique to boost her battle power, Jean Lingya looked towards the giant spirit in the sky, but the words that came out of her mouth were addressed to Lu Qingyu. Later I'll block the giant spirit's strike as much as I can, so you'll take the opportunity to get your hands on the undecided bone, and after that, you'll activate the endless sword intent, and I'll help you open the spatial rift. Saying that, Jean Lingya also suddenly looked at Lu Qingyue and said to her in a comforting manner, "Don't worry, you're not like me. Even if you fall into the void, Master will be there to take you home." Hearing Jean Lingya's instructions, the look on Lu Qingyue's face became somewhat complicated. Nope. She didn't need the kindness of this group of rebels. With Master here, even if Jean Lingya didn't make a move, she would be fine. Reacting to this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly pushed out the slight touch in her heart. The chair decides the ass. She is the disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens. Even if this group of retrograde disciples treats her well, that is still retrograde. She couldn't like anyone that Master didn't like. Lu Qingyu rejected Jean Lingya's good intentions and decided to take the initiative herself. Anyway, there was Mu Lingyun escorting her, so what was she worried about? Mang was done. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who suddenly rushed towards the lake island, Jean Lingya hurriedly tried to pull her back, but the giant spirit also attacked at this moment. An immeasurable amount of aura was pressed towards them in the simplest and most brutal way under the drive of the giant spirit's will. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will die here today. Seeing this, Jean Lingya could only greet them with clenched teeth. But in just an instant, Jean Lingya was sunk to the bottom of the lake, facing the spirit of heaven and earth that was enough to rival the void practicing stage. She couldn't even fight for an instant of time. So, is she still not in control of her own destiny in the end? Looking at the giant spirit's falling arm, Jean Lingya drove the endless sword intent within her body, preparing to send Lu Qingyue out at the last moment so that she could fulfill her promise. However, just as the giant spirit's arm was about to fall, a thunderbolt through the sky suddenly fell and struck the giant spirit, interrupting its attack. Things happened so suddenly that Lu Qingyu, who was preparing to go to the island, and Jean Lingya, who was sending Lu Qingyu away, as well as Mo Shi Yuan, who was watching the show, did not react. It wasn't until a precious pearl surrounded by thunder slowly fell from the air that Jean Lingya breathed a sigh of relief, while a trace of unwillingness immediately flashed across the bottom of Mo Shi Yuan's eyes. Lu Qingyu? Lu Qingyu wondered if it would be too unmartial for her to sneak around and get the undecided bone now. Anyway, when the precious pearl landed in front of the giant spirit and scanned the surroundings, after seeing Lu Qingyu, a palm made of thunder then suddenly appeared, and then slapped the giant spirit's face fiercely. You blind bastard! Do you know who's thinking of your baby? Don't you dare make a move. Chapter 64 Heaven's Wrath Secret Art. Everything happened too suddenly, and it was a desperate situation with no hope at all. In a flash it seems to have turned into a farce. Looking at the precious pearl in the sky, Lu Qingyu narrowed her eyes and gazed at it before suddenly recognizing it. It's the 9 heavenly thunder beads. Hearing Lu Qingyu calling her name, the 9 heavenly thunder pearl that had just given the spirit of heaven and earth a slap in the face immediately flew behind her. Subsequently, in the midst of Lu Qingyu's gradually excited eyes, the 9 heavenly thunder pearl did not hesitate to also give her not-so-smart little head a shot as well. Egu, why did you hit me? Lu Qingyu, who was suddenly knocked on the back of her head by the 9 heavenly thunder pearl, immediately crouched on the ground in pain. Why? This spirit of heaven and earth has already reached the void practicing stage. How dare you? A little guy at the chi practicing stage. Come to mess with it. Do you really think that all existences fear the name of a true lord? A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Qingyu's mind. The hateful tone in it made Lu Qingyu think in a trance that it was Mu Lingyan who was standing in front of her right now. Too right, that's the flavor. After realizing that the 9 heavenly thunder pearl in front of her possessed spiritual intelligence, Lu Qingyu's first reaction was to obediently admit her mistake. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so greedy. I'll pay attention next time. Lu Qingyu's reaction was extremely fast, and looking at her movements, she was also extremely skillful. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the 9 heavenly thunder beads in front of her instead of Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyu wouldn't have been able to say that she would have knelt down and kowtowed twice. Seeing this unproductive look of hers, even the 9 heavenly thunder pearls, who were used to seeing cultivators, couldn't help but be dry silenced by her. You are really a disciple of the true Lord? The 9 heavens thunder pearl was really reluctant to believe that Lu Qingyu was actually Mu Lingyun's disciple, but that's the way it is, and there's no use in it not recognizing it. Lu Qingyu was now the last soul seedling of the 9 heavens lineage. It could not let anything happen to Lu Qingyu in any way. With a helpless glance at Lu Qingyu, the 9 heavenly thunder pearl flew to the spirit of heaven and earth. Hand it over or I'll kill you. Hearing that the 9 heavenly thunder pearl was like a brutal bandit trying to rob his treasure, the spirit of heaven and earth couldn't help but resist a little bit in aggravation, even though it knew that it wasn't a match for it. This is my stuff. You can't rob it. What's yours? If it wasn't for the fact that your life is cheap and true lord can't look at it, this life of yours would be true lord's. And I'm telling you, All Souls Cave Heaven is just dropping a needle, and that would have to be surnamed Mu. If you don't hand over the undecided bone, the next thing will not be as simple as a slap. The voice of the 9 heavenly thunder bead was urgent. And it wasn't the only supreme treasure that suppressed the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. It was the most powerful, but if it was delayed any longer the attribution of the undetermined bone might be accidental. Looking at the 9 heavenly thunder pearl that was about to kill it, even though it was reluctant, the spirit of heaven and earth could only hand over the undetermined bone that it had hidden. As the island sank, a spine made of strange crystals throughout appeared in front of everyone. The crystals on the spine change all the time, symbolizing the uninhibited nature of the amorphous bone itself. The moment this treasure appeared, the 5 elemental auras in the heavens and earth rioted, and then there was also a fist dipper blasting towards the side. Seeing this, the 9 heavenly thunder pearl directly erupted endless thunder to suppress the other 2 supreme treasures that wanted to make a move. Okay, I'll send you out, but it's up to you to keep the undecided bone. As the sound of the 9 heavenly thunder beads fell, Lu Qingyu and Jean Lingya realized that they had come to the outside world, while Mo Shi Yuan was nowhere to be found. Looking at the ever-changing dingless bone in her arms, Lu Qingyu was first stunned. Then she grabbed the dingless bone, wanting to refine it in an instant, but there was no reaction from the undecided bone. Do you think such a supreme treasure can be refined by a chi practicing stage cultivator like you? A voice suddenly came from the side, and the white-clothed Wen Kaihua looked at the piece of indeterminate bone in Lu Qingyu's hand with a complicated expression. So are we rushing off now? Hearing Wen Kaihua's voice, Lu Qingyu also realized that she was purely imagining things when she tried to refine this treasure now. However, the indefinite bone cannot be put into the storage ring. If you hold it in your hand, as long as it is an individual, know that this is an extraordinary treasure. Hearing Lu Qingyu's inquiry, Wen Kaihua ignored her. Just after a deep look at her, he looked behind himself. The Five Elements sect, the spiritual rhinoceros society's cultivators had all gathered around at this moment. Their eyes were even staring at the amorphous bone in Lu Qingyu's arms. Everyone, since the training has ended and you're not thinking of going back to your respective clans, what are you all staying here for? Hearing Wen Saihua's voice, a sound of dissatisfaction immediately came from among the crowd. Humph, does Elder One think we can't recognize the undecided bone? That's right, a treasure such as this, which is owned by those who have virtue, can't just let a little girl get it for nothing. When Kaihua looked at the cultivators in front of him with different expressions and knew that trying to make them back off with a few words was something impossible, after sighing, when Kaihua lightly uttered a few words, she is a disciple of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, the only disciple. Hearing when Kaihua mentioned Mu Lingyun, the noisy cultivators instantly quieted down, but soon they boiled over again. Mu Lingyun's name was indeed intimidating, but compared to the undecided bone, it wasn't as if even the true Lord of the Nine Heavens couldn't be offended. Moreover, Mu Lingyun is not the only void practicing true monarch under the sky. The big deal is to take the treasure and hide back in the clan. Even if the undetermined bone didn't belong to them in the end, the rewards from the sect would be just as tantalizing. Greed overcame the fear of Mu Lingyun in their hearts. While looking at their hideous faces, Lu Qingyue's legs could not help but tremble. She was timid. How could she not be afraid when faced with such a scene? But this was the only way for Mu Lingyun to lift the shackles of heaven and earth, so she would never let go. Lu Qingyue didn't dare to forget for a moment what exactly she had come to look for the undecided bone for. Moreover, she, Lu Qingyu, also had a backbone. These guys wanted to rob her of her undetermined bone, so she would fight them. Anyway, there's nothing to be afraid of with Master. Seeing that Lu Qingyu picked up the undecided bone and was about to explode with the group of cultivators, when Kaihua stopped her. Leave it to me. Dropping this sentence, when Kaihua walked over to the group of cultivators. As for Lu Qingyu, when she saw that when Kaihua was about to strike, after hesitating, she still retreated back to the side of Jin Lingya, who was already seriously injured. There's no need to explode it since it's covered by someone. It's not too late to do it when it's really not working. When Kaihua walked up to the group of stupid cultivators and said softly, "Everyone, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Wrath Mystic Art?" Chapter 65 Master, for the sake of little sister, make a deal with this rebellious disciple of mine. The Heaven's Wrath Secret Art? Hearing when Kaihua mentioned the secret technique, most of the people among that group of cultivators looked blank, except for the few who led the group whose faces instantly became very ugly. It was a secret art that was extremely rare and could only be practiced by a very small number of cultivators who met the innate conditions. The effect is single and not directly lethal, but the effect is very powerful. It could attach a special mark to the target, instantly turning an otherwise normal cultivator into a person of heavenly loathing. If there is no special means to dissolve it, the person who has been bewitched will be disliked by heaven and earth for the rest of his life, and will be accompanied by calamities from time to time. For cultivators practicing the great Tao of heaven and earth, if they were struck by this secret art, their path of cultivation would end here, and they would have to live with all kinds of calamities for the rest of their lives. But the casting of this secret art consumes the user's lifespan. We have hundreds of cultivators here. You can't possibly inflict the Heaven's Wrath secret art on all of them even if your lifespan is depleted. Seeing the nervousness of the cultivators from the Five Elements sect and the Spirit Rhinoceros Society, a smile immediately appeared on Wen Saihua's face. That's right, it's true that it's impossible for me to cast the Heaven's Wrath secret technique on everyone, but all of you who wants to be the unlucky lucky one. As when Kaihua spoke, an aura that made people subconsciously feel uncomfortable or even disgusted surfaced on her body, and the disciples of the Nine Heavenly Swords sect behind her all took a step forward. Even the heavily injured Jin Lingya raised her eyes to the group of foolish cultivators at this moment. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who coveted the undecided bone immediately felt coward. Seeing this, when Kaihua immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "As you all can see, if you set out to snatch the undetermined bone, no matter if you succeed or not you will end up losing a lot of money, and you will also be subjected to the retaliation of the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, so why don't you all just leave? And I will also guarantee that I will never pursue the matter afterward." Hearing when Kaihua give the step, and hearing her mention Mu Lingyun's name again, even if they were no longer willing, the few cultivators in the lead could only leave with their respective disciples in indignation. They knew that after today, the end of the undecided bone was a foregone conclusion. Seeing that the group of cultivators actually did leave, Lu Qingyue, who was holding the undecided bone in her arms, immediately ran to Wen Saihua's side in excitement. "I didn't expect them to actually retreat. No wonder Master said that your brain is the best of all the disciples." Hearing Lu Qingyu say that she had a good brain, The smile on Wen Saiwa's face was first maintained for a split second, and then immediately clouded over. When Lu Qingyu saw the change in her face, she immediately took a few steps back with some uneasiness, holding the undecided bone in her arms. I don't suppose you'd want to snatch the undecided bone, would you? Seeing Wen Kaihua fall into silence, for some reason, Lu Qingyue instead felt that this was the norm. Who else but Master would be unconditionally kind to her? Sure enough, it's a fight to the finish. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who had accepted reality, Wen Kaihua suddenly said in a cold voice, "Hand over the indeterminate bone." Third sister. Hearing that Wen Kaihua even coveted the undecided bone as well, Jean Lingya, who had promised to help Lu Qingyue capture the undecided bone, immediately felt a sense of urgency. Yet at this moment, Wen Kaihua only looked back at her indifferently. "Second senior sister, since you can't lay your hands on me, let me do it." With that said, Wen Kaihua let the disciples of the Nine Heavens leave the 10,000 souls stream first with Jean Lingya, while she herself stayed behind alone. Looking at the vigilant Lu Qingyu in front of her, Wen Kaihua pressed her step by step as if she had revealed her true face. "Hand over the undetermined bone. Even if you have unparalleled talent, you will never be a match for me with your cheap practicing stage cultivation." Hearing Wen Saiwa's persecution, Lu Qingyue took a step back, looked at the 10,000 feet deep abyss behind her, and gritted her teeth. "Aren't you afraid that Master will find you if you do this? Mastermind." Hearing Lu Qingyu mention Mu Lingyun, Wen Kaihua couldn't help but recite it before her eyes once again returned to indifference. So what? The Nine Heavens Sword Sect needs to produce another Nine Heavens True Lord. It needs another undecided bone, and for that it doesn't matter even if they have to bear the revenge of their master. After saying that, Wen Kaihua cast her spells at Lu Qingyue, but she was slow to use her spells. Looking at Lu Chengyu, who was still standing in place without any change, Wen Kaihua could not help but frown, and after pondering for a moment, the aura of the Heavenly Condemnation mysterious art suddenly surfaced on Wen Saihua's body once again. It was clear that there was no need to use the Heavenly Condemnation secret art on Lu Qingyu at this moment, but the Heavenly Condemnation aura on Wen Saihua's body was still building up. Seeing that Lu Qingyu was about to become the target of the Heavenly Condemnation secret art, Lu Qingyu, who was standing in place, finally sighed and raised her indifferent eyes. "So, you did all this to force me to show up?" Hearing Lu Qingyu's voice change, a hint of surprise immediately flashed under Wen Saihua's eyes. Master Teacher was actually able to borrow little sister's body and possess it? No wonder Master would be relieved that little sister came to the 10,000 spirit stream alone. I'm afraid that everything little sister experienced along the way was in Master's vision. Hearing Wen Saihua's speculation, Mu Lingyun's eyes did not change in any way. He looked at the undecided bone in his arms, feeling the familiar, breaking all shackles power, and there were complex emotions in the bottom of his eyes. Mu Lingyun suddenly said to Wen Kaihua, "Don't you really covet the power of the undecided bone?" Hearing Mu Lingyun's inquiry, Wen Kaihua said without changing her face, "The undecided bone is certainly a supreme treasure in the heavens and earth, but since ancient times there has been more than just one person who has obtained the undecided bone, while there is only one true Lord of the Nine Heavens. So if someone really thinks that by obtaining the undecided bone they can become the second true Lord of the Nine Heavens, they will certainly regret it for the rest of their lives." After saying that, a few moments of reminiscence even surfaced under Wen Saihua's eyes. "Moreover, Master, back then, it was you who held me in your arms, and bit by bit, you personally opened up the 7 apertures for me. You should understand that I have no respect for the so-called destiny, or else, I wouldn't be standing here today. Yes, and how can anyone born to be rejected by the world believe in fate?" In the face of Wen Saihua's explanation, Mu Lingyun still didn't raise his head to look at her, his eyes still staring tightly at the undecided bone in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Wen Kaihua suddenly guessed at the situation. "You don't want little sister to fuse the undetermined bone?" Hearing that Wen Kaihua had guessed his thoughts, Mu Lingyun then raised his head to look at her. He then admitted as much frankly. "That's right, the little one's talent is unrivaled in the world. She can cultivate to ascension without the undetermined bone. The undetermined bone is nothing more than a liability to her." The little guy. Hearing Mu Lingyun's name for Lu Qingyue, Wen Saihua's heart actually surfaced a few moments of bitterness, but immediately afterward, she raised her head to look at Mu Lingyun and to that true Lord of the Nine Heavens, and then a cold, inaudible voice rang out. "Master, for the sake of little sister, make a deal with this rebellious disciple of mine." Chapter 66, Wen Kaihua died. Deal? Hearing that Wen Kaihua wanted to make a deal with herself, Mu Lingyun's eyes couldn't help but look at her. His indifferent eyes still couldn't see any emotions as he looked at Wen Kaihua as if he was looking at his former disciple, or as if he was looking at a dead person. Facing Mu Lingyun's cold eyes, Wen Kaihua inexplicably felt a pang of panic, but remembering her purpose, Wen Kaihua still forced herself to hold back the uneasiness in her heart and continued, Master, my disciple has been comprehending the heavenly condemnation mysterious art for a long time, and I dare not say that I know the workings of the heavenly Tao like the back of my hand, but if I were to reverse the heavenly condemnation mysterious art, I might be able to dispel the shackles of heaven and earth that have been placed on the undetermined bone. Upon hearing Wen Saihua's proposal to dissolve the side effects of the undetermined bone, Mu Lingyun first thought about it briefly and realized that there was actually a real possibility of success here. But, so what? Mu Lingyun suddenly raised his head to look at Wen Kaihua, and an obscure stream of light flashed under his eyes. So, you want to take this opportunity to make a deal with me, where you help me remove the negative effects of the undetermined bone, and I have to agree to one or more of your conditions, right? Hearing that Mu Lingyun had guessed what she wanted to do, Wen Kaihua was first a bit surprised, but then remembered that everything she had was imparted by Mu Lingyun, and it wasn't difficult for him to guess what she was thinking. That's right, this is a win-win deal. Even if Master Zun loathes me, he deserves to agree to this deal. As it should be. Yes, everything is as it should be. And you always think ahead when you make your calculations. But have you ever wondered what it means to be surprised? Mu Lingyun had always avoided meeting with this group of rebels, as he was well aware of just how much emotion he had injected into their bodies over the past 1,000 years. This emotion was more than enough to become Mu Lingyun's heart's demon, causing his cultivation to stop there. Even if Mu Lingyun told himself that he had severed his karmic ties with that group of renegades, he was still avoiding more contact. After all, if the word love could really be sorted out so easily, it wouldn't be called the most poisonous thing in the 3,000 worlds. But now, when Wen Kaihua forced him to show himself and wanted to make a deal with him, Mu Lingyun suddenly realized that this group of retrogrades did not have as much weight in his heart as he thought. Looking at the forcefully composed Wen Kaihua in front of him, a hint of coldness suddenly flashed under Mu Lingyun's eyes. I should have taught you never to despise a strong man. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's chilling voice, the always changing look on Wen Saihua's face finally changed. She looked at Mu Lingyun who had descended on Lu Qingyue, and the uneasiness in her heart completely erupted. The reason why she dared to count on Mu Lingyun to force him to show up was because she analyzed that Mu Lingyun should still retain a certain amount of affection for them, the adversaries. Otherwise, why would a true lord of practicing void go out of the 9 heavenly swords sect? And wouldn't it be better to just swing his sword and kill all those who betrayed him? When Saihua's analysis had some truth to it, the reason why Mu Lingyun didn't directly strike to slaughter the 9 heaven sword sect, aside from the fact that he was too weak at the time and no longer had much strength to strike, it was also true that they retained a certain amount of affection. But hearts change, those treacherous rebels will. Mu Lingyun, 2. Escape. When Saihua's spiritual sense suddenly rang alarm bells, frantically reminding her to hurry up and escape. Mu Lingyun was going to kill her and would never show any mercy. But when Kaihua ignored his own psychic sense alert, she remained where she was, her face unsightly as she looked at Mu Lingyun, who was utilizing Lu Qingyue's body to perform his divine abilities. There was no escape. The cultivation Mu Lingyun was displaying at this moment was completely no less than when he was at his full strength. When Kaihua only had the cultivation of the Yuaning stage, so there was no way he could escape from Mu Lingyun's hands no matter what. When Saihua's brain flew and began to analyze the situation she was facing at this moment, it was almost impossible for her to survive Mu Lingyun's hands. But her life can also be used as a bargaining chip on the scale. Quickly think about what her life can get for the 9 heavenly sword sect. Quickly, hurry, master. When Kaihua suddenly shouted, seeing Mu Lingyun's eyes looking at her, When Kaihua immediately knelt on the ground. Master, not only did my disciple commit the great crime of regicide, but I also took the liberty of counting on my master and forcing him to show himself, so I am willing to be put to death. But before I kill my disciple, I implore you to listen to yourself one more time. Hearing that Wen Kaihua still had something to say, Mu Lingyun locked the space around him and cut off Wen Saihua's last retreat while looking at her indifferently. You want to make a deal with me for your life? Inquiring tone, but affirmative tone. It was obvious that for this former disciple, Mu Lingyun had completely seen through her. When Kaihua heard Mu Lingyun's voice and said without hesitation, "That's right, disciple is willing to reverse the heavenly condemnation secret art and unlock the shackles of heaven and earth on the undetermined bone for junior sister. What do you want?" Hearing that Mu Lingyun had answered her, When Saihua's heart actually felt so much gratitude. She was glad that this life of hers could still be in Mu Lingyun's eyes, and she was glad that this life could still be used for the 9 Heavens Sword sect to play its last role. When Kaihua respectfully knelt on the ground, if nothing else, this would be the last time she knelt to worship Mu Lingyun. The disciples don't want anything. After saying that, when Kaihua began to reverse the heavenly condemnation secret art once again, while Mu Lingyun saw this and threw the undetermined bone directly in his arms. Don't want anything? It means everything. When Kaihua was certain that even if she was a rebel, Mu Lingyun wouldn't take her life for nothing, and would return the favor in some form in the future, which would be considered a promise in disguise with Mu Lingyun. But what she probably didn't expect was that Lu Qingyue's nature was completely following Mu Lingyun to a certain extent. The most obvious of these is the thickness of the cheek. The one who fused the undetermined bone was Lu Qingyue, not him, Mu Lingyun. And even if he had to return this love, it would be Lu Qingyue who would return it. To be honest, he, Mu Lingyun, hadn't even stepped out of the gates of Cloud Moon Mountain today. So remember, the person who killed you today is called Lu Qingyue. After Wen Kaihua reversed the Heaven's Wrath secret technique and successfully lifted the heaven and earth shackles that enveloped the undecided bone, Mu Lingyun's attack came as expected. There wasn't much movement. Wen Kaihua just saw a silver light flash in front of her eyes, and then her body and head were separated. Holding the undetermined bone in his hand after the metamorphosis, Mu Lingyun's eyes first looked at the remnant soul that had flown out from Wen Kaihua's body. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mu Lingyun withdrew his gaze. That's just it. Since I'm already dead, I'll go and enter reincarnation, as a way to fulfill the last master-disciple bond between you and me. Seemingly hearing Mu Lingyun's body, that remnant soul flew towards that underworld Pure Land without any attachment after paying a final obeisance towards Mu Lingyun. After entering the wheel of reincarnation, there will be no more people in this world who are born with no orifices. Chapter 67, The Old Monk and the Maiden. Master, can I ask how to get to the Reincarnation Temple? Reincarnation Temple? Ah, no one has mentioned that place for some years now. Is the female cultivator also here for the secret law of reincarnation? Well, because of some accidents, my master teacher needs to wash away his past with the help of the secret method of reincarnation in order to be able to go further. I see. The female cultivator is a filial one. But I may as well tell the female cultivator bluntly. Although my Buddhist sect has taken out that secret law of reincarnation for the world to comprehend, so far, there are only a few cultivators who can comprehend this secret law of reincarnation. And if there is a slight mistake, you will be plunged into the cycle of reincarnation, and will not be able to recover from it. I thank you for your advice, but I have reasons why I have to go, and I hope that you will tell me where the reincarnation temple is located. Since the monk insists, then I won't talk nonsense. 30,000 miles to the west from here, the monk can see a mountain of yin and yang, and at the waist of the mountain is where the reincarnation temple is located. Disciple thanks master, and I'll be sure to repay you in the coming days. Knowing the location of the reincarnation temple, Zhong Lingjun did not hesitate any longer, and holding the broken sword in her hand, she hurriedly flew towards the location pointed out by the old monk. Looking at the stream of light disappearing in the sky, the old monk standing within a broken temple in the middle of the desert, after hesitating and counting with his fingers, his face changed instantly. Oh no! Surprisingly, she's a disciple of the true Lord. I'm going to harm her with what I just said. The old monk wanted to go after Zhong Lingjun, but then suddenly stopped, as if he had some concerns. Grandpa, who is this true Lord you speak of? Looking at the old monk whose face had changed drastically, an eloquent and well-behaved looking young girl suddenly came out from the corner of the broken temple. Oh true Lord! Hearing his granddaughter ask, a trace of reminiscence flashed under the old monk's eyes. That's a top-notch character. Once Grandpa and True Lord traveled the world together, a close friend of Grandpa's, and one of the best masters Grandpa could find for you. Master, can't I just follow my grandfather's cultivation? Hearing that her grandfather was sending her away, a trace of reluctance immediately flashed under the young girl's eyes. Guan Shanhai saw his granddaughter's aggrieved appearance and was immediately distressed. If it were possible, Grandpa wouldn't want to send you away. But there's no place for you in the western desert anymore. With Grandpa here, the Buddhist cultivators won't lay their hands on you, but that group of devils will surely try to capture you. For the sake of your safety, Grandpa has no choice but to do so. When Guan Wanrua heard her grandfather's helpless voice, she hastened to comfort him in a good-natured manner. It's okay Grandpa, Wanrua is willing to go and worship the true Lord, and even if she's not by your side anymore, Wanrua will still miss you. Seeing his granddaughter so well behaved, Guan Shanhai's heart really had 10,000 reluctance. Poor his granddaughter. How could she be so ill-fated? When I was young, I was stranded in the middle of the western desert, and I lived by begging in various black markets, and it was hard for me to find my way back, but I was not tolerated by the Buddhist temples in the western desert. After letting out a sigh, Guan Shanhai removed a string of Buddha beads from his hand and threw it in the direction Zhong Lingjun had left. We don't have the time to find that female practitioner now. We can only hope that this string of Buddha beads will protect her. After doing so, Guan Shanhai lifted his granddaughter and continued to fly in the direction of Ningzhou. Let's go. When Grandpa finds the true Lord, you'll worship under the true Lord, and don't come back until you've cultivated to the God transformation stage. Remember? Well, remember, but Grandpa, Are you so sure that that true lord you speak of will take one Rua? Hearing his granddaughter's concern, Guan Shanhai suddenly let out a bright smile. Ha ha ha, you're still young. You don't know about the time when True Lord and I traveled the world together. True Lord and I are enough to trust each other with our lives. Not to mention the rest. Sheltering you is definitely not a big deal. Looking at her grandfather's proud demeanor, Guan Wanrua's heart suddenly became a little more curious about that highly esteemed True Lord. What kind of character would that be? Master, apprentice is finally back. At the entrance of the palace on Cloud Moon Mountain, Mu Lingyun was somewhat speechless as he looked at Lu Qingyue, who had fluttered to his feet and hugged his thigh. Whoa, master, you don't know, but I almost died in the 10,000 spirit stream. Lu Qingyue hugged Mu Lingyun's thigh and pretended to fake cry while observing her old master's reaction. After seeing Mu Lingyun's speechless look and knowing that this trick would not work on Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue hurriedly stood up as if nothing had happened. Ha, master. Look, it's the undetermined bone. Oh. Looking at the undecided bone that Lu Qingyue had brought all the way back with her in her arms, Mu Lingyun knocked her little head and then turned towards the main hall. Well, don't be poor. Really think I don't know you didn't put in much effort the whole time. Either you are afraid, or you are shouting for master and help. Your nature in the future if you enter that red dust. You don't know how many jokes will be made. Hearing Mu Lingyun reprimand himself, Lu Qingyue was also a little embarrassed, but she still couldn't help but complain. Isn't that also because master you had to make me go out alone? The lowest cultivation cultivator inside the 10,000 spirit cave heaven is at the Jindan stage, and I don't know how many are at the Yuaning stage and the transformation of the god stage. Disciples can only be at the Qi practicing stage, and it's even better that they didn't get beaten to death. Lu Qingyue's talent was truly astonishing, but the gap between her cultivation levels was too huge, causing her to barely be able to play any role in her trip to the 10,000 spirit cave heaven, repeatedly encountering life-threatening situations, being whisked away like a dog all the time, and our own master still refusing to come out to help. Our little Qingyue's heart is also very aggrieved, seeing Lu Qingyue's aggravated appearance. The corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth, however, suddenly surfaced a smirk. While you were out, I made a batch of plum cake. Plum cake? Or a batch? Hearing Mu Lingyun talk about the plum blossom cake, Lu Qingyue instantly stopped being sleepy and immediately hugged Mu Lingyun's arm as if she was pleasing and pampered him. Ha, master. After sweetly shouting master, Lu Qingyue looked at Mu Lingyun with an expectant face. Seeing this gluttonous look on her face, Mu Lingyun was truly feeling helpless towards this disciple. That's just it. At least you know how to swing a sword in the face of an enemy. It's better than sitting around and waiting to die. Go eat. I put it under the plum tree. Good I knew master was the best for me. Hearing that there were plum blossom cakes to eat, the aggression in Lu Qingyue's heart immediately disappeared without a trace, and she excitedly ran towards the plum blossom tree where she practiced on weekdays. Mu Lingyun could only show a few moments of helpless favor on his face when he saw this. Just as Mu Lingyun was about to go over there together to give instructions to Lu Qingyue on the next steps of his cultivation, he suddenly looked to the west with a feeling. To the mountain of Yin and Yang. Old monk? Zhong Lingjun? Or, when Kaihua? Chapter 68. Do ghosts shed tears too? The pure land of the underworld. The most mysterious place in the world. All living beings in the world go here to reincarnate after death. There are no gods or fairies here, not to mention the legendary so-called underworld. It is like a fertile ground that buries all the past and then plants all the dead souls so that they can be rebirthed and finally cast back down to earth. Normally no living being can travel back and forth between the two realms, and the underworld is only welcoming to those who are already dead. But there are exceptions to every rule. Even in the most mysterious netherworld of the underworld, a great river called the Yellow Springs flowed out from the depths of the underworld Pure Land and finally landed in the human world. That river in the netherworld came to the human world and became a mountain, whose name was Yin and Yang Mountain. Crossing this high mountain, and by using the power of the Yellow Springs running through the two worlds, monks can go to the Pure Land of the underworld to collect resources that don't exist in the human world for profiteering. Plus this is the meeting point of the Yin and Yang realms. Over time, those souls that are unwilling to enter reincarnation after death will converge at the Yin and Yang mountains and form a unique system of cultivators, ghost cultivators. After being beheaded by Mu Lingyun, when Saiwa's soul followed the connection of the underworld Pure Land to this place in ignorance, but just as she crossed the Yin and Yang mountains to enter the Yellow Springs and was about to follow them to the underworld Pure Land for reincarnation, the river in the Yellow Springs suddenly lifted up a big wave and slapped when Kaihua out of the Yin and Yang mountains. The water of the Yellow Spring was extremely harmful to the soul. Plus when Kaihua was in a muddled state, with just this hit, the Yuaning stage cultivator when Saiwa's soul was almost slapped apart, but due to a blessing, when Saiwa's originally muddled consciousness instantly woke up under Huang Quan's stimulation, seeing that he had been slapped out of the Yin and Yang mountain, when Kaihua immediately looked around, trying to find a way to save himself after feeling his weakened state at the moment. An acacia tree entered into Wen Saiwa's field of vision, and without any hesitation, Wen Kaihua immediately maneuvered her almost collapsed soul body to fly into that acacia tree. The acacia tree had the effect of warming the soul body, and although the effect was minimal, it was enough for Wen Kaihua at this moment. Feeling the soul body that stopped collapsing, Wen Kaihua breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked around, wanting to confirm her current location. Mount Yin and Yang? I'm in the western desert? After recognizing where she was now, Man Chaiwa began to think back to what had happened before she died. It didn't take long for her to recall the scene where Mu Lingyun killed himself with the help of Lu Qingyue's body. Mastermind. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, upon seeing the scene where Mu Lingyun really killed himself without any mercy, Wen Kaihua still couldn't help a few moments of despair flashing under her eyes. She had thought that even if Mu Lingyun really wanted to kill her, he should at least have a few moments of hesitation. However, the decisiveness with which Mu Lingyun struck out was what told Wen Kaihua that there was no longer a place for her in Mu Lingyun's eyes. Even Mu Lingyun's ability to release her soul to travel to reincarnation might have been for the sake of the old master-disciple relationship. Sadness and despair rose in Wen Saihua's heart, instantly causing her already incomparably weak soul body to collapse a few points again. Noticing this, Wen Kaihua didn't dare to go back to what had happened before. It's just that, since it's already happened, it's useless to feel remorseful now. It's better to think about how to live first. With her collapsed soul body at the moment, as long as she took half a step out of the acacia tree, I was afraid that her soul would be scattered on the spot. Since he had recovered his consciousness by a fluke, Wen Kaihua was naturally unwilling to perish like this. However, Wen Kaihua knew nothing about the cultivation techniques of ghost cultivators, and the ones she had learned in the past were of no help to her current situation. Even in her current condition, she couldn't even try to attract the attention of passers-by. Have you just gotten out of the Yellow Springs and you're in trouble again? In the face of the desperate situation he was now in, Wen Kaihua, after searching all his life's learning, realized that he was actually at his wit's end at the moment. Just as Wen Kaihua was about to fall into despair, she suddenly noticed what seemed like a point of light flickering among her soul body. This is... Wen Kaihua looked at the flickering point of light amongst her soul, and diffraction reached out her own consciousness to touch her, and then a memory immediately surfaced in front of her eyes. Master, can this endless sword intent really allow Kaihua to see the world? It will definitely be possible. Although you were born with your 7 orifices closed and abandoned by the heavens, Master has already opened up the rest of your orifices for you, and as long as you fuse this endless sword intent again, you'll be no different from normal people from now on. Aha! Kaihua listens to Master. What Master says must be right. An innocent wish surfaced in front of Wen Kaihua. This was the remaining endless sword intent, and because it carried Mu Lingyun's vision for Wen Kaihua, it was able to deeply integrate into her soul and become part of her life. If Wen Kaihua successfully entered the underworld Pure Land to reincarnate, by the time she was born again, she would become someone like Lu Qingyue who was naturally suited to cultivate the endless sword intent. But now, in the present where Wen Kaihua had suffered a heavy blow and her soul body had nearly collapsed, this endless sword intent that was originally hidden deep within her soul had finally manifested and would also become Wen Saihua's last hope. Looking at the point of light floating in front of him, and the blessings ringing in his ears, Wen Kaihua remained speechless for a long time. This was her last hope at this moment. If she wanted to live, she had to make use of this endless sword intent and turn it into the foundation of her existence before she could do so. But, do you have the credentials for that? A question resounded in the back of Wen Saihua's mind, asking her softly. Instead, Wen Kaihua could only return silence. After an unknown amount of time had passed, seemingly seeing Wen Saihua's delayed response, that endless sword intent suddenly floated in front of her. A shadow suddenly appeared from it. What's wrong, Kaihua? Being bullied by the other kids again? Master, no, don't look at me, don't look at me. Looking at the silhouette that appeared in front of him, Wen Saihua's soul body suddenly trembled violently. She panicked and reached out her hand to try to block her face, not daring to let the shadow see her. Even though she knew that the shadow was nothing more than a manifestation of the blessings that Mu Lingyun had once left in the middle of the endless sword intent, and had no relationship with the Mu Lingyun of the moment. But when Kaihua was still afraid, she would rather Mu Lingyun kill her again than see Mu Lingyun care for her. She could no longer afford this. Facing the flustered Wen Kaihua, Mu Lingyun's silhouette simply said mechanically, "If you're bullied, come back to Master. You have Master." After saying this sentence, Mu Lingyun's silhouette dissipated, and the endless sword intent that had been constantly flickering dimmed. Seeing Mu Lingyun's shadow left in the middle of the endless sword intent disappear, Wen Kaihua slowly lowered the hands she used to cover herself after a long time. Can ghosts shed tears? Wen Kaihua didn't know the answer to this question before. Now she knows. Chapter 69, Lu Qingyue's Growth Plan. Master, is it still good? My disciple can't hold on any longer. In the middle of the Cloud Moon Mountain Palace, Mu Lingyun leisurely sat on the eunuch chair while holding the undecided bone in his hand to guide Lu Qingyue's cultivation. Stop howling. If you don't want to continue to be treated like a dog the next time you go out, you should honestly stay inside the spell formation until you've spent enough time. Lu Qingyue, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a spell formation, clenched her teeth when she heard Mu Lingyun's voice, but soon she couldn't hold on again, looking like she was about to die. But my disciple has been sitting here in meditation for half a month, and I really can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing Lu Qingyue's breathless voice, Mu Lingyun's divine sense swept to confirm that she had truly reached her limit before disengaging the operation of the spell formation. Alright, it worked well this time. Take a break and we can start working on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation stage? Really? When she heard Mu Lingyun say that she could finally start preparing for the foundation establishment stage, a look of excitement immediately spread across Lu Qingyue's face. God knows what she had gone through these days. In order for her to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the most perfect state, Mu Lingyun had carefully designed a whole set of cultivation plans for her. What hammering the physical body, comprehending the sword intent, sensing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and so on, sounded like it was not something that she, a qi practicing stage cultivator, should be doing. There were several times when Lu Qingyu felt that she was about to die, but in the end, it was only because Mu Lingyun took delicious pastries as a temptation that she was able to hold on. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who was already exhausted and weak, Mu Lingyun was also a little heartbroken for this disciple of his. Lu Qingyu had actually worked very hard during this period of time, and thanks to her terrifying talent, those cultivation plans didn't have a threshold at all for Lu Qingyu. No matter what one wanted to do, as long as Lu Qingyu was willing to do it, she would definitely be able to gain something. Under these circumstances, Lu Qingyu completed all of her cultivation plans at an extremely astonishing speed. It could be said that if Mu Lingyun hadn't been pressuring Lu Qingyu not to break through, Lu Qingyu would have already coalesced the Dao Foundation on her own to break through the foundation establishment stage by now. Casually, he took out a pastry and placed it in his hand, and a silly little head appeared instantly. Ow! Lu Qingyu took a bite of the pastry that Mu Lingyun had taken out, and in an instant, the exhaustion in her body was cleared away, and her entire body came to life as a result. This wasn't some psychological effect of Lu Qingyu at play, but rather the dragon bloodline in her body was rapidly being stimulated to its potential in the midst of her uninterrupted cultivation. Coupled with the pastries specially prepared by Mu Lingyun as a supplement, Lu Qingyu's body's strength would rise a notch at the end of every cultivation session. While a little progress is nothing, it adds up to a sizable amount of growth. Synchronizing it to Mu Lingyun's body, it prolonged his lifespan by several years once again. Feeling the vitality that was constantly reviving within his body, Mu Lingyun was already somewhat looking forward to waiting until after Lu Qingyu's successful breakthrough. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would at least prolong his life by 100 years, and with this 100 years of life as support, Mu Lingyun wouldn't have to worry that casting divine abilities would consume his lifespan, and a lot of his plans could begin to be implemented. The Heavenly Devil's Appraisal in Mosher Yuan's Spirit Platform, the inherited treasure of the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, and the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir refined by the Taishang Palace, which was the most suitable to be used to break through the Jindan stage. But none of that was the most important thing. The most important thing was that he could finally start working on refining the Sun and Moon Wheel, the supreme treasure of time that he had obtained from Jiang Ming. The simple combination of the spatial power of the Endless Sword and the temporal power of the Sun and Moon Wheel could erupt into a power that would be difficult for a void practicing stage cultivator to counter. If these two forces could be perfectly combined, then he would have to go after certain people. Ugh, it's been years since I've killed anyone. My hands are getting a little rusty. Hearing her own master's sentiment, Lu Qingyu hurriedly corrected him. Master, didn't you just clean up and behead the 3rd disciple some time ago? You haven't killed anyone for a long time. Oh. Hearing Lu Qingyu's correction and reminder, Mu Lingyun suddenly smiled and looked at her. Cleaning up the door? Yes, it's clearing the door, but the one who did it was you. Lu Qingyu, what does it have to do with master? Lu Qingyu froze when she heard Mu Lingyun push the karma of beheading Wen Kaihua onto herself. Upon careful recollection, it seemed that indeed, other than the decapitated Wen Kaihua and her, no one knew that Mu Lingyun had descended onto Lu Qingyu's body at that time. That meant that the karma for beheading Wen Kaihua was hers, Lu Qingyu's, and had nothing to do with Mu Lingyun. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly hugged Mu Lingyun's thigh in a panic. Whoa! Master, how could you do this? How can you screw over your disciple like this? What if I get found out? Lu Qingyu was now not a little newbie in the immortal cultivation world who had no insight whatsoever. The group of guys from the Nine Heavenly Sword sect had the inheritance left behind by Mu Lingyun, and one was more ruthless than the other. Don't say anything about them not daring to lay their hands on her. Even things like regicide they have done. What else would they not dare to do? Not coming to Mu Lingyun's trouble, that was because he couldn't beat him. But Lu Qingyue, even if she broke through to the foundation establishment stage, that was still the lowest level of the immortal cultivation world's mongrels. At the thought that she would be chased by a group of lunatics in the future, Lu Qingyue was trembling with fear and refused to let go of Mu Lingyun's thighs as she hugged them. Looking at the scared Lu Qingyue, the corner of Mu Lingyun's mouth was a smile that surfaced. That was the effect he wanted. Lu Qingyue was living a smooth life under his shelter. Don't look at the fact that she was whisked away like a dog in the 10,000 spirit cave heaven. But in the end, she still brought back the undetermined bone and the innate fetal mother aura. Even that fellow Nine Heavenly Thunder Pearl had quietly left a few thunder spells on Lu Qingyue's body because he was heartbroken. If this continues, sooner or later, Lu Qingyue will become a waste with empty cultivation but no guts. Okay, let go. If you get bullied, come back to master. You have him. Hearing Mu Lingyun's comforting words, Lu Qingyue was still somewhat aggrieved. Master, you speak well. What if the disciple is killed directly? You will then have to send the black hair to the black hair. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was still avoiding fighting someone, Mu Lingyun could only helplessly take out his ultimate killing move. How about this? For every cultivator you beat, you can come to my master in exchange for a plum cake. Do cultivators from the Nine Heavenly Sword sect who have just been initiated count? Chapter 70, Mooseedge's plan in progress. Reporting to the fifth elder. Disciples have already gone to the Hall of Eternal Life to check. The third elder's life lamp went out, and he has been confirmed dead. Third senior sister is really dead? Mu Siyuan, who didn't know when he had returned to the Nine Heavens Sword sect, couldn't help but flash a few moments of surprise under his eyes as he listened to the report from the Nine Heavens disciple in front of him. Earlier, when she found out that Wen Kaihua did not return to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect and did not reply when she sent her a transmitting note, Mosher Yuan was speculating whether this fellow who liked to calculate others all day long could be out of something. As a result, a little investigation revealed that Wen Kaihua had actually directly fallen. That guy who was full of calculations and the big picture would even put himself in danger. Unlike her usual style, it can't be some ridiculous reason that everything is for the Nine Heavenly Sword sect again. Thinking of the words that Wen Kaihua always liked to hang on to, a few points of mockery immediately flashed across the bottom of Mosher Yuan's eyes. She had long since grown disenchanted with Wen Saihua's modus operandi. The one who saved them was Mu Lingyun. The one who raised them was also Mu Lingyun. And even the cultivation path was Mu Lingyun holding their hands step by step. As a result, instead of thanking Mu Lingyun, Wen Kaihua was preoccupied with the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. What? Can the Nine Heaven Sword sect be considered the Nine Heaven Sword sect without Mu Lingyun? Really, cultivation stupid. Even the most basic primary and secondary cannot distinguish. Brain, even better, what is the use? But it was also convenient for her. Mooseedge had always felt that she was in the way. In addition to looking at Wen Kaihua in a bad light. After all, although Wen Kaihua couldn't tell the difference between primary and secondary, her brain was really good, so it wasn't impossible to find out Mosher Yuan's plan in case she did at some point. So in order to avoid when Wen Kaihua found out about his plan, Mooseedge had been plotting to find an opportunity to get her killed. But now that she herself had suddenly died, it really saved her a lot of effort. The moody Mosher Yuan looked at the disciple who had come to report and proceeded to ask for some details. Did the images that came back from third senior sister's life lamp before she died show who killed her? As a major sect in Ningzhou, the Nine Heavenly Sword sect still valued the safety and security of its disciples, and every formally initiated disciple would light a life lamp in the Hall of Eternal Life. Cultivators within the sect could always check the specifics of the corresponding disciple based on the life lamp. If a disciple of the Nine Heavens was killed by someone outside, the life lamp would be able to send back the last sight of the disciple before his death when it was extinguished, so that the Nine Heavens Sword sect could conveniently go and avenge the disciple's death. Mooseedge herself certainly wouldn't think of avenging Wen Kaihua. Wen Kaihua was dead, and she couldn't wait to beat the gong to celebrate now, so how could she possibly be willing to go through all the trouble of taking revenge? She was just a little curious about which hero had done this kind of heart-opening thing, and if she had the chance in the future, she would have to go and thank him properly before she did so. However, in the face of Mosher Yuan's inquiry, the disciple of the Nine Heavens who came to report appeared a bit hesitant, and half-heartedly failed to speak out the image that was transmitted back from the lifelight. Mosher Yuan's eyes instantly froze at the sight, and then a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. She had already guessed who killed Wen Kaihua, but it still needs to be confirmed whether it is or not. Go ahead. Whatever you see, just tell it like it is. A strange demonic voice emanated from Mosher Yuan's mouth, and then that disciple of the Nine Heavens who still appeared to be a bit hesitant instantly became muddled. And then he truthfully told Moshe Yuan everything he had seen in the Hall of Eternal Life earlier. Yes, reporting to the fifth elder, the person who killed the third elder was the young disciple who left with the true Lord of the Nine Heavens, Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue? It's master, right? Upon hearing the disciple's report, an intoxicating smile suddenly flowed from Moshe Yuan's eyes. She didn't think that Lu Qingyu could kill Wen Kaihua, not to mention whether she had the strength or not. With her timid nature she definitely couldn't do it. So the truth of the matter could only be that Mu Lingyun descended upon Lu Qingyue's body and personally killed this rebellious disciple who presumed to kill his teacher. Learning that it was Mu Lingyun who had killed Wen Kaihua with his own hands, the smile at the corner of Mu Siyuan's mouth was almost about to be concealed. Master, you are really cruel. You cannot hesitate to kill their own hand-raised disciples. I like you even more. To be able to kill Wen Kaihua with his own hands, this proved that Mu Lingyun really had completely given up his past karma. This is a good thing for Mu Sedge. A great thing. It was as if Wen Kaihua thought that Mu Lingyun would be merciful to her in light of his previous master-disciple bond. Mu Ziyuan had actually been wondering if Mu Lingyun would suddenly forgive them, the group of rebels, one day. After all, these disciples of theirs were raised by Mu Lingyun, and it was hard to say what kind of an attitude Mu Lingyun would actually have. And now Mu Lingyun's behavior was completely dispelling the concerns in Mu Ziyuan's mind. She could now finally let go and carry out her plans without fear. But before that, this news of Wen Saiwa's fall could not be known to the rest of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. Before her plan succeeded, she needed to keep the Nine Heavenly Sword sect in the precarious state it was in now. Only then would it be more convenient for her to take control of this sect that was already on its last legs, and in the end, turn this sect that had turned its back on Mu Lingyun into sustenance for her own forward progress. If the news of Wen Saiwa's fall spread, it was impossible to say that the disciples of the Nine Heaven Sword sect would become united in their hatred. With this thought, Moshe Yuan looked towards the disciple of the Nine Heavens who was already kneeling on the ground in a stupor, and suddenly stretched out his hand against the top of his heavenly spirit. A dark purple demonic chi appeared out of thin air, first circling around the disciple before drilling into his divine sense. Go, turn all those who know about this matter into your compatriots, and don't let anyone else know about this matter, and finally bring this wisp of flame inside the Hall of Eternal Life to fake the illusion that Wen Kaihua is still alive. In the face of all of Moshe Yuan's orders, this Nine Heavens disciple nodded without any hesitation. Yes, disciple leads the way. After saying that, the Nine Heavens disciple who had been planted with the demonic seed by Moshe Yuan turned around and left the place, ready to carry out the orders given by Moshe Yuan. Only after seeing him leave did Moshe Yuan turn around and return to his cave. And with that, an unconcealable fatigue appeared on his face. Phew, it's really still too much of a stretch to activate the heavenly demon technique right now. We must break through to the transformation stage as soon as possible to unlock the seal in the spirit platform and take out the heavenly demon sect's greatest treasure. With that said, Mu Sedge flung herself onto her soft bed and went over her plan in her mind. After confirming that nothing should be missing, she carefully took out a doll from her storage ring. It was a very old doll now, but looking at how intact it was, Mu Sedge obviously treasured it quite a bit. And although it was a bit difficult to recognize, from the various features of the doll, the prototype of this doll should be Mu Lingyun. Looking at this doll that Mu Lingyun had hand-sewn for himself when he was a child because he couldn't sleep, a deep attachment surfaced in the bottom of Mu Siyuan's eyes. The master, master, master. Mu Sedge chanted several words to the doll about his master, then suddenly flushed and hugged the doll tightly in his own arms, an open smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. You will definitely be mine. Chapter 71. Hey, it's okay, it's just for food. I'm too familiar with it. This old monk. Can you ask how to get to Great Phonying City? In the middle of a mountain village in Ningzhou, a farmer who was working in the ground heard a sound coming from behind him and curiously turned around to look. It was found that the one who opened his mouth to ask for directions was an old monk who looked full of mystery, and beside him stood a delicate young girl who looked like a flower. Dafeng City. That place is far away. What are you too old and young doing there? Facing the farmer's inquiry, Guan Shanhai did not explain the real reason, but just folded his hands and said with a sad face, Alas, I won't hide it from you, old monk. The reason why we are going to Dafeng City is actually to join our relatives. I don't care about the old monk, but this doll of mine can't follow me to suffer so I thought of finding a powerful relative to see if I can give the doll a way to live. Surprisingly, hearing Guan Shanhai's explanation, the farmer's eyes towards Guan Wenrua instantly became compassionate, and he hastened to point out in detail the exact location of Dafeng City for them, as well as telling them what to do on the way, where there were bandits and such. After obtaining the exact location of Great Feng City, Guan Shanhai hurriedly thanked him. Amit Ba Buddha, thank you for showing us the way. Then we'll leave first. After bidding farewell to the farmers, Guan Shanhai continued to lead Guan Wanrua towards Dafeng City. On the way, Guan Wanrua couldn't help but ask as she looked at the bland Guan Shanhai, "Grandpa, are we not going to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect?" Upon hearing Guan Wenrua's inquiry, a few moments of helplessness immediately flashed under Guan Shanhai's eyes as well. "No go. Grandpa's best friend is no longer in the Nine Heavenly Sword sect now. It's useless even if we go to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect now." Thinking back to the news that he had overheard after entering Ningzhou, Guan Shanhai's mood was depressed to the extreme. True Lord went out of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, such a big event, how not to say a word to the old monk, causing the old monk to lose a string of Buddha beads. If he had known early on that Zhong Lingjun was a rebellious disciple who killed his teacher, Guan Shanhai would have at least taught her a lesson. Not to mention helping Mu Lingyun clean up his house. How could they possibly take out the Buddha beads to help her get through the reincarnation temple? But the things have already been given away. It's unlikely to go back and ask for them now. It's better to find Mu Lingyun first and entrust Guan Wanrua to him. Guan Shanhai explained to Guan Wanrua as he flew towards Dafeng City with her. True Lord has now gone out of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect. So now if we go to the Nine Heavenly Sword sect again, we won't be able to find True Lord. And now if we want to find out where True Lord has gone, we can only go to True Lord's other close friend, the True Lord of 10,000 treasures, to inquire about True Lord's whereabouts. Hearing her grandfather's explanation, Guan Wanrua nodded her head a little confused, but soon Guan Wanrua realized that something was wrong. "But, Grandpa, since you and True Lord are close friends, you should have True Lord's summoning talisman, right? Wouldn't it be better to directly use the summoning talisman to ask True Lord where he is right now?" Hearing Guan Wanrua mention the summoning talisman, Guan Shanhai, who was rapidly advancing, instantly stopped. He looked at Guan Wanrua with so much bewilderment in his eyes. "A summoning charm? It seems like, is there such a thing coming?" Guan Shanhai said with some uncertainty, and only after he looked through his storage pouch and rummaged through it to pull out a summoning talisman that looked just as old as it was, did he laugh out loud with some embarrassment. "Ha ha 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 ha, so there really is blame Grandpa, all these years have been in the Western Desert chanting and reciting Buddhist scriptures, haven't gone out much, unexpectedly will be so convenient to forget. Wait Grandpa will contact the True Lord now." With that said, Guan Shanhai took that summoning talisman and operated it rustily for a long time, eventually succeeding in sending a message out. Looking at the message that was sent out, Guan Shanhai first hesitated slightly, then proceeded to take Guan Wanrua towards Dafeng City. "Well, before the True Lord writes back, Grandpa will take you to Dafeng City to see the world and broaden your horizons. And by the way, he will also introduce you to True Lord Wan Bao. It's always safer to go out and get to know two more seniors." Hearing this unfamiliar Dao name mentioned by her own grandfather, Guan Wanrua's eyes instantly flashed with a few moments of bewilderment. "True Lord Wan Bao, is it also a void practicing stage True Lord?" Hearing Guan Wenrua's inquiry, Guan Shanhai nodded and said, "That's right. Wan Bao Jinjuan and Grandpa are the same, are practicing the virtual stage of the cultivator, but Grandpa can tell you, this Wan Bao Jinjuan can be rich at spirit stone treasure and so on. How much to have how much? Every day to cultivate have to open the two gas gathering spell formation, with a throw a." Speaking of Wan Zitting, Guan Shanhai's eyes showed undisguised envy. Unlike the rich Kyushu, the Western Desert was a poor place, so poor that he, a void practicing stage Buddhist demon subduing Lohan, didn't have a few dollars on him, and because of some precepts of the Buddhist sect, one cannot freely use divine powers to earn spirit stones and whatnot. This led to the clean life that Guan Wanrua had lived all these years after he got her back. On this rare trip to Ningzhou, Guan Shanhai planned to get some treasures over to his granddaughter. After all, according to his understanding, Mu Lingyun himself wasn't rich to any extent. In order not to let his granddaughter suffer, this old face will go out the window. But compared to the thick-skinned Guan Shanhai, Guan Wanrua was in the end a youthful young girl with a thinner skin. She said with some hesitation after hearing Guan Shanhai's intentions, "But Grandpa, isn't our behavior like this similar to begging for food? You are a Buddhist monk. If this matter spreads out, will it affect you badly? Hey, what's wrong with this? Asking for food to make money and so on is the traditional art of our Buddhist sect. Besides, Buddha his old man did not ask for food in the first place. We have to point it's fine. The public said that it is in order to realize the true meaning of the Buddha. I can only say that it is worthy of being an old-timer in the immortal cultivation world. In the aspect of Chi Guan Shanhai is also a profound Taoist practice, and it is not at all shameful to do the thing of making money," said Guan Shanhai and touched Guan Wanrua's little head and smiled. "It's fine. It's not just a disgrace. Anyway, nowadays, when the cultivators outside hear Buddhist monks, they are moralistic hypocrites. Don't worry about it. A disgrace is a disgrace. It's nothing." Hearing Guan Shanhai's comforting words, Guan Wanrua, however, said with some aggression, But Wanruo is not a Buddhist monk. Wanruo still wants a little face. Chapter 72, The Audacious Lu Qingyu. Grandpa, are we really going in? Wanruo stood in front of the Wanbao Pavilion, looking up at the tall and magnificent skyscraper in front of her, and for a moment, she was a little anxious. Originally, she had felt a little ashamed of such things as chemtrails and didn't really want to come, but she couldn't bring herself to disgrace her grandfather alone, so she finally gritted her teeth and followed. However, looking at the Wanbao Pavilion in front of her, which exuded a rich and noble atmosphere, the courage that Wanruo had managed to drum up in her heart immediately deflated. Ha 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 ha, little Wanruo is thin-skinned in the end, but you have to know that the most important thing for a cultivator is his own cultivation. These things outside of his body are certainly important, but they can't be too much, and it would be bad if he messes up his own mind because of it. Looking at Wanruo's somewhat shy appearance, Shanhai smiled and touched her little head, and as Wanruo listened to her grandfather's teachings, that pretty face was immediately colored with a blush of shame. Well, Wanruo will definitely follow Grandpa's teachings, and in the future, she will definitely not let these things intrude on the Tao. Looking at Wanruo's well-behaved appearance, the smile on Shanhai's face grew wider. How in the world do you think there could be such a nice child? And such a nice child is still his granddaughter, which really calls for a drink. It's a pity that I haven't been drinking since I converted to Buddhism, or else I would have to find True Lord to drink him for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of the fine wine he once drank before leaving his home, Shanhai brought Wanruo to the front of the Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator standing stationed in front of the Wanbao Pavilion saw their combination of a monk plus a young girl, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Dare I ask if it is the Western Desert Buddhist sex demon subduing Lohan who has come to visit? Hearing that the Wanbao cultivator in front of him recognized him, a few moments of surprise immediately flashed under Shanhai's eyes. He hadn't walked around in Kyushu for nearly 1,000 years since he had become a monk, and there were still cultivators of the younger generation who knew him? As if he could see Shanhai's doubts, the cultivator hurriedly explained respectfully. It was the pavilion master who had calculated Senior's descent in advance, so she specially dispatched disciples to wait here and told them to lead Senior to meet her. Oh, so it's what True Lord Wanbao instructed. Hearing that it was specially instructed by Wan Ziding, Shanhai's eyes then flashed with a dawning realization. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years had passed, Mistress Wan had actually mastered the art of divination as well, and in the past, when Old Line was about to teach her, she still resented the trouble and refused to learn it. Thinking of Wan Ziding's previous style of taking the fallen treasure copper coins and smashing whoever she saw as displeased, Shanhai suddenly became a little curious about her reason for learning the art of divination. It can't be for the True Lord, can it? With curiosity in his heart, Shanhai's fingers also subconsciously pinched up the spell, preparing to do some math through the art of divination. Still, the pain that soon loomed over his head soon prompted him to abandon the idea. As expected, after 1,000 years had passed, Wan Ziding was still so violent and still had to smash people with falling treasure coins at the drop of a hat. Forget it, let's go. Let's go and meet the True Lord of 10,000 treasures and see if we can ask for some treasures for you. Wanruo. Well, Wanruo listens to Grandpa all the time. Shanhai led Wanruo into the Wanbao Pavilion, which was still bustling with activity. The end of the auction house not affecting the bustle of the place in the slightest. Looking at the cultivators who came and went in all shapes and sizes, Wanruo's eyes had a strange color flowing through them. When Shanhai saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Western Desert was still too desolate, and coupled with Wanruo's special status, Wanruo basically hadn't had much contact with the outside world since Shanhai had gotten her back. With this thought, Shanhai became even more determined to send Wanruo to Mu Lingyun's door. If Guanwen was not a Buddhist monk, she would only have a future to look forward to in the rich Kyushu. Under the guidance of the Wanbao Pavilion cultivator, the two arrived at the top floor, and as soon as they pushed open the door, Shanhai and Wanruo froze, only to see that in the middle of the top floor, a dainty young girl whose body was covered in precious beads and bells was casually straddling a high seat with an impatient look on her face, and in front of her, a coy-looking young girl was kneeling honestly. Yo, old monk, you're here. Haven't seen you in 1,000 years. You've become older than before. Seeing Shanhai and Wanruo coming through the door, Wan Ziding's eyes also moved away from Lu Qingyu's body and casually greeted them. Ah, Mistress Wan looks even younger. Really residing in the face to go. Hearing Shanhai's boast that she had become younger, Wan Ziding immediately raised her chin in triumph. I count on you to have an eye for it. Unlike a certain deadwood, who refuses to compliment me even when he's dead. Thinking about Mu Lingyun's comment about her intentionally pretending to be young, Wan Ziding felt her hand holding the fallen treasure copper coin stirring stupidly. Faced with this topic, Shanhai pretended that he hadn't heard it. Guan Shanhai actually felt helpless about the complicated relationship between Mu Lingyun and Wan Ziding. Obviously, as long as Wan Ziding directly said that she liked Mu Lingyun, the two could be together. But she refused to do so. Everyone could see that she liked Mu Lingyun. She just refused to go and confess to Mu Lingyun. Even when Mu Lingyun took the initiative to make his feelings known to her, she refused to accept it and had to be stubborn just like that. It was really hard for Jean to figure out what the hell she was thinking. And it was a good thing he was a monk and didn't have to understand that. After touching his bald head with some pride, Guan Shanhai looked at Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Which family's young talent is this one again? It always feels like she has the figure of some deceased person in her. Hearing Guan Shanhai mention Lu Qingyu, Wan Ziding's expression immediately became extremely unhappy once again. And Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, also immediately acted like I'm very good. Senior uncle, you mustn't hit me. Seeing her in this unproductive, wimpy state, Wan Ziding was furious. She's that guy's new little apprentice. Don't look at her now. She's as timid as a mouse and looks like she's no good. She even dared to come to my place to steal. Hiss dash. Hearing that Lu Qingyu was actually Mu Lingyun's newly accepted disciple, and that she had dared to come to Wan Ziding's place to steal things, Guan Shanhai immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. There are such brave people in the world. It was well known that although Wan Ziding loved Mu Lingyun, she disliked those disciples of Mu Lingyun. The exact reason Guan Shanhai couldn't say. He just felt that it probably had something to do with Mu Lingyun being too nice to that group of disciples in the past. Anyway, Wan Ziding never had a good face for those disciples of Mu Lingyun. And the only person in the world who could whore himself out from Wan Ziding was probably Mu Lingyun, as far as Guan Shanhai knew. Even if it was Mu Lingyun himself, who wanted to take something from Wan Ziting to use for his group of disciples, he would still have to be beaten out by Wan Ziting with a fallen treasure copper coin. Now that Lu Qingyu was Mu Lingyun's disciple, she dared to come to Wan Ziding's place to steal something. Guan Shanhai didn't know if he should admire Lu Qingyu's courage now, or if he should prepare to step in and save this last soul seedling of the Nine Heavens lineage now from Wan Ziding's hands. If Lu Qingyu died, when Guan Wenruo worshipped under Mu Lingyun, wouldn't Guan Wenruo become the last soul seed of the 9 heavenly monks? Sin. Old lineage is a monk. How can I have such thoughts? It is really a sin. Chapter 73, I really am a genius. Master, when will I break through the foundation establishment stage? After Mu Lingyun finally agreed to her breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qingyu had been excitedly pestering him, wanting to break through as soon as possible. The experience of being chased and beaten in the 10,000 spirit cave sky was something she never wanted to experience again. How to make a choice between being bullied and bullying others. This was something that Lu Qingyu still knew by heart. Not to mention that Mu Lingyun had promised that for every disciple of the Nine Heavens sword sect that she defeated, she would be able to exchange a piece of plum blossom cake from him. Driven by the double motivation, Lu Qingyu now desperately wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible, then go to the 9 heavenly sword sect to bully the weak. It is to clean up the door for his old master. Looking at the suddenly motivated Lu Qingyu, while Mu Lingyun felt helpless for her gluttonous personality, he also started to prepare for her breakthrough. If you want to break through to the foundation establishment stage, you can do so now, but if you want to reach the perfect foundation establishment, there's still a little bit of material missing right now, which you need to collect. Materials? Hearing Mu Lingyun say that he still lacked a little bit of material if he wanted himself to reach perfect foundation establishment, Lu Qingyu suddenly pulled out her storage ring. Here, master, see if there are any materials you need in here. Looking at the storage ring that Lu Qingyu handed over, Mu Lingyun was first stunned. Then he remembered the ring that Jean Lingya had handed over to Lu Qingyu earlier. In that case, it seemed like this little guy was going to have more money than him now? This would be somewhat unfavorable to the Lu Qingyu training plan that Mu Lingyun was preparing to execute next. After all, the vast majority of the world's difficulties are not considered difficulties as long as there is money. But it's not a big problem. What is the disciples? Is not the masters. The divine sense briefly swept the supplies inside the storage ring and found that there were quite a few good things. After taking out some materials he needed from inside, Mu Lingyun did not move and put the storage ring away. Not bad. There are indeed some materials in there that are used by the master, but there is still a lack of some. Let's do it this way. You go to the Great Seal City to find your uncle Wan to ask for a little bit. For the sake of the master's face, she will give it to you. Should it? Master, let's just not be so righteous when we say we're not sure. Hearing that Mu Lingyun himself was somewhat unsure if Wan Ziding would give something or not, Lu Qingyu instantly couldn't help but spit out her old master. But well, who let me be the poor little apprentice, born to run errands? I hope that Uncle Wan will be a little lighter on his hands when the time comes. Although she was a bit afraid of Wan Ziding, Lu Qingyu obediently listened to Mu Lingyun's instructions and prepared to make a trip up to that great Feng city. Only before she could move, she suddenly remembered something. She turned her head to look at Mu Lingyun, who was acting as if nothing had happened, and after looking at him for quite a while, her eyes suddenly opened wide and round. Master, you're not even going to take your disciples' things, are you? Facing Lu Qingyu's aggrieved as well as incredulous voice, Mu Lingyun immediately said with a stern face, "What do you mean by taking? Master, this is to keep it for you. I'll return it to you when you grow up. Now hurry up and go find your Uncle Wan." A little later she might have left Defeng City. Hearing that Mu Lingyun wanted to keep the storage ring for himself, Lu Qingyue immediately pouted in aggravation. "But when am I going to grow up? Count yourself grown up when you can stop relying on Master." "Well, I'd rather not have a storage ring then." After gathering her emotions, Lu Qingyu walked out of the Cloud Moon Mountain's palace holding the Biyun sword. When she was about to walk out of Cloud Moon Mountain, Lu Qingyu suddenly waved her hand at the Cloud Moon Mountain behind her. "Master, if something happens to my apprentice, remember to come and fish for my apprentice." In the face of Lu Qingyu's unprofitable words, the only thing that responded to her was a stream of light, which was wrapped in a piece of plum blossom cake. Seeing the plum cake, a bright smile immediately surfaced under Lu Qingyu's eyes. I knew Master was the best for me." Eating the plum cake and holding the Biyun sword, Lu Qingyue arrived at Defeng City. After inquiring a little and confirming that Wan Ziting hadn't left yet, Lu Qingyu arrived in front of the Wan Bao Pavilion. Looking at the tall attic in front of her, Lu Qingyu pondered in her mind what she should say if she met Wan Ziting later. "When we met later, we hugged Uncle Wan's thighs and cried bitterly, saying that Master and I, an old man and a young woman, were alone and unsupported in Yunyue Mountain, and that we couldn't even get together the materials to break through the foundation establishment stage. I'm sure Uncle Wan will be moved to tears immediately after hearing this, and then give me a whole bunch of materials." "Well, what a great idea. Let's do it." Lu Qingyu, who had thought about how to beg for food with Wan Ziting, lifted her leg and was about to enter the Wan Bao Pavilion, yet the Wan Bao Pavilion cultivator at the entrance directly stopped her. "This Taoist friend, in order to enter our 10,000 treasures pavilion you need to be at least at the foundation establishment stage. You are only at the chi practicing stage now. It's better to go back and practice properly before coming back." Looking at the Wan Bao Pavilion cultivator who stopped him, Lu Qingyue instantly widened her eyes, while also pointing her index finger in disbelief. "You don't recognize me? No way. She came with Master not long ago and now she doesn't recognize her?" Looking at Lu Qingyu, whose eyes were incredulous, that Wan Bao Ge cultivator was also helpless. Of course he knew Lu Qingyue. Now who among the cultivators in the entire 10,000 treasures pavilion didn't know that the true Lord of the Nine Heavens had taken on a young disciple? But the key is here. Wan Ziting once instructed, as long as it is Mu Lingyun's disciple to find her, all do not see. Whoever dares to let in, all killed and fed to the dog. He didn't want to be beaten to death and thrown out of the city to feed the dogs, so there was no way he was going to let Lu Qingyu in today. Seeing that the Wan Bao Pavilion cultivator guarding the doorway refused to let her in no matter what, Lu Qingyue felt a little tricky for a moment. Damn, why are these guys so uninformed? When I cultivate to the void practicing stage in the future and inherit Master's endless sword, let's see if you guys still dare to stop me. But even if they were no longer angry, the cultivators of the 10,000 treasures pavilion would not let her in. Just when Lu Qingyu felt powerless, she suddenly remembered the endless sword intent within her. She had seen Jin Lingya use endless sword intent to open a spatial rift to come before, and although she hadn't learned it, she could try it. If she fell into the void, Master would come to fetch her anyway. Aha! Just do it! Lu Qingyu found a corner and began to carefully recall some of the spells and the operation of the aura when Jin Lingya opened the spatial rift at that time, and then he began to infuse his mana into the endless sword intent in his body. After an unknown amount of time, a spatial crack suddenly appeared behind Lu Qingyu, sucking her in. By the time she reappeared, she had managed to make it to the interior of the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. It really worked! Master was right. I really am the first genius of the 9 regions. Seeing that she had actually managed to enter the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Lu Qingyu immediately crossed her small savage waist in triumph, and had a small expression of "I'm really the best" on her face. But as Lu Qingyu felt a chill on her back, after looking towards her back, all the pride on her face turned to horror in an instant. My life is over. Chapter 70. For the best master in the world will be guarded by me. So, our number 1 genius of the 9 states, Lu Qingyue, what is it that you have come to your seat for? On the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, Wan Ziting's eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked at the well-behaved Lu Qingyue kneeling in front of her. In just a moment ago, she had watched with her own eyes as Lu Qingyue had utilized the endless sword intent to open the spatial rift, crossing over the perimeter sky formation that she had laid down with her own hands, and arriving in front of her. Even though in theory, with a sword intent like endless sword intent, which was on the same level as hers, Lu Qingyue was able to do this. But even Mu Lingyun, that dead wood, Can't do anything to break through my perimeter formation with just this bit of endless sword intent, right? No, I can. The only reason I kept it from you before was just in case your self-confidence couldn't take the blow and you did something confusing. Mu Lingyun, who had watched the entirety of Lu Qingyue's live broadcast through the system, knew what things Wan Ziding was thinking about right now as soon as he saw her complicated eyes. With regard to Wan Ziding's nature, which clearly could not defeat him, but just wanted to hold her breath and chase after him with all her might, Mu Lingyun had actually persuaded him many times, but Wan Ziding never listened. Every time she said something about the reason why she was fighting Mu Lingyun was just so she wouldn't be left behind by him. Did he, Mu Lingyun, look like some kind of beginner? Retracting his thoughts, Mu Lingyun's sight was also placed on Lu Qingyue's body. It wasn't just Wan Ziding who was surprised by the means displayed by Lu Qingyue. Mu Lingyun himself was equally taken aback. Although it was said that he could also do what Lu Qingyue was doing now, the key was that he was already at the practicing void stage, while Lu Qingyue was still only at the practicing chi stage. What shocked Mu Lingyun even more was that the system had just synchronized him with a little bit of insight about the way of space. It was very little. So little that it would probably have to be doubled a few thousand times to be compared to the little cultivation epiphanies that surfaced from time to time in Mu Lingyun. However, this still allowed Mu Lingyun to deeply feel the gold content of the strongest talent in the Kyushu. I've always thought that the little one's talent originated from my endless sword intent and the dragon army's dragon bloodline, but now it seems that even without these two things her talent will still be terrifying. So it must have nothing to do with the endless sword intent for her to be so timid, right? Buzz. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's voice, the endless sword that had been hovering behind him immediately emitted a buzzing sound. As for what it meant, there was no translation. At least Mu Lingyun himself felt that it cursed a little too harshly as well. Alright. I know Qingyue has always wanted to hold you in her hands. Can't you just spoil her a little bit? Just like the 9 heavenly thunder beads. Buzz. As soon as he heard the name of the 9 heavenly thunder pearl, the endless sword, which was still just a little disgruntled, suddenly overflowed with sword energy. And what it probably meant by this buzz was, why did you build that guy when you have me? Isn't having me enough? On the other hand, Lu Qingyue was still unaware that her old master was now also struggling to protect herself, and after calling out to her master in her mind and saving her to no avail, she could only look at Wan Ziding, who was sitting straddling the high platform, as if she were pleasing to the eye. Ha, master uncle, you just calm down. I really just accidentally went the wrong way. There is absolutely no other small mind. Oh. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who wanted to budge through, Wan Ziding really wanted to spit on her. However, remembering that since coming into contact with Lu Qingyue, this little fellow was quite filial to Mu Lingyun, and based on Wan Ziding's observation, Lu Qingyue didn't seem to have any thoughts of writing a master to defy his ancestors. At the thought of this, Wan Ziding finally forced down the impatience in her heart and signaled Lu Qingyue to hurry up and say what she had to say and fart what she had to say. What exactly is the matter that you came to me for? Say it quickly. I'm about to board the 10,000 treasures immortal boat to leave Great Feng City. Hearing that Wan Ziding was about to leave, Lu Qingyue instantly became anxious, and not caring about any euphemisms, she directly stated her purpose for coming here today. I'm here to make a fortune with Uncle Shifu. What? Hearing that Lu Qingyue had actually come to make love with Wan Ziting, Wan Shanhai, who was on the side, immediately widened his eyes. No, so even begging for food has industry competition these days? Not right. According to his understanding, although Mu Lingyun wasn't considered to be much rich, he shouldn't be so poor that he needed to let his disciples come out to beg for food. Has true lord gotten to this point all these years? True monarch, you want to not an old line back to the western desert. Although the western desert that place poor, but the old line to speak or a bit of weight. At that time to the true monarch you also sealed a lohan or something, then let the disciple out to ask for food strong awe. Hearing that Lu Qingyue was actually here to beg for food, an extremely disdainful look immediately appeared on Wan Ziding's face. You're really no different from those other guys. I really don't know what your master was thinking, his vision is so poor. You. Hearing Wan Ziding say that her master had a poor vision, Lu Qingyue was instantly enraged. She can take being called a coward, a wimp, a loser. Even when Wan Ziding compared her to several other rebellious disciples, Lu Qingyue could hold her tongue and act like a shrunken head turtle and pretend she didn't hear. But she absolutely could not accept anyone insulting Mu Lingyun. Not even if that person was the guy who would most likely gluttonize her master's body and would most likely become her master's wife in the future. The best master in the world will be guarded by me. Lu Qingyue, who had been a loser for her entire life, had a rare hardening. A touch of stubbornness surfaced under her eyes. Then she raised her head to look at Wan Ziting, and then she saw something being thrown at her face by Wan Ziting. Before Lu Qingyue could get angry and theorize with Wan Ziding for a few moments, she heard Wan Ziding's voice coming from her. Take it as my reward for your pocket money. Save it, Your master is poor. If you don't have money to spend in the future, come to me. Don't bother, your master got it. Looking at the storage ring that Wan Ziding had flung into her face, as well as Wan Ziding's voice that was still disgusted, but one could hear the concern. Lu Qingyu froze. She first used her divine sense to scan the contents of her storage ring. Don't ask her why a chi practicing stage cultivator would have the divine sense that only a foundation establishment stage cultivator would have. The first talent of the ninth state is just so unreasonable. Anyway, when Lu Qingyu saw those treasures in the storage ring, a big smile instantly appeared on her face. Well, uncle, you say what is what? You can rest assured that is, Qingyu in the future must be good filial piety to you and Master Ah. Humph, do I need you to be filial? Just be good to your master and don't make your master angry. In the face of Lu Qingyu's words of wanting to be filial, Wan Ziding expressed considerable disdain. And Lu Qingyu, who had collected the nesting fee, was not annoyed when she heard that. She just smiled and lightly tapped the various heavenly materials in her storage ring, and soon realized that there was still one thing missing. Senior uncle. Still short of something, you see? What's missing? Forget it, I've given it all. It's not that bad. Tell me, what's missing? Hearing Lu Qingyu say that there was still one thing missing, Wan Ziding's eyes instantly flashed with a few moments of surprise. This storage ring she had given was a large gift package that the Wan Baoguo had specially prepared for low-ranked cultivators, claiming to cover all the resources needed from chi cultivation to Jin Dan. And it was surprising that something was still missing. But it didn't matter. She, the true monarch of 10,000 treasures, had plenty of money. But despite being filled with confidence, the next material that Lu Qingyu uttered made Wan Ziding couldn't help but frown. The yin-yang flower? What does your master want with that thing? Wan Ziding sent out a message while asking Lu Qingyu what she wanted the yin-yang flower for. Seeing Wan Ziding frown, Lu Qingyu also realized that what her master wanted might indeed be rare, and could only say with a stiff upper lip, "Master said it's for me to perform perfect foundation building." For perfect foundation building? No wonder then. Hearing that Mu Lingyun was trying to perform a perfect foundation building for Lu Qingyu, a few moments of realization flashed across Wan Ziding's face. Perfect foundation building don't look at the target only chi practicing stage cultivators, but the difficulty is extremely high. Only the cultivators of the void practicing stage have the ability to hold perfect foundation building. Every cultivator's nature, physique, gong method, enlightenment, etc. were all different. Trying to find a perfect foundation building method suitable for all cultivators was not to say it was impossible. At least until now there had not been any in the immortal cultivation world. That was why it was necessary to have a cultivator of the void practicing stage conduct an all-around inspection of the cultivator who was about to undergo a perfect foundation establishment in order to give a final plan for perfect foundation establishment. This also led to the fact that every cultivator's method of perfecting the foundation was different, and the materials required were naturally different. With the financial strength of the Wanbao Pavilion, most of the materials are naturally stocked, but only Lu Qingyu wants this yin and yang flower is somewhat special. It couldn't be that smelly woodhead who purposely brought it up to embarrass me, could it? Wan Ziding thought without malice whether Mu Lingyun had ulterior motives. Not to blame her for being cautious, it was really because Mu Lingyun had always liked to tease Wan Ziding with some small tricks in order to help her get rid of her gradual loss of humanity. When Wan Ziting was furious and about to lose her temper, he would again bring a little heartfelt gift to Wan Ziting to coax her to calm down. After a long time Wan Ziting actually got used to this process, and she even quite enjoyed it. But her strong nature did not allow her to bow down. Wan Ziding's eyes stared straight at Lu Qingyu without saying a word. That serious look made Lu Qingyu think that she hadn't made some very excessive request. If that's too difficult a request, we can actually, yin-yang flower this old lineage knows where there is one. But if you want to look for a yin-yang flower for perfect foundation building, I'm afraid that you'll need to make a trip yourself. Young master, Guan Shanhai, who was on the side, heard Lu Qingyu mention the yin-yang flower and immediately stepped forward to make his presence known. You're the one who talks too much, aren't you? Wan Ziding, who had been interrupted in her thoughts by Guan Shanhai, did not have the good sense to look at this old monk. Back then, she hadn't forgotten about the matter of this guy bringing Mu Lingyun along to travel the world. Two people formed a demon-cutting combination and ran around. The main one, I kill people and you overpass. Our merit rises. At that time, Wan Ziding couldn't find Mu Lingyun anywhere and almost didn't turn into a lookout stone. Now she was upset when she saw this old monk come to make money again. If it wasn't for the presence of the juniors, the fallen treasure copper coins would have already smashed over. Seeing Wan Ziding's face darken, Guan Shanhai hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Ha 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 ha. Master Wan rests his anger. What happened back then was indeed that the old line didn't consider your feelings. But didn't I honestly come back with the true lord behind me? Saying that, Guan Shanhai was also afraid that Wan Ziding really wouldn't give him any face at all and would directly hit him with the drop treasure copper coin, so he hurriedly steered the topic to Lu Qingyu. The young Shishir is going to be a disciple of the true Lord if it's not unexpected, right? In that case, you should also call the old cassock a senior uncle. The old cassock's name is Guan Shanhai. He is a Buddhist demon subduing Luohan, and he is also a cultivator of the void practicing stage O. Buddhist demon bucking Lohan? Void training monk. Hearing these two keywords, Lu Qingyu, who had always known the truth of going out and relying on friends, immediately gave a sweet shout. Good day, Uncle Guan. Hearing Lu Qingyu call out so sweetly, Guan Shanhai's old face immediately revealed a kind smile. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who was just as cute as his own precious granddaughter, Guan Shanhai immediately felt that he should show something and do his part to care for his juniors. However, after groping around his body for half a day, Guan Shanhai remembered that he was a Buddhist demon subduing Lohan, and that he had come here today to beg for food from Wan Ziding, but there was nothing to be done. Lu Qingyu's senior uncle had shouted. He couldn't show nothing. Stiffly fumbling around his body for half a day, Guan Shanhai could only finally flesh out a half-withered, half-alive seed from his storage bag. Come, little Qingyu, this is a rare treasure of my Western Desert Buddhist sect, the Bodhi seed. You carry it on your body on weekdays can not only keep your spiritual platform clear at all times to guard against the invasion of the heart demons, but also accelerate the speed of cultivation, and it has the wonderful effect of enhancing your enlightenment. Oh, thank you, senior uncle. Hearing that it was actually such a treasure, Lu Qingyu immediately accepted it without a care in the world, without the slightest thought of wanting to be polite with Guan Shanhai. The corner of Wan Ziding's mouth immediately surfaced when she saw it. The old monk has no money but he dares to pretend to be rich like me. It's really laughable. Alright, senior uncle has been called and the treasure has been collected. Now let's talk about the yin yang flower. Hearing Wan Ziding bring the topic back, Lu Qingyue also hurriedly perked up her ears in preparation to listen carefully. Seeing this, Guan Shanhai couldn't care less about his heartache, so he directly told him about the yin yang flower. The so-called yin and yang flower is a very rare and strange flower that grows in the yin and yang mountains. This flower is only found there and cannot be taken away from the yin and yang mountains or it will wither immediately. Then I am the one who needs to travel to the yin and yang mountains in person? I heard that the yin and yang flowers are only found in the yin and yang mountains, and that they cannot leave the yin and yang mountains. Lu Qingyu instantly understood that she was afraid that she would have to make a trip to the yin and yang mountains, but Wan Ziting was the one who let out a disdainful voice at this time. Dirtbag, old monk, you haven't gone out walking for how many years? You still don't know that that group of ghost cultivators have already developed a magic treasure that can store yin and yang flowers not too long ago, right? As Wan Ziding's words fell, a voice came through the door. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The ghost merchants under Mr. Wen's door have been brought as you commanded. Ghost merchants? Mr. Man? Chapter 75, Congratulations, Master, on your good disciple. Hearing the word ghost merchant, Lu Qingyu's body subconsciously trembled for a split second. It's only natural that she'd be scared of ghosts and monsters and whatnot since she's so timid, isn't it? However, after glancing at the kindly Guan Shanhai beside her, Lu Qingyue was still slightly relieved. Buddhist Lohan, although I don't know who is actually more powerful compared to Master, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a few district ghosts and monsters. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu's spine, which had only just bent down, once again straightened up. She's the best at foxing and whatnot. Guan Shanhai, on the other hand, was curious as to who that so-called Mr. Man was again. His temple in the western desert wasn't far from the Yin-Yang Mountains, so he still knew something about those ghost cultivator forces on the Yin-Yang Mountains, but he had never heard of this so-called Mr. Man. Which emerging ghost cultivator giant is it again? In the eyes of the curious and puzzled crowd, a man with a pale face, but vaguely recognizable as a living person, respectfully entered the room. The little kid pays his respects to the true lord of 10,000 treasures, the demon subduing Lohan. Looking at the man kneeling in front of her, Wan Ziding asked in a cold tone, "You brought the yin and yang flowers?" Upon hearing Wan Ziding's inquiry, the man from the Netherworld Mountain hurriedly presented a treasure box that emitted a gloomy aura. Enlightened true lord, the yin-yang flower is in this square lifeless treasure box. If you want to use it, just open the box and take it out. Seeing that so-called lifeless treasure box, Wan Ziding confirmed with just a sweep of her divine sense that the yin-yang flower was indeed stored inside. Although there was some curiosity about how this group of ghost cultivators had created this peculiar treasure box, this kind of thing wasn't worth Wan Ziding's concern, and when the time came, he would instruct his subordinate cultivators to go and poke around is all. Good. So that Mr. Man behind you wants something in exchange? Yin and Yang flowers even in the Yin and Yang mountain that is also extremely rare treasures. Some of the spirit stones cannot be exchanged for this strange grass. The other party is willing to take out such a treasure. obviously has another plan. The man had obviously contacted the ghost cultivator behind himself before he came. And when he heard Wan Ziding's inquiry, he immediately stated Mr. Wen's request. Mr. said, just want to make a good karma. This yin and yang flower can be given away for free. Hearing the man say that the one behind him, Mr. Wen, was just trying to make a good karma, Wan Ziding's eyes immediately went to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu, who was eating melons and watching the show on the side, saw that everyone's attention had shifted to herself, and for a moment, she was also a bit at a loss for words. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me? Seeing Lu Qingyu's confused little eyes, Wan Ziding simply made the decision for her. Fine, then I'll take this karma next for her. Saying that, Wan Ziding threw that yin-yang flower into Lu Qingyu's arms, who was a bit hesitant to see it. Senior uncle, shouldn't we ask master about this kind of thing first? Lu Qingyu was just about to say if this kind of thing should be contacted with Mu Lingyan when she saw Wan Ziding's steeply gloomy eyes. No need. There's no need at all. This kind of small matter, senior uncle can completely make the decision for me. Saying that, Lu Qingyu even came up behind Wan Ziting to help her knead her shoulders. After all, what is the relationship between you and master? We are all family now. This kind of small matter will be fine by you, uncle master. A family. Hearing Lu Qingyu's fawning voice, even though she knew that it was merely Lu Qingyu purposely saying this in order to curry favor with herself, the corners of Wan Ziding's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I'll count on you to know what you're doing and not take so much of my stuff for nothing. After waving her hand to signal the man to back off, Wan Ziding's eyes went to Guan Shanhai. Say it, old monk. What is it that you've come to me to ask for this time? This seed is in a good mood today, so just go ahead and say it. Seeing that it was finally his turn to start asking for food, Guan Shanhai hurriedly pushed out Guan Wenruo, who had been standing coyly behind him. I'm not going to hide it from you, monk. This time I've come. It's mainly for this poor granddaughter of mine to ask you for a handful of magic treasures, said Guan Shanhai and urged Guan Wenruo to hurry up and say hello or something. Guan Wenruo looked at Wan Ziding and Lu Qingyu in front of her and spoke in a thin voice after a brief glance. Disciple pays homage to the true lord of 10,000 treasures, and senior sister. Sister? Hearing Guan Wenruo actually call herself senior sister, Lu Qingyu, who was rubbing Wan Ziding's shoulders, instantly widened her eyes and looked at Guan Wenruo with a surprised expression. What's the situation? When did master take on another disciple behind my back? Didn't you agree to be my master and disciple for life? How can you secretly accept a new disciple? In an instant, betrayal, sadness, pain, unwillingness. Anyway, Lu Qingyu now felt like the most aggrieved guy in the entire world. She had never been so aggravated as she was now when master didn't give her the plum cake. Does master not want Kyuki anymore? However, compared to the sad and aggrieved Lu Qingyu, Wan Ziding on the side reacted even more. What do you mean? That Deadwood is taking on disciples behind my back again? Looking at Guan Wenruo, Wan Ziding suddenly felt that this little girl who had just been incredibly cute was now such an eyesore. Facing Lu Qingyu and Wan Ziting, who had reacted unusually violently, Guan Wenruo immediately looked as if she had been startled, and hastily retreated back behind Guan Shanhai. Seeing that the duo's reaction was so intense, Guan Shanhai thought for a moment and took out his own summoning talisman, and Mu Lingyun's voice came out of it in due time. Xingyu, your uncle Guan's granddaughter Wenruo because of some rather special circumstances, so from now on she will be under my master's tutelage. From now on she will be your senior sister. You have to shoulder the responsibility of a senior sister, got it? As Mu Lingyun's voice fell, Wan Ziding and Lu Qingyu also fell into silence. Lu Qingyu was unable to accept this reality that from today onwards, someone was going to snatch master's favor with herself, while Wan Ziting tightened her grip on the fallen treasure copper coins in her hand. Harder. Her fists are harder. Old thing. So you came here today not only to ask for food from me, but also to deliver a disciple to that guy. Don't go out and ask around. Who doesn't know that she, Wan Ziding, is most annoyed with Mu Lingyun's group of disciples? How dare you send a disciple to that Deadwood? Don't you think that the fallen treasure coins in my hand can't smash people to death? Looking at the vain Guan Shanhai as well as Guan Wenruo who was somewhat trembling behind him, Wan Ziding suddenly laughed in exasperation. Oh, I see. Old thing, you're tired of living so you want nirvana, right? It doesn't matter. I'm here to help you now. Seeing that Wan Ziding was really going to kill, Guan Shanhai hurriedly cast a Buddhist divine power to protect Guan Wenruo and Lu Qingyu, subsequently looking at Wan Ziding who was about to storm out. Although Guan Shanhai felt his scalp tingle, he could only grit his teeth and run the mana in his body. Just as the two sides were about to break out into battle, Lu Qingyu suddenly stepped forward. Immediately afterward, Wan Ziding and Guan Shanhai felt an abyss-like aura suppressing the surging mana in their bodies. Looking at Lu Qingyu, who had suddenly struck out, Wan Ziding first felt disbelief, then she clenched her teeth. So you, Deadwood, are determined to take this disciple today, aren't you? That, Lao Guan, you take Wenruo out first. Seeing that Wan Ziding recognized him, and seeing that the situation was a bit off, Mu Lingyun, who had hastily descended onto Lu Qingyue, could only first signal Guan Shanhai to bring Guan Wenruo out of the room. Hearing Mu Lingyun address himself, Guan Shanhai reacted at that moment. Looking at the already furious Wan Ziding, Guan Shanhai hurriedly brought his precious granddaughter to exit the room. After Wan Ziding and Mu Lingyun were the only two people left in the room, Mu Lingyun hurriedly went forward to hold Wan Ziding's hand and said soothingly, Okay, don't get mad, okay. Hearing Mu Lingyun's appeasement, Wan Ziding first softened her heart a bit, but looking at Lu Qingyue's bright and moving face, she still immediately recoiled and said, Don't say such things to me with that face, and if you want to plead for mercy, come and see me in person. Seeing Wan Ziding's exasperated appearance, Mu Lingyun's eyes couldn't help but flash a few points of helplessness. However, remembering the information about Guan Wenruo that Guan Shanhai had sent to himself through a transmission talisman earlier, Mu Lingyun could still only patiently continue. Wenruo, this child's situation is very special. She has to worship under me and practice the endless sword intent to ensure her safety. You don't want to see this only granddaughter of old Guan die. Upon hearing Mu Lingyun's explanation, Wan Ziding, who had originally been momentarily enraged, allowed herself to forcefully calm down after taking a deep breath. So this disciple you must take? Well, old Guan has pulled an old face and begged me. I can't just watch this only granddaughter of his go with him. As Wan Ziding listened to Mu Lingyun's explanation, there was an endless amount of irritation in her heart. A few disciples in the district could not actually affect anything at all, but remembering some of the things that had happened in the past, Wan Ziding still felt a nameless fire rise in her heart. But in the end, looking at Mu Lingyun beside her and looking at Lu Qingyue's face, Wan Ziding said in a somewhat low voice, Forget it, you can take on disciples if you want to. What does it have to do with me? Can I force you to not take on disciples for the rest of your life? Talking as if you will listen to me. Seeing Wan Ziding finally relent, Mu Lingyun then smiled and walked behind her to rub her shoulders. Alright, I know you don't like me taking on disciples, but as you can see, when Qingyu grows, I can also benefit from it, so consider it for my sake. Just bear with it a little longer. Hearing Mu Lingyun's reassuring words, Wan Ziding's pretty little face couldn't help but be colored with a blush. Got it, La. Hurry up and get the hell out of this little guy's body. A big man descending into a little girl's body. You're really not ashamed either. Seeing that Wan Ziding was jealous again, Mu Lingyun could only smile helplessly before lifting the descent. After Lu Qingyu, who was standing in the same spot, regained her consciousness, she looked at the shy Wan Ziding in front of her, and immediately felt a sigh of relief. Really worthy of being a master at. A cultivator with a personality like senior uncles storming out could be calmed by him. She really still had a lot to learn. However, remembering Guan Wenruo's matter, Lu Qingyue still couldn't help but pout her little mouth. Obviously there is a disciple of her is enough. Why do you need to accept the little sister? Ah, wait, little sister, so I'm considered a senior sister now? Lu Qingyue's attention was suddenly drawn to such inconsequential matters. However, thinking that in the future, someone would respectfully call her senior sister, the corners of Lu Qingyue's mouth still couldn't suppress a smile from surfacing. Looking at it that way, it seems like one more little sister isn't such a bad thing. Wan Ziding, who was on the side, immediately knew that Mu Lingyun had already left when she saw Lu Qingyue with a silly smile on her face. Although under Mu Lingyun's persuasion, Wan Ziding still accepted this reality, but sure enough, as soon as she thought about the fact that this guy was going to take on another disciple, Wan Ziding felt very upset. After subsequently throwing a magic treasure to Lu Qingyu, Wan Ziding kicked her out. Take this magic treasure and your senior sister and get the hell out of my way. Lu Qingyu, who was thrown out of the room by Wan Ziding, sat on her but on the floor, looking at Guan Shanhai and Guan Wenruo, who were looking at her curiously in front of her. Lu Qingyu raised the magic treasure in her own hand and said to Guan Wenruo, That, little sister? Hearing Lu Qingyu call herself as her junior sister, Guan Wenruo hurriedly and respectfully received the magic treasure that Wan Ziding had given her, then looked at Lu Qingyu and softly said, Master, good day, senior sister. When she heard Guan Wenruo call herself senior sister, a smug smile instantly appeared on Lu Qingyue's face. That's right, from today onwards I'm your senior sister. If anything happens in the future, senior sister will cover you. Looking at such a glorious and magnificent appearance of Lu Qingyu, Guan Wenruo's eyes immediately surfaced a few colors of adoration. Well, Wenruo will definitely follow senior sister well in the future. Guan Shanhai, who was on the side, was slightly relieved to see Lu Qingyu and Guan Wenruo getting along so amicably. Guan Wenruo's nature was soft, and although she knew the difference at critical moments, It was inevitable that he, as a grandfather, would worry about his granddaughter being bullied. Now that he saw Lu Qingyue being so responsible, it also put him at ease. Worthy of being a disciple of the true Lord, is to have the responsibility. It seems that the lineage of the 9 heavens has a successor. After the 2 little ones familiarized themselves with each other a little more, Guan Shanhai flew towards Cloud Moon Mountain with them. By the time they arrived in the vicinity of Cloud Moon Mountain, they saw Mu Lingyun waiting for them at the foot of Cloud Moon Mountain. Master! As soon as she saw Mu Lingyun, Lu Qingyue immediately pulled Guan Wenrua and ran over excitedly. When she came to Mu Lingyun's side, Lu Qingyue revealed a well-behaved appearance. Seeing this, how could Mu Lingyun not know what was on her mind right now? He smiled and touched her little head and praised her. You've worked hard this time. You've done a good job. Go back and reward you with a plum cake. Ha ha ha. Receiving Mu Lingyun's praise, Lu Qingyue's face immediately revealed a smile. After praising Lu Qingyue, Mu Lingyun's eyes went to Guan Wenrua on the side. Looking at this granddaughter of his old friend, Wenrua right. From now on, I'll be your master. Hearing Mu Lingyun's gentle voice, Guan Wenrua first looked behind herself with some hesitation, and only when she saw Guan Shanhai nodding at her did Guan Wenrua gather her courage. Well, disciple Guan Wenrua pays his respects to master. Congratulations, master, on your good disciple. The system progress has been updated. Chapter 76, If I were the eldest sister, master would never have another disciple. Triggered a hint from the system? Looks like this granddaughter of old Guan's has good talent. Hearing the system beep coming from his ears, a hint of surprise flashed across Mu Lingyun's eyes. After discovering that a disciple's cultivation could be synchronized to himself without any loss, Mu Lingyun had actually considered recruiting a wide range of disciples to make up for the gap in quality with quantity, as long as the number of disciples was large enough. Even if all of them were chi practicing stage cultivators, it would allow Mu Lingyun to live forever and be invincible in this world. But unfortunately, in the face of his thoughts, the system was mercilessly breaking his thoughts of wanting to be easily invincible. Only disciples who met the system's requirements could synchronize their cultivation to Mu Lingyun, and disciples who didn't meet the requirements would be useless even if they collected more. According to the system's requirements, the talent of a disciple who could be taken under Mu Lingyun's tutelage had to at least meet the standards of the heavenly ranks before he could do so. And just theoretically, cultivators whose qualifications met the standards of the heavenly order were able to cultivate all the way to ascension. Even though there were many variables in this, it could also show how rare this kind of qualified cultivator was. Mu Lingyun had lived for thousands of years and had only seen so many of them, bringing Lu Qingyue and several others to the Cloud Moon Mountain Hall. Looking at the altar in front of him where the words heaven and earth were enshrined and surrounded by clouds and smoke, Mu Lingyun turned to look at Guan Wenrua seriously. Seeing this, Guan Wenrua also immediately realized what she had to do now. Recalling in her mind those manners that her own grandfather had taught her before she left the house, Guan Wenrua then knelt down towards Mu Lingyun, and then Mu Lingyun's serious voice came into her ears. Guan Wenrua, I ask you, are you willing to swear by heaven and earth to worship the seed as your master? And from then on, listen to my teachings and cultivate my Tao. Disciple Guan Wenrua, I wish to swear to heaven and earth that from now on, I will worship under true Lord 9 heavens. I will not dare to disobey my teacher, and I will not dare to neglect my sincerity in the way. I hope true Lord will see my sincerity and pass on my supreme way. After saying that, it was just like when Lu Qingyue worshipped her master. Guan Wenrua bowed 3 times and 9 times to Mu Lingyun and the words heaven and earth behind him, then quietly knelt in front of Mu Lingyun's body and waited for the rite to be completed. Looking at Guan Wenrua, who was kneeling in front of him, Mu Lingyun nodded. Since then, the second disciple of the 9 heavens lineage was also formally enrolled under the door. After the formal ceremony of worship, Guan Wenrua's disciple panel also appeared in front of Mu Lingyun's eyes. Disciple, Guan Wenrua. Talent, heavenly rank B upper grade. Physique, son of yin and yang. Cultivation, foundation stage. Evaluation, the combination of human and ghost. The intersection of life and death. The child born against the reason of heaven and earth. She is not accepted by the living beings in the human world, only by the demon outside the heavens' favor. With the growth of cultivation, she will attract more and more attention of the heavenly demon, until she completely get rid of their own destiny also or sink until sons of the underworld. Although he had already learned about this matter from Guan Shanhai's transmission, but now that he had actually seen a child born from a human and a ghost, Mu Lingyun still couldn't help but sigh at the fact that there was nothing strange in the world. It has to be said that it is also really ironic that a child who was not accepted by the world is loved by a heavenly demon who was also not accepted by the world. It was no wonder Guan Shanhai had hurriedly brought Guan Wenrua to him to seek refuge. The Buddhist monks had always been unforgiving towards existences like Guan Wenrua that defied the principles of heaven and earth, and the Western Desert happened to be a place where the barriers of the world were relatively weak. where demons from beyond the heavens were rampant. If he wanted to avoid the sight of that group of phaseless and formless outer heavenly demons, he really needed his endless sword intent to act as a cover in order to do so. Since that's the case, come with me first, I'll pass on the endless sword intent to you. Since he already knew the full story, Mu Lingyun didn't hesitate, and with Guan Wanrua in tow, he prepared to carry out another transmission of the endless sword intent. Hearing that Mu Lingyun wanted to take her to receive the inheritance of the endless sword intent, Guan Wanrua's heart held apprehension. But remembering her grandfather's efforts to protect her all these years, Guan Wanrua still firmly followed Mu Lingyun's steps. It's okay, you can do it. Grandpa has protected you for so long, now it's your turn to protect yourself. After taking a deep breath and glancing back at her grandfather, Guan Wanrua followed Mu Lingyun into the doors of that palace. Seeing this, Guan Shanhai also immediately took Lu Qingyue to wait outside the door. Looking at the closed door of the hall, the Bodhi spiritual platform of this devil-subduing Lohan, who had practiced for a lifetime, could not help but wind up. On the side, Lu Qingyu looked at Guan Shanhai's grave appearance, and after a slight hesitation, she broke a large portion of the plum blossom cake in her hand and handed it to him. Uncle Guan, eat something delicious, when Ruwa she will be fine. Looking at the plum blossom cake that Lu Qingyu handed to him, Guan Shanhai first froze, then stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, you just eat it, little one. Senior uncle is getting old and can't eat such sweet things anymore." Looking at Lu Qingyue, and then at the serene palace, Guan Shanhai couldn't help but nod his head. It seems that the old man has made the right choice in his life after all. Senior sister, how is your injury? Is it getting better? Within a cave residence of the Nine Heavenly Sword sect, Yan Lingshan walked into Jin Lingya's room with an unhurried pace, softly inquiring how her injuries were at the moment. Having taken a hard blow from the spirit of the heavens and earth, Jin Lingya, who was meditating to heal his wounds, opened his own dark gold eyes at the sound of his words. It's not a problem. The injuries have basically healed over these past few days, but thanks to senior sister's care. Hearing that Jin Lingya's injuries had improved, a few joyful colors immediately appeared underneath Yan Lingshan's eyes. She sat on the edge of Jin Lingya's bed and held Jin Lingya's hand and said in a thin voice, "That's good. Senior sister was worried that you might have left some dark wounds. Since it's healed, that's good. That's good." Yan Lingshuang said and even took out a bottle of elixir from her bosom and stuffed it into Jin Lingya's hand. "This is the spirit medicine that senior sister went to the Pilking sect to beg for you. Although your injuries have already healed, it's still safer to recuperate for a longer period of time. Don't force yourself." Hearing Yan Lingshuang's concern for herself, a warm current flowed through Jin Lingya's heart. But looking at the haggard look on Yan Lingshuang's face, Jin Lingya still couldn't help but say with worry, "Senior sister, what exactly have you been through during this period of time? Why are you so emaciated after just a period of not seeing each other?" In the face of Jin Lingya's concern, Yan Lingshan was first silent, then smiled and said, "It's nothing, just remembering some things from the past, some nostalgia. You don't have to worry about senior sister. Senior sister will take care of herself." Saying that, in order to prevent Jin Lingya from continuing to pursue the matter, Yan Lingshan hastily changed the topic. "By the way, have you seen the third and fourth senior sisters in this period of time? I can't find them anywhere, and they haven't left me a letter or anything." Hearing Yan Lingshuang ask about Wen Kaihua and Zhong Lingjun, Jin Lingya shook her head. "You can ask the fifth senior sister about the fourth senior sister. As for the third senior sister," thinking of the powerful endless sword intent that she had sensed when Wen Kaihua had ordered her to leave at the Wanling Jin earlier, Jin Lingya's heart was vaguely uneasy. "Third senior sister told her disciples to send me away and stayed behind by herself to deal with junior sister. Something should have happened here, but I think that with third senior sister's cultivation and means, she should be safe and sound. Perhaps there is some kind of reckoning again." Hearing Jin Lingya's reply, Yan Lingshan nodded. Before she came, she had deliberately gone to the Hall of Eternal Life to see that Wen Saihua's and Zhong Lingjuan's life lamps were still burning, and there had been no accidents when she asked the disciples who were guarding them. "Think there is nothing wrong with that. It's just that Man Choiwa might be up to something." But Zhong Lingjun went there again. "Did you go there to fight the demons?" Thinking about that day, Zhong Lingjun had set out for the auction with Moshe Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Lingshan instructed Jin Lingya to continue to rest well, and she planned to ask Moshe Yuan. On the other side, Musi Yuan, who was continuing her cultivation to try to break through to the transformation god stage, felt the rapidly approaching Yan Lingshan in the distance and guessed her purpose for coming to her in just an instant. When Kaihua is dead, there is nothing to say about this. Besides being a free flow of people, this matter should definitely not be known to Yan Lingshan. But the thing about Zhong Lingjun was something to mull over. With calculations in her heart, Moshe Yuan's face was replaced with a harmless smile. "Alas, why did the sect master's senior sister suddenly come to me? Can't it be that there's something good in my turn? As soon as they met, Moosedge enthusiastically wrapped her arms around Yan Lingshuang. Seeing her in this intimate manner, Yan Lingshan's attitude, who originally wanted to question her, couldn't help but soften a lot. Fifth senior sister. Last time you and fourth senior sister went out together, but you were the only one who came back. Do you know where fourth senior sister went? Hearing that Yan Lingfang had indeed come to inquire about Zhong Lingjun, the smile on Mosher Yuan's face remained the same, only that a strange light flashed under her eyes, and her voice became a bit more disorienting. She didn't dare to use more of the heavenly demon sect's secret techniques, and although Yan Lingshan was in her opinion the lowest valley of intelligence in the entire Nine Heavens Sword sect, her strength was unquestionable. If it hadn't been for the regicide incident, she would have almost become the next Nine Heavens true sovereign, holding the endless sword and traversing the heavens and earth. Fourth senior sister's matter. This I'm not very clear. Since the auction thing ended, she said something like I'm still too weak and then ran off to the Western Desert all by herself. Sect Master's senior sister want to go to the Western Desert to take a look? Western Desert? What is fourth senior sister doing in the Western Desert? Hearing that Zhong Lingjun had run off to the Western Desert, Yan Lingshang could not help but frown. The Western Desert was barren, desolate, and even more infested with Buddhist cultivators and demons from beyond the heavens, so no one would normally choose to go there. I don't know about that, but if senior sister is really curious, she can personally go to the Western Desert to take a look. There might be some unexpected joy. Mosher Yuan kept trying to persuade Yan Lingfang to go to the Western Desert. As long as this current strongest combatant of the Nine Heavens Sword sect left, then the Nine Heavens Sword sect would be in her hands next, and many of her plans could be implemented smoothly. Facing Mosher Yuan's enticement, Yan Lingxiang hesitated a bit, but as a dark purple light flashed under her eyes, she finally shook her head. The clan can't leave me yet with the current situation. Let's wait and see. If there's still no news of the fourth senior sister, we'll make plans then. After saying that, Yan Lingshuang turned around and left the place, while Mosher Yuan, who stayed in the same place, recalled the demonic aura that she had just felt on Yan Lingshuang's body, and a bright smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Things seem to be starting to get interesting. A heart demon? When did it appear? Mu Siyuan recalled the scene where Mu Lingyun had brazenly struck out to subdue Jiang Ming. It would be possible if a heart demon had appeared in Yan Lingxiang's heart at that moment, but according to Mosher Yuan's own observation, I'm afraid that the heart demon in Yan Lingshuang's heart had already existed a long time ago. It was only Jiang Ming's death that had inspired the existence of the heart demon. But if that's the case, then the source of this so-called heart demon could be worth pondering. After thinking about it, Mosher Yuan finally thought of Mu Lingyun. Really no surprise it. Also don't know what exactly happened back then to make big senior sister become like this. Late entry is this bad. A lot of things don't know. If I were to be the big senior sister instead, the master would definitely only have me as a disciple in this lifetime. Moosedge sighed and returned to her cave, but she didn't know that the thoughts she had just had were by no means hers alone. Phew, finally. I don't know how long he flew, but Zhong Lingjun finally arrived from Kyushu to where the western desert's Yin and Yang mountains were. Looking at the obscure peak in the distance, Zhong Lingjun, who had encountered countless dangers along the way, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at this moment. If it wasn't for the string of Buddha beads that suddenly flew on the road, she might have fallen into the illusion of those heavenly devils. But she knows that all this is just a beginning. Coming to the Yin and Yang mountain is nothing. Only by entering the reincarnation temple and obtaining the secret law of reincarnation she can be considered to be worthy of this trip. Feeling the shadowy aura around her, Zhong Lingjun walked towards the Yin Yang mountain after taking a deep breath. However, before she could get far out, a guy with an illusory figure suddenly approached her. A living person? What is the purpose of coming to the Yin and Yang mountains? Faced with the ghost cultivator that suddenly appeared in front of her, Zhong Lingjun's heart secretly rose in alarm. What I'm going to do has very much to do with you again. Seeing how indifferent Zhong Lingjun's attitude was, the ghost cultivator didn't really care. That's right, it's true that what you're here to do has nothing to do with me, but this life of yours has something to do with my cultivation. After saying that, the ghost cultivator suddenly opened his large mouth towards Zhong Lingjun, and it was clear that he was treating Zhong Lingjun as a sustenance on his cultivation path. However, in the face of the ghost cultivator's raging attack, Zhong Lingjun didn't even blink, and with a casual wave of the broken sword in her hand, the evil ghost surrounded by the shadowy wind was suddenly chopped into two pieces. The evil ghost did not care much at first. As a ghost cultivator he had a strong resistance to this kind of attack, and could recover quickly even after being split in two. However, by the time he tried to recover his body, he realized that his body had been spatially separated forever, never to be recovered again. Wait, your endless sword intent? Discovering the means used by Zhong Lingjun, A flash of panic instantly flashed across the evil spirit's eyes, and as he mouthed a name, he dispersed with the wind. Man, sir. Chapter 77, Sister. Do you regret it? Mr. Man. Endless sword intent. Neither of these two terms alone would have caught Zhong Lingjuan's attention, but when they touched, there was no way for Zhong Lingjun not to think about it more. Listening to the name that the evil spirit chanted from his mouth before he died, Zhong Lingjun looked up at the high mountain in front of him that was formed by the intersection of yin and yang. Mu Lingyun's mighty name might be deafening in the 9 states, but this was the depths of the western desert. And not to mention the endless sword intent, even the name of the true lord of the 9 heavens wouldn't be known to a few people. Unless the evil ghost had seen the endless sword intent with his own eyes, there was no way that he would have recognized the means used by Zhong Lingjun in the instant of the exchange. And the appearance of the name Mr. One, on the other hand, it gave Zhong Lingjuan's heart some bad premonitions. Sister, could it be you? Zhong Lingjun wanted to say that Wen Kaihua wouldn't be involved with this group of evil spirits, but what happened to Mu Lingyun taught her one thing. Never rush to conclusions until you know the full story. Holding the broken sword in her hand, Zhong Lingjun then walked towards the Yin Yang mountain. The previous outburst of her beheading the evil spirits seemed to have spread quickly here, and some of the little ghosts that were still vaguely following her had disappeared without a trace, defeating Zhong Lingjuan's idea of catching one to ask for information. Luckily, as the main concentration of ghost cultivators, the Yin Yang mountain also had the existence of the so-called workshop market, the narrow room of Yin and Yang. A gathering place for ghost cultivators? I hope there's news of the reincarnation temple here. Looking at the blood-stained plaque above her head, as well as those unsuspecting eyes within the marketplace, Zhong Lingjun once again gripped the broken sword in her hand tightly and walked towards the inside without changing her color. Impermanent flowers. Freshly picked impermanent flowers. Human bones. Cleaned human bones. What would you like? Guest. Fresh human head meat or not? It was noisy inside the Yin Yang narrow room. And even though there was a group of stern ghosts coming and going, their behavioral patterns didn't look any different from that of a living person. Taking a look at a place that seemed to be similar to an inn or something like that, ignoring the weird sightings around her, Zhong Lingjun walked straight in. Welcome, what would you like to order? Junior, a few bits of news with you. Looking at the ghost cultivator who was no different from an ordinary store assistant, Zhong Lingjun raised her hand and threw a few spirit stones over. Even in this kind of evil ghost-ridden land deep in the western desert, spirit stones were still one of the main currencies in circulation. Seeing Zhong Lingjuan's generous offer, the smile on the store assistant's face immediately brightened a few points. Well said, guest, no matter what you want to inquire about, as long as I know, I will definitely know everything. Seeing that the store assistant was respectful, Zhong Lingjun nodded. Do you know where the Temple of Reincarnation is? Hearing Zhong Lingjun inquire about the Reincarnation Temple, the store assistant was actually not surprised at all. The yang energy on Zhong Lingjuan's body was so heavy that she knew at a glance that she was a living person. And when living people come to this Yin and Yang mountain, 5 out of 10 of them want to inquire about the Reincarnation Temple. Reincarnation Temple thing small nature no, but the guest you also do not be happy too early. This Reincarnation Temple is indeed in the Yin and Yang 2 boundaries of the mountain, but the misty without a trace. Only in Buddhist karma people can be able to enter. In addition, even if it is into the Reincarnation Temple, want to get the reincarnation of the secret law is also much more difficult. The guest is still early to make plans for the good. Hearing the store assistant say that the Reincarnation Temple needed people who had a destiny with the Buddhist sect to be able to enter, Zhong Lingjun subconsciously remembered the string of Buddha beads that she had obtained earlier. With that string of Buddha beads there, it shouldn't be hard to find the Reincarnation Temple. So the next thing was another message. Junior, have you ever heard of the so-called Mr. Intended Man? Mr. Man? Hearing Zhong Lingjun mention the name Mr. One, the store assistant's face instantly changed drastically, but before he could refuse, Zhong Lingjun had already taken out a bag and quietly slipped it into the shopkeeper's hand. Feeling the heavy weight of that bag, the shopkeeper's face only slightly eased up. Mr. Wen's matter. If you really want to know, you can head to the southwestern corner of the marketplace and take a look. There might be what you want there. Having learned the news she wanted, Zhong Lingjun immediately rushed towards the location the shopkeeper had mentioned without looking back. As she continued to get closer, Zhong Lingjuan's face became more and more ugly. It wasn't until she saw an illusory silhouette waiting for her at the southwest corner of the marketplace that Zhong Lingjun finally gripped the broken sword in her hand. I didn't expect that you, the always straightforward senior sister, would have learned this kind of human feelings. Looking at Zhong Lingjun, who had suddenly appeared on the Yin Yang mountain, when Saihua's eyes were somewhat complicated. Meeting up with her senior sister was supposed to be something to be happy about, but her current condition made her anything but happy. People always change, even the childish me will slowly become mature. Facing Wen Saihua's flirtation, Zhong Lingjun said without changing her face. Even after seeing that Wen Kaihua had turned into a ghost cultivator, Zhong Lingjun still maintained her amazing calmness and did not let her anger dominate her mind. It was hard to imagine that not so long ago, she was a cynical fellow who couldn't wait to use the spirit sword in her hand to cut down all the evil demons in the world. Hearing Zhong Lingjun's voice, a hint of surprise immediately flashed under Wen Saihua's eyes, especially after seeing that the shadowless sword, which had already been broken by Mu Lingyun's own hands, was actually once again held in Zhong Lingjun's hands. Even Wen Kaihua found it hard to imagine what Zhong Lingjun had been going through during this period of time to have undergone such a drastic transformation. Senior sister, you don't resent senior sister anymore? Regardless of what Zhong Lingjun had actually gone through during this period of time, the fact that she was able to hold the shadowless sword once again proved one thing. Well, I used to be foolish enough to draw my sword against my own master just because of a liar's so-called truth. And I'm, now. Zhong Lingjun couldn't go on halfway through her sentence. Every time she thought of the indifferent look Mu Lingyun gave her when he looked at her, Zhong Lingjun felt her insides trembling. And to add to her despair, she was to blame for all of this. Under the villain's compulsion, she resented her master who had raised her with his own hands, treated those inhuman devils as blood relatives, and even swung her sword at her own master. All the sins in this were committed by her own hands. What she did to justify her own ridiculous righteousness and perseverance was so determined and so pathetic. So much so that by the time Zhong Lingjun regretted it and wanted to make amends she couldn't. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was trembling. The connection between Mu Lingyun and her was like this broken shadowless sword. If it's broken, it's broken. Even if you get someone to fix it, it's broken. Swords can be remade, but not feelings. Feeling the despair emanating from Zhong Lingjun's body, Wen Kaihua couldn't help but frown. Senior sister, what exactly have you been through? And why have you become what you are today? If the previous Zhong Lingjun only had what could be described as an obsessive insistence on the so-called justice, then the current Zhong Lingjun gave the impression that one could tell at a glance that she was on her way out. Paranoid, determined, and uncomplaining. In the face of Wen Saihua's inquiry, Zhong Lingjun had no intention of telling her. This was the path she had chosen for herself. She wouldn't turn back, and this time even if she crashed alive into the south wall she would definitely not regret it again. Therefore, she doesn't need anyone else's help either, it's her own salvation. Even if that salvation is futile in nature. Instead of talking about me, let's talk about you. Senior sister, why did you suddenly appear in the Yinyang mountain and turned into this ghostly appearance now? Hearing Zhong Lingjun bring the topic onto herself, although Wen Kaihua was a bit helpless, she could only briefly explain what happened. Counting on the master, then being decapitated by the master. Upon hearing the reason why Wen Kaihua had fallen into the role of a ghost cultivator, Zhong Lingjun was first silent, and then suddenly gripped the broken sword in her hand tightly. Wen Saihua's eyes stared momentarily at the sight. You want to kill me? There was disbelief amongst Wen Saihua's voice. She did not think that her senior sister, who she had grown up with since childhood, would want to kill her. Hearing Wen Saihua's questioning, Zhong Lingjun's heart was also slightly torn. Reason told her that she absolutely could not take action against Wen Kaihua, but as long as she thought of the fact that Wen Kaihua had once schemed against Mu Lingyun, an uncontrollable murderous intent continued to rise in her heart. Kill her. She dared to count against her master. She deserved to die. But, there's nothing to be but. Don't you want to atone for your sins? Don't you want to make it up to your master? Then kill her while you can. Master didn't manage to kill her completely, so it's up to you as a disciple. Wanting to make amends because of guilt, and going from one extreme to the other because of wanting to make amends. Zhong Lingjun, you're a fool. Holding the broken shadowless sword in her hand, Zhong Lingjun looked at Wen Saihua's soul body gasping for air under her breath. Apparently, if a little more didn't happen, Zhong Lingjun was going to lose control of herself and kill Wen Kaihua. However, facing the undisguised killing intent in Zhong Lingjun's eyes, Wen Kaihua did not have the slightest thought of avoiding it. Wen Saihua's expression was calm, standing straight in front of Zhong Lingjun just like that, with a bounding look. If senior sister wants to kill me, then come on. Hearing that Wen Kaihua was actually planning to tie her hands, Zhong Lingjun instantly disappeared in place. By the time she reappeared, she was already standing in front of Wen Kaihua, and the broken sword in her hand was on Wen Saihua's neck. Yet even in this situation, Wen Kaihua had no intention of backing down. Her eyes gazed at Zhong Lingjun without a ripple, as if she wouldn't be the slightest bit moved even if Lingjun really chopped down in the next second. Looking at Wen Kaihua in this state, Zhong Lingjun finally suppressed the killing intent in her heart after a long period of silence. Putting down the broken sword in her hand, Zhong Lingjun took a few steps back, then looked at Wen Kaihua with somewhat tired eyes. After a long silence, Zhong Lingjun suddenly asked, Senior sister, what was it like in your heart when your master was preparing to kill you? Hearing this question from Zhong Lingjun, waves finally arose in Wen Saihua's eyes. What it was like in my heart when my master killed me. During the period of time that he had fallen into the role of a ghost cultivator, Wen Kaihua had been doing his best to prevent himself from thinking back to that scene from the beginning. But even so, Wen Kaihua couldn't deceive herself. When Mu Lingyun unmercifully tried to cut her down, she felt neither panic nor fear, and all she felt was relief. That's all I felt at that moment. It was as if all the weight had been lifted from my body. Saying that, Wen Kaihua also suddenly asked Zhong Lingjun, "You want to die under master's hand too?" Zhong Lingjun did not answer this question from Wen Kaihua. She was just recalling the words that Wen Kaihua had just said. Deliverance is relief felt in the final moments of death. A light suddenly flashed in Zhong Lingjun's eyes. She gripped the broken sword in her hand tightly and left the place without looking back, leaving behind only a light sentence that reached Wen Saihua's ears. "Elder sister, do you regret it?" Dropping this last sentence, Zhong Lingjun disappeared into thin air, and when Wen Kaihua heard her last inquiry, her entire body instantly froze in place. After a long time, Wen Kaihua finally came back to her senses, and this time Clock Lingjun had long since disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty marketplace in front of him, Wen Kaihua suddenly spoke in a somewhat despondent tone. No regrets. No regrets." Her eyes were lowered, making it impossible to see what kind of emotions were in her eyes at the moment. Her hands trembled slightly, but they too were quickly hidden by the wide-sleeve robes. After saying these words that he didn't know who he was speaking to, Wen Kaihua also turned around and left the place. Under the dim sky, only the old green bricks remained to witness the unknown. Witness the two men from the same family taking completely different paths. "Why are you sitting on the floor, little one?" "Well, it's Master Ah. Master, you finally came out." The tall temple door of Cloud Moon Mountain was opened, and Mu Lingyun slowly walked out from inside. As soon as he went out, he saw Lu Qingyue huddled underneath a pillar, like a little one who has lost her way and can't find her way home. She waits for her owner to retrieve her. Looking at her in this uneasy state, Mu Lingyun smiled and walked to her side, gently calling out to her. As soon as she heard Mu Lingyun's voice, Lu Qingyue rushed to wake up from her sleep and jumped into his arms. "Master, you finally came out. You see, my disciple has also been practicing properly during this period of time and hasn't been lazy." As Lu Qingyue showed Mu Lingyun how much she missed him, she also showed Mu Lingyun how successful she had been in her cultivation during the time that he had been in seclusion to pass on his skills. Perhaps Guan Wenruo's initiation brought some sense of crisis to Lu Qingyue, or perhaps Lu Qingyue simply felt that her senior sister's cultivation couldn't be lower than her senior sister's. During the time that Mu Lingyun had brought Guan Wenruo into seclusion, Lu Qingyue was surprisingly diligent, completing all of the rest plans that Mu Lingyun had left behind. Looking at Lu Qingyue, who was practicing hard, Mu Lingyun smiled and touched her little head. "Well, Master knows that you've always been a good boy," touching your head and complimenting you as well. "Ha ha ha ha. Master is the best."